Good morning and welcome into the start of NFL free agency. I am Tom Downey, Will Scott alongside me, plus producers Jack and Sam behind the scenes as Jeremy just wanders in for no apparent reason there. The legal tampering period for NFL free agency begins at noon Eastern, so we're about 2 hours away from that, a little bit under when you do the math and whatnot. We got our countdown timer for that as well. Before we get today's show going, I want you guys to sound off in the comments section with your favorite team. Let's get the comments popping here on today's show. Johnny Recruiter says it better be Tom and Will.
Well, good, good for you,
got
John.
Your wish. Good for you, John. End up getting your wish. We'll get some shout-outs here as well. So shout out your favorite team in the comment section as everyone joins on that notification alert. I see Exotic Soy Sauce says, Rams, I'm in pain.
Yeah,
at least you won a Super Bowl.
Did something happen yesterday with the Rams?
Allegedly, yeah.
Okay. Thought I heard something on Twitter about it.
Yeah. We'll discuss the Jalen Ramsey trade later on in today's show, I promise you. Shane was right. Carolina moved up to number 1. I see Patriots, the Bears from Robert. I think Bears is going to be super active today.
It's going to be interesting what Chicago does because they have the most cap space of any team. They just traded back. Got some people saying they fleeced the Panthers. I think it was a win-win trade, to be honest. But the Bears have a lot of cap space. They have a lot of draft capital. Maybe they make some trades this week as well.
I see Raiders, Jets, Cowboys, Bears, Seahawks, Niners, Bills, Cardinals, Raiders as well, Eagles, Lions from Dino Hall. Another Cowboys in there, Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers, John, because in theory, everyone involved would like to know what he's doing when you can start agreeing to deals with players. So that ends up happening.
We could hear something today, but we've been saying that for the past week.
Yeah, I feel like by Wednesday at the latest, you got to make a call. Because if you're the Jets, if you miss on Rodgers, you might miss on Garoppolo too at that point.
Run it back with Zach Wilson?
That's a horrible idea.
Okay.
So we'll see. All right, our Super Chat menu for you guys today. Any Super Chat, of course, will give you a shout-out. $5, we'll crack some beers and cheer for you. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. We'll spend some time on them, what they've done and or what they could do in free agency. $20 for shots. $50, somebody can get slapped with a tortilla.
AKA
you can
Tom.
specify me. I know producer Sam
Tom.
is desperately hoping he can slap me in the face with a tortilla. $50 for that. $100, one of us will do a beer bong or a shotgun. Don't spill it, though. We've had issues spilling it before.
I'm not going to pull a teaser. You don't have to worry about that with me.
If you say so. So that's our Super Chat menu. Get them flowing throughout today's live show here. We'll also ask you this question. Name a free agent you guys want to sign. Now, that's specified to your favorite team, but we can either guess by your name or your photo, or you can just mention it in the comment section. Name a free agent you guys want to sign. Will, name a free agent and team you want to see go down.
I'd really like to see the Lions make a big move today.
Okay.
Perhaps add to that defense. They lost out on Jalen Ramsey. Maybe they'll shift their focus now to Jonathan Jones. That's a team I'm watching here. The Dolphins were a team I was watching for Jonathan Jones. But now the Dolphins acquired Ramsey. They're probably not going to sign a top-tier corner this week. So I feel like Detroit, with their current situation, they feel like they want to contend next year. They feel like they can win the division next year, but they have to improve that defense. Look out for Jonathan Jones, maybe James Bradbury, a top-tier corner to the Detroit Lions.
I'll get some shout-outs here. I see Jessie Bates, the Falcons. I kind of think that one gets done today.
He's a Falcon.
We'll see. He's a blank.
Lamar Jackson, not a Falcon. Jessie Bates is a Falcon.
Your he's a blank comments are about 2%. Let's see. Bobby Wagner to the Bears.
Some would say Bobby to Dallas.
That would make more sense than the Bears. I don't think they didn't want to pay Roquan Smith big money. Maybe Bobby Okereke to the Bears since he's got
the Giants.
Matt Eberflus overlap. Adam Thielen to the Cowboys. Isaac Suimalo to the Rams. Mike Gesicki to the Giants. Jessie Bates to the Falcons. Orlando Beckham to somebody. I think Robert's a Bears fan. I think I remember that correctly. He's got Orlando Brown in there. Titans, any functional offensive lineman. They need them. That's a very good input there. Jordan Poyer to the Raiders. Let's see if that one goes down. I wouldn't be overly shocked.
They're very much in the mix for him.
Dalton Schultz to the Lions. It'd be weird to me if the Lions didn't pay T.J. Hawkinson or didn't want to pay Hawkinson and then spent more money on Dalton Schultz.
That would be a little bit.
That'd be weird. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to the Browns. That'd be a fun fit. I would really enjoy that one. And Gardner Minshew or Baker Mayfield to Tampa.
Looks like it's going to be.
That
It looks
Baker
like
one
it's going
might
to be
happen.
Mayfield.
Yeah, that big one might happen. Get to some more rumors, conversation about what's going on around the NFL. But today's live free agency coverage sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition by going to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel prepared to take on my day. Once baby Olivia is all set up with her breakfast, I make my own AG1, although today was an exception because I was up at 5:30. Thank God she did not wake up when I got up, so it did not count today. But I made my own AG1, and I didn't feel the need for the same level of caffeine in the morning, and I end up feeling energized throughout the day. Plus, AG1 empowers the gut for whole body health. Covering my nutritional base today literally couldn't be any easier. That's why I trust Athletic Greens. I mix one small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. I'm done just like that, and I like that it costs less than $3 a day. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, making it the old win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out, folks. The link is in the comment section and the description of today's show. It's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Big ups to Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's show. Let's move to Aaron Rodgers conversation here. This is still kind of the big waiting point, the big domino to fall, especially the quarterback spot. The Jets or Packers are both kind of waiting on a decision here as it relates to Aaron Rodgers' future. What do you think ends up happening? Is there anything that happens today?
I don't think something happens today. It's just weird to me, Tom, that he met with the Jets, 4 days ago at this point?
Yeah.
And we still have not heard anything. And he was talking to Brandon Marshall in a video that I'm sure you saw as well, talking about his decision. And he did, and I get it. He wasn't trying to give anything away, but he didn't really say much about the situation. He didn't seem super excited, enthusiastic about the Jets. So we'll see what ends up happening, but it seems like to me, and this is just pure speculation, I don't have any sources, but I'm feeling like he's having some doubts about going to the Jets. If the fact that it's 4 days from meeting with them, Woody Johnson, the owner, flew to California, Robert Saleh, the head coach, Nathaniel Hackett, the new offensive coordinator, and we still haven't heard anything 4 days later, something's up, Tom. Do not be surprised if Rodgers retires.
That's been some of the buzz out there. I would be a little surprised if he just retired because what's the benefit? Like make a decision already?
Yeah, I hear you.
If the Jets don't get Rodgers, I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit.
Is it Rodgers or is it? I should say this: is it retirement or the Jets for Rodgers, or do you feel like another team might be in the mix here?
I don't think there's another team. Next, I think the Packers would be
because we were hearing about the Raiders for a long time, and there hasn't been as much buzz there. Why do you feel like they're out? Just because we haven't heard anything?
I think age is a factor there, and I think the Raiders will go a little bit younger at quarterback.
Because we did hear Josh McDaniels at the Combine say that the next quarterback they sign, they want to have him there for a long time. And a lot of people kind of read that as like, okay,
it's not
Rodgers is a 1 or 2 year rental. He might not be there for a long time.
I think it ends up being the Jets, but I also thought for sure he was going to Denver. The Jets hired Nathaniel Hackett with the hopes of landing Aaron Rodgers. Denver did the exact same thing. Didn't work out. They got Russell Wilson. It was a disaster for them. So I'm kind of patiently waiting to see what happens here. And so are the Jets because if they're not getting Aaron Rodgers, they got to go pivot to option, I guess, B or I guess C if we're taking it away from the standpoint of, they missed out on Derek Carr.
Right.
So decision has to be made here soon.
I feel like if the Jets miss out on Rodgers, and I do feel like if Rodgers not a Jet, he's retiring. I don't think he's going back to Green Bay. They seem to be set on Jordan Love. They want Jordan Love to be the guy. They have to pick up his 5th-year option soon, potentially. But I feel like if it's not the Jets, he's going to retire, and maybe the Jets will try to enter the Lamar Jackson sweepstakes.
That would make sense.
If Rodgers does, in fact, retire.
If I were the Jets, I'd move 2 firsts in a heartbeat for him.
Oh, 100%.
Honestly, I would prioritize that over Aaron Rodgers because he's younger. That should matter there. So will Aaron Rodgers be traded today, or at least will a decision even be made today? That's actually the pin poll right now on the YouTube side right now. 61% say yes, 39% say no. Get your votes. We'll give some shout-outs here. Y for yes, N for no. Final answer from you, Will, yes or no?
Not going to happen
You say
today.
no?
Not going to happen today.
I feel like maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It should happen at any point, but we're still kind of sitting here waiting for a decision there. I see some no's from Greg Barker, Yuri 14, Mari Peoples, Brokov, David Ebanks in there. So no yeses at this point in the comments section, despite there's one from Exotic Soy Sauce. No from Josh Prince, too. 61% still voting yes there. Mr. Death says yes. John Garcia, GM Evan Hinders also saying no in the comment section. Get those votes in. Y for yes, N for no. If something happens, of course, we'll let you guys know. Let's hit some of the free agency moves of late, at least some of the recent ones here. We'll go back to some of the franchise tag moves, too. We mentioned Derek Carr. He, of course, has signed with the New Orleans Saints. Giants at the buzzer got a long-term deal done with Daniel Jones, and they franchise tag Saquon Barkley. Tony Pollard and Josh Jacobs, also backs who were franchise tagged before this year's deadline. That Jonnu Smith deal, by the way, Will, initial numbers seem kind of even. The actual numbers, always wait for the guaranteed money because that will heavily influence the reality. Very team-friendly deal in the end.
I think it's a really good deal for Seattle, and it makes sense for both sides. You know, Geno had a lot of success this past season in Seattle. I don't know if it made sense for him to explore other options. And like you said, when the full details came out about guaranteed money, it is a team-friendly deal for a guy that made the Pro Bowl this past year. I don't think he's a one-hit wonder. I think he's going to continue to do pretty well in Seattle. And you got to be happy for Geno. I mean, we've never seen a situation like this where a quarterback has a breakout year in year 10. I mean, we might never see that again. So props to Geno. They wrote him off. He didn't write back.
This is really basically, it's a one-year deal. If the Seahawks need to, they can move on from Geno after 1 year. They'd pay him basically 1 year, $25 million, $24 million. That's it. So it's a very team-friendly contract. Now, if they want to pick up his roster bonus, that's fine. There are some added incentives that can bump that number up to even beyond $105 million, but that was a very team-friendly contract for the Seattle Seahawks there. Gives them outs if they need one or if they want to draft a QB this year. Other more minor moves, Jonathan Williams back with the Commanders, 1 year, $1.3 million. Special teams back Amir Abdullah, 1 year, $1.75 million. Kari Blasingame, the fullback for the Bears, back on a 2-year deal. Special teams, borderline Hall of Famer, I guess. 1 year, $2.6 million for Matthew Slater. Evan Ingram got the franchise tag in Jacksonville. Deshaun Gibson, the Niners safety, re-signed late last night, 1 year, $2.9 million. Sterling Shepard also back with the New York Football Giants, 1 year, $1.6 million. Jalen Ramsey, the blockbuster trade, a third, and tight end Hunter Long to the Los Angeles Rams. That was there'd been a lot of buzz on Ramsey. A third and a backup tight end, though, is a pretty shocking deal.
I was shocked when the full details came out. And, of course, Tom, when the news got released that this deal was going to happen, we did not know the trade compensation yet. Then it comes out. I thought it was going to be maybe a second or a fourth, maybe just a second. But the fact that you're able to give up a third-round pick, and by the way, the Dolphins acquired that third-round pick in the Devontae Parker trade last year. So what Chris Greer has basically done here is trade Devontae Parker and a fourth-string tight end for Jalen Ramsey. That's pretty good.
That's a pretty impressive deal there. I do think that Ramsey got a new deal from Miami. They gave him some more guaranteed money this year and next year. Kind of tore up his existing contract to an extent. I think he wanted to be in Miami. I think the Rams were like, yeah, we want a title. We'll play nice with you and send you to a good spot there. I think a lot of teams are like, that's all it took. Him and Howard's a really fun 1-2 punch.
And Vic Fangio coaching that defense, which really struggled at times this past year, worst road defense in the league, bottom third in the league in pretty much every single statistical category, specifically third down defense. They were really bad. I don't think Dolphins fans are going to have to worry about 3rd and 18 anymore.
I don't think
when you have Xavier Howard and Jalen Ramsey as your two corners.
Some other massive deals done to an extent. Quincy Williams, the brother of Quinnen Williams, back with the Jets on a 3-year, $18 million deal. I wonder if that's going to be the baseline for the off-ball linebacker market. I think everyone should look to exceed that figure. Some of them will exceed it by a significant margin. Looking at you, Tremaine Edmonds. Deron Payne Green, the Commanders' defensive tackle, a massive deal, 4 years, $90 million. I know there were plenty of other fan bases out there who wanted to get Daron Payne on their team. Well, they ended up re-signing him, 4 years, $90 million. Juwan Johnson, back to the Saints, 2 years, $12 million, the tight end starter under contract now with Derek Carr. Robert Woods, the Texans, on a 2-year, $15.25 million. That is the really only outside free agent move done so far. He was cut before free agency, which allows that to be done earlier. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I like this move for the Texans. I think whatever quarterback they bring in, and I do believe they are going to draft a quarterback at 2 overall, probably whoever's not taken at 1. Mm-hmm. If it's not, I guess they could take Anthony Richardson at 1.
Or Will Levis.
But C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, I expect one of those guys to be a member of the Houston Texans. So whatever rookie quarterback they bring in, they want to surround him with talent. The hope is John Mechie's able to come back this year. You bring in Robert Woods. They might draft a wide receiver at 12. So this Texans offense is already looking a lot better.
We have another signing re-sign just happened, by the way. Minor deal, but we'll make note of it. The Lions have re-signed defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs, a 2-year deal worth up to $6 million. So the up to is important there. Probably some unlikely to be earned incentives that'll come back down a little bit to maybe the 2-year, $4 million range. So other reserve defensive lineman back with the Detroit Lions. John Kaminsky had an under-the-radar quality year for the Lions. He could end up getting a little bit more money elsewhere as he had a bit of a breakout season. So Isaiah Buggs, 2-year deal, up to $6 million to re-sign with the Detroit Lions. And as any other moves come in, we'll keep you guys covered here. If you are ready for free agency to start, like the video right now. We're an hour 42 and change away here. We only have 45 likes. That's a very disappointing number. That makes me sad.
Almost 300 people watching. 45 likes. Let's get to 80 likes in the next couple seconds.
So if you are ready for free agency to start, like the video for me right now. I'm not moving off this till we get to at least 69 likes.
69? Nice.
Because I'm an immature child. Very immature child. Yes, immature child with a child as well. 64 likes right now. Got to get to 69, 67. 2 more away. 67, 80. Oh, blew past it to 81.
See, I said 80,
I love
so
it.
they were listening to me.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Keep the likes coming throughout today's live show. Helps the people know that you like what we're doing, and it'll tell YouTube to show us even more people for our marathon NFL free agency live coverage. We're going to be live for a very long period of time. One player who can sign right now is Odell Beckham Jr., the free agent who didn't sign at all last year and is still out there as an available option. So the newest report from Mike Florio, Will, was that Odell Beckham wanted a $20 million per year deal.
That's not
which I think is ludicrous and
just
unbelievably insane. It does not make sense.
He didn't even play last year. I don't understand how you can give him $20 million per year.
I get asking for more than what you're going to get in the open market, I suppose, but honestly, I think $10 million is kind of pushing it here at this point.
I was thinking maybe 2 years, 20 for OBJ, if that.
I think that's more doable.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to do like reckless incentives, like win a Super Bowl, get $10 million, or like lead the NFL in receiving yards, get another 5, like that's fine. But I don't think getting just like flat $20 million makes any sense. Yeah, that's way too high.
I mean, he'd be one of the highest paid receivers in football. I mean, he's great, but he's not worth $20 million. He's not worth $20 million.
And Odell, coming off the injury, I get he was playing much better for the Rams than he was for the Browns down the stretch last year, or not last year, the year before that. Get my dates mixed up. I can't justify getting $20 million. That's way too much money. If the receiver market's bad, I get that. I think Allen Lazard is going to get like a shocking amount of money when free agency opens, or at least near it. But giving Odell Beckham $20 million is just that does not make football sense.
If there's one guy that will do it, maybe it's Jerry Jones.
When was the last time Jerry Jones made a splash in free agency?
It's been a little while.
It's been Brandon Carr. They tried to sign Sammy Watkins with the year they cut Des Bryant. That did not work out for them. Although maybe it did because he wasn't very good in Kansas City. So if they do something shocking, I know Jerry wants Odell. Not at $20 million. They care too much about their pie. And I think even $10 million might be pushing it there. So keeping that, maybe the number comes back down to earth, and we'll say it's $10 million for Odell Beckham. Do you want to sign Odell Beckham. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. Get those votes in. Spam it for me. I mean, do the Type Me challenge if you want to do that too. And that's an easy one. Let's see. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. Shout-outs for whoever gets it in there. No BJs from Joey Quigley. Wakoba, I think I pronounced that correctly. Mr. Death, David Ebanks, Go Hawks 2023. Junior Estrada, Matt Cooper. Aaron Buzzard says yes. Maury Peoples says yes. Jennifer Kruger says yes. No BJ for NFL boy Brandon. Magnus, Ryan Costenbatter, and New York Giants for life both say yes. Ray Biting says no BJ. Aaron Buzzard says yes. Brokov says no. John Garcia says no. Exotic Soy says yes, but like 1 year, $7 million. Nivek says no because his Bears got DJ Moore. There you go. Javier Gutierrez, Lakeshaw, Desmond M, all saying yes in the comments section. Aaron Buzzard says yes. Clayton says no. And Javier Gutierrez says draft somebody else. Keep the comments coming. OBJ for yes, no BJ for no. If you are not already subscribed, now is the time to join us here at Chat Sports. We're live for a marathon session today, live again tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. We're going to be consistently live here throughout NFL free agency, so make sure you guys are subscribed for free videos every single day, live shows. We'll do some winners and losers after day one, run through the tracker, and then also update the top free agents later on. So we'll have a bunch of people here on Chat Sports covering everything going on around NFL free agency. So make sure you guys are subscribed. All right, let's look at some of the top free agents. This was our video done a couple days ago. So the big one on here, I guess, is Leonard Floyd is the one not on this list, but everything else remains the same. We'll go quickly through five, then spend some more time on him. Juju Smith-Schuster, Cam Sutton, Jonathan Jones, OBJ we just discussed, Zach Allen. Will, of that first five, who stands out to you?
Jonathan Jones. I'm really high on Jonathan Jones. He's my favorite corner free agent. I think whatever team gets him actually might get him at pretty good value as well. Detroit's a team to watch for him. Any team that needs a corner should be going after Jonathan Jones and going after him hard. He is a really special talent.
Good name there. Let's get to the next batch of five here. Marcus Davenport, Jawan Taylor, Caleb McGarry, Jacoby Myers, Dalton Schultz. Same question. One or two guys that stand out to you?
I guess I'm just going to keep saying Patriots guys because I really like Jacoby Myers. Now,
okay.
The question is, you mentioned OBJ wants top dollar, so does Jacoby Myers. He apparently wants $15 million per year.
You might be able to get that on. It's a bad receiver market. He's the highest-ranked receiver that we have.
Yeah,
here.
I really like Jacoby Myers. Caleb McGarry as well, any team that's in need of a right tackle. I feel like Mike McGlinchey's been the right tackle that everyone's kind of dreaming about.
Who we'll get to.
But Caleb McGarry is really, really solid.
McGarry, a great run blocker, kind of covered up in the passing game. Taylor, kind of the opposite side, where he was much better as a pass rusher than he was a run blocker this past year. Dalton Schultz, I am wholly convinced, is going to leave the Dallas Cowboys. Keep an eye out for him getting in the $12 to $14 million range.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Chargers might need a tight end, but they're kind of up against the cap as it is. There's the Kellen Moore connection. Someone will pay him good money because it's how the market works. New guy always gets paid a little bit more there. All right, next batch of fives. Maybe some more familiar names here. All defense, actually. Bobby Wagner, Tremaine Edmonds, Jordan Poyer, Yannick Ngakoue, and Levante David. Of that five, who jumps out?
I'm fascinated to see where Jordan Poyer lands. I feel like the Dolphins were the favorite for him the last couple of weeks. You heard him talk about his friendship with some players on that team, including Tua Tagovailoa. He was at Tua's birthday party 2 weeks ago.
Tampering.
So I don't know. The Dolphins do not need more draft picks, Doc, but he was at Tua's birthday party. Mike McDaniel was asked about it at the Combine. He said, I'm not trying to tamper. So he's been linked to the Dolphins, but maybe after this Jalen Ramsey trade, them fully guaranteeing that contract, maybe they will not look to pay top dollar for another defensive back. So maybe Jordan Poyer is going to Vegas now. We'll see.
We had three linebackers on that list. Overall, very good linebacking, off-ball linebacker class this year. Bobby Wagner isn't going to be cut until the start of the new league year on Wednesday, but they can have negotiations. It's fine. Tremaine Edmonds, I think, is going to command $17+ million. Had the breakout year. He's still very young, which I think is
24 years old.
Yeah.
5 years in the league, he's 24.
This is why
he's younger than Stetson Bennett.
This is why you draft young guys. This is why age matters. Because he didn't really break out until this year. But the breakout did happen. It took him a little bit, finally arrived in a massive way there. He's going to command a bunch of money. Bills restructured Nyheim Hines, trying to maybe keep Edmonds there. David is older. he's still a really good linebacker.
Yeah.
He's kind of in that Bobby Wagner
And you're not going
tier.
to pay him as much as you would have to pay Edmonds.
And if you want to shuffle around that linebacking order, I totally get it there. All right, next batch of 5. Let's just go with Jimmy Garoppolo to start here, since that's a quarterback and everyone loves a good QB conversation. Where does he go?
Before the trade the other day, I would say Carolina. But obviously, Carolina's going to draft a quarterback
See,
now.
I never thought he was going to
Yeah,
Carolina.
you didn't think the fit with Frank Reich made a lot of sense?
I think they were drafting someone no matter what.
I don't know if Jimmy G is going to have a spot here because the Raiders apparently don't have a lot of interest. We've heard conflicting reports about that. The Jets are going after Aaron Rodgers. I feel like Jimmy G is the backup plan if they do not land Aaron Rodgers. I mentioned earlier maybe going after Lamar Jackson. I don't know how realistic that is. I really have no clue where Jimmy Garoppolo is going to end up.
I think Garoppolo is cheering in a big way for Aaron Rodgers to not go to the Jets.
Right.
Because that opens up a starting spot that really isn't out there. You know, Tampa, I think Tampa's going to give Kyle Trask a chance at least. I don't know if Jimmy G wants to go compete or, more importantly, wants the money that would indicate, hey, you're going to compete for a job. Report from Albert Breer is he wants $25 million. So he basically wants the Jonnu Smith deal. Not an outlandish ask, but is there a spot that's going to give it to him? Houston could bring him in as a stopgap, but are they going to pay $25 million for a stopgap option?
Right.
The Raiders then could make sense, but they've also been linked to a quarterback. So I'm very curious what ends up happening with Garoppolo. If it's not Rodgers in New York, that is an obvious fit to me.
Look out for the Dolphins here. If he doesn't get a starting job,
Go be a backup.
He goes and be the he goes to Miami to be the backup. Not to mention, there's a lot of connections there in Miami with Mike McDaniel.
All right, Draymond Jones, I think, is one of the contenders for. He got how much money this year? I think he's going to get upwards of $20 million.
Yeah,
maybe he sells at 17. I think he's going to get a lot. I'm a big fan of David Long. Injuries have been a problem. He had a great year, though, for Tennessee when healthy. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, big fan of his game. Safety market here is pretty quality overall. Jessie Bates will get to here in a little bit. I think Eagles are going to lose some key pieces there. Mike McGlinchey, I know not all Niners fans love him, but he's a starting caliber offensive tackle in a league that does not have enough of those. I think he's going to get a big money deal, kind of like the Nate Soldier deal from a few seasons ago.
He'll get at least 15 per year, I think.
I think it might be upwards of 17.
17, you think?
Yeah.
Chicago, maybe?
I think Chicago makes a lot of sense for Mike McGlinchey. All right, the top 5 then here. 2 corners, Jamel Dean, James Bradbury. Younger, maybe a bit better in Bradbury's side. Who would you prefer to sign if you needed a corner in free agency?
I'd go after Dean. I really like Dean. Good coverage guy, probably going to cost less than Bradbury.
Okay. Javon Hargrave, we saw what Daron Payne got, and I kind of think he's going to get a similar-ish deal. We mentioned Chicago for Mike McGlinchey. Be a great fit in Chicago, too. For a team that wants a 3 technique, Hargrave is a fantastic option. We've made jokes about Jessie Bates as a Falcon. I think he's a Falcon.
He's going to be a Falcon.
We'll see if that ends up being the case or not, probably early on in the free agency cycle. Orlando Brown. I joked he's a Bear. Maybe not so fast on that front. What is happening with Orlando Brown? Because he wants top-of-the-market left tackle money.
I think he's going to Chicago.
Okay.
I think it's possible they sign both Brown and McGlinchey.
Bears have
they have a lot of money to spend.
Bears have all the money, and if you want to go all in and say, okay, we've invested all this on our offense, let's make sure Justin Fields is our guy. And if he's not, hey, I got a future one next
draft
year.
A receiver at 9?
No, you don't need a receiver anymore.
Well, they could still use some receiver help.
I will bet you $300 they do not take a receiver at 9.
I'm not. I've lost the last bet I placed.
I know
so
you
I'm
did.
Not doing that
They have with the trade for DJ Moore, plus you have Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool. Claypool, I know, but I think they're not taking a receiver round 1. I think defense or O-line if they go defense heavy in free agency. Today's show is sponsored by Athletic Greens. We take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Make sure you guys get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. They're giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Will, I know you're a big fan of it. You try to be a little bit healthier.
Be healthier. And the great
days.
thing about it, too, is it boosts my energy. Remember how many sodas I was drinking a day, Tom?
Yeah,
I
do
gave
remember.
up on the soda. Been doing AG1 every day, and I'm still having that same energy boost that coffee and soda was giving me. It's great.
All right, that's athleticgreens.com/chat sports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. All right, challenge here. We have 472 people watching live right now. The peak chat rate is just 40. If we get to 100 on the chat rate, low bar, I will do a shot to get today's show started here with an hour and a half to go before free agency. So everybody spam me in the comment section. If the chat rate gets to 100 minimum, I will do a shot. 200, will you do one?
100%. Nothing better than Fireball for breakfast.
There you go. So spam me in the comment section. We'll give some shout outs to you. Do you have Fireball over there? Do you need a?
I think I need a little shot glass. I'll get that in a second.
Cool. I got my Jack Daniels here. All right, rapid fire on some shout outs. The chat rate's always a bit behind, so make sure you're spamming it. William, David, Claptimus Prime, great name. Cameron, Oren Frita, Shane, Daniel, William, Elite, William, Bust, Elite, Javier, El Raider, Stetzone. There's only one T in there. Shane, Mr. Awesome Guy, Junior Estrada, William, Nivek, Claptimus, Shane, Bust, Terry, Drew, K-Smooth, Nivek, Holden, Caleb, Matt, Javier, Guillermo, Clayton, NFL Boy, Javier, Drew, Mike, Exotic Soy Sauce, Shane, Trucker Mike, Casey, Sensor, John, Orn, Connor with a K, Holden, Matt, Mike, Man of the People, Arthur, John, Shane, Rico, Man of the People again, B, Clayton, Drew, William, Brandon, Semper, Mr. Awesome, Drew, Welt, Man of the People again, William, Drew, William K, Wagoba, Mike, Matt, Drew, Connor, John, Holden, William, Drew, Mike, William, Mr. Awesome, Helix, Holden, GM, Drew, Brandon, Mike, Alfredo, and Drew. Will, do some shout outs here. Woo.
Yeah, for sure.
Rapid fire.
GM Evan Hinders, that's my guy. Mike McLaughlin, Chris, John, Daniel, Mike, Caleb, William, Chris, Daniel, Drew, Brandon, Darius, Delco, Mike again, Bunker, Brendan Hellinger, Steve H., Drew again, Arturo, Daniel, Mike, Enrique, Mike again, Mr. Awesome Guy, Evan, Sergio, Simper.
I don't know if we... Oh, 252! Let's go!
There we go!
You love to see it. We'll need shots for Will here. I'll do one as well.
Yeah, I'll take a drink in the meantime.
If we get to 300, I'll do a second one as well.
Cheers.
There we go. You love to see it. Thank you, guys. See what that second update is, because if we get to 300, I'll do a second one as part of it. But I don't know if we're going to get there. It dipped down. Hey, two's a good peak there. Cheers, guys. Do you want to just do Jack Daniels, or do you want
you got a shot glass?
I don't have a shot glass.
That's all right. I'll take a drink for now.
Should have just gotten one. Cheers. Thank you guys so much. Woo. Nothing like that early in the morning. Here's our super chat menu. So far, no supers. Makes me sad. It's a great way to get on the show here and help support us too. $5, we'll crack a beer and drink some. $10, we'll talk about your team for a couple minutes, go in depth on what they've done, what they could end up doing. $20 for shots. If you want to get us hammered at 9:30 Central Time, we'll do it for you guys. $50 for tortilla slaps. You can specify who gets slapped. If it's me, that's okay as well. Sam, I know, really wants to slap me badly here. $100, beer bong, or a shotgun. You can... I'll volunteer to start, but we can go back and forth there.
We'll rotate.
We can go back and forth. So that is our super chat menu. Let's have some fun and get some supers flowing on today's show. One minor note here, I'll briefly mention it. Bills have signed punter Sam Martin to a 3-year deal worth up to... Oh, we got a couple deals here. Okay, bunch of deals. Oh, let's hit those here. A lot of older deals. That's fine. Some of the recent deals, we mentioned Isaiah Buggs earlier, 2 years, up to $6 million. C.J. Beathard back in Jacksonville, 2 years, $4.5 million. Just pass it along and I'll get it over there. That's the Jags back quarterback. Marcus Kemp back with the Commanders, 1 year, $1.1 million. Connor McDermott, I'm getting the shot glass for Will here, who didn't get fireball either, apparently. Connor McDermott, the backup offensive lineman, back to New England, 2 years, $3.6 million. Ike Bodiger, however you pronounce it, 1 year, $1.2 million. James Ferentz, 1 year, $1.2. A lot of these are re-signings that have previously happened, but it's good to mention them all here. Phil Haynes, 1 year, $4 million. Scott Quesenberry, center option, 1 year, $1.2. Brent Urban, $1.1, defense line with the Ravens. Tyler Tano Passanio, 2 years, $5 million with the Saints, a re-signing there. Tyquan Lewis, 1 year, $2.1. David Mayo, backup linebacker, $1.13. Gerard Davis, back with the Giants, 1 year, $1.1. Lorenzo Carter, a fairly significant signing, 2 years, $9 million. Nick Bellore, 2 years, $6.6, kind of the fullback linebacker, special teams hybrid there for Seattle. Daryl Worley, 1 year, $1.1 million. JT Gray, safety / special teamer on a 1 year, or 3 year, $9.6 million deal, excuse me. MJ Stewart, 2 years, $6 million to retain as kind of a starter in that safety, sometimes nickel hybrid role for the Houston Texans. That's 2 years, $6 million for MJ Stewart there. A couple other deals the Bills getting involved with here right now. Sam Martin, the punter, 3-year deal worth up to $7.5 million. $4.115 million guaranteed on that front, by the way. They've also re-signed Tyler Matakevich, the undersized linebacker, on a 2-year deal. Details not yet known on that front. In other punter news from earlier today, Jamie Gillian, the Scottish Hammer, 2 years, $4 million deal, which, it's a punter, so. Punters are sometimes people, my bosses have told me to say. I'm not really sure they are punters, but that's the updates there. All re-signings outside of Robert Woods, more action coming in just under an hour and a half here. Super Chat, $2 from Zeno saying, Jerry will do nothing but offer team-friendly deals. He's not wrong. That's what the Jones boys do. They don't actually spend big money in free agency. They haven't done that in a long time. So the fireball never came. So here's Jack Daniels for you. There you go.
Shout out Chad Jones.
There you go. So thank you, Zeno, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. We'll have Will do his shot here momentarily, and then he can pass me back the Jack Daniels. As promised for hitting our chat rate number. Appreciate that, guys. Oh, look, Zeno, I agree. It's just not going to happen. That's not. I will be pleasantly surprised and happily wrong in the event the Cowboys actually do spend money in a big time way in NFL free agency. So thank you, Zeno. There's the Jack Daniels back. Appreciate that. Hour and 20-ish to go before free agency begins. One player who probably won't have anything going on today is Lamar Jackson, because he can't agree to terms with any team till Wednesday. The Ravens, he could re-sign with the Ravens whenever. Was very suspicious to see all these teams line up and say, we're not interested in Lamar when they have glaring needs at quarterback. That is suspicious to me.
Collusion?
I think so. I think the NFL and the owners were like, we didn't like the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed deal. Sorry, Lamar, you're getting this run to stick. We're not going to do it because it would mean that every other quarterback gets it. And NFL teams just don't want to adopt the fully guaranteed structure. They really would like to avoid that, which I get, but also like NFL owner is one of the most profitable business ventures in the United States. Just do it. You're fine.
Right.
Like my mindset is, if you're an owner and you're not willing to spend in any sport
on a quarterback,
especially a quarterback, you should not be an NFL owner.
Right.
Or an owner, like this is maybe a bigger baseball problem. Don't be an owner. Like if you're cheap, you're in the wrong business.
Right.
It's just annoying to me. So what do you think in the end ends up happening with Lamar Jackson?
I feel like one of those teams that said they're out ends up being in on him. And I feel like that team might be the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons, if they can land Lamar, I feel like would be the favorites in that division next year. I understand Derek Carr signed with the Saints. I understand that the Panthers are going to take a quarterback at 1. But the Falcons, I don't know if they're sold on Desmond Ridder or not. I would not be if I were them. You got to go out and get Lamar Jackson. Now, I will say it does feel like that Baltimore is still a very real possibility.
Yeah.
Him staying in Baltimore. If no other team's going to pay him, then maybe he takes a little bit less than what he wants to stay in Baltimore.
There's been a lot of reasons as to, well, this is why it's not going to happen. I've heard teams are worried about alienating their quarterbacks. And I'm like, how about Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, and Jarrett Stidhams of the world? Like, really? You're worried about that? Come on. Like, that's not a... If you're worried about alienating them because of Lamar, they're never going to be your QB. They're not going to be mentally tough enough to make that happen. So I disagree with that theory. I've heard they don't want to do a deal for the Ravens to match, and I'm kind of like, if that was an easy process, the Ravens would have already done it. So like, I don't buy that. I think it is the collusion from the NFL of not wanting to get long-term deals done, and the same people offering up the arguments, the same ones saying Colin Kaepernick wasn't collusion either, which it was. So I am very confused by the whole Lamar thing. I thought, like, I'm at the combine. The conversation was, hey, if the Ravens do the non-exclusive tag, he's gone. The Falcons are going to swoop in, and then the Falcons immediately said, actually, we're not interested. Leaked it themselves.
It's wild.
So
I feel like the Raiders might have a shot there because we haven't heard that they're out.
There was a claim they were likely out. Then one says they weren't out. Raiders would make sense. Like, I mean, that's a fun fit with McDaniels. Yeah. I mean, we saw him have success with a mobile quarterback in Cam Newton. I think Lamar and Devonta Adams is an awesome, and Josh Jacobs. That's fun. I mean, Raiders are back in if they do that.
Waller, yeah.
I don't know if they're going to do that, though, in the end. So where will Lamar play in 2023? We're going to change our pinned poll. Aaron Rodgers' trade is over. We'll give you this option instead on the pinned poll side. Where will Lamar Jackson play in 2023? R for the Ravens, O for other. Bonus points if you comment who the other team is in the comment section. That's our new pin poll. Go vote right now. Where do you think Lamar ends up going, Will?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
I feel like Atlanta is going to say, well, we need a quarterback. Lamar's available. He is a really special talent. It's not often that a quarterback of Lamar's caliber is just up for grabs.
Hasn't happened.
It has not happened in a very long time.
Been that's out of like aging Tom Brady. But Kirk's been the biggest one that actually hit the open market.
Right. That's wild.
Kind of crazy there.
2 first-round picks. I mean, the Deshaun Watson deal was 3 first-round picks. The Russell Wilson deal was a lot of picks.
If I had been the Giants, I would have worked really hard to figure out how I could have gotten that deal done. Right. Now, the timing wasn't great for New York, unfortunately. But I would have traded 26 and 27 or 25 or 24 and 27 next year for Lamar.
Yeah. 100%.
Like if you're close, I think you should be all in. Like the Jets should be all in.
Right.
I would rather go get Lamar than I would Aaron Rodgers, just because of the age factor.
Right. Aaron Rodgers, you might get for a year. Even that Brandon Marshall interview yesterday. Brandon Marshall was like, "You're an all-time Packer, you can be an all-time Jet." And you know what Rodgers said? I don't know if I can be an all-time player after 1 year with the team. I feel like Rodgers is kind of viewing the Jets as a 1 year, 2 year stop, and then he retires. So you have an opportunity to go get your franchise quarterback for the next 10 years. I 100% agree with you. The Jets should be in on Lamar Jackson.
All right, some other comments. I see Falcons, Tampa, Commanders, Lions. Lions are a fun fit. That team is, I think, a better quarterback away, and that's not even the side of Jared Goff, who I thought played pretty well last year.
Jared Goff's solid.
But it's just, hey, it's where you're at.
What's more likely, Lions get Lamar or Lions take a quarterback in the first round?
I'm going to go with Lamar. I don't think they're going to go quarterback in round 1. Although, who knows? I might be wrong on that one. Commanders, Detroit, Atlanta. Good question from Steve. If the Texans go for Lamar, do they have to go for their first, or can it be the Browns? If you're trading the 2 first-round picks, it must be your own first-round pick this year and your own first-round pick next year. So you have to have both. So a team like the Niners can't do it right now. Now, they could work out something separately, which, that'd be a fun fit. A team like the Seahawks make it all the more appealing. Of course, they're not going to just pay Geno, but they would get to keep that Rams first and trade their own. So that aspect, the Lions also make that appealing. They would trade their own first, not the one they have from the Rams. I think I misspoke. Seahawks have Denver's first-round pick. That's why the Lions are kind of interesting. Like, you could get Lamar and keep your top 7 pick. It's kind of fun.
That's enticing.
Colts, Rams, Patriots, Dolphins, Patriots. Would the Colts make sense? I think so. I would fix that quarterback's problem. Now, it's an anti-Chris Ballard move, but I would do it.
You look at the Colts situation right now. You weren't able to trade up for 1. The Panthers are going to take quarterback at 1. The Texans are going to take quarterback at 2. I would not be surprised to see the Cardinals trade out of that spot. Maybe the Raiders take quarterback at 3. Then Will Levis is your only option at that point. I'm with whoever just said Colts. I think it was Evan. I think the Colts make a lot of sense.
All right. If you're having a good time here with an hour and 15 minutes to go before the start of NFL free agency, like the video right now. 155 likes, about 600 people watching live right now. Hit that like button. Help us out if you like what we're doing. Helps to show it to more people on the YouTube side. Get to 200 likes here. We get 200 likes, I'll crack my beer and have some fun today.
Excellent.
How about
we're
that?
almost there. We're 40 likes away.
Yeah, I think we should get there pretty easily. Yeah, I'm gonna be
Almost
worried.
600
I'm gonna
people
worry if we don't get there. That raises big red flags to me. So like the video right now. 167 likes. When you like the video, tells people that hey, we're intrigued by what's going on out there. You like what we're doing. So keep that coming. I'm gonna look at one Cowboys thing here in a minute, but like that video. 179, 83. I'm a little bit worried there, Will. We got 600 people watching, and a vast majority of you have not yet liked the video. I'm not in love with that.
10 likes away. 10 likes away.
Yeah, like that video. 190. I feel like I got a good chance there. Well, I'm looking for the next update. We're not moving on until we get there because I want to start drinking a little bit more. 201. There we go. Let's do it there. Let's talk about DeAndre Hopkins in the meantime here. Cheers.
3 words for you, Tom, when it relates to DeAndre Hopkins.
He's a what?
Giant. He's a giant.
He's a giant.
He's
Okay.
a giant. I would
I
say
like how I knew what the first 2 words were.
I would say Patriots, but here's why he's not a Patriot. It's because his head coach, former GM as well, Bill O'Brien, is in New England. He's not going to go play for Bill O'Brien. That's just not going to happen. The comments that he made about Bill O'Brien after that trade, there's no way he goes in place for Bill O'Brien again. It's not going to happen. Take it to the bank.
I would be inclined to agree on that front there. So
He's a giant.
I think he's gone. I don't know where he's gone to, though. Giants would be the ideal spot for them.
Makes a lot of sense, and you can probably get him for a 4th-round pick.
I don't know if he goes for just a 4th. I know Jalen only went for a 3. I think Hopkins is more open to going to other places. But I think your 2 gets it done.
He went for a 2nd-round pick, though, a few years ago when he was in his
but that
prime.
was a shit deal.
You're not wrong.
That's like saying
Bill
so
O'Brien.
the wide receiver trade market in general, it's in a very awkward spot because Amari Cooper went for a 5th and a 6th-round pick swap. Chase Claypool went for the 32nd overall pick. Neither of those deals make sense. So how do we identify what the proper value is? And maybe this Hopkins deal helps solidify it. He is older. I think something would need to be done with his contract at some point. So my suspicion is maybe it's the 2. The report is Cardinals wanted a 2 and a player / a conditional pick. I think that's about right, but I don't have a great feel for what it actually ends up being.
Would you give up a 2 for DeAndre Hopkins?
I would.
Okay.
I think you're getting 2 to 3 more years of quality play, but am I going to take DeAndre Hopkins or Cedric Tillman? Give me Hopkins.
Right.
I think sometimes we do overvalue draft picks of the unknown of what they could be. And my suspicion is more often than not, it ends up not being worth it. So I think a lot of teams should have interest in Hopkins. I wonder if Arizona kind of waits a little bit here to figure out what the market really looks like, let some of the big names sign, big names, and then ship Hopkins out in the end.
Right.
So, all right. We are trying to get to 329,000 subscribers here at Chat Sports. We're at 328,621. We get to 329 by the end of the day. I'll do at least one shot, if not more. So make sure you guys are subscribed. Free NFL videos every single day right here on Chat Sports. We're going to be live. We still have an hour to go before free agency begins. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in so far. Hour to go still before it starts. We're going to be live for most of the day today. Big portions of tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and more. Do not miss out. Make sure you guys are subscribed. A $5 super chat. More likely the Cowboys trade for Rodgers or Lamar gets fully guaranteed contract. Wish the Cowboys would do something in free agency for once. The answer is Lamar because they're not trading for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why, and I'm not taking a shot at you here, Zena, because I appreciate your super chat. But I've seen other people go, Rodgers, Dallas makes sense. No, it doesn't. We just did Rodgers and McCarthy together. And that resulted in the head coach getting fired because the quarterback didn't want him anymore.
Right.
That's the equivalent of getting divorced and then a year later going, maybe I should start dating my ex again. There are no kids in the marriage. Why are you going back to your ex-wife? It just does not make any sense.
You not seen Parent Trap? It's a great movie.
Yeah, but that was, yes, that Parent Trap's a great movie, fine.
It's a great movie.
Like, that was a weird whole relationship. And also, if we're basing it on good decisions made by the people who split up their twins, no. Like we're already in a bad decision-making process here.
That's fair.
So
still a great movie. I think Jack Lauder would agree.
That's fine, but we're basing on, well, these guys made the decision. They're already bad decision makers. we're already off the rails at that point. So I think Lamar gets fully guaranteed in the end there. All right. Here are all of the moves made so far in NFL free agency. This includes some of the franchise tag stuff, extensions done as well. Derek Carr to the Saints. That was an outside free agency move. That one truly counts, even though he was cut by the Raiders, of course, in advance. Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs get either tagged in the Barkley-Jacobs standpoint, and the Daniel Jones deal also got done. What do you think of that Daniel Jones deal there?
I don't like it. And I understand that it's low-key a 2-year deal. The Giants,
it's kind of a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
It's not that get-out-of-able.
I understand that, but giving Daniel Jones $40 million per year, that's just crazy to me. And, props to him. He showed a lot of promise this year. I think he has some upside. I think he's a solid quarterback, but is he worth that contract? No. He's just not. And I'm with you. I think you made a great point earlier, Tom. I think, like you said, it was poor timing for the Giants, but Lamar Jackson might have made some sense for them.
They were the dark horse, and I think they focused on the known option of actually keeping their quarterback.
That's what you were hearing at the Combine, right? Some rumblings.
Giants were the dark horse. Also, the Falcons were the favorite, and then they said they were out. So maybe not quite that one. But they were right about the non-exclusive tag being applied. Tony Pollard also gets tagged. Jonnu Smith, the fairly team-friendly deal. They can get out after a year. Jonathan Williams, Amir Abdullah. I really do like that Geno deal in the end there, Will. I think that's a very great deal by Seattle. A stark contrast what the Giants did with Daniel Jones.
Right. They can get out of this after 1 year maybe. So if Geno proves to be a one-hit wonder, which I don't think he is, but if he is, then there's an out for Seattle there after 1 year, and then maybe they'll be in a position to draft a quarterback next year, and there's some really good quarterbacks that are going to be available next year.
All right, some other moves that have been made. This is kind of, again, the early stage of free agency. Kari Blasingame resigns. Matthew Slater. Evan Ingram gets franchise tagged. Tashawn Gibson back with the 49ers on a 1 year, just under $3 million deal. Sterling Shepard to the Giants. He's re-signed for the vet minimum after coming off another injury. The big move yesterday, Jalen Ramsey gets traded to the Miami Dolphins for a third-round pick and Hunter Long. Whew, that one was certainly interesting there. Quincy Williams back with the Jets on a 3-year, $18 million deal. Daron Payne helps reset the non-Aaron Donald defensive tackle market. 4 years, $90 million. I think you'll see some other FAs try to get something similar there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Daron Payne, didn't he just become the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history? 4 years, $90 million. Washington locking him up. He was expected to get a lot of interest, Tom, but he stays in Washington. Really important move, I'd say, for Washington.
The franchise tag and quick extension is a good job by the Commanders to get that done before free agency begins. Jawan Johnson, 2 years, $12 million. Robert Woods, 15.25. I don't have the exact structure yet on that deal, but that was an outside signing. Everyone else has been a re-signing beyond Robert Woods and Derek Carr, which will change in just over an hour there. Isaiah Buggs, a deal done today, 2 years, up to $6 million. C.J. Beathard back with the Jags, 2 years, 4.5. Bunch of other moves. We'll go kind of rapid fire on some of these minor re-signings. Marcus Kemp sticks with the Commanders. Connor McDermott to the Patriots again. Ike Bodiger back with the Bills. James Ferentz, the Patriots again. Those are all like vet minimum deals, basically. Phil Haynes back with Seattle. In theory, a potential starting option at guard. They did cut Gabe Jackson, by the way. Scott Quisenberry back with the Texans. Brent Urban re-signs. Tano Passanio, the backup edge, returns to the Saints, 2 years of $5 million. They've been pretty active already because the Saints don't believe in the salary cap.
Salary cap is not real.
It's not real. You can manipulate it very easily. Tyquan Lewis, 1 year, $2.1 million. David Mayo, 1 year, $1.3. Gerard Davis, 1 year, $1.1. Lorenzo Carter, back with the Falcons, 2 years, $9 million, helping potentially be the veteran mentor for what could be an edge rusher pick in round one. They spent some later round picks last year. D'Angelo Malone, Arnold Bacady, second and third round picks last year. Edge still been a potential priority. Maybe they go corner. They let Isaiah Oliver walk. I'm curious what the Falcons end up doing. O-line maybe not ruled out.
They have some money to spend.
They do. They kind of ate a bunch of dead money last year. Now it's all freed up there. Nick Bellore back with Seattle, 2 years, 6.6. He's their fullback, linebacker, hybrid, special team core player. Daryl Worley, 1 year, 1.1. JT Gray, safety, special teamer, back, 3 years, 9.6. MJ Stewart, 2 years, $6 million. And then some punters. You can do this part. I don't believe in punters, Will.
Jamie Gillen. I do have some friends that are special teams guys, so I appreciate for the brand guys. Jamie Gillen, 2 years, $4 million. Sam Martin, we learned of this this morning, 3 years, up to $7.5 million. So Sam Martin getting paid. And Tyler Matakevich, the linebacker, 2-year deal.
Undersized linebacker, spent some time with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think this indicates anything in terms of the future of Tremaine Edmonds, but that one is certainly one worth monitoring in light of the fact that he might leave and get a big-time contract in the open market on NFL free agency. So those are all of the moves so far. Will, tell us about today's presenting sponsor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's show. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year in AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning, done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. It's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, the Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. Coming into this year, I just really wanted to get healthier, get on a really good routine, and AG1 has certainly gotten me on the right track. Taking it every morning, and I'm feeling the effects of it. You'll feel the effects pretty early on, I promise you. You're going to feel a lot better each and every single day. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Super chat from Zeno saying, the Rodgers to Dallas, that was a joke.
I know. That's why I said I wasn't taking a shot at you. Other media people push it out there. I know you were joking, Zeno.
We appreciate Zeno.
All right, Rashard Lee, Cowboys signed Patrick Peterson. I feel like this is like year 3 or 4 of Patrick Peterson to Dallas rumors. I doubt it.
He said he wants to win a ring. That's what he said.
He wants to go to a contender. I wouldn't expect the veteran to say anything else. It'd be weird if he didn't, outside of saying, I'm going to the most money available. He's made enough money in his career. I think that makes sense. He mentioned the Bengals specifically. That actually does make sense. They have a need at corner. My suspicion is Dallas is not going to add a veteran corner, and they'll want to look towards the draft to take care of that one there. Zeno, is Jerry afraid to go all in? Just take the risk. The Cowboys' organizational philosophy has been, we're going to win 7 to 10 games every year, maybe have a better year. If the quarterback gets hurt, we'll win 6 or 5. And then we will be in good shape, and we'll see if we get lucky in the postseason. And they're never going to burn their powder for a 1, 2, or 3-year stretch, and they'll always maintain those. But the problem, though, is, and you've seen it with other organizations, rosters change dramatically in a 3-year time span. We're talking a massive flip from 60%, potentially. It is a significant difference when you overhaul, when you make just your normal roster changes. So if you don't want to trade your firsts, okay, that's fine. But if you're just always aggressive, you can always free up salary cap space. So I would be more inclined to be like, the Cowboys do it fine if they would have anything resembling playoff success. And the issues that we talk about in March, in April, rear their heads in January, February. And then it's like, we warned you about this, and then we go right back to the exact same spot of, we're going to do it our way.
This is why they just need to make you the owner.
It's the definition of insanity. It's ridiculous. We have 1 hour to go before the open negotiation period, legal tampering, when people can sign. That's where we're at. We are 1 hour away from that front. Here is our super chat menu on tap for today's show. Big ups to Zeno and others for super chatting so far. $5, we'll start drinking some beers. $10, we will talk about your team during NFL free agency. $20 for shots. Me and Will do them. $50, Sam can slap me in the face with a tortilla. Something I know Sam desperately wants to do. That's $50. $100, beer bong and or shotguns for you here on NFL Daily. Let's play a game in the meantime. We got an hour to go here. Shout out your favorite team. I'll give you guys a minute or two here. I'm going to have Will close his eyes and pick the first team he sees. So flood the comment section. Put it in there multiple times. You don't have to close your eyes yet. We'll give him at least 30 seconds.
I was getting ahead of myself.
You are. Then we'll give you guys some love there. Other note, by the way, Michael Thomas has re-signed with the Bengals. That's the other Michael Thomas. I got them both. I got everyone.
Oh, come on, Downey.
Got him. Michael Thomas back to the Bengals on a one-year deal announced by the team. Now, we're going to come back to this because Stazone has thrown in a $10 super chat. Jack, do you want to talk about the Patriots? You're a Patriots fan after all. You can go to the team card.
Go ahead, expert Tom Downey.
We'll get to the Patriots here, Stazone. Thank you very much again. Every $10 super chat, mention your team. We will talk about them. Cheers to you, Stazone. Patriots kind of in a, I wouldn't say like pivotal offseason, but they have a flexibility standpoint from the offseason in terms of what they want to do, what they want to spend. Some notable free agents, again, Jonathan Jones, Damian Harris, Isaiah Wynn, Jacoby Myers. They have salary cap space if they want to spend some big money.
Right, and I think they're going to lose Jones. I think they're going to lose Myers. So corners a need, wide receivers a need, offensive lines probably need as well.
I'll make note, the needs are very flexible. Those are going to be done before free agency. I'm not sure we'll update as things go along. So it will change when players make moves, and it's you have a lot more needs now than you're going to have in a month.
And we mentioned DeAndre Hopkins earlier. I don't expect the Patriots to be in the mix there just because of the Bill O'Brien connection.
Yeah.
But maybe an OBJ is something the Patriots explore.
I wonder if I think Jackson and Jib would be a great fit for the Patriots. Like just what they like to do on offense.
I think
that's a really good fit there.
He could really do well in
Figuring out offensive line also kind of a priority, I think, for the Patriots. I think not having Matt Patricia / Joe Judge as the play caller will help. I don't love what Bill O'Brien was doing last year at Alabama, but he's better than those guys. So I don't think New England is that far away from being a contender again, and they'll always, I think, finish around 500. But Patriots are at there. All right, Daddy A's in 2-4, another $10 super chat. Let's talk about the Seattle Seahawks, if you say so, Daddy.
Bobby Wagner coming back?
That's too easy. I do think Wagner would be a fun fit. Jordan Brooks coming off the injury. I think linebacker, I don't love Cody Barton. I think it would be a fun return for Bobby Wagner and would just benefit Seattle significantly. They have 2 first-round picks. I think defense where they spend that. I wouldn't mind looking at the offensive line either. They move on from Gabe Jackson. They do bring back Phil Haynes. Poona Ford's a free agent too, by the way. And I'm curious what he ends up getting. I've always liked Poona Ford dating back to his Texas days. I know he's very small in terms of height, but he's always been a good nose guard for Seattle. And then I'm curious what happens with Rashad Penny. Because when healthy, he's explosive. He's never healthy. I would not be shocked if he's back on a cheap one-year deal, but that is now Kareem Walker's team last year. I will give the Bills credit. Kenneth Walker, excuse me. They drafted awesome last year for the first time in a long time. I've always hated their draft classes. I loved last year's. I hope that continues in 2023. What's up, Sam? So one-year deal. It's a one-year deal. So update briefly on Tyler Matakevich. 2-year deal, voids for 1 year. It's a 1-year deal then. It means the second year is a fake deal for cap purposes. From Trey, 1222. Falcons fire emoji. All right. And there's Jack goes Lamar Jackson. I thought for sure he was a Falcon. Then they leaked that they were out. They're going to be active today, though, Will. And in the next couple of days, too.
Jessie Bates is a Falcon. That is something that I fully expect to happen today. I don't know if they'll keep McGarry. Probably not.
I think they're going to try
If they don't, maybe they go after Jawan Taylor.
If they don't retain McGarry, they could stand pat in round 1 and take a new tackle.
Okay,
they could take Paris Johnson or Skronsky, whoever, and plug him in at right tackle immediately. Might make the most sense for them.
Yeah.
Beyond that, like their top free agents are Sean Evans, Mariota, Lamidi Zaccheaus. Like they'll be able to invest significant money in the open market, maybe in another receiver. If you want to pair with Drake London and Kyle Pitts long term, maybe they get aggressive at running back if they want to get wild with it. And you know what? I think
Miles Sanders,
Montgomery could all be decent fits. Draymond Jones would be a fun fit alongside Grady Jarrett. So I'm very curious what the Falcons do. They have cap, they have flexibility. That organization is getting kind of close to having to be aggressive for their own job's sake. I'm curious what happens there in the not-too-distant future. All right, make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. We're going to be live well through NFL free agency today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and beyond. Do not miss out. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Free videos every single day right here at Chat Sports. All right, we were doing this, then three $10 supers came in, so those can keep coming. So we'll talk about your team. Shout out your favorite team in the comment section. 30 seconds here. Will pick one. I will pick one after that. We'll come back to the same way and give you guys a fresh chance to do it. And then we'll talk about that team. So we got about 15 minutes to go here before free agency starts. So 15 more seconds to flood the comment section with your favorite team. I'll have Will close his eyes, pick the very first one he talks about. I will say, let's not do Patriots, Seahawks, and Falcons because we just talked about them there. So we won't do any of those teams. But everyone else on the board there. So Will, close your eyes.
All right. Okay.
3, 2, 1. First team you see.
Browns.
Okay, I'll talk about the Browns here. We got our Browns channel. Matthew Peterson, the host over there. They made the move today. They restructured Deshaun Watson's contract, a simple restructure, freed up a ton of salary cap space. They now have $21.8 million. Pretty obvious to each of them. Defensive tackle still needs an impact piece. Are they going to spend that big money? I doubt it there. Receiver, an area of concern, but maybe that's a draft selection there. Edge, because I'm not bringing back Jadeveon Clowney. You make a big deal about, they'd rather get stats for Myles Garrett. Okay, Clowney, coat more. Safety, they moved on from John Johnson. They cut him. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? I don't think they're going to break the bank for Bates. They could get a little bit of a less broken bank.
I could see Ceedee going to Cleveland. I think that makes some sense.
I think it does too. It kind of fits in that John Johnson role decently. Browns will be aggressive. I think Andrew Berry, GM, head coach Kevin Stefanski. You have Deshaun Watson. You gave up the farm and a half for him. They've got to be aggressive now.
100% they got to be aggressive. If the Browns do not make the playoffs this next year, I think Stefanski's out. So this is a really big year for this front office, for this coaching staff. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about their receiver situation right now? You think they go after OBJ? Because they were linked to OBJ before the trade deadline. I meant last year.
I was kind of surprised they went to the workout. That was interesting to me. You have Amari Cooper. I thought Donovan Peoples-Jones showed some nice things for you. Anthony Schwartz is not good at football. I am sorry. He's just fast. I think they're kind of banking on a David Bell breakout. He's a second-year player, third pick out of Purdue. Beyond that, I like Jalen Darden a lot coming out of college, but I don't think he's a real piece. Demetric Felton's kind of a gadget player. I think they're kind of in the either go big at receiver or kind of don't bother that much. And I don't know who the go big option is this year, especially in free agency. There's not.
This is not a very good receiver.
You're going to go big for Jacoby Myers, no. Alan Lazard, OBJ. I don't think any of those really move the needle significantly enough. You have bodies. You need impact. So I don't know who the obvious impact guy is there. So I think it's kind of a wait-and-see standpoint.
Right. I would agree.
So, all right, back to this one again. It's my turn here. We'll give you guys to the 15-minute mark to go before free agency ends here. Shout out your favorite team in the comments section. I'll close my eyes. I'll kind of stop it and see which one pops up there. So 15 seconds. Flood the comments section with your favorite team right now. We did, by the way, almost break the chat rate. Twice last time we did this. So that was great job there, guys. Appreciate that. So get your comments in. All right, 3, 2, 1. First team I see is the Lions from Matt Gibson, which it was lucky because I put my finger down there and I actually blocked out 2 Dolphins. Sorry, Will.
Okay.
Detroit Lions. I'm, again, curious what ends up happening here for Detroit. Cornerback's an obvious area of concern. I saw someone was commenting, Jamel Dean of the Detroit Lions.
I could definitely see that.
I'd like it.
They will sign a corner this week. Is that going to be Dean, Bradbury, Jones? I don't know, but they have got to add a corner this week, and they were going hard after Ramsey.
I don't know if they have to add a corner this week.
You don't think so?
They can draft one at 6.
Okay.
So I think they will have interest and see what the market is for James Bradbury, see what the market is for Jamel Dean, etc. Their O-line's in fantastic shape. They have 2 first-round picks this year. Tight end's a big area of concern. I know there are some Lions fans who are convinced Brock Wright's the guy. Okay, we'll see. I really like what Detroit has as a roster
Dalton Schultz
right now. See, I don't think they're going to spend big at tight end.
Okay.
Because you would have spent big on a better one in T.J. Hawkins. Hawkins is better than Schultz is. So why pay the premium for a less talented player?
Right.
I don't think that's the route that ends up going there. O-line's in great shape. Safeties maybe a dark horse area. You know, Deshaun Elliott's a free agent, but if Tracy Walker, Kirby Joseph, you always kind of want to think these days 3 safeties more than just having 2 good ones. I don't know. Sorry if Fatu Melifonwu. What you could see the Lions do, maybe they go after Jonathan Jones and play him at nickel.
Yeah.
And then you draft a corner at 6 still, because then you got Okudah, Jones, and a top free agent.
I definitely see Jones to Detroit at this point.
Yeah. All right, so keep the comments coming. And $10 super chat. We will talk about your team on today's show. Let's hit the top 25 NFL free agents. Juju Smith-Schuster, Cam Sutton, Jonathan Jones, OBJ, Josh Allen. Any thoughts on what Juju ends up getting here, Will?
I'm really curious to see that. Maybe $10 million a year. What are your thoughts on that number?
I think that's about right.
Yeah.
It's a bad free agent market, so we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening there.
You think Kansas City tries to retain him?
Maybe.
Yeah.
The Chiefs were linked to Allen Lazard, which I would kind of hate that fit. But I think Lazard is just outside the top 25 too when it comes to free agents. All right, next batch of 5. We kind of mentioned a lot of these guys earlier. Marcus Davenport, former first-round pick, did not have a good production year. I think that has kind of tanked his stock. I'm thinking 1-year deal, prove-it contract with a contender, see if he can't cash in again next year.
You think a contender is
I think you go contender.
I've seen him linked to Houston, which obviously
not
a contender.
Not a contender, but I think that makes a lot of sense for Houston because they have a clear and obvious need at edge rusher. I went with the contender of get it with better supporting cast and help yourself cash in.
Right.
Bunch of linebackers here on this grouping. Bobby Wagner, Tremaine Edmonds. Wagner won't sign today. He can't sign today. He's not going to be cut officially until Wednesday. Tremaine Edmonds, though, he's going to get it back. It's a good off-ball linebacker class. Edmonds, Wagner, Levante David, Leighton Vander Esch, TJ Edwards in that conversation. So lots of good ones. I think we'll get some big-time money in the open market.
You're going to play over-under here? $17 million for Tremaine Edmonds. Over-under.
It's a good over-under. Give me the over.
12,
slightly over.
12.5 for Levante David. Over/under.
Over.
Over. Okay.
I'm gonna go 13 and 17.5. So just barely over on those guys. Also, Bobby Okereke out of from the Colts. He's gonna command some big money this year. Next top 10 guys here. We talked a lot about these guys earlier. I'm very curious what Draymond Jones ends up getting. I think he's going to be. I think he's a really good football player. He's a much better pass rusher than he is a run stopper. But I'm of the mindset he's going to get he got how much money? Like this, I think is going to be one of your first guys who signs, and you're going to be, wow, that is a massive figure in terms of the total
you're not
contract.
feeling great about him going back to Denver.
I think he is not a Denver Bronco.
Right.
He's going elsewhere. So, top 5 here. I am very curious where Orlando Brown goes. Left tackle.
He's a Bear.
Tough to find those guys. Bears like faster players, as Harrison Graham has pointed out, but Ryan Poles was in KC with Orlando Brown. There's an overlap there. He should get a lot of money. I was surprised the Chiefs did not tag him. That was their choice. That's fine. We'll wait and see what ends up happening there on the Orlando Brown side. They're in pretty good shape. He is to get a big-time contract. I think Bradbury and Hargrave also leave, which is fine for the Eagles. They're going to get all the comp picks next year. They're going to be very aggressive, I think, from that comp pick perspective. But Bradbury, Hargrave should be getting some. We'll see about Darius Slay, too. I don't think he gets dealt. I think the standpoint of What Ramsey got will bring down Slay's market and get him to re-sign in Philadelphia long term, but keep an eye on Philly this offseason. From Clueless, $2 Super Chat. Thank you, my friend. When can players sign with other teams? Depends. In about 44 minutes, the open negotiation period begins. What that means is players can agree to deals with teams. They cannot officially sign them until Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, when the new league year begins. So you will see a deal or two not get done. They will fall apart for whatever reason. You saw it a few times last year. Larry Ogunjobi got the bag from the Bears, flunked the medical, ended up going to a one-year deal with Pittsburgh, didn't play that well. Randy Gregory agreed to deal with Dallas, fell apart, takes the exact same deal in Denver. I remember Anthony Barr a few years ago was the big one. Goes to the Jets, ends up not sticking around. So 98 times out of 100, those deals get done, but there are one or two per year that fall apart. But those are treated basically as done deals, just can't be signed formally, plus you can't do the medical standpoint there. Now, if you were already cut, so the case of Derek Carr, Robert Woods, or if you're unselect Odell Beckham, you can sign whenever. Those teams will tend to wait. Some players who are going to be post-June 1st cuts for cap purposes, like Bobby Wagner, will not be able to talk technically with teams until Wednesday. They'll do it behind the scenes. They can't sign, even unofficially, until Wednesday, technically speaking. But it's legal tampering, so it's fine. So today's show, by the way, brought to you by Athletic Greens. I'm a big fan of AG1. Both me and my boy Will take it every single day. If you want comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at Athletic Greens, go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. You can cover your nutritional bases for the day, and it's literally never been any easier. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens will give you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. It is athleticgreens.com/sports. I know you're a big fan, Will, right?
Huge fan. Boosts my energy, makes me feel really good every day. You know, I've seen the difference in the effects, shifting from having one soda every day to AG1 every day. Massive difference in how I'm feeling.
All right, we have a trade. Jonnu Smith is being shipped off to the Atlanta Falcons. The trade details not yet known. There might be some contract adjustment here. Smith, it's going to be cheap. He was a cut candidate for the Patriots. He gets to go back with Arthur Smith as the two former Titans reunited in Atlanta. There's the new tight end 2 for a team that likes to use multiple tight end sets, Will. Thoughts on this deal?
I think it's going to be a busy week for Atlanta, and this is the start of it. We're going to see a lot more moves. You know, the Falcons need some help on offense for sure, and Jonnu Smith is a guy that was in an interesting situation in New England. They had two pretty serviceable tight ends in Smith and Henry. And now Smith is going to Atlanta. So, again, full details still to be released, but I'm not surprised that we're seeing a trade here right before the start of free agency.
Jonnu Smith is due a $10 million base salary, $1 million in a per-game roster bonus. He's due $11 million and same $1 million next year. I don't think he's going to stick at $11 million is a lot for him because he just didn't play that well. Once he got paid by the New England Patriots. Full details, again, are not yet known. I'm thinking this is going to be a late-round pick going back to the New England Patriots there. He had his best year with the Titans in 2020, 41 catches, 448 yards, 8 touchdowns. In New England, he's put together 55 catches, 539 yards, and 1 touchdown in 30 games.
I really like this move for the Patriots, clearing out that cap space.
It is indeed a late-round pick. It is a 7th rounder going back to New England.
I still like this move.
I think it makes sense for the Patriots. This is a player you were going to cut. You were going to cut Jonnu Smith. You got something back in exchange for him.
Right.
Now, if the Falcons can maximize Jonnu Smith and get him back closer to the 2020 version of Jonnu Smith, it makes a little bit more sense. I don't love paying a 7th-round pick for him, and people will be mad if this cuts into Kyle Pitts' targets. Because Kyle Pitts is better than Jonnu Smith. This is very clear to me.
You could look at it like that, or you could say, okay, the Falcons all of a sudden have a really good tight end room.
I mean, I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were trying Anthony Firkser and Michael Pruitt and Parker Hesse. They like 2 tight end packages. I get all of that. But I'm of the mindset this can't impact Kyle Pitts' numbers. It probably needs to come from, like, maybe you let Olamide Zaccheaus walk and his targets go, or part of his targets go to Jonnu Smith. Because you need to up Pitts' numbers as far as I'm concerned. He's too impactful.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. After this trade, I'm seeing Mike Gesicki being linked to New England. I don't really buy that. I mean, maybe, sure, the Patriots like tight ends in general, but Jonnu Smith was not going to stick around in New England this year. He was going to get cut. Like, you're not paying $11 million for 500 catches over 2 years. That's not, or 500 yards. It's not going to stick around. So, let's grade the trade first. A, B, C, D, or F. What grade do you give it here, Will? For the Patriots, I'm giving it a...
Why not both teams?
A-.
Okay.
You clear the cap. You were going to cut him anyway. You get something in return. For the Falcons, I'm giving it a B-.
Okay.
Because all you gave up was a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
You have cap space. You add a solid tight end behind Kyle Pitts.
I'm going to go C+ with an asterisk of let me see what they do with the money.
Right.
There's already a report they're going to restructure his contract. Now, restructure typically means you take some of the money this year and push it into next year. And if that's the route they go, okay. But you would still be paying the full $11 million. If it's a pay cut, I am much more intrigued. And that I would bump that grade up. I'm not sure they're going to.
To a B- or higher than a B-?
Probably a flat B.
Okay.
If they get a pay cut done. I just don't want it to impact Kyle Pitts' numbers there. So, 7th-round pick to the Patriots for Jonnu Smith. Grade the trade for me in the comments section. A $2 super chat from Ashard Lee. Baker Mayfield to the Bucs. Been a popular rumor the past 24-ish hours, Will.
I think it's going to happen. He'll go in and compete with Kyle Trask for that job. And so he'll probably beat Kyle Trask for that starting job. And I think it's a good situation for Baker. There's probably not a whole lot of potential starting opportunities for him, at least going into next year. So I do like the idea here for Tampa Bay, bringing in Baker Mayfield, who I really like, Tom. I'm probably higher on Baker than most people. I still think he can play. I still think he's a top 25 quarterback in this league. I still think he's a starting level caliber quarterback.
Yeah, so again, the Bucs' plan from the combine, what I heard was they're going to give Kyle Trask a shot because you got to see what you have in your 2nd-round pick. And I don't think he's very good. And they'll bring in a veteran to push / backup / take over if it's bad. Baker Mayfield would certainly fit that mold.
And if it doesn't work out with either of those guys, you can draft a quarterback next year.
Exactly. And I had jokingly said, hey, you know what would be funny? Just bring back Winston. I was joking when I talked about that, and everyone laughed, but it's not going to happen there. So that is Rashard Lee's super chat. Thank you very much. Let's go more in depth now on the trade of Jonnu Smith. Welcome into NFL Daily. I am Tom Downey. A trade has happened on the hours before NFL free agency. Jonnu Smith on his way out of New England and is heading to the Atlanta Falcons, where he will reunite with Arthur Smith. Both of them formerly spent time in in Tennessee. Jonnu Smith was set to make about $11 million. A report already of a contract restructure is inbound. A 7th-round pick goes back to New England as part of this trade. You think Jonnu Smith and Kyle Pitts can form a dynamic tight end duo in Atlanta, Will?
I think it's possible. You mentioned earlier the fact that, if you're Atlanta here, you don't want this to cut into Kyle Pitts' targets. Because if anything, Kyle Pitts needs a lot more targets. I feel like he was underutilized. I think a large part of that was Marcus Mariota was not a great downfield passer. He was more of a runner and was not very good throwing the football. I think that affected Kyle Pitts' numbers this year. But whoever the Falcons quarterback is next year, Desmond Ridder, Lamar Jackson, whoever it is, has 2 pretty solid tight ends right now in Kyle Pitts and Jonnu Smith. I think this move makes a lot of sense for both sides. If you're Atlanta, you have cap space. You add to that tight end room. If you're New England, you're probably going to cut Smith anyway. You clear a lot of cap, get something in return.
And I asked for that Falcons aspect because you didn't get that tight end in New England. And that's kind of where I wanted to kind of transition to. Of the Patriots thought they had this dynamic 1-2 punch in Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry. And it did not emerge as that. And the fact that they're only getting a 7th-round pick back for Jonnu Smith isn't much of a surprise. You're right. This was a player they were going to cut. They were not going to keep Jonnu Smith in New England, I think, this year. I think he was a clear-cut candidate. They saved something like $4.4 million, something in that range there. You got something back for a player that was not a part of your long-term plans. That's always worthwhile. I'm honestly surprised someone took him. I get that there's the Smith connection in Tennessee. He has not been good in New England. Jonnu Smith was a bust signing. He played 30 games. He caught 55 passes for 539 yards and 1 score. He averaged 9.8 yards per catch. It's not good. I get that the coordinator was bad this year in New England. No one likes Matt Patricia. But to get something back, I actually think the Patriots came out on top of this trade.
I think the Patriots won this trade as well, and you clear cap in the process, and this might lead the way to them signing a playmaker on offense. Could that be Mike Gesicki? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I've seen Gesicki linked to New England here since this trade has gone down, but I think this is a big win for New England, getting Jonnu Smith off the books.
So grade the trade for me. A, B, C, D, or F in the comments. We're looking at the Patriots side here. Grade this trade. A, B, C, D, or F. You guys can vote for us in the comments section. Now, the cap space number is going to change a little bit here. It is very, I like to use the phrase loosey-goosey here in free agency, where, who knows what the number really is. It kind of ebbs and flows. Call it $36 million. Somewhere in that range is because you have to adjust for the top 51 number, so you're still paying $500,000 for your cheapest guy. $36 million. We'll see what happens with Jacoby Myers, Jonathan Jones, maybe a Damian Harris, Isaiah Wynn. The tight end room right now is thin in New England. There's Hunter Henry, Matt Skoll, however you pronounce the last name, and Scotty Washington under contract right now. That's not very many guys. No. So there is going to be something else coming. You had mentioned Mike Gesicki. Kind of feels like you're making the same mistake twice. How about drafting someone this year? It's a good tight end class.
It's a really good tight end class. Darnell Washington, maybe a second-round guy there. I really, really like him. So, yeah, this tight end class absolutely loaded. Dalton Kincaid, Luke Musgrave, Michael Mayer. The list goes on and on.
All right, so help us get our Patriots YouTube channel to 1,000 subscribers. We're at 590 right now, and I know a lot of you guys watching are Patriots fans who are not subscribed. Hit that sub button right now, youtube.com/Patriots today. All right, super chat from Kane317, Rider Elite RC. It's a mouthful. Play the Titans GM job. How would you maximize the current cap in free agency? Who would you select in the draft with your first pick other than an offensive tackle? Okay, out of the draft part, how would you maximize their cap space right now? Because they've got a decent-ish amount to make some moves. They've cut some big-time players. They've got obvious needs everywhere.
Yeah, Rand Carthen's certainly been really busy the last couple of weeks. You move on from Taylor Lewan. You move on from Randy Bullock, Robert Woods, some other guys that they have let go. So I think they're doing the right things. The question, I think, is for Tennessee is, do you completely hit the reset button? Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. If I were them, I would certainly move on from Ryan Tannehill, but they have said that Tannehill is going to be the guy next year. Derrick Henry's been in some trade rumors. Maybe you move him. I would not move him for anything less than a second-round pick. I get it. He's going to be a free agent. I get it. He's a running back, not on his first contract, but Derrick Henry is still a top-tier running back in this league. Don't pull a Rams and trade him for a third-round pick. I think you got to get something in return. But that is something else that the Titans might do to try to clear some of that cap.
Yeah, I think from a spending perspective, maybe you go big on free agent options on the offensive line.
Right.
Because O-line, I think you would agree, Kane, is their biggest need by a massive margin.
Wide receiver as well.
Yes. If you could do that, it would give you flexibility at 11 to maybe take a new edge rusher to pair with Harold Landry long-term. Maybe Rashad Weaver's your guy. Maybe he's not. Maybe you go double dip at corner because my boy Caleb Farley just might not be it. Or maybe you go take a receiver. Maybe you trade down in round one and then take a receiver. Add extra draft capital. That might be your best maximization from a draft pick perspective. Today's live NFL free agency coverage is sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and I want a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel prepared to take on my day. Once my baby Olivia set up with her breakfast, I make my own AG1. I don't feel the need for caffeine in the morning anymore, and I feel energized throughout the day. Plus, AG1 empowers the gut for whole body health. Covering my nutritional basis today literally couldn't be any easier. That's why I trust Athletic Greens. I mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. I'm done just like that. I like that it costs less than $3 a day, by the way. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. It's the old win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Big ups to Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's show. All right, half hour to go before free agency begins. I'm excited. Rashard Lee, Jordan, I think you mean Poyer, to Miami. Is he a Dolphin, Will?
He's a Dolphin.
Okay, there you go.
He's a Dolphin.
All right, Dylan Heck, Cincy taking a tight end or OT at 28. Let's see what happens in free agency. I think there's a real chance that it's a trench player. That could be D-line as well. It's a great tight end class, though, and there will be good
I've
tight ends.
seen Musgrave mocked to Cincinnati a few times.
Kind of hate. I'm not in on Musgrave.
I'm not either.
I
only played 2 games last year, right?
He got hurt. He was really good in those 2 games. Like, I will acknowledge I might just be wrong on him because the athletic upside's really appealing, but small sample size with blocking and drop issues.
I like Kincaid a lot better, but Kincaid might be off the board by 28.
He's my Evan Ingram. That's who he is.
Right.
And I don't like Ingram that much either. All right, our super chat menu for today's show. Any super chat, we'll give you a brief shout here. $5, which I owe one for Kane. Cheers. Beer cheers for you. $10. We'll talk about your team, which you might have to do if we're talking about your team because free agency is about to happen here. $20 for shots. $50 tortilla slaps. Sam can slap me. He wants to do it oh so badly. $100 beer bong or a shotgun will get the party started in a major way. That is our super chat menu. Appreciate everyone who super chats here on Chat Sports. Now, if you want to shout out, now is the time to go retweet my pinned tweet. It's, of course, a link to today's live show. Go retweet it right now in the comments section. I'll give shout-outs to each and every person who does retweet it. There's always a bit of a delay between, like, the I say it, YouTube broadcasts it, people retweet it, so we'll give you guys some time there. Go do it. Right now, I'll give retweets to every single person who does it. Give you guys some time. We'll hit the tracker here, and then come back to this. Sound good? We'll go to the tracker, then big batch of shout-outs coming here. All right, the moves that have happened of late. Sterling Shepard, 1-year, $1.6 million deal. Jalen Ramsey, traded to the Dolphins. That was the blockbuster deal yesterday. Quincy Williams and Daron Payne both get paid by the Jets and Commanders on re-signing. Juwan Johnson, back to the Saints. Robert Woods actually signed with the Texans a couple days ago. Isaiah Buggs, I had the details on that, by the way. 2-year, $4.5 million. There's incentives up to $6 million, but it's really going to be a 2-year, $4.5 million deal. Some minor moves we'll go quickly on. Marcus Kemp, Connor McDermott, Ike Bodiger, James Ferentz, Phil Haynes, Scott Quisenberry, Brent Urban, Tano Passanio, Tyquan Lewis, David Moore, I mentioned Gerard Davis, Lorenzo Carter was a somewhat more notable one. A lot of these were done in previous days, by the way. Nick Bellore, Darrell Worley, JT Gray, somewhat noteworthy, MJ Stewart, Jamie Gillian, Sam Martin, Tyler Matakevich, Michael Thomas, not that one, the safety, not that one. There are 3 Michael Thomases. There's 2 receivers. I think one of them is out of the NFL. The Saints guy and then the Bengals safety. The Bengals also had 2 Michael Thomases for a while, which is pretty funny. 1-year deal there on that front. Craig Reynolds has re-signed with the Lions. The running back Easton Stick back with the Chargers on a 1-year deal. Brandon Graham had re-signed 1-year, $6 million. Jonnu Smith got traded, a 2023 7th-round pick. From the Atlanta Falcons on that front there. So big deal there for Jonnu Smith and the Patriots and the Falcons. Also worth noting, Donald Parham, the tight end, will not be tendered by the Chargers, and Cam Jordan and the Saints are reworking that contract They're going to save $10 million on the salary cap from that standpoint. So big deals there for everyone involved. Saints are going to keep Cam Jordan. Chargers not keeping Donald Parham. Dalton Schultz, you are a Charger. All right, shout-out time here for everyone to retweet it. Mo Curry, Shamari, Apex, Evan Hinders, Abby, Jones, Pete, Chase, Jeremy, a couple different Jacks, strangely enough. Harrison, you got Trace in there. Sam, I'm going to refresh again, make sure I didn't miss anything. Marshall, a different Jack in there. I think I mentioned Mo on top of that. James, Will also in there. I'll check in on this again later, but make sure you guys retweet that pinned comment. I'll give you guys shout-outs again later on. Update on the Aaron Rodgers front. Nothing new. This was an hour ago. Now we're 24 minutes away here. Start of free agency. Neither the Packers nor the Jets know what Aaron Rodgers will do.
So there's like us, there's waiting.
Tuesday's McAfee, so maybe he announces it then.
I could see that.
Which you would hope that's not how you do it, because the team kind of got to figure it out.
Right.
But, hey. He said he wasn't holding anyone hostage. That's what he said, and now here we are. 24 minutes away from free agency starting, and I don't know what's going to happen. Not great for the Jets. So what is our pin poll, I should say? We're going to make it the pin poll again. Let's ride. Will Aaron Rodgers be traded today? New pin poll going up. Y for yes, N for no. We'll break down what you think happens here.
I do not think we're going to know anything today. I think this is going to continue to be a waiting game. And again, I'm going to reiterate this. I feel like that he's having some doubts about the Jets because he met with the Jets 4 days ago, met with the owner, met with the OC, met with the head coach, and we still have not heard anything. So he's evaluating his options right now. It feels like Jets or retirement for Aaron Rodgers is what is being discussed right now because I don't think he's going back to Green Bay. I think they're ready to start the Jordan Love era.
We'll see. It's Rodgers. The one thing I really knew coming out of the combine was nobody actually knows anything about that, and I think that is very true. I still think that is. I think when Rodgers said, "No one in my inner circle knows," or they're not in my inner circle, I think that was very accurate.
But this is turning in potentially to a nightmare situation for the Jets, and we just got some news from Adam Schefter. Wow. With the negotiating window for free agency open in under an hour, the Texans and Raiders are expected to pursue Jimmy Garoppolo. Jets could also get in, but they're in wait-and-see mode right now. This coming from Adam Schefter right now, that the Texans and Raiders are expected to pursue Jimmy Garoppolo. I think this makes no sense for the Texans. 0 sense for the Texans. You have the number 2 overall pick. All the reports are that the Panthers are interested in C.J. Stroud, and they trade up to 1 to take Stroud. Bryce Young is probably going to be there, too. Why on earth would you sign Jimmy Garoppolo?
What money are you paying him? Because I think that matters here. If you do Jimmy Garoppolo just a 1-year deal, that does not take you out of the quarterback market for the Raiders or Houston.
I could see this. I can't see them signing Jimmy Garoppolo and drafting Bryce Young. But I could see them signing Jimmy Garoppolo and drafting Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. Because I think Stroud and Young are NFL ready right now. I don't know if I can say the same about Richardson or Levis. They could maybe develop under a year under Jimmy G. So if they sign Jimmy G, which they have been a very serious team linked here, then I could potentially see them maybe drafting
all these
Richardson.
Conversations, Texans, Raiders kind of in similar spots here.
Right.
Like, different picks, obviously. Jimmy G, of course, has the Josh McDaniels connection. I would feel very bad for the Raiders fans because I warned Mitch of this. I said, Mitch, is this going to be we're getting Tom Brady, we're getting Aaron Rodgers, we're getting Lamar Jackson, and then you end up with Will Levis and Jimmy Garoppolo? Because I could see that being the outcome. Raiders give Jimmy G Sam, you're muted, by the way, a 1-2 year deal, then they draft Will Levis. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me as a plan.
Now,
not saying I love it, but I see the philosophy behind it.
It's funny because I was just about to say this, and then this tweet came out. This is turning in to a nightmare situation for the New York Jets.
Yes.
What if they lose out on Derek Carr, lose out on Aaron Rodgers, lose out on Jimmy G. What do they do?
Tannehill.
Maybe.
Not great. Not great. All right. Zeno says Jets. E. Swift says Jets. Melissa says Raiders. Mike Monday says Jets. Sebastian says Eagles. I think they're just shouting out the Eagles there. Let's see. I've got Jay Christian says maybe the Texans there. Light Game doesn't understand the Texans standpoint. Ravens from Josh Prince. They move on from Lamar. That absolutely makes sense there. Raiders from Lone Wolf. Dolphins, Niners in there. Keep the comments coming there. We're at 307 likes. Once we get to 350, it is shot time here at Chat Sports. We're 43 away. Jack, do you want to grab the fireball real quick? Thank you. Just for you, Will. I'm getting you fireball.
All right, there we go.
I know you're not as big on the Jack standpoint. So like the video. We're at 310 right now. Got 1,000 people watching. 20 minutes to go before free agency. By the way, more news. The Falcons have reached an extension with offensive guard Chris Lindstrom. Now, he was not a free agent. He was under contract, but that deal is getting done as well. So note for the Falcons, Lindstrom locked up. There it is, 350. Let's do some shots. Well, let's have some fun.
There we go.
Let's get to 1,000 people here.
What's up?
Cheers to you. Bottoms up.
Cheers.
Love to see it. Chris Lindstrom getting a deal done. I would not be surprised if this ends up making Lindstrom one of, if not the highest paid offensive guards in the NFL. Right now, it's Quentin Nelson, who makes $20 million. Elton Jenkins makes $17. Maybe it's an $18 million a year deal for Chris Lindstrom. That's my guess. Your headset almost fell off there, Will. You good?
I'm all good.
There you go.
I'm all good.
All right. So Lindstrom getting done here. There you go. We passed 150 likes. Let's pass 1,000 subscribers here, or about 1,000 people watching live right now. Super chat from Rashard Lee.
It'll be fine.
But he's going to max fee this week. I think this is about Aaron Rodgers. Also, Schefter acting like Lindstrom was on the market. He wasn't. It's an extension for Chris Lindstrom. We'll see about Rodgers. He's in a weird spot. I think the Jets and Packers would just like to know what's going to happen here.
I'm
not
telling
knowing
you, Tom,
is annoying.
This is going to turn into a nightmare for the Jets because Aaron Rodgers, by the time he decides, Jimmy G might have a new deal. I mean, this is a serious question. What are the Jets going to do if they lose out on Carr, Rodgers, and Jimmy G? Because the Titans are saying they're keeping Tannehill. I feel like they'd have to go after Lamar. I feel like they'd have to go all in on Lamar Jackson, pay him the guaranteed money he wants. That has to be the move at that point.
Can they get it done? Can they go get Kirk Cousins? Vikings kind of been lukewarm on that. But that's all getting just recklessly aggressive and missing out on your top options.
I mean, this is getting dangerous for the Jets.
Here's the dark horse idea you have not mentioned yet. Why don't you go trade up for a quarterback? Now that just burns you on Zach Wilson.
I don't think you'd be able to trade up though for Stroud or Young. You'd be trading up for a guy like Levis,
which would scare me a lot.
Well, I don't think Will Levis is a guy you can trade up for. If he falls to you, sure, but you cannot trade up for Will Levis.
We have numbers briefly here on the Chris Lindstrom extension.
Oh,
5 years, $105 million. So he is now the highest paid offensive guard in the NFL. 5 years, $105 for Chris Lindstrom. Significant money on that standpoint. We'll come back with any more news that happens, but Will, tell us about today's sponsor first.
Yes, thanks to Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's show. I actually take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition. AthleticGreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted something that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year in AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. That's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. So go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. I've felt the effects of AG1 being on it every single day. I feel so much better every single day. You'll feel the same effects. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Revisiting our top 25 free agents list. We're about 15 minutes away from the start of the legal tampering period. Who's your favorite out of those 5, Tom?
I'm going to go with Cameron Sutton.
Okay.
Now, not best because obviously they're ranked. I think he's an underrated corner who can be a good starter for you.
What about this next batch, 20 through 16? How about this? Where does Dalton Schultz end up?
He is a Charger.
You think so?
That's my shot in the dark. It is
Kellen Moore's over there.
I'll tell you what Dalton Schultz is not. He is not a Cowboy. He is gone. There is a 1% chance he's back. They're not going to keep him. All right, your turn. Who signs Bobby Wagner?
Dallas.
Oh, how I wish you were correct. How I wish that was the case. I have no faith in that whatsoever. All right. Where does Jimmy Garoppolo go?
I think he's a Raider.
You think he's a Raider? I don't know how the Raiders fans are going to feel about that. We mentioned the Schefter update there. All right. We all know Jessie Bates is a Falcon.
Yes.
Where does Javon Hargrave sign?
Honestly, I was about to say Chicago. Sam beat me to the punch. They might get 2 of these top 5, Orlando Brown Jr. and Javon Hargrave.
I could see it. Or at least if you include McGlinchey, I think they get two of those top guys. So we'll see what happens there. In the meantime, name a free agent who you guys want to sign. Sound off in the comments section. You can mention your team if you want, but name a free agent you guys want to sign here. Will, you can answer for the Dolphins.
Okay.
Who do you want to sign?
Caleb McGarry.
Okay.
You absolutely have to address that offensive line because if Tua Tagovailoa stays healthy, that's a legit Super Bowl contender in Miami with the talent they have on both sides of the ball. But Tua is not going to stay healthy unless you address the offensive line. I was saying offensive line all last offseason, Tom. They did not take it seriously enough. You did not have a consistent right tackle.
I would disagree on that.
They signed Armstead. They got
Connor Williams.
They did not address right tackle, and it cost them. They did not address right tackle.
It is very tough to overhaul 5 spots.
They wanted to run it back with Austin Jackson. He played in 2 games. You have got to address right tackle.
What's up,
because
Jack?
that's the guy protecting Tua's blind side.
What's up, Jack?
But Will, they signed the best center in the NFL, in Connor Williams. What are you talking about? Of course they care about
Will
the
hates
squad.
Connor Williams.
He cannot snap the football.
He's a guard. That's what he should be playing there. Ask me about the Cowboys.
Who do you want the Cowboys to sign?
Literally anyone. Do something. It's like poking the bear, or the guy with the stick gift. Like, come on, do something. They're not going to. I think I think we're going to get a good feel in the next hour. What happens with Donovan Wilson? What happens with Leighton Vander Esch? It's a real chance. I think they've been trying to keep Donovan Wilson. This team always low balls though. They always do it.
Tremaine Edmonds to Dallas. Some people are saying that in the chat.
They're not going to spend that money.
Yep.
They're not spending $17 million on anyone. Like, their biggest money they will give out is the $10 million they gave to Tony Pollard. That is the most money they'll spend on this year's cap hit.
Wow.
Guaranteed. There's something like it's been like 7-8 years in a row. The Super Bowl winner spent more guaranteed money on one player than the Cowboys gave out the entirety of free agency. It's like 7-8 years in a row. It's absolutely insane. So I see Eagles, Odell Beckham, Seattle, Bradley Bozeman. Not a bad one there. Bengals swap Jessie Bates for Orlando Brown. That'd be fun. A lot of Bobby Wagners in there. I saw Cowboys. I saw others as well. Eagles don't sign Odell from 2 of those. Giants sign Tremaine Edmonds, DJ Chark. I would not be shocked if Tremaine Edmonds is a Giant. I would not be surprised there. Some super chats real quick. Rashard Lee, Dolphins signed penalty boy last offseason. That's what we called Connor Williams. Called him penalty boy. All of a sudden, by the way, he leaves Dallas, and he had a handful of penalties. That was it. Penalties went away.
Penalties weren't
Go
huge this year.
figure. Go figure, right? From Stazone, Patriots address OT in free agency or the draft. I think the dark horse for Orlando Brown is New England.
Yeah.
Put the Brown
see that.
the Brown boys at left tackle, right tackle. Jack is making dirty noises in the background over that one.
You have no idea how happy I'd be if that happened. Oh, my God.
Everyone bonk Jack in the comment section for that. Beer cheers for you, Stazone. Cheers to you, my friend.
Cheers.
Appreciate that. I think they will address it pretty early. I think Isaiah Wynn's gone. A draft pick, I could see them loving Broderick Jones out of New England.
Yeah.
There. This is our super chat menu for you guys today. $5, it's beer cheers time. We'll have some fun. $10, we will discuss your favorite NFL team. $20, shots. We got you guys covered. $50, tortilla slaps. Sam is desperate to slap me. After all the snoring I did at the combine, he is desperate to slap me. $50, he gets to achieve his lifelong dream. $100, beer bong or shotgun, whichever. I'm a beer bong guy
I'm
myself.
a beer bong. Merbonga to be exact.
It's easier and less spillage. That's the route I go there. So that's our super chat menu here. Get the supers flowing. 9 minutes to go before free agency opens here. Who is... Oh, wait, that on a minute, actually. Some brief recap here of the tracker. Shepard, Ramsey, 2 big deals. Quincy Williams, Deron Payne, Jawan Johnson, Robert Woods, and Isaiah Buggs have all signed the past 24-ish hours from that standpoint. Some other minor re-signings. Kemp, McDermott, Bodiger, James Ferentz, Quisenberry, Urban. Tano Passanio, if your hand's a little bit bigger there. Lorenzo Carter stands out to me as on the Falcons side of things here, with just the big moves at that standpoint. Nick Bellore to Seattle, or back to Seattle. JT Gray, MJ Stewart, defensive backs who have re-signed. Some moves today. 2 punters, Jamie Gillian back to the Giants, Sam Martin in Buffalo, along with Tyler Matakevich, a 1-year deal. Michael Thomas, the safety, not the receiver or the other receiver. The safety back with the Bengals, core special teamer. Craig Reynolds, Easton Stick. And there was a trade. Jonnu Smith, 2023 7th to the Patriots. Falcons get the tight end.
And it is being reported, though, from Diana Rossini that the Falcons are going to rework that contract. So does that bump it up to a B for you?
Is it a restructure or a pay cut?
They said rework the contract.
Makes me think it's just a restructure, which is fine, but... It kind of, you pay 5 now, pay 4 later, which is okay. But we'll see what the numbers will look like there. And then the Falcons also have made Chris Lindstrom the highest paid offensive guard in NFL history. 5 years, 105, resetting the market at the offensive guard spot. We're going to be live all day long. When stuff happens, we have you guys covered. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Trying to 329,000 subscribers. Hit that sub button. Free videos will be live today, live tomorrow, live Wednesday, live Thursday, live all throughout NFL free agency. Keeping you guys covered. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Free videos when you guys are subscribed. Do not miss out. Join us for free right now. All right, quick question. Where will Lamar Jackson play in 2023? Ravens, where is it?
He's a Falcon.
You think he's a Falcon still?
I still think he's a Falcon.
You're going to ride with that, huh?
I still think I that's what I said when it first got reported he was going to get the non-exclusive tag. I'm still saying it. I
have gone back and forth here all over the map of like, the Ravens are going to pay him. They're not stupid. To after the combine, I'm like, he's not gonna be there. Then they gave the non-exclusive tag. I'm like, he's gone. He's not sticking around. He's a goner. And then everyone was like, oh, we're out, whatever. And that's just kind of like, okay. Now I'm back to, I don't know. I think it's a 50-50 call here. He leaves. Maybe honestly,
who's going to be the Ravens quarterback if it's not him?
They will go draft somebody. Honestly, I think Richardson would be a fun fit in that offense.
You don't think
he's not good?
He was a Pro Bowler.
I don't care. He had 2 touchdown passes. He's not a Pro Bowler. Like that is the best evidence of the Pro Bowl is a joke. Like Tyler Huntley is a fine backup quarterback. That's who he is. It is a joke. So get your votes in there and type me in the comment section right now. The chat rate record is 252. We should blow by that. If we get there, I will send out the eye emoji tweets with no context whatsoever and get people freaked out. So help me troll everyone on Twitter. Type me in the comments section. We have to break the chat mark, though, which is 252. We have 3x that people watching it right now, almost 4x. We should blow by it. So spam me in the comment section. We'll give some shout-outs here.
Yeah,
I'm monitoring the chat rate. We're going to blow by it. We're going to blow by
William, NY Guy, Derek Gell, Eli, Joe, Sports Fan, Joe again, Sunlit, Nick F., David Gonzalez, DJ Avery, Bus Gaming, Chris, GM Evan Henders, Dennis Smith, Dustin, Sports Fan, JR, Ranger, Dylan, Will, Dennis, Lions Talk by Chat Sports. What's up, Micro Mike? Mr. Friday.
You're off screen, by the way, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now you're just like totally off.
Yeah, my contacts. I need to get a better prescription.
Clearly.
Dylan Heck, DJ
Will's
Avery,
reading
Chase,
like this. He's like
Chase, E Swift, JR, Dustin.
I think he needs
I'll do the eye emoji tweet too.
yeah.
I'll do the
I think you might need the glasses emoji tweet at this point.
Yeah.
Can you really not read your screen from that far away?
I can.
If you say so. It is not updated for me yet.
Sergio, Brendan, David, Justin. Oh, come on. Are we there?
We're going to shatter it. I have no doubts.
Are we there?
I have no
Israel,
doubts.
Dylan Heck, Brendan, Chase, Justin, David, Dennis Smith.
188 is the first update here.
188. Come on. We need more.
Another report of the Raiders being in on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm going to change the headline to include Jimmy Garoppolo in the live copy.
Who's the new report coming from here?
Rappaport just mentioned it too. Yeah, the Frank Reich reports were coming. Every quarterback's been linked there. Waiting for our next update. 188 was the first one. Still waiting on the next one. There it is. We shattered it. 568.
There we go.
I will put 5 emojis in the comments section.
Everybody.
For this.
Yes. Okay.
Link is in there. 5 emojis just going in. Five are in. I normally follow up with the some men like to watch the world burn gif. As of right now, I'm not doing that though. So type me, keep the comments flowing here.
Oh man.
Someone just responded with the question mark. There we go. I'm trolling. I got to respond with. No. It's a buddy. I'm just DMing. I'm just DMing. Someone did respond with the "and here we go" gif. I love it there. Get the memes coming, and now go retweet Tom's or Will's tweet. Excuse me.
At Will Scott 44.
I am gonna get caught up while you guys go retweet his
I'll give
tweet.
some shout outs here.
I am also gonna get caught up on my own shout outs there. Brandon, and Brandon, 2 different Brandons. One Brandon Russ, one Brandon McDonald, and also Tales from the Cryptos is retweeted it as well. We are inside of 2 minutes to go here.
It's the final countdown.
Who sings that song?
Oh shit! It's Oh, I forgot.
Let's keep it that way. Though.
Okay.
Love to see it. All right. Retweet Will's tweet here as we have a minute and a half to go. First player and where does he sign, Will? Let me know.
First player?
Yeah, we can go to that
Mike
way in here soon,
McGlinchey,
too.
Chicago.
Okay. I'm gonna go Jessie Bates, Falcons.
Okay.
Followed up not that far behind by Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders.
Shout out to John Edward retweeting my tweet. I only have 1 retweet.
They'll catch up.
I'm hurt.
So you guys predict a minute to go. Now, it might be a couple minutes after, but the first outside free agent to agree to a deal. Agree to a deal. Everyone knows what it means there. I see Javon Hargrave, Atlanta. Odell Beckham, New Orleans. Jessie Bates, Patriots. Jessie Bates, Falcons. Orlando Brown, unspecified. Bobby Okereke to the Bears. I like that one, AZ. I think he is a Bear. I think he is a Bear when it's all said and done. CJ Gardner-Johnson, Eagles. We'll see. Odell Beckham, Giants. Bates and Brown to the Patriots, James Bradbury Cowboys, Tremaine Edmonds Texans, Cam Sutton Steelers, Adam Thielen Patriots, David Montgomery New Orleans Saints, Jessie Bates Panthers, Tom Brady Green Bay. What? That doesn't make any sense there. Edwards the Giants. Free agency getting started here, folks, right now. Welcome into the start of NFL free agency. I am Tom Downey. Moves can be made in verbal agreements only, starting right now. The free agency window opens. It's the legal tampering period, contract negotiation period. We're waiting for the first move. There will be deals coming in. They'll wait a little bit to, there wasn't illegal tampering. We know that there was. It's okay. Nobody cares. In the meantime, while we wait for the deals here, shout out your favorite team in the comment section. So shout out your favorite team. I see Eagles in there from Sunlit Sebastian, Dolphins, Bills, Giants, Bengals, Jets, Vikings, Cowboys, Chiefs, Seahawks, Bears, Commanders, Jets, Colts. I see Packers and Bama in there too. That's interesting. Eagles, Bears, Patriots, Seahawks, Saints, Patriots, Texans, Lions, Patriots, Cardinals, Seahawks, Jets, Colts, Chiefs, Rams, Bengals, Browns, Texans, Dolphins, Falcons, and more. Get those comments in as we tell you about today's sponsor, that is Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I want a supplement that actually tastes great, and I wanted better gut health as well. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me prepared to take on my day. I take it first thing. I don't really need it for caffeine in the morning anymore, and I feel energized throughout the day. Plus, AG1 empowers the gut for whole body health. Covering my nutritional base for the day literally couldn't be any easier. So I trust Athletic Greens. I mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. I'm done just like that, and I like that it costs less than $3 a day, by the way. Pretty good deal if you ask me, and it's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, making it the old win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then make sure you use Athletic Greens. And they're giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show, athleticgreens.com/chatsports. All right, we are 2 minutes in. No deals yet. Nothing yet. So, who will be the first player to sign?
It will be, I'm still going to say McGlinchey, but I think Jessie Bates is right there. I think we're going to learn something pretty soon about Jessie Bates. The Falcons have money to spend.
Yeah.
They're going to be aggressive. The Falcons have already been aggressive today.
They have. They traded for Jonnu Smith, and they extended Chris Lindstrom, which is pretty interesting on that front there. ERFA, Broncos center, Corliss Waitman, the punter, no one cares. That does not count. Again, you cannot legally sign yet, but you can agree to deals. And there is almost always one deal that ends up falling apart. I see Kareem Hunt, Chase Edmonds, OBJ, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Jimmy G, Jessie Bates, Jordan Poyer, OBJ, Orlando Brown. We'll see what happens here. In the meantime, here's what happened entering today. And there are some moves from previous days as well, but we'll recap it all here. Sterling Shepard, 1 year, 1.16. The Jalen Ramsey trade went down yesterday. That was a fun time for Dolphins fans. Not so much for Rams and other teams. Quincy Williams, the Jets are re-signing, of course. A lot of these are all re-signings here. Deron Payne back on a 4-year, $90 million deal. Isaiah Buggs, 2 years, $4.5 million, up to $6 million. Robert Woods, Jawan Johnson, Beathard had re-signed previously. Other names, we'll go very quick here because these are all previous deals, all very cheap too. Marcus Kemp, McDermott, Ike Bodiger, James Ferentz, Phil Haynes, Scott Quisenberry, Brent Urban, Thano Passanio to the Saints, Tyquan Lewis back to the Colts, David Mayo, Gerard Davis, Lorenzo Carter got some nice money from the Falcons. They've been active in the first couple call it days at that point then. Nick Bellore to the Seahawks, Darryl Worley to the Ravens, JT Gray, MJ Stewart as well. Punters, Jamie Gillian, Sam Martin, re-signing before the legal tampering period, but it's a re-sign, so those guys can do it whenever. Tyler Matakevich back on a one-year deal. The safety, Michael Thomas, back with the Bengals as well. Craig Reynolds, back to the Lions. That is the running back. Easton Stick, back to the Chargers. They are not tendering Donald Parham, by the way. Keep that in mind. Brandon Graham to the Eagles. Jonnu Smith to the Falcons in a trade. They give a 7th-round pick to the Patriots. And Chris Lindstrom, now the highest paid guard in the NFL on a 5-year, $105 million extension. Not a new, he was not a free agent. Schefter lied to you. Extension on that front there. So, bosses said, Will, got to turn on sub-only chat. So if you want to comment here for the next, really throughout free agency, you got to be subscribed. That's to help avoid the bots and the trolls and the spammers. Helps out a little bit there, but bosses said we're on sub-only chat. If you are subscribed, then type in sub. If you type in sub and claim to not be subscribed, then you are a liar. So, don't lie. Don't lie. Lying is bad. You want to give some shout-outs here, Will?
Yeah, we got Melissa. She's sub. Cody Lucas, Hayden Noah, JR, Bruss Gaming, Shannon, Barkley, Swervo TV, Evan Thompson, RC Plane Builder. RC Plane's a great app. William Tate, Light Gaming, Crandall, Michael McLaughlin, JR again, Tristan, Alex Scott, are we related? Ghostman Rob, Junior Strada, Dylan
Wouldn't
Heck.
you know?
I do have a cousin named Alex, but different other side of the family. So
Okay,
last
so
name's not Scott.
Not named Scott.
JG, E Swift, Light Gaming, Adam Carpenter, Matt Cashman Jones, Dustin Green, It's Stingley, is that Derek? John Farmey, Evan Hinders, GM Evan Hinders to be exact, Nicholas Jones, John Fahey, E Swift, How About Them Niners, Bang Bang Niner Gang, shout out Chase Sr., John Famey, Crystal, David, Bust, Crow, the Virginia Seahawks fan, I'm guessing, from Virginia, Joseph Paz. Got a lot of people watching. Almost 2,000 people watching here, Tom, as free agency gets rocking and rolling.
No deals yet. 6 minutes in, it is fraudulent activity by the NFL to avoid tampering.
Yes.
Once the first one comes, I think there will be a floodgate of moves. Because these deals are basically done. This is not a, there's no deal really done yet. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. New update, by the way, from Diane Rossini about the Buccaneers. They've shown interest in both Baker Mayfield and Jacoby Brissett. 2 quarterbacks who would compete with Kyle Trask at the quarterback spot.
Very interesting. If I were them, I'd sign Baker for sure. I think Baker's the better option there. But Jacoby did have a really good season in Cleveland.
He played well.
So I think those are 2 guys that want starting jobs. But are those starting opportunities going to be there? Maybe not.
Brissett seems to have kind of locked himself into the short-term starter that eventually gets replaced. Right. And I think that's a good role for him.
Not a bad job.
And it keeps things locked in.
How much do you think those guys are going to get here, Tom?
Couple million?
Yeah.
I would wonder if...
Similar to Mariota deal last year?
I think Jacoby gets more here.
Really?
In the end. I do. I think he's a more stable option. Like Baker's upside, because first overall pick is like, ooh, maybe he could be really good. But I also don't know if he's going to be really good.
Right.
And I kind of think he just is what he is. So we'll keep an eye on Tampa. If you're having a good time here on today's live coverage, we're at 469 likes. That's nice. Like the video though. Let's blow past 469. Can we get to 669? Got about 2,000 people watching live right now. I would hope that we'd be able to. So like the video if you're having a good time here. We will be live all throughout today's free agency timeline. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday as well. There will be plenty of things eventually happening. Because I know that we're waiting on Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, but there will be moves here. Maybe the 10-minute mark, the 15-minute mark. I am surprised that no one's made a move yet. We're almost 10 minutes in here.
You made a good point earlier. The fact that, teams are scared of tampering now. Look what happened to the Dolphins. They don't have a first-round pick this year. That they don't want to make a signing 9 minutes after the tampering period opens. They might want to wait a little bit. I think you had a good point. I'm trying to give you props,
That's what's
Tom.
happening, but it's also dumb because we know 10 minutes in, specific money details agreed to. It's not how contracts work.
Right.
You don't get a contract done in 10 minutes. So it's fine. Let's just move along here and let's get going. Here's our Super Chat menu on tap for today's show. $5. Couple beer cheers for you guys. We'll have some fun. Get a little.
We're both drinking a Coors Light today, Down.
Yeah,
Love to see it.
Yeah, it's
I'm
nice.
a big Coors Light.
$10. We will talk about your team. $20. It is shot time. Me or Will do a shot. $50. And Sam wants it oh so bad. He wants to slap me with a tortilla because I snorted the combine. He wants to slap me super bad. Don't let his dreams just be dreams. Make them a reality. $50 for him to slap me. $100, beer bong and or a shotgun. We'll do that and get really. And you know what? For $100, I'll make it a jungle bong.
All right.
We pour some Jack Daniels in there and we start slurring words like Drake Lololum. Will, how about you walk us through as we wait for a move here?
Yeah.
The top NFL free agents. We've gone through this before. Who stands out on this list? I will make note Leonard Floyd not on here, but he would certainly count.
Yeah, 2 receivers on this batch of right here, 25 through 21. You got Juju Smith-Schuster. I expect him to get somewhere in the range of $10 million per year. Kansas City might have interest in bringing him back. OBJ, he's one of the big names here on our list. I think Dallas still a possibility. I think Cleveland's still a possibility. He's looking for $20 million a year. I don't think he's going to get that. My favorite out of these 5, though, Jonathan Jones. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber corner wherever he goes.
All right. I'm looking at the offensive linemen on this list. Jawan Taylor, Caleb McGarry. I could see one or both of them getting significant money. There are not very many starting quality offensive linemen. There's 2 of them. A couple linebackers. I think this is a really, really good off-ball linebacking core here between Bobby Wagner, between Tremaine Edmonds, Levante David Long in there too, others, Leighton Vander Esch and more. It is a really good off-ball linebacking group. I think some of these guys could get a lot, and I mean a lot of money. All right, the Falcons, or we'll get to the Falcons here in a little bit. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Draymond Jones, I think he's going to get the bag. I think he's going to get almost $20 million. I think he's going to be expensive. Mike McGlinchey. We've talked about Jimmy Garoppolo. The Raiders and the Niners have been, or not the Niners, excuse me, the Texans have been heavily linked to Jimmy Garoppolo. You think he's a Raider, Will?
I do.
He's a Raider? All right. You think Jessie Bates is a Falcon still?
I do.
We've still been.
I think McGlinchey might be a Bear.
We've been waiting on those. I think you're right on both of those moves. It's a wait and see to figure out when that happens there.
Well, Mike McGlinchey said he wants to take care. Oh,
2 moves. We have action. Neither signing on the outside, so it's re-signings only still. Keith Smith, the fullback, is back with the Atlanta Falcons on a 1-year deal. That's probably going to be pretty cheap. Details not yet known on that standpoint. So Keith Smith re-signing with the Atlanta Falcons on a 1-year deal. And Jonathan Jones off the market. He is back with the New England Patriots.
I did not see this coming.
2-year deal, contract details not yet known. Jamel Dean, James Bradbury are happy. Those are re-signings. So the first outside free agent move still up for grabs. Has not happened yet. So Jones back.
I'm stunned right now.
Do you want to guess the money he got? 2 years for total?
2 years for. I'm gonna say.
I have my figure.
I'm gonna say 2 years for $30 million.
I was gonna go 2 years, $29 million.
Okay,
so we're in pretty
range.
similar spots there. We'll see what it
I
means.
would.
Shorter deals.
I am shocked right now. I am shocked.
Shorter deals mean less average per year because you can't backload it.
Man, what is Detroit going to do now? Because I was expecting Detroit to be in on Jones. They were in on Jalen Ramsey, the runner-up to Miami.
Again, I think they're going to draft a corner.
Yeah, you might be right
That's
at this
been
point.
my guess.
You might be right at this point.
All right, super chat time from Mike Ladzima. Texans got to trade for C. Young, Khalil Mack, or Darius Slay. I assume that's Chase Young. Khalil Mack or Darius Slay.
Well, Darius Slay does live in Houston because there was a cryptic tweet from Slay the other day that was like H-Town, and everyone's freaking out. He's like, no, I live in Houston. So I don't know. We'll see. The Texans certainly have the draft capital to get a big deal done.
I don't think you're going to see Chase Young get dealt. Khalil Mack just got restructured, so he's sticking around. Darius Slay, though, maybe. All right, from Pandemonium ad. It's all merged together in one. I can't really read it very well. Pandemonium bad. That's what it is. Seahawks, please. What should we do at number 5 and number 20? Are you taking a quarterback at all at 5?
No, absolutely not.
No?
Will Anderson might be on the board there. You should take Will Anderson if he's available. Will Anderson is a generational talent.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Why not?
Is he better than either of the Bosas?
I think he can be just as good.
Is he a better prospect than either of the Bosas? I think the answer is no.
They're both really good.
I like Anderson a lot, but if we're talking generational, we're talking like he is the best edge in years. And with the Bosas there, I don't think that qualifies.
Austin Eckler requesting permission to speak with other teams.
Yeah, we'll be patient.
Sorry.
More on the Seahawks here. I think you're looking defense early. I think the ideal outcome is like edge defensive line in some order.
Yeah.
Round 1, you could go corner. Probably not go corner there. I wouldn't rule out receiver, dark horse in the back end of that first round. But I think defense is going to be their big priority standpoint here, which I think certainly makes sense. All right, update on Austin Eckler. Then we have our winner on the first signing. Eckler is requesting permission to speak with other teams about a trade after contract talks did not progress very well. So Eckler wants out of L.A. because of contract negotiations. So that would potentially be a Bijan Robinson destination around if they trade Austin Eckler. At his age, I'm not sure who's going to bring on big money for Austin Eckler. I would wonder if those negotiations don't go the way that they think it's going to end up going when it's all said and done. So Eckler has requested trade permission. We'll see if that gets granted or not. It is very much a wait and see standpoint.
What do you think his
here.
trade value is?
3rd.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I like him a lot. I hear you, but
he's an older back. That's the issue,
Yeah.
right? He's an older running back, which I think makes
could you
things
acquire him for a 4th?
maybe. But running backs just get phased out so quickly; it makes things tricky to organize there.
I think Miami's a team to watch there.
He'd be a good fit.
They're not going to have any picks.
He'd be a good fit. All right, so where will Austin Eckler play in 2023? Let me know in the comment section. You guys can sound off there. I'm going to bet he sticks with the Chargers when it's all said and done. That'd be my guess. While your votes come in, we have the first outside signing. TJ Edwards is heading to the Chicago Bears. The off-ball linebacker cashes in a 3-year deal. Details not yet known. So that is our first signing. Chicago gets things going, and hopefully things get more movement in the near future. Eagles lose Edwards to the Bears, 3-year deals. I'm betting or maybe around $30 million. Somewhere in that range is going to be my guess on that front. First deal, maybe I'm under it because that always comes in expensively. So Edwards is a Bear. There is their Roquan Smith replacement, a new starter. Thoughts on this deal here, Will?
Yeah, Chicago's going to have a big week. They're going to be aggressive. They have the most cap space in the entire league. I thought that maybe a offensive lineman would be the first person they sign here in free agency, but they go with T.J. Edwards, who's one of the better linebackers on the market. Oh, they're obviously not done. But, yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a really big fan of this signing.
So 3-year deal.
159 tackles this past year.
Very productive. We'll have to wait and see what the money looks like. That will come in, I'm sure, in the near future. I think there's some, we're waiting to make it look like we didn't tamper, blah, blah, blah. So Edwards is the first and only outside free agent signed almost 20 minutes into NFL free agency. In the meantime, Austin Eckler, this always something, right? Like right when free agency begins, there's always something going on. Eckler, who wants a new deal from the Chargers, has not gotten that so far. He has now requested permission to talk about a trade. Where do you think Eckler ends up? Is it in LA or does he go somewhere else? You guys vote in the comment section. Will, I want to hear your
the
thoughts
Dolphins
here
are about to trade for him for a 7th-round pick.
You just put that for every player. Where do you actually think he goes?
I'm serious.
You think he's a Dolphin?
I do think he's a Dolphin. I think it makes a lot of sense. Look, I don't think at this point, I don't know if trading for Derrick Henry is realistic.
I don't think that's happening, period.
So Eckler, and look, you have Josh Jacobs with the tag. Saquon got tagged. Tony Pollard got tagged. So the top 3 free agent running backs all tagged. So you're a little bit limited with that market and free agency. I think the trade might make some more sense here for Miami.
we'll see what ends up happening with Eckler. I'm always hesitant to say, yes, it'll happen, because we've seen before, player requests trade, market isn't great. And
the Bills are a team to watch as well here. They need a running back.
They've invested a lot in running back here. Some shout-outs here. Patriots, Bengals, Bills, Miami. There you go. Yes, Edwards is a Bear. Bottom of your screen. That's in there. Just discuss that one. Patriots. I'd be a little surprised whenever the Patriots there. He'd be a good fit, but it's not their MO. Bills. Eckler has asked out. Numbers, by the way, on TJ Edwards. 3 years, 19.5. I was way off on that one. I was way under what I thought he was going to get.
Wow.
That's actually a pretty good deal for the Bears.
Really good deal for Chicago.
$12 million guaranteed, 3 years, $19.5 million in total for TJ Edwards. It's not that bad. I thought it might be a little bit higher. Came in just a little bit lower on that standpoint. So that's a fair deal.
Yeah, that's an absolute
deal. We're going to be live all throughout NFL free agency, so make sure you guys are subscribed. News happens. We're going to break it down here live. We'll have winners and losers, a tracker cut later on today. Be live again tomorrow. Non-stop, round-the-clock NFL free agency coverage here. Make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Free videos every single day here. Let's play a game while we wait for anything to happen here signing-wise. Shout out your favorite team, and we will talk about them. Now, we'll give you guys a minute-ish or so, but shout out your favorite team, all 2,000 of you here. We will give you guys a shout-out. So get that in, your favorite team, and we're going to get some we'll get some shout-outs here. Broncos, Chiefs, Steelers, Raiders. I see those coming in. 10 more seconds, and I will have you close your eyes.
Yep.
And shout out the first team in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Giants. Okay. They've been active leading up to free agency. They've re-signed guys like Sterling Shepard. They kept Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, and they have more money to get things done here. They've got 16.5. That number is very fudgeable. I'll use it. Julian Love, we'll see if that ends up continuing to be the case as a re-signing. O-line, receiver, also areas of concern. So what move will the Giants make if they make one today, Will?
They make one today. I could see Mike Gesicki going to New York. I think that might make some sense. Tight ends in need there. They need some more weapons for Daniel Jones.
Linebacker for them.
Yeah, linebacker as well. TJ Edwards off the board, though, which is going to be interesting. Now, there was a report that just came out about some guys that the Giants are targeting here. Let's see what Marshall Green has to say about this. So Jordan, is it Renan saying Jermaine Pratt, Bobby Arike, Drew Tranquill. Excuse me. Are some guys that they're targeting there. And then OBJ, Nelson Aguilar, Irv Smith, some names to watch for the Giants.
So linebackers, receiver, and a tight end. That all makes sense there.
Right.
All right, my turn to shout out your favorite team. I will we'll get that in a little bit here. First team we see, again, get the comments in there. I will close my eyes for starting in 10 seconds for a couple seconds here, and then we'll pick and we'll talk about them there. Hit the supers that have come in too. 3, 2, 1. Let me actually freeze the screen. There we go. Broncos from Isaiah Garcia.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Thanks, Russ. I'm very curious what Denver does in the first Sean Payton offseason. There's been whispers of, they might trade Sutton or Judy, and I think Sutton might make some more sense there. Dalton Reisner's a good free agent who's out there. I think Payton is going to want to reform this roster in his own image. I think there could be some major moves, maybe not today by Denver, but in the next week, I think Denver's going to make some splash moves that maybe we aren't expecting. All right, news from Diana Rossini of ESPN. The Bears are targeting right tackle Mike McGlinchey. Two sides are talking, hoping to get a deal done. This does not surprise, I think, any of us. This was an
my
expected
first free agent guess right here. Mike McGlinchey, Chicago, makes a lot of sense.
You had the right team.
Right.
Just not the right player.
Right. So Chicago's going to be aggressive this week. They have more cap space. They need other team in the league, and I think you got to protect Justin Fields, improve that offensive line significantly. Mike McGlinchey probably going to command a lot of money, but the Bears can afford him.
Yeah.
So
nothing official on this standpoint. I would expect this gets to be a very long deal with big money. That would be their new right tackle. In theory, Braxton Jones stays on the left side, and now they're in good shape there. McGlinchey and the Bears had been linked pretty heavily. Nothing official, but that one does appear to be getting done in the near future. Will? What's about today's sponsor?
Absolutely. Thanks to Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's show. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition. AthleticGreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year on AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. That's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. So go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. I felt so much better every single day taking AG1 daily. You'll feel the same. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Tom, taking a look at some moves that have happened so far today. Teams are going to continue to be aggressive. We still have not seen a whole lot of moves take place since the tampering period began.
25 minutes, we have one outside
right.
signing. I call shenanigans. It's ridiculousness. Some of the moves that happened really while we've been live for 2.5 hours here. Craig Reynolds re-signed to the Detroit Lions. Easton Stick back with the Chargers, a backup quarterback option. Older move, but did happen. Brandon Graham goes back to Philadelphia, 1 year, $6 million. The Jonnu Smith trade, the Falcons have been active early and often. They trade a 7th-round pick for Jonnu Smith. Patriots, of course, get that pick back. They then extended Chris Lindstrom, making him the highest-paid offensive guard in the NFL. Keith Smith back on a 1-year deal as the fullback. I'd say the biggest surprise so far, Jonathan Jones re-signs with New England. Details not yet known. We'll wait and see on that standpoint here for the Patriots. TJ Edwards, 3 years, $19.5 million, $12 million of that is guaranteed. It's a pretty good deal for the Bears. That came in lower than what I thought it might. Helps to set some of the linebacker market, I suspect. Barely beats out Quincy Williams. His deal with the New York Jets on his re-signing. They've been linked to Mike McGlinchey heavily. And speaking of offensive linemen, the Bucs are exploring a Shaq Mason trade. That does not surprise me. We've put him on our trade candidate list in the past. The Bucs tried against the cap. He's an older guard, can still help. I think there will be interest there to an extent. I would not rule out him getting cut potentially because you don't hear the leak of a trade until after the trade talks have already gone on, and there probably hasn't been the level of interest that the Bucs have been searching for in Shaq Mason. Where do you think he ends up here?
Maybe Tennessee.
I think it'd be a great fit.
Yeah,
it'd be a bit of an aggressive
need some
move.
Offensive line help.
I wouldn't rule out Denver either as a possibility.
Right.
I could see that being a path they end up pursuing. So we'll see about Shaq Mason. We're also still waiting, and might continue to be waiting on Aaron Rodgers as the Jets and Packers don't know what he's doing, which is interesting.
Exactly. I know he likes Jeopardy. We're waiting.
He said he wasn't holding anyone hostage. Here we are. Free agency's open, technically speaking, and there's no update. And McAfee said that he doesn't know either. So
you say he's going on McAfee tomorrow?
He's on Tuesdays, right?
Yeah.
So I would assume he's there tomorrow. It's not every week. I mean, I would assume he's going to go on there at some point. Yeah. So
we'll definitely hear the decision on McAfee.
I don't know.
I don't
know if that's the case.
Jets and the Packers might hear the decision on McAfee.
We'll see. We'll see. So Rodgers, wait and seeing on Rodgers. I don't know at a certain point they got to make him, like, he's got to make a decision. Like, at that point, he's holding two teams kind of hostage a little bit. It's not fun. And they both, like, what happens, like, if you're Rodgers and you're the Jets, you're like, whatever, we're done. This is annoying. This is how it's going to be. We're not going to deal with it. What happens if they move on? Does he just go back to Green Bay?
I think Green Bay's ready to move on.
I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. So, all right, Lamar Jackson, meanwhile, two different spectrums, right? Oh, we'll wait for you, Aaron. It's okay. We'll wait for you. Lamar, we can't wait because it ties up our cap. It's very weird. Both situations are weird for different reasons. I think there is still collusion against Lamar from the NFL. And not because it's Lamar, because he wants the fully guaranteed deal. And teams do not want that. And that scares them, which I think is kind of dumb.
When you just hear all these QB-needy teams leak, we're out on Lamar Jackson. The Falcons from their official account tweeted out. It's weird.
Go get your quarterback. Like, if you're worried about, we don't hurt Sam Howell's feelings, come on. Get over it. All right, new pin poll coming in here. Better quarterback, R for Aaron Rodgers or J for Lamar Jackson? Right now, which one would you rather have on your roster? R for Aaron Rodgers, J for Lamar Jackson.
It's got to be Lamar Jackson.
Neither guy had their best year last year. Well, he's been banged up. Are you worried about the injuries for Lamar at all? Are you concerned about him being able to stay healthy?
A little bit.
He's a runner.
He's only played in 24 games the last 2 years.
Yeah, he's missed time.
Yeah, that is a concern.
Although Rodgers is older, he's coming off a down year too.
That's the thing. It's like, if I get to, obviously have to give up more to get Jackson, but Jackson could be your guy for the next 5 to 10 years. Aaron Rodgers might have 1 or 2 years left, if that. He might retire. That's a possibility.
Maybe you stretch to 3. But in theory, if you're getting Lamar, you're getting him for 7, 8, 9, whatever it is.
Right.
So that is the pin poll right now. Rodgers or Lamar Jackson, please go vote. We've got 59% early numbers here talking about Lamar, 60% on that. I see a lot of J's in there from It's Stingley, Justin, Light Gaming, Tales from the Cryptos in there, Justin Mather, R from CL MVP, from XD Gamer, K Dubs 27, E Swift, Seahawks fan says J, Cashman Jones going with Lamar, Michael O'Laughlin says J, Jason Tatum is in the live chat right now. He says J for Lamar Jackson. Abe Lincoln, going to leave it at that, says J. And I heard the back half of that. That's really mean. I think the Jays are winning in both the comments and the pin poll because 62% are going for Lamar Jackson. Now, if you want your favorite team to make some moves, like the video. That is a shot at the Cowboys, by the way. So like the video right now. It is backed by science. If you like it, your team is more likely to start making some moves and wheeling and dealing and upgrading their roster with the start of NFL free agency now here. So like that video for us right now. We should be able to blow by 1,000 likes in the near future. It's kind of sad we're not there with well over 2,000 people watching live right now. When you guys like the video, we are more likely to be shown out there in the open market, and we continue to grow. So help us out here at Chat Sports. It's free. It's easy to do. Like the video. You guys want your team to start making some moves here on NFL free agency. From Skit Scat, $5 super chat. Talk about our boys, Tommy. They have to do something to talk about them here. I am unconvinced they're going to because they haven't done anything in the first week of free agency in a long time. So one day, maybe, last I checked, the yacht was in the Bahamas or the Caymans.
Were we on Yacht Watch? One. I remember that a few years ago, right? Yacht Watch?
They just weren't in town. They always go on vacation because it's spring break.
Right.
So they take the grandkids, which
oh, fun.
No, you have a job to do. No, it annoys me. So I don't know if they're still there, but last I checked, that's where the boat was at.
Well, didn't they do the draft from the yacht or something?
The yacht, that's
what I thought. Yeah.
Which was fun. But all right, from Vikings Elite, Vikings cut Cook and trade Harrison Smith for Austin Eckler. I don't know if the Chargers would do that. because I will make note the Chargers are going to pursue John Johnson III on that note, which then wouldn't make sense for Harrison Smith. That would be a Brandon Staley reunion, though. So I don't think that's the route the Vikings end up going. I would also say this. If you're not going to pay Dalvin Cook, I am uncertain if you then want to pay Austin Eckler. Kind of defeats the purpose a little bit on that standpoint there. So, all right, here's our Super Chat menu. 34 minutes in. One signing. Get it together, NFL. We can have some fun, though. $5, beer cheers. This is for you, Skit Scat. $10, talk about your team. $20 for shots. $50, Sam wants to slap me oh so bad. Do you want to slap me bad?
I think most people would.
Oh, okay. See that now you accuse me of being mean and say most people want to slap me. That's meaner than everything I've said.
I think if anybody gets a chance to slap anybody, that sounds like fun.
Whatever. $100. I will make it a jungle bong. Pour some Jack Daniels in the beer bong and pound it. All right, $5 right on cue from depressed Cowboys fan. Where do you think Austin Eckler could end up since he requested a trade? Will says Dolphins, not Dolphins. Where does he end up? If not back in LA.
He's going to the AFC East.
At a certain point, the Bills have to stop investing in a back, right?
Yeah.
They've done James Cook, Nyheim Hines in a trade, technically speaking. They've done Zach Moss, Devin Singletary. How many more backs are they going to acquire with somewhat premium draft capital?
You know what
That's a lot of investment.
You know what you're getting in Eckler. He's a great player.
It's fair.
25 touchdowns the last 2 seasons.
I would agree with that. I am unconvinced he ends up getting moved. I would not be shocked if he's stuck around and finds that the market is not what he thinks it is. That's my suspicion on that standpoint there. Let's recap the moves of the day, at least so far. Craig Reynolds, a 1-year deal, back with the Lions. Same with Easton Stick and Brandon Graham. Jonnu Smith, the trade that happened, a 7th-round pick to the Patriots in exchange for that deal. The Falcons getting active. Chris Lindstrom, 5 years, 105. Keith Smith, a 1-year deal. Jonathan Jones, the surprise deal on that standpoint. Keith Smith, 1 year, no money there. Jonathan Jones, 2 years. Deal details not yet known. T.J. Edwards, 3 years, $19.5 million. Details not yet known on that standpoint. Or like the guarantee money, excuse me. The Mike McGlinchey deal is not done, but the two sides have been in heavy conversations on that front. I think that does get done today. I would be shocked if it didn't get done, frankly.
Yeah,
it just makes sense.
And we were even talking about this long before this tweet went out, that Mike McGlinchey was going to be a Chicago Bear.
All right, the Ravens, here's some news, have released defensive lineman Calais Campbell. No surprise there. That was $7 million in savings, the point that we had kind of set aside some graphics on Campbell because it just makes sense that they're going to move on from him. Aging player, they could still bring him back. He wasn't bad last year, but the cap savings made it kind of a likely outcome. Bit of a resurgence in the sack numbers there. Is he a Dolphin too, Will?
Yes.
He
played at the University of Miami.
Okay. I need to stop asking that question.
Okay, that's fair.
Percent chance he is a Dolphin.
Less than 5.
Okay, there we go. That's a much more realistic answer there. Micah had kind of recruited him on social media for the Cowboys. There will be interest there if he wants to keep playing. I think it'll be a cheaper 1-year deal for wherever he ends up signing for Calais Campbell. So wait and see on that standpoint what ends up happening for Calais Campbell. There will be interest on that front there. Some super chats we'll get to here, but first, who's the next player to sign? Who's it going to be? Because there's been one outside move so far. Can't pick McGlinchey and the Bears. That one's too obvious.
Oh, that's what I was going to pick.
Yeah.
I'll say Jessie Bates to Atlanta.
Okay, because that was my first one, and we're still waiting on it here. It's been shockingly quiet so far, which is kind of annoying that there is no update on that standpoint. I want to make sure I didn't miss the specific team request from Gabriel, but I don't see it in there, which is fine. Not a big deal there. All right. Who's it going to be? I'll get some shout-outs here. Tremaine Edmonds to the Steelers. Okay. Mecole Hardman. Orlando Brown to the Jets. All right. Paris Campbell. That's a good under-the-radar. And you're like, okay, type of deal there. Poona Ford, etc. We have news, by the way. Jason Kelce is coming back. Now, he has announced that on social media. It's the Eagles. He's not going anywhere else. That's just he's going to retire a Philadelphia Eagle. So Kelce has announced on social media he is running it back for at least one more year with the Philadelphia Eagles. Details not yet known, but Kelce is back with the Eagles for at least one more season. Technically, he is a free agent. He got 1 year, $9 million last year. Still playing as one of the better centers in the NFL. I bet he gets something similar this time around. So, Kelce back to Philly. Some super chats, $10 from Blake Cavany. What team isn't going to do anything, even though they should? Dallas is way too easy of an answer. Dallas is cheating. What team is going to do anything that should? Texans.
Texans? You don't think they're going to do anything?
They'll do some things, but they'll be a little bit quieter.
Okay.
They've gone after a lot of veterans, which I never really thought made any sense. They've always gone for these cheaper guys.
That Robert Woods made some sense for them.
Yeah, but
Jimmy G makes no sense.
But they need some young guys. They keep adding these veterans. They're kind of doing the half measure.
They have a lot of draft picks. They'll add some young guys in the draft.
Yeah. Again, I'm reaching here. I know. Might be the Jets. If they keep waiting on Rodgers, it might be the Jets in the end. Teams that'll do something that won't. Ravens should pay Lamar Jackson, but I'm not sure they're going to. So, good question, Blake. Cowboys, way too easy. Ooh, good comments here, too. The Commanders.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good answer.
Why wouldn't Washington go after Lamar Jackson?
New ownership.
Yeah?
New ownership's going to come in. They don't want to tie too much money locked in.
Yeah.
You kind of saw Denver
Jeff
do that
Bezos
to an extent, too.
He has all the money in the world.
And I don't think it's going to be Jeff Bezos. I don't think he's going to be the owner.
Who's going to be the owner?
It's not him.
Okay.
Someone I don't know. That's who it's going to be. So thank you, Blake.
Not going to be Dan Snyder, which is what Commanders fans care about.
We have two $10 super chats from Gabriel D'Angelo, who also asked a question about the Patriots getting T. Higgins. So I suspect you're a Patriots fan, Gabriel. Two $10. I'll do a shot. T. Higgins, though, is not going anywhere, Will. I think he's going to stick in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati has said
but
that
a receiver might happen. So talk a bit about the Patriots here real quick while I do my shot.
DeAndre Hopkins is a big name on the trade market, but I don't think he's going to New England just because the Bill O'Brien connection. Bill O'Brien traded him away. I don't think he's going to want to go play for B.O.B. Maybe OBJ makes some sense there. I think OBJ makes a lot of sense in New England, if he doesn't go to Dallas.
So Patriots, they made the Jonnu Smith trade. We'll wait and see if they do other things. I think there will be more moves coming here.
Yeah.
For New England, I think maybe receiver in the draft. Higgins is a fun trade target, but the Bengals pretty clearly said no, he's not going anywhere in the near future. So that's your Patriots update. Another signing. Ben Powers, the Ravens guard, is on his way to Denver. A 4-year deal. Details not fully known at this point. But Ben Powers is jumping from the Ravens to the Denver Broncos. Thoughts on this move here, Will?
Yeah, I really like this move for Denver. They really need to solidify that offensive line, specifically at the guard spot. And Ben Powers was one of the better guards available in free agency. No sacks allowed this past year. Incredibly consistent. Pretty big loss there for Baltimore. Really big addition for this Denver Broncos team. I think any team in need of offensive line help was going to be interested in Ben Powers, and Denver wasting no time, about 43 minutes into free agency, locking this down. Worth mentioning that Dalton Reisner is a free agent for the Denver Broncos. Ben Powers played left guard for the Ravens, so my suspicion is Reisner's gone, and he will go somewhere else. That's what Sam, our Broncos fan, is saying. Do you want to bet? Do you want to guess on the money? I should say guess, not bet. Guess on the money. Yeah. What's he getting per year? I'm going to say
Money's not out yet. We just know
I'm gonna say
4-year deal.
$9 million per year.
I think you got a very good ballpark there. I think you're somewhere in that
4
range.
years, 36.
I think that's about right. I mean, maybe 4 years, 40. Maybe
Yeah.
4 years, 44 if you're pushing it there. But Denver, the second move is now done. Let's get the right year there. Ben Powers to the Denver Broncos. This is your Dalton Reisner replacement. So with the Broncos, looking ahead, are they contenders this upcoming year, Will? 1 for
No.
yes, 2 for no. This is really, is Russ going to cook again? Or is he cooked?
I think they will be a lot better than this past year. I think they might even contend for a playoff spot. I mean, Sean Payton's a great coach. You bring him in, I think he's going to make Russ a lot better, maybe even fix Russ. But that's still a really tough division. Kansas City's going to win that division next year. You have the Chargers, who are
Should
probably
be
going to
good.
contend. Raiders, maybe not. But still, you have 2 legit Super Bowl contenders in that division. So are they playoff contenders? Yeah. Super Bowl contenders? No.
Yeah, there you go. All right, today's show is sponsored by Athletic Greens. You guys can get what we use every single day. That's AG1 by Athletic Greens. We use it every single day. Comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. We gave AG1 a try because at least I wanted better gut health. You wanted to cut
absolutely.
out the soda in your life because you need to do that, Mr. 3, Dr. Peppers a day. And a supplement that actually tastes great. They're giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. A super chat, $20. Dennis Designs, Chase Sr. saying me to keep an eye on you guys. There it is. So, Will, your turn to do a shot here because I did one for our 210s
Got
there.
some fireball here now.
Remember, $20 is a shot, 50 for a beer ball, or 50 for a tortilla slap, 100 to Jungle Bong. We'll pour some Jack Daniels in there and get flowing there. So Dennis Designs, thank you. And, of course, thanks, Chase. You might see him later on throughout the week here on Chat Sports. Jared Powell, think the Jags need to get an interior offensive lineman and draft mostly defense. Maybe need a power back. I'd agree on power back. If you're out on Ben Barch, yeah, draft a guard. I think that could make some sense. / if you're not sold on Luke Fortner as your center. Maybe tight end could still be an option for you on offense just because Evan Ingram's on the franchise tag. It's a great tight end class. Defensively, I'd love an impact 3 technique. Corner's an obvious area of concern now. You could always draft more edges, but I think defense will be their focal point. They're not going to be as busy in free agency this year. $2 to Shard Lee. Cowboys signed David Long. That is the Titans linebacker. I think he'll cost more than what they're going to be willing to pay. I think Dallas is going to wait and see on Donovan Wilson, on Leighton Vander Esch. Nothing on those guys right now. So it's a patience process at this point for the Cowboys. Emphasis on the cap part of that.
Yeah.
All right, the tracker, the moves made so far. Craig Reynolds back. Easton Stick is back. Brandon Graham. The trade, the first one today, Jonnu Smith to the Falcons for a 7th-round pick going back to the Patriots. The Falcons have been busy, by the way. Chris Lindstrom, Keith Smith, 5 years, 105 for Lindstrom. That tops Quentin Nelson as the highest-paid guard in the NFL. The moves today, the post-deadline, or post-opening, I should say, moves here. Jason Kelce back to Philadelphia. Ben Powers, a 4-year deal to Denver. Details not yet known there. Same with Jonathan Jones re-signing with them. That was after the window opened, but it was re-signing, so it counts. And TJ Edwards, 3 years, $19.5 million with the Chicago Bears. We are 48 minutes in. 2 outside signings. This is ridiculousness.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Something is weird.
Let's go. Let's start making moves here. Okay? This is absurd. All right. Super chat from depressed Cowboys fan. What is Derrick Henry's trade value? Thoughts on this one, Will?
I'd say a 2nd or a 3rd.
He's been pretty
one year
productive.
left on his contract.
Yeah.
But he's still a really outstanding running back, top tier running back in this league. If I'm Tennessee, I'm not trading him for anything less than a 2nd, but I think he could go for a 3rd.
I think they were looking at offers, listening to offers.
Yeah.
I don't think they were actively shopping him, though.
Okay.
I think that's not – I don't think they're
So you think he stays put?
I think he stays.
At this point, I would tend to agree.
The running back trade market has never been good.
Yeah.
It's never been good. So I would keep my expectations in line there because it's a lowly valued position for most teams in the NFL. PJ Mack, how you guys feel about David Long to the Dolphins? Is he a Dolphin, Will?
I'll tell you what, one linebacker out there is a Dolphin because the Dolphins have 5 free agent linebackers. That is a huge need. They've been linked to Bobby Wagner. They've been linked to Levante David as well. Mm-hmm. David Long, I haven't seen his name come up as much. Played for the Titans, 52 tackles last year. He's a possibility. I don't think you'd have to pay him big money like you would Bobby Wagner or David. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think it's a possibility. But the Dolphins will certainly be making some moves at the linebacker position. They might bring back Aaron Rodgers. They might bring back Andrew Van Ginkel. But I expect them to also pursue some outside guys.
Another super chat here from the Stork. Bears got to trade Montgomery, trust Herbert. Montgomery's a free agent, so you would just let him walk. But I kind of, if I ran Chicago, I would ride with Herbert and draft somebody late day 2, early day 3.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pay a back to get me 4 yards per carry. That's Montgomery's fine, nice player. But he's kind of I'm not paying big money there. That's where I'm at with David Montgomery. So I am inclined to agree with you. The Stork, he's a free agent. So there you go. We'll see what happens there. All right, name a random free agent, and we will talk about their market. So any free agent, drop that name in the comments section as we have 50 minutes into the NFL free agency period opening. 2 players have left their teams. This is BS. I refuse to believe there aren't deals done.
I feel like we might just get a flurry of deals back to back here pretty soon.
I thought that a while ago, and it hasn't happened yet, which is what's so frustrating. So I'll give you 10 more seconds here. Will, go ahead and close your eyes.
Okay.
I'll count down from 5 and pick the first free agent you see.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jordan Poyer.
All right, Jordan Poyer. Is he a Dolphin?
He's a Dolphin.
Will loves the bit.
He's a Dolphin.
I tell you what, he's a
Dolphin or a Raider.
He's not a Bill.
He's leaving.
I think
he said he loves playing in Buffalo, but he said that he was tired of being taxed like New York State was taxing him.
He's going to be in for.
Florida does not have a state income tax.
He'll be mad when he has to pay taxes in all the different road games he plays. He's not going to.
His wife Rachel Bush, supermodel wife. You know the supermodels would like to be in Miami. I'm just going to say that. I think that's something to consider.
The Dolphins are a logical fit for him. Maybe the Ramsey trade impacts that. Raiders had been linked. I think they might be looking at quarterback first and foremost. So I think Poyer will get a nice market. He's a very good football player. And the Bills might look at safety in the draft here. So we'll wait and see.
I'll say this. Miami does not necessarily need a safety. They have Javon Holland. They have Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones is going to be fully healthy. His recovery from the torn ACL is going really well. I don't really think they need Jordan Poyer. But at the same time, if there's mutual interest there and Jordan Poyer has interest in coming to Miami and you can afford him, then he might be too good of a player to pass up. Eric Rowe's a free agent. He was the third safety. You could make Poyer the second safety behind Holland and Brandon Jones kind of replace Eric Rowe as the third safety. That's another possibility.
I think that grouping kind of makes sense.
Right.
And Holland and Jones can both play some of that nickel corner role when they need them to there. All right, we have the details on the Ben Powers deal with the Denver Broncos. 4 years, $52 million, $28.5 million guaranteed, so $13 million per year. That's a little bit more than what we had guessed.
I said 9, you said 10. So wow. I mean, look, I'm not saying that's a bad deal for the Broncos. I mean, they really needed some offensive line help. You mentioned Dalton Reisner. He's a free agent. He's likely gone. So they give Ben Powers 4 years, $52 million. And again, I think he was going to get a lot of interest from around the league. And Denver, Denver gave him a lot of money, and they gave him a lot of money before other teams could maybe be aggressive there.
All right, update from Dan Graziano of ESPN. Source with multiple teams with the Broncos could trade a receiver. Denver has had talk teams about Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and KJ Hamler. Teams say the Broncos are asking high prices, not just dumping, but it's not out of the question one gets moved. I think the high price, minimum 2. Now, Diane Rossini says the attitude has been we'll pick up the phone and listen. I think it's probably a 1 for Jeudy, maybe a 2 for Sutton, and I think a 4 for KJ Hamler. That's my guess on what they would like
Do
for
you
those
think
guys.
they trade one of those guys?
I would not rule it out.
Okay.
But I think Dan's right. They're not going to give him away. But it's a bad free agency class at wide receiver. This update from Diane Rossini, by the way, here that I just mentioned. They're gonna ask for a lot back. It's not going to be we're just dumping them there. And I think that is it's a fine mindset to have. Again, this is
I
Sean
don't
Payton's
think
team
I
now.
would trade a 1 for Jerry Jeudy.
The issue you run into is Chase Claypool got basically a 1.
Right.
I think and they're similar ages, whatever. I think the situation for Jeudy is just as good as for Claypool. Like he's better than Claypool. He's been more productive.
For sure. Yeah.
And he's similar age, similar contracts to an extent. If I am not moving if I'm Denver for less than a first. It's a bad business move for Denver. Now Sutton may be a different conversation there. So, all right. We have free videos for you guys here every single day on Chat Sports. So make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos. We're live all throughout NFL free agency. Make sure you guys are subbed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Free videos when you hit that sub button. We're on sub-only chat still, correct? Cool. So turn it off? Okay. We will go back and forth on sub-only chat there. If you want to comment throughout all of our live shows, you got to be subscribed. All right, $2 from Spayton. Cowboys sign someone that's not 30 years old. You know, if they lose Donovan Wilson, they might sign like a Taylor Rapper and a Sear Adderley. That doesn't really move the needle.
Right.
But that's not 30.
You really don't think Dallas is going to give anybody more than $10 million per year?
No.
I mean,
they haven't done it in a decade.
Based on trends, yeah, you'd be right.
They haven't done it since Brandon Carr. It has been a decade. So I would like to be wrong. I don't think they're going to go that route. I would like nothing more than to be wrong on that front, but it's not. I don't think it happens that way. So we'll wait and see. They're in the Caymans.
How much do you think Bobby Wagner gets?
At least $10 million.
Yeah.
Now, if it comes down to 5, the Cowboys would have interest there, but that's just kind of where we're at there. So, all right, Blake Cavity. Why would anyone want the crybaby drama queen, OBJ? He wanted $20 million. It's kind of a big deal there. Also, quick note, return man / cornerback Keyshawn Nixon re-signing with the Packers on a 1-year deal worth up to $6 million. 1 year, up to $6 million for Keyshawn Nixon. I want to see the actual money there because up to, I think, is carrying a lot of the weight of that particular deal. Blake, why would you want OBJ? At $20 million, not interested. And I think everyone would agree on that one. You get him at 10, maybe a different conversation there. More news here for you guys. David Onyemata, the former Saints defensive lineman, has agreed to terms with the Falcons. Details not yet known on that standpoint. So David Onyemata, one of the under the radar, I'd say, defensive tackles, jumping to the Falcons. No details known. He gets to go play for his old DC and Ryan Nielsen, who's now the Falcons DC. He is a Falcon now, not a Dolphin. He's a Falcon.
Falcons have been very busy today.
If you say so.
Very busy.
Mike Ladzima, Texans need to trade for Chase Young. He sent this one in earlier. I think Darius Slay is the only one you're going to get up there. I think the other two I don't think are really available.
He is from Houston. He lives in Houston.
He does live in Houston. So if the Eagles do trade him, could make some sense there. There was two $5 from Gabriel D'Angelo. This one, and then one asking about Jacoby Myers. Does he stay a Patriot? Yes or no?
No.
You think he's gone?
He's gone. He wants about $15 million per year. But at the same time, I thought Jonathan Jones was gone, and they bring him back. So maybe they'll surprise me again.
The Texans getting involved with a fullback / tight end. What did I say, Will? Andrew Beck from the Broncos, 2 years, $6.75 million, $4 million guaranteed. I guess he's going to play the Kyle Juszczyk role.
Yeah.
What did I say about random veterans signing with the Houston
right.
Texans?
There's another one.
It's just what they do.
Andrew Beck.
What are your thoughts on this deal here? Beck's kind of a former Texas player, fits that H-back mold of tight end and fullback here. Thoughts on this deal?
It's interesting.
Not earth-shattering, I
Not
promise you.
earth-shattering. I don't have much of an opinion, to be honest. But I do think you make a good point that Houston is just going to continue to add some veterans and try to have them gel with some of the young guys they draft. Very interesting.
I've got my first. That's a lot of money for him. David Onyemata, the now former Saints defensive lineman, going to the Falcons, coming in around $12 million per year.
Wow.
And that's the expectation around that number. Whew, that is
a lot.
Now, we'll see what the actual nitty-gritty details are. The man's got 23 career sacks, and he is now on the wrong side of 30. That's a lot of money for him. And he's fine, but that's a lot. I'm going to block somebody here.
He is coming off
Problem solved.
his best season.
Best-ish. I thought he was better in 2020. 6.5 sacks, 10 TFLs. So that's full details not yet known, but the expectation here is $12 million-ish per year. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. I'm not sold on that one there. That's my first wow of the limited moves here so far. All made possible by Athletic Greens. I use AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me prepared to take on my day. Once baby Olivia is set up with her breakfast, I make my own AG1. I don't feel the need for caffeine in the morning anymore, and I feel energized throughout the day. Plus, AG1 empowers the gut for whole body health. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I mix one small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done just like that. I like that it costs less than $3 a day. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, making it the old win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. It's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Big up to them for sponsoring all of today's show. Let's recap all the moves made so far here. Will. Craig Reynolds, Easton Stick, Brandon Graham, Jonnu Smith, the biggest one of this four, a 7th-round pick going back to with Arthur Smith, I should say, going back with him. They're now both in Atlanta there. 7th-round pick for the Patriots. The Falcons were very aggressive here. Chris Lindstrom, 5 years, $105 million. Keith Smith, a 1-year deal with the Falcons as well, re-signing the fullback to there. Jonathan Jones, the Patriots, go ahead and push that for him. 2-year deal. Still do not have the details on that, which is interesting. TJ Edwards, 3 years, $19.5 million. $12 million guaranteed. That was the first deal of the day. Jason Kelce, at least the outside deal today, I should say. Jason Kelce, back to Philadelphia. No details known yet. Ben Powers, Denver Broncos, 4-year, $52 million. Keyshawn Nixon, 1-year deal up to $6 million. We'll wait and see in terms of what the money looks like there, the actual money. David Onyemata to the Falcons. We're reunited with his DC. I think it's Chris Nielsen. No, it's not Chris. Something Nielsen. The new Falcons defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen. Thank you, Sam. Report was around $12 million a year,
that's a lot.
Which is a lot of money. The DT market's kind of blowing up this year. It's gonna be a lot of money for these other guys here, and also Andrew Beck. Oh, we have the money on Nielsen. 3 years, or on Amada, 3 years, $35 million. So that's 11.66 million, 6.7. So just under $12 million. $24.5 million guaranteed. Man, he cashed in a major way. So David Onyemata, 3 years, $35 million, $24.5 million fully guaranteed. Falcons adding a new defensive tackle alongside of Grady Jarrett. The Houston Texans also Bring in Andrew Beck, 2 years, $6.75 million, $4 million guaranteed. Thoughts on that deal? I think he's going to play the use check role in that offense, is my guess.
Yeah, and they obviously, you mentioned use check. They have Bobby Slowick, their new offense coordinator. D'Amico Ryans, a lot of San Francisco connections there.
All right, some other rumors for you guys. Tom Pelissero. The Bucs are pursuing quarterback Baker Mayfield, but several other teams have expressed interest in the former number 1 pick per sources. Lots of moving parts into the quarterback market an hour into the negotiating window. Update, but not an update, I guess. I don't know what
other teams.
New there.
What other teams do you think?
Rams.
You think the Rams will want him back?
I think the Bucs make sense. Teams looking for a backup quarterback, so not Cleveland, but like
Cleveland needs backup.
Yeah, but they're not going to bring him back. Buffalo rehab stock move, I think, could make some sense.
Yeah.
Behind Josh Allen, I think he wants to go where he could maybe start. So Houston could make a little bit of sense. Dark horse there.
Yeah.
I think he ends up as a Buck.
I think Tampa Bay would be a great spot for him.
I do still wonder if everyone's waiting on Rodgers. If all the quarterback stuff waits on Rodgers, unless you're Jimmy G, can you get more from the Jets?
Yeah.
Or do you gamble and waiting for the Jets? They get Rodgers, you lose out on money. It's a good question.
Well, it appears like the Raiders are in on Jimmy G, or the Texans.
All right, Mike Girardi heard from multiple sources the Panthers would be willing to move last year's third-round draft pick quarterback Matt Corral. Cost won't be high. The Golden Corral truthers in shambles in the comment section. Shouldn't surprise you, though.
No, not at all.
Let's change Anderson to Levis, by the way, on that weigh-in. We'll get to that in a moment here. I don't think there's much value there. I'm sorry.
What do you think? 5th? 6th?
Conditional day 3, maybe?
Yeah.
Like, he got hurt. He didn't play. Carolina was out on him. And there was very real concerns about him even being a backup quarterback.
Did you like him coming out of Ole Miss?
Let me pull up my notes here. I had concerns on him because, and people got mad at me for saying it, but I was right. He ran a Mickey Mouse offense at Ole Miss. And that's fine for college because the Mickey Mouse offense works in college. Like, it was very simple offense. Let me read off some of my notes here for Matt Corral. We're going to have him graded in the end, too. He was quarterback 3 for me. Quarterback 4. I had a third-round grade on him, 80th overall. So about where he ended up going. So not that bad. He was a tough eval for me. I liked his arm, the release, the accuracy. I saw like Colt McCoy, but maybe a little bit better. I think that's kind of where it is there. He really was a one-read quarterback at Ole Miss. That's fine as it works, but I think that adjustment period has been slower, especially with the injury in light of that. All right, the Panthers, of course, have the number 1 overall pick. Who will it be? BY, this is going to be the live poll, by the way, here. BY for Bryce Young, CJ for CJ Stroud, AR for Anthony Richardson, or WL for Will Levis. I will also read off the Jonathan Jones numbers here momentarily because, wow. Who you got, Will? Who's the number 1 overall pick?
I think it's going to be Stroud. I feel like the Panthers have been linked to Stroud more than any other team, and I really, really like Stroud as a prospect. I think it's him or Young. Got to be the pick. But we did see that report earlier today. Frank Reich apparently is interested in Anthony Richardson.
The reports have been all over the map on like who the Carolina Panthers like, who they don't like, which is very suspicious to me. Conflicting reports at this point. The immediate buzz was C.J. Stroud, and my suspicion is that's the path they end up pursuing in the end. But we'll have to wait and see on that front here. All right, let's get the Jonathan Jones news here first. 2 years, $19 million.
That's crazy. What a deal for the Pats.
$13 million guaranteed. So that is a steal for New England.
I thought he was going to get over $12, $13 million per year.
I kind of thought he might there too. So that is a big deal for the Patriots, a steal on that front here. We have a quarterback signing involving the Raiders. Jarrett Stidham is going to the Denver Broncos. I got Will again. A 2-year deal, $10 million. There's $5 million guaranteed. Denver has a backup quarterback. So $5 million APY, half of that is guaranteed on the 2-year, $10 million deal. That'll be the backup to Russell Wilson. So Denver poaches Stidham, if you can use that as a phrase there. He's also known Davis Webb, their quarterback coach, for a very long time. So 2 years, $10 million. The Raiders now, with Stidham officially gone, Chase Garbers, the only quarterback on the roster at this point. That is it. Very light on that standpoint there. Remember to like the video, folks, if you haven't already. We're approaching 1,000 likes as the 2 Denver deals. We'll talk about them for a little bit here. Ben Powers, 4 years, $52 million. Jarrett Stidham, 2 years, $10 million. Thoughts on this deal?
I really like this deal for the Raiders, or excuse me, for the Broncos. They were in a situation.
Which one?
I like both.
Okay.
I do. I thought Powers might have been a slight overpay, but at the same time, though, Sean Payton, he always has valued guards during his time in New Orleans, and it appears he's doing that in Denver now as well. So Powers was going to get a lot of interest. I think they had to make a statement here early with him and give him that type of money to land him. I thought he was going to get around $9-10 million per year. He gets a little bit more than that. And I really like the Stidham deal as well. The Broncos need a reliable backup behind Russell Wilson. Stidham showed some promise in his time in Las Vegas. Remember that first start of his? He went off. Mm-hmm. So
and then became the Jarrett Stidham we all know.
Well, still showed a little bit of promise. So I think that's a good value deal, getting him $5 million per year, $5 million guaranteed.
So my suspicion is this deal is going to look like $3 million in year 1, $7 million in year 2, and you can cut it after a year. With half it guaranteed, it's probably like $4-ish million base salary or signing bonus to kind of space it out. So I think you'll see it's kind of it's a 1-year deal in the end for Stidham. Also, $4 million upside in incentives on that standpoint there. All right, grade the Denver Broncos moves so far. A, B, C, D, or F. How do you grade those moves so far? Not including any of the trades. We'll assume Dalton Reisner's gone.
Yeah.
But what do you think of this deal, of the moves so far, I should say?
B+. You address the backup quarterback need. You address the offensive line needs, specifically guard.
Yeah.
I'd say B+. What about you?
B-ish.
B?
I don't think Stidham's that good. I think in the end, if you're Denver and you have to start Stidham, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So why would I pay a premium for that?
Right.
But that's just me being quarterback truther there in the end. So grade the moves A, B, C, D, or F. I see C, C+, B, 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 B minus, C, E, C, C+, C, 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 B, C, A, C, C, A, B, C, A, B, C, 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 B, A, F, C, B, B, C, C+, or B minus, B, C, B, Q. It's not a grade there. Q's kind of by A. Maybe meant that one there. B minus, C, 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 a D, C, B. So we're hovering in that B to C range more often than not. I think that's a pretty fair grade there. Keep it coming. A, B, C, D, or F. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we're doing shots. We are past the 2,000 watching mark, which means there's a lot of you who have not yet liked the video. So like it. 1,000 likes. We'll do shots here on Chat Sports because we like to have fun. We like to party, have a good time there.
Yeah.
So like the video. We're at 200 likes away. Get it popping here on Chat Sports. And our supers come in, we'll answer them as well. Go like the video as we'll answer some of the Super Chat comments / questions. Gabriel D'Angelo, the Patriots get rid of Damian Harris. I think he's gone.
I would agree.
The Patriots do it right in the backfield. Draft someone day 3, just flush them in, rotate them in. So, Ramondre Stevenson's next up. Do not rule out Pierre Strong, who I like, by the way. And they'll just keep shuffling backs. Run the football. Don't give them big money, in my mindset. All right. Thank you, Gabriel. Dennis Smith, $5. As a Cowboys fan, I just watched free agency to see everyone else get better. Tune back in the draft. How about them Cowboys? Pains you dearly here, doesn't it? It's not. That's not a fun feeling there in the end, isn't it?
I feel like
as a Cowboys fan, I feel your pain, Dennis. It's not fun.
You know, the Cowboys every single year, Jerry Jones is taking a nap on his yacht during free agency.
The yacht is in the Caymans, by the way.
Yacht watch in the Caymans.
Confirmed. It's spring break for the kids. So what are you going to do? Priorities, you know? Jesus Christ. You will never catch me going on vacation in free agency. Come on.
Couldn't be us.
Sherry. Rashard Lee. Rodgers not going on McAfee, so we got to wait. At a certain point, he got to make a decision. Because it has been, we are in free agency. We're here. Despite things being quiet. You got to make a call there, Aaron. Help out your own team. Or your new team. Or your old team. Whatever in the end. All right. $5 Super Chat is a beer cheers. Did I miss one of those? I did. I did miss one from Dennis Smith, and I think I missed one from Gabriel, too. So we'll both do one. $10. We'll talk about your team. Any team, we'll spend some time on them here. Or player, whatever it is. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, sports-wise. $20 for shots. $50. Somebody gets slapped with a tortilla. You can specify who it is. $50 tortilla slaps. I mentioned that. $100. We'll make it a jungle beer bong.
All right.
We'll put some Jack Daniels in with a full beer, and I'll beer bong it, and then that'll be it for me being sober for the day. So that's our Super Chat menu. A new rumor from, I think it's pronounced DJ
BNM. Yeah, we'll go with that.
BNM, you're going with the French pronunciation there, Sam? I'm unfamiliar with the pronunciation there. So, DJ BA, Texans ESPN reporter, been rumors about a potential trade involving Laramie Tunsil, notes on the sacks. I don't like these kind of tweets because is he saying there have been trade talks, or is he saying other people have said there have been potential trade talks? So, like, is he the one creating it and reporting it, or is he just commenting on it? That's not very specific.
There has been some buzz.
I know, but, like, it's been a lot of speculation
Right.
buzz. So is it more of that, or is he saying there's legs to it? I don't like specify my guy.
I think there's some legs here.
I wouldn't be shocked. Peter Skronsky, you are a Texan in that case.
And then what's Laramie Tunsil?
Not a Texan. I don't know where he goes. Chicago?
Back to...
He's not going back to Miami, Will. Will, not everyone is a Dolphin. Not everyone's a Dolphin.
We'll see.
Not everyone. All right. Let's see if we can't break it once again. High expectation here. Our chat rate. What was our previous high? 530, right? 568 was our previous chat rate high. We want you guys to spam me in the comment section. We have another move, by the way. Danny Johnson, the cornerback, a 2-year deal with the Commanders, up to $7 million, $2.75 million guaranteed. So this is probably going to be more like a 2-year, $6 million deal. Out after year one for a nickel corner option. That's a fine deal there for Danny Johnson and the Commanders. So 2-year deal on that front there. Quick update: Easton Stick got 1 year, $1.8 million. That is fully guaranteed, by the way. The Patriots are going to re-sign Carl Davis to a 1-year deal here. Keep the me's coming. Those are 3 minor updates for you guys here, plus a bigger one we'll get to here momentarily. But spam the me's. We'll give some shout-outs here. I'm going to sip some water.
Yeah, I got you. Jerry, Charlie, Freeze, X-Gamer, Hayden, Jason Tatum. What's up, JT? Legendary Red, Jerry, Guy, Justin, Blake, Will, Joe, Tommy, Justin, E. Swift, T. Gamer, Steven, Robert, Trevor, Justin, Freeze, Rob, Joe Hartle, Jason, J. Harp, Joe Hartle again, JVSCUZ. We'll get to that super chat here in a second. Mike Haller, Jason Tatum, Daniel. Let's get that chat rate up. Break this record. Ryan, Sierra, TKG, Ryan, Jerry, Ben, Mike, depressed Cowboys fan. Tom can say the same thing. James, Shannon, Connor, Jay Harp, Steven, Gaming Wizard, Rob Run TV, Eugene, Brandon, Jimmy, Peyton, Joshy, Willie the Man. Appreciate you. James Marshall, Boyd, Dylan Heck, Trent, Gaming Wizard. What are we at? We got an update here on this chat, Rain?
I see 396. That's the first of several updates potentially. So stand by.
Jimmy, D-Line, Yellow, Peyton, Trick Squad, XD Gamer, Dustin Wizard, Ryan, Trick Shot Squad again, Ben, Sierra Thomas, Connor, Bruss Gaming, ML.
All right. Let's see what the next update is. In the meantime, Will,
All right.
tell us about today's sponsor.
Yeah, shout out Athletic Greens. Thanks to them for sponsoring today's show. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I take AG1 every morning. It makes me feel ready to take on my day. Covering my nutritional base for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. That's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. When I take it every morning, I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. So go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. I love AG1. I take it every day. You'll love it as well. Go and check them out. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Posting that link in the live chat right now. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. We got some news here, Tom.
Yes, we do. Javon Hargrave has reached a massive deal with the 49ers. I've seen two different numbers here. $84 million is what the newest one Schefter just put out there. So I think that's a little bit different there. A massive deal for the former Eagles defensive lineman. He is now a member of the 49ers. 4 years, $84 million. Sounds like $40 million guaranteed at signing. So it's probably going to be a bit more guaranteed money in year 3. The Niners, unexpected, go out and throw money at Javon Hargrave. Wow. Wonder what that means for Javon Kinlaw. But a massive deal for San Francisco. Will, thoughts on this big-time splash move?
I didn't see this coming. I didn't know if the Niners were going to spend this much in free agency, but Javon Hargrave, the top defensive tackle on the market, he gets a big payday, and that's pretty wild for San Francisco because them and Philadelphia have kind of been the top 2 contenders in the NFC, and of course, San Francisco lost to Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. Philly's losing some guys, man, and San Francisco just got a lot better.
So Javon Hargrave goes to the 49ers, and Mike McGlinchey is not going to the Chicago Bears. He is heading to the Denver Broncos. Details not yet known, but that's a report from Diane Rossini. McGlinchey is a Bronco. So they add Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey. The Bears get sniped to an extent here. The Broncos upgrading that offensive line. So 2 massive deals here in the past 5 minutes, really.
That's huge. I mean, those were 2 of the top 6 guys that we had. Hargrave, I think, was 4 in our top 25. Mike McGlinchey was 6. And this Broncos offensive line gave up the most sacks in the National Football League last year. They had to get better, and we've seen, remember, I mentioned it in New Orleans. Sean Payton really valued that offensive line, had several really talented offensive linemen throughout his time there. He gets Mike McGlinchey, who was probably the best right tackle on the market, I'd say, and then he gets Ben Powers, one of the best guards. So we're about, an hour and a half into this, and the Broncos have already fixed that offensive line.
Big moves there. I don't know if they're
Sammy
back
Brown
yet.
saying Broncos are back. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's certainly a big day for Denver already.
So 2 massive moves here. Mike McGlinchey, contract details not yet known. We'll get those, I'm sure, soon. Javon Hargrave goes to the 49ers on a 4-year, $84 million deal, 40 of which is guaranteed at signing. Might be some more, guaranteed money to potentially come with injuries and whatnot there. Massive moves here. Finally, some action in NFL free agency. Hargrave and McGlinchey.
Huge moves back-to-back.
Jumping big moves there. So 2 teams that didn't have cap space found ways to spend, or at least not the same because like the Bears, for example, spending big here. Let's recap the moves so far. Those of you just now tuning in. Craig Reynolds. Don't know those details yet. It'll be probably a 1-year cheap deal here. Easton Stick. 1 year, $1.8 million deal there. That is fully guaranteed. Brandon Graham, 1 year, $6 million. Jonnu Smith traded for a 7th-round pick from the Patriots to the Falcons there. They've been active, Atlanta has been. They gave Chris Lindstrom record-setting money at guard, 5 years, $105 million. Keith Smith, a 1-year deal, details not yet known. How about that deal from Jonathan Jones, 2 years, $19 million?
I thought he was going to get maybe
A lot more.
something $13, $14 million range. He gets 2 years, $19 million. That's a huge move for the Patriots to keep him in New England.
The first outside signing of the day was T.J. Edwards to the Chicago Bears. 3 years, $19.5 million, $12 million guaranteed. It's a big get for Chicago. The only one they made so far. We'll talk about Mike McGlinchey here in a little bit. Jason Kelsey back in Philadelphia. Details not yet known. Ben Powers, a 4-year, $52 million deal. $13 million per year, one of several splash moves by Denver so far. Keyshawn Nixon, 1 year up to $6 million. I bet it's not only $6 million. I bet that number comes back down to earth a little bit there, so we'll have to wait and see. David Onamata, the former Saint defense tackle, 3 years, $35 million. How about the defensive tackle market? To the moon this year. So Deron Payne got $20+ million. We'll get to Javon Hargrave here in a second. He got big money. Andrew Beck to Houston, 2 years, 6.75. Excuse me. That would have been a very different number there. Jarrett Stidham, 2 years, $10 million. Danny Johnson, 2 years, up to $7 million. $2.75 million guaranteed there. Raekwon McMillan, 1 year, $1.6 million. $30,000 or $300,000 guaranteed, so not guaranteed a roster spot. Javon Hargrave, 4 years, $84 million. The unexpected 49ers come flying in.
Did not see that coming.
No one did. That defensive line now features Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw.
Gosh, man.
For now, at least, I wouldn't be surprised if Kinlaw gets dealt. And Javon Hargrave.
It's got to be the best. Got to be the best defense in football,
especially if they add another edge or two to help kind of flush out the pass rush. Yeah. They had a bunch of free agents up there, so they'll overhaul it. But, woo, Niners getting aggressive, shockingly. And Mike McGlinchey is a Bronco. Not one we foresaw coming.
Well, because it was reported that Chicago was deep in talks and that maybe he was going to go to Chicago. Then Denver comes out and steals him from the Chicago Bears, but I'm expecting McGlinchey to get a lot of money here, especially there was a bidding war potentially between the Bears and the Broncos.
Yeah, a big move there by Denver. We don't have the details. Do you want to guess on the APY? Average per year?
$18 million per year.
You want 18?
I'm just basing this off of what they gave Ben Powers. Like they a little bit of an overpay for Ben, but he was expected to get a lot of interest. McGlinchey also expected to get a lot of interest. It feels like Denver heard that he was finalizing to Chicago, stepped in, offered him more money.
Very curious what ends up. I think you're in the right ballpark there. We'll have to wait and see. So we got two big ones, McGlinchey and Hargrave, off the board. Two of our top 6 free agents are now gone. Who's next? Who's the next somewhat notable free agent to sign? Drop it in the comments section here. I see go sign James Bradbury. Let's see. Jawan Taylor. I would assume the Bears would now pivot to a new right tackle. That'd be my guess. Well, that they go sign somebody else. I think McGarry could be a good fit for them.
McGarry's still out there.
If they want to run the football. Now, they could pivot and we'll go elsewhere and just draft a tackle in round 1.
Yeah,
because there will be one there for them.
Could do that.
It's an option. Pick number 9 now. James Bradbury, Jordan Poyer, Gates, Jamal Williams, dark horse name, Tremaine Edmonds. Want to get the Edmonds bros in there? They got Terrell, I believe, still. Bates, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Cowboys sign someone, please, from TKG. All right, we are 27 likes away. It is shots here once we get there.
Almost there.
We should get there in a matter of seconds here. That's all it is.
I have 3,000 people watching. Okay, now 25 likes away. 6 likes away.
I think I'm going to get there right here. I'm going to pour my shot here.
There we go.
There it is. Shot time, Will.
Jack Daniels.
Let's ride.
I'm already prepared here with the fireball.
Attaboy. Nice big old pour, Jack. We have the money on Mike McGlinchey, by the way. Super Chat's coming here in a moment. Mike McGlinchey gets a 5-year deal, $87.5 million. That's $17.5 per year.
Ooh, I was close.
$50 million guaranteed.
Wow.
So a massive deal for Mike McGlinchey. Cheers.
Cheers.
Woo! For comp pick purposes, the McGlinchey Hargrave stuff will cancel out there.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
We have another signing, by the way. Nick Gates, the former Giant offensive lineman, is a Commander. A 3-year deal, money not yet known here for Nick Gates. That's interesting.
They also signed that car salesman, whatever his name is.
Danny Johnson?
Yeah, that sounds like a car.
He was there last year with them.
He's selling real estate.
There you go. So that's the update there. Nick Gates, a 3-year deal. Details not yet known. Should be fairly cheap. We'll wait and see. But McGlinchey, Denver.
That's huge.
Now
That's
what
huge.
do the Bears do? We will wait
Broncos country,
and
let's
see.
ride. You got to know Broncos fans like Sam Brown are feeling
Sam's like-
pretty good about today.
Bear-
Because the offensive line was
look,
so bad last
Look,
year.
our Bears fan came in here and was like, "Oh, I'm glad the Bears didn't overpay for Mike McGlinchey.
Oh, Mike.
They gave him the exact deal. He would have been over the moon.
Oh, of course he would
Promise
have.
you. Promise you. All right, that's the update on Nick Gates, Javon Hargrave, Mike McGlinchey. Let's hit all the super chats that have come in from RER Sports. What would the Browns get? I would love Tart. Not a bad name. I think if they go big, I could see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson being him.
Yeah, I could see that. You mentioned him earlier as possible Browns target. I really, really like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Everywhere he's gone, I know he started his career in New Orleans and then he went to Philadelphia. It feels like he elevates whatever defense he's on.
He's also the best trash talker in the NFL,
Oh, he's
and I
elite.
respect the hell out of him
The Tom
for it.
Brady moment, that's one of the greatest photos of all time, getting in Brady's face.
We got 2 moves we'll break down after this super chat. Depressed Cowboys fan, what teams will make the playoffs in 2023? Honestly, let's see how free agency goes. Like, I want to believe in a team like Denver. Got to see what else happens. I want a team like Chicago. See what else happens. So be patient on that front. We'll have to wait and see what ends up going down in terms of the other moves being made here. But we have moves being made. Let's begin with the bigger of the 2 most recent ones. Cameron Sutton is a Detroit Lion, Will. There's your cornerback.
Yeah, I kept saying it.
Who can play inside or outside.
Right.
So that could still leave him
I love
on the
it. I
board in
love it.
round 1. 3 years, $33 million, $22.5 million guaranteed as Cam Sutton is a Detroit Lion. Micro Mike, get live, my guy. I like this move.
I really like
I've
this
always
move.
been a big
I like
Cam
the
Sutton
value
fan.
with this move. I like Cam Sutton. Great player.
Although-
and the Lions went after Ramsey. They missed. I thought they were going to go after Jonathan Jones. He went back to New England.
On a
It was
steal for
really
New England.
important for them to address this need. This makes the Jonathan Jones deal look even better, by the way. Cameron Sutton got more money.
Yeah, I completely agree there.
Yeah.
Curious where he plays inside or outside. Might be based on the draft pick. You could still take a Christian Gonzalez round 1. Now you got Akuda, Gonzalez, and Sutton on the inside. That's fun. That's a fun 1-2 punch there. Punter, you do it. I don't believe in punters, Will.
For the brand, we have Bradley. Is it Pinion?
Then nailed it.
There we go. Signing with the Atlanta Falcons. 3 years, $8.65 million deal. I've still not forgiven Atlanta for moving on from my boy Sterling Hoffrichter.
Yeah, but they were right to do it.
That was a mistake.
It was. They just paid the guy they replaced him with, so no, they weren't.
It was a mistake, but Bradley Pinion getting paid nearly $3 million per year.
Absolutely not there. All right, we answered Depressed Cowboys fan super chat from Ryan. $10. Talk about your team. Okay. Anything from the Chiefs? No.
A lot of teams are in the same boat. They have not done anything today.
Most teams have been very
teams.
quiet. That's very accurate. We'll see what happens with Orlando Brown. Very quiet.
He's not going back.
Very quiet on the Orlando Brown standpoint there. He's the next tackle left because McGlinchey's gone. He's a left tackle. Going to try and get some big money there. I think receiver is an option for them. They could maybe cut MVS, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, go look in a different direction there. Juju Hardman are free agents. They released Frank Clark there, so we'll wait and see on the Chiefs' standpoint there. From, oh my God, bro, Niners have cap space turned off. Everyone can turn off cap space. Just manipulate it properly.
Right.
That's all you have to do. Like the Niners every year make one big splash signing. Every year. I don't give them credit for that. So, look, Saints have it turned off. Rams have had it turned off for a while. They're not even saving that much money by trading these guys away. They just want to get younger on defense. Cowboys, meanwhile, are in the Caymans. From Vikings, who do you think the Vikings will get? A corner?
Yeah.
I think they're going to
I'd
look
say
at corner. They're kind of...
I was expecting them to go after Cam Sutton, but he's a Lion.
I thought Jonathan Jones might make sense for them, but of course he went back to New England. So we'll wait and see on the Vikings.
Jamel Dean?
Curious what he gets. Should be around $16 million.
He's definitely getting more than Sutton and Jones got.
He should. So it's free agency, though. Weird stuff happens. Yeah. Cody Austin, how likely you think Schultz to the Chargers is?
You're already booking it.
He's a Charger.
I would agree. Kellen Moore.
They didn't bring back Donald Parham. We of course mean that phrase a lot. I'd say it's like 40%, which is super high, by the way. Like I think if I could pick one team for Schultz, I'd pick the LA Chargers.
Okay.
Beyond that,
I like that.
I don't think it's Green Bay's a dark horse, actually. He'll get big money from somebody, I think.
Over under 13 mil.
Tell you what, had he hit the free agency market last year, I think just under 12.5.
Okay.
He would have been a Jet last year. I think they would have paid him. This year, though, probably not them, but somebody else. All right, PJ 96. I think the Patriots do. They've actually been super busy with their own guys. Mm-hmm. They re-signed Jonathan Jones. They brought back Raekwon McMillan. I think they actually brought back Carl Davis, too. They've been busy with some of their own players. I think they're looking offensive line beyond that. Isaiah Wynn's a free agent. It's a big area of concern there. It is a wait and see for them. I think soon you'll see them make some moves. I think draft, they'll be wheeling it like they always are come draft time. BLD 2342. Could you highlight the Broncos signing? So they've been busy. They throw big money at Mike McGlinchey. They throw big money at Ben Powers. And big-ish for a backup, at least, money at Jarrett Stidham. So Denver has been busy early on. Year one of Sean Payton. They did not come here to play school. 3 big-time signings for the Denver Broncos. Grade their moves so far, Will. A, B, C, D, or F?
Ben Powers, I'm going to go B.
Okay.
I think it's a slight overpay. Jarrett Stidham, B. I think it's a solid backup quarterback.
I go C for Stidham.
Mike McGlinchey. It's a lot of money. I'm going to go B+.
I mean, it's better than Billy Turner, right, guys?
Yeah.
That's the cost of doing free agency offensive linemen when it comes to money there. So Denver, super busy so far. Jacob Raleigh, $10. How about my Ravens? Very quiet outside of the release of Calais Campbell. They don't have much money. They actually need to technically get under the salary cap a little bit here still. I think it's actually the Calais Campbell move. Now that I think about it, that gets them under. That one was not included here because we did these graphics before today began. So under now with Campbell. They're about $5 million? 4.04, so I was close. Ravens now under the salary cap. I'd love a receiver. I'm not gonna get my hopes up too much there.
Yeah,
it's just not how they do business. They're kind of in wait and see on Lamar mode too. All right, Laurie Harris Gonzalez says, "Go Pack, go."
It's gonna be an interesting offseason for
They're waiting on Rodgers. The Jets and them waiting on Rodgers to make a decision here. That's what's going on.
A really
here.
interesting offseason.
I would like to see Green Bay get something going, but because if Rodgers is gone, it saves a bunch of cap space to save.
Can Jordan Love be good?
I'm not sold on him.
Yeah.
I'm not sold there. Another signing. We'll get to Trevor Simpson in a second. Shy Tuttle, 3 years, $19.5 million, $13 million guaranteed to the Carolina Panthers. So Carolina enters the fray for the first time today as the Saints are losing all of the former defensive linemen to other NFC South teams there. So there's your Matt Ioannidis replacement. Him and Derek Brown, probably your key starters. Maybe Bravion Roy gets mixed in there. Shy Tuttle, now a Panther, 3 years, $19.5. As for Trevor Sims, what do the Bears do now? Jawan Taylor or Caleb McGarry?
Yeah.
Or just go draft someone.
I could see them drafting someone like you said.
If you wanted to pivot, go spend money on the defensive line in free agency to free up that first pick for an offensive lineman. I think it's one or the other there for Chicago.
Right.
It's not going to be a receiver. And it's certainly not going to be a quarterback now either. All right, Nicholas McClement. Hope I got that last name right, my friend. I think the Bengals will make a move today. I think it will be a good fit for them. I think they kind of spent their money in free agency early last year. They got Alex Kappa, some other players. Lyle Collins was later on. I wonder if their big move is something with Joe Mixon.
Okay.
He's too expensive right now. Bengals are not big spenders in most years. I think this year will be more of the typical than the exception. So we'll wait and see on the Bengals. I think they might be a little bit quieter. But they could do something. You know, linebackers, they got some free agents. They might lose some guys. Wouldn't mind corner. You want to spend some big money? They've already, of course, paid Mike Hilton and Chidobe Awuzie, so they'll probably let Cam Britt be the guy. Or Cam Sturbridge, excuse me. If you can find a right tackle, Jawan Taylor would be nice. I don't think Leo Collins is going to stay healthy.
Well,
but
you got Mike McGlinchey. He's in Denver, so the right tackle market has dwindled a little bit.
Orlando Brown would be awesome, but I doubt that ends up being the case there. All right, the Super Chat menu today. $5 beer cheers. Well, hold on. We owe beer cheers, by the way. We owe 1, 2, 3, 4 beer cheers. Take 2 each.
Sounds good to me.
1 and 2. $10. We'll discuss your favorite NFL team for a bit. $20. Shots. $50 tortilla slaps. $100 for a beer bong. And I'll make it a jungle bong. We'll pour some Jack Daniels in there as well, my friends. Keep the supers coming. We'll get to those here momentarily. But first, we are not that far away from 329,000 subscribers. When we get there, I will do... I'll do a beer bong. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's do it.
And
once we get there, it's a beer bong.
There.
I'm going to eat some food at that point, too. We'll make it happen there. We're also going on to sub-only chat until we hit that 329,000 subscriber mark. Sub-only chat here on today's show. Yeah, thanks for letting Patrick borrow your charger, Sam. I stole his because I left mine at home like an idiot today. Hit that sub button. Free videos every single day. I had to charge my phone with it. It was just a disaster. I know. Well, my phone charger also it works, but it was like just not. It was actually losing still, so it just wasn't powerful enough. Hit that sub button, folks. We are on sub-only chat until we get to 329,000. Some more super chats, by the way, coming on in. Let's hit those. We'll begin with Andrew Summers. Micah figured out the Cowboys' trade free agency strategy. I think that is a detriment for contract negotiations. It does not go over well with players. Micah just tweets too much about it when they see everyone else spending money. They look at you and you go, there's no money. There's no money spent. What are we doing there? So, in the end, when Micah gets to be the highest paid defensive player, it'll be fine. But he ain't going to take a pay cut. There's no reason for Cowboys players to go, I will do a team-friendly deal when you are not giving that money elsewhere. You're not spending it. What am I doing team-friendly for? There's no reason for it. So, he's going to be expensive there. From, oh my God, bro, $10. I would love Shelby Harris on the Broncos and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. 2 guys whose previous teammates go to war for. Bunch of guys with experience. I think Shelby Harris in particular is a really good target. He's going to get cut by Seattle for the Browns. Cheaper option. Fits their more typical MO. I think Gardner-Johnson's a good fit too. A bit more expensive, but oh my God, bro. For your Browns, I think you've named 2 bit expensive, but 2 feasible and quality fits in Cleveland. And I think one of those guys, I wouldn't mind throwing some money on one of them getting paid by Cleveland. So I think oh my God, bro, you're on a good path there. I read this from DXVid6. All right. And David there. Eagles make signings today. So far, they've only kept Jason Kelsey. They've lost some guys. And by the way, from the DWI guys, $100 super chat. Let's give me the beer bong. Jungle bong. Ironically, maybe not ironically, but suspiciously enough, the DWI guys, $100 super
Cheers
chat. Let's go. Jungle bong time. I'm excited. I can't wait. I got a fresh beer here, too. Let's ride. Let's go. $100 jungle bong action. Let's ride. I can't wait. Sam's bringing it in here. Let's go. I'll pour it. We'll read off some supers here.
All right, there we go.
Get that closed.
Shout out DWI guys dropping the hundo, man. We got Trey shouting them out, saying they're coming in clutch. Shadow Viper saying, been a sub for a while. We appreciate you. Swervo, shout out to you. Thanks for watching.
I meant supers, Will. Yeah, not the comments, just the supers that have come in. My bad.
No, you're good.
All right, here we go.
All right, we got Gabriel D'Angelo, $20. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. And then Gabriel
That's a
D'Angelo,
shot, by the
talk
way.
about the Patriots.
That's a shot,
Well,
Will.
I'm getting it ready. I'm
Slow
getting it
down.
ready. Gabriel D'Angelo saying, talk about the Patriots. I think the Patriots got to add a wide receiver here. Now, they brought back Jonathan Jones.
Too much foam.
Which
I
is
done
huge.
messed up.
Cheers to you.
It's closed. I know what I'm doing. I ain't Tyler up here. I spilt it.
That was a legendary moment.
That was great.
I thought Jonathan Jones, Gabriel, that was an outstanding signing. I mean, 2 years, $19 million. Cam Sutton got more than that. I think Jonathan Jones is a really, really good player. I thought he was going to get maybe $13, $14 million a year. So to get him at 9, bring him back is huge. I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise us and bring Jacoby Myers back as well. Because I did not expect Jonathan Jones to be back in New England.
There we go. All right, it's Jungle Bong time. This is what happens when you have a donut for food today. Let me get. Do you want to go full screen? Yeah, let's go full screen. More space. Get that fireball off there. All right, ready? Why is this sideways?
Fireball. Chug, 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 chug. Let's go, Downey. The Jungle Bong. Shout out DWI guys sitting in the hundo.
It burns.
First one of the day.
I have regrets about doing the other bong when we get to 329K. Woo! All right. Richard Holt. Rams making any moves? What do they get for Allen Robinson? Day 3 at best.
Maybe.
He's coming off 2 bad years on the wrong side of 30. That concerns me a little bit. I would be worried about him. So Rams are going to be quiet. I think their organizational plan here is load up on picks, keep the offense in decent shape, and get a bunch of young defenders. Mm-hmm. And keep throwing picks and stuff on that standpoint. So we'll see. About Allen Robinson, but I don't think it's going to be big money going back his way there. Or big capital going back to the Rams there. All right, Jeff Howe of The Athletic. Raiders and Jimmy Garoppolo have shown mutual interest per source. Still early with this connection between McDaniels and Garoppolo. So more of the same. A lot of buzz between Garoppolo and the Raiders. Which Jack says it's going to happen.
Seems somewhat inevitable at this point.
I think he's a Raider. I think they draft quarterback still, too.
I think it's very possible, yeah. They trade up for Richardson
The
still.
money will determine that. If it's like 3 years, a lot of it guaranteed, maybe not. But if there's an out after a year, I think he's going to be ready. There it is! There we go. The Raiders are closing in on a deal to land Jimmy Garoppolo. Spam R! Spam R! There you go. Jimmy Garoppolo is about to be a Raider. I need to see the money here.
Oh, my gosh.
I got to see the money.
Predict the money, Tom. Predict the money.
All right.
I'm going to say 1 year, 25.
I'm going to go 3 years.
You're going to say 3?
3 years, $25 million per year, so $375, but $34 million is guaranteed. So there's an out after year 1.
I cannot.
So I'm going to write this down. This is my prediction.
Okay.
3 years, $75 million per year. $34 million fully guaranteed for the first year. Out after year 1.
Oh my God.
Incentive to take it up to $100 million total. So that's my prediction.
That's not an upgrade, is it? Carter Garoppolo?
No, it's not.
It's not an upgrade.
It's not an upgrade.
It's not an upgrade.
It's straight up not an upgrade. This is what I told Mitch.
I need to somebody clip Mitch's reaction. I gotta see this.
Can we cut into Raiders live?
Can we see Mitch's reaction to this? Please, seriously. Oh my gosh.
Anyway, I asked Mitch. I'm like, Mitch, is this going to be Garoppolo and Will Levis? I asked him this 3 weeks ago.
You're saying 3 years?
But there's an out after year 1.
Yeah.
So it's a fake 3-year deal. We're going to wait and see again. This is the news from Mike Garafolo. Raiders closing in on a deal with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's on his way to Vegas to reunite with Josh McDaniels. I need to see the money because that is going to heavily influence how I feel about this deal. If you gave him the the Jonnu Smith deal, I'm actually totally on board with that. I think that's fine. That's the market for a player of his caliber. But beyond that, gotta wait and see.
So Tyler Jones just tweeted this. Going from Derek Carr to Jimmy G is like going from Chili's to Applebee's.
One of those is way better, though.
I mean, I think.
But it's also the same.
I think Jimmy G is. I think that's disrespectful to Chili's and Applebee's. I enjoy both of those places.
All right, pin poll. Let's make this pin poll. Will the Raiders make the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo?
No.
Why? It's a quick no from Will. Y for yes, N for no. My official prediction: 3 years, 75, $34 million out or guaranteed. Is it out after year one? Incentives to $100 million.
What are the Jets gonna do if Rodgers retires?
They're in trouble if they don't get him. They are in big trouble. Keep the comments coming. Y for yes, N for no. Some traction at long last. Jimmy Garoppolo is about to be a Raider. Details not yet known. 77% say no. What's up, Sam?
Mitchell Renz on Twitter, at Mitchell Renz365. His instant reaction said, F you, Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. Hashtag Raiders.
The gang's back together.
They're gonna riot. They're gonna riot. I'm calling it. They're gonna riot.
I warned him.
Also, they are celebrating on the streets in Houston right now. The Jimmy Garoppolo will not be a Houston Tex.
Interesting. All right, I see a lot of no's in there. All right. Yeses from Phantom YouTube, Cashman Jones, Melissa. Melissa says yes. Raiders going 12-5, first place. Dylan said cancel Christmas. I assume that's a Raiders fan who's mad. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Yes, Jack, you can say something.
I'm just gonna. I love Raider Nation. I want to say that off the top. Okay. I love how we went from. Oh, Tom Brady is a Raider. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is a Raider.
This is what I told Mitch.
Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a Raider. That's hilarious.
It is funny. 76% say no. Yes is from XD Gamer. Jamie and Shepard, Jimmy G is not a Texan. Let's go, he says. Jimmy G isn't better than Derek Carr. He's not. I think Carr's better. Now we're talking like quarterback
Carr's better.
14 versus quarterback 18, but like official from Schefter, Jimmy Garoppolo is signing. Oh, look at that edit too. That's a great edit. Jimmy Garoppolo is signing with the Raiders officially. Well, not official, but verbally agreed to. You can't sign until Wednesday. We'll spend some more time on the biggest signing of the day, I would say. But first, today's show is brought to you by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me prepared to take on my day. Once baby Livia, my 15, almost 16-month-old now, is up with her breakfast, I make my own AG1. I don't feel the need for caffeine in the morning anymore, and I feel energized throughout the day. Plus, AG1 empowers the gut for whole body health. Covering my nutrition budget today literally couldn't be any easier. That's why I trust Athletic Greens. I mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. It's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. It's a win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Better gut health and comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. I almost nailed it, Will.
You were so close.
I almost nailed
You
the
were
money.
So close.
My prediction was 3 years, 75, 34 million guaranteed. It is 3 years, 67.5, 34 million guaranteed. We were off by this much.
It's pretty good. You had the guaranteed. You had the years.
So
you almost had
again,
the total.
I think this is a 1 year deal with an out, that they can move on after a year if they need to.
Yeah.
It's that close.
Do you still think they draft a quarterback?
I think this money does. I gotta see how it's structured. If it is a massive signing bonus, it's like, if it's a $30 million signing bonus, he's the guy for 2 years.
Right.
The guaranteed money, it could be 1 year, 34. They could move on, but again, that close. I almost nailed
You're closer
it.
than I was.
That was so close. So 3 years, $67.5 million. 34 million fully guaranteed. That's $22.5 million per year. I want to see how it's structured, but I think, much like that Jonnu Smith deal, if they need to, they can bail after a year. So we'll wait and see on the actual nitty-gritty numbers there. But a big deal for Jimmy Garoppolo, $34 million guaranteed. That's probably his year one take-home. My suspicion is maybe this is like a $15 million signing bonus or something along those lines, maybe a $10 million signing bonus. Probably 15, spaced out over 3 years. They can move on after a year. I got to see the actual nitty-gritty numbers, though. But I was close.
I'm impressed.
I was close.
I'm impressed.
I'm not going to get as close as that, probably. It's just a straight guess. Thoughts on the deal now that we know the numbers, Will?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised it's the Raiders. That's been the team that has been linked to him the most the last several weeks. So I don't like it though for Las Vegas. I don't. They're in a position right now where they could probably trade up for the number 3 overall pick and take a quarterback. And if you want to have that quarterback develop behind Jimmy G, that's fine. But moving on from Derek Carr for Jimmy Garoppolo is a downgrade. That is just a fact. Derek Carr is a better quarterback. They were expected to pursue Aaron Rodgers. Didn't happen. They were linked to Lamar Jackson. That's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. If you're Las Vegas, this is a really big year for the franchise and that coaching staff and that front office. And you just downgraded the quarterback position. I'm not surprised, but now that it's come to fruition, it just does not make sense for me.
I would fully expect the Raiders to say we upgraded at the spot.
Not
saying they will, but I think for McDaniels, knowing Jimmy G, they think he will have upgraded. That's my mindset.
Jimmy G, to his credit, was playing really good football this past year for San Francisco before the injury. Really good football. But if you're Vegas right now, I just think it makes more sense to draft a quarterback and have him be the guy. Which they might still draft a quarterback. We'll see.
We got some more moves coming in. We'll break those down here momentarily, including Andrew Wiley following Eric Bieniemy to the Commanders. 3 years, $24 million to be their new, I assume, starting right tackle. So for the Commanders' standpoint, that kind of solidifies where they're at. As we got a Dolphins move here too.
He's a Dolphin.
There you go. We got a lot of moves going on here. We'll go rapid fire. The Buffalo Bills have signed Connor McGovern from the Dallas Cowboys. He is now a Cowboys legend. 3 years, $23 million for, I assume, their new starting left tackle, which is it's a lot of money for a guy that was okay. And then he is a Dolphin. Will Scott, Mike White, the quarterback, a 2-year deal. Up to $16
million. Miami gets a backup quarterback. All right. I like it. I like it a lot. I like this a lot. I do.
Why?
Mike White,
why? He's not good,
Mike White said he wanted to be a Dolphin. They made it happen. 2 years worth up to $16 million. I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan of this signing. I like this signing.
You're really hyped about this, man?
I am. I am
For
excited about this.
For a career guy with more interceptions than touchdowns,
I like
you're
this.
Such a homer.
I'm excited
You're such
about
a homer.
this. I do like it.
Will's going to sign off. Because there's a Dolphins video to do. He'll sign off.
All
We'll
right.
stay
I'll talk to
live
y'all
with
later,
all the
man.
news here. Mike White is a Dolphin. Will's excited. 2 years, up to $16 million. The actual nitty-gritty numbers not yet known here for Mike White. That is the new backup quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater will be leaving. A lot of movement here of late. We'll break it all down for you guys momentarily. A lot of action going on here. Mike White, the latest to jump over to the Miami Dolphins. So who's next? Who is the next player to sign in free agency? Sound off in the comments section. I'll give some shout outs here. Jamal Williams. Drop my pen. Cap. But there's been more action. There were more individual moves. That's fine. I agree with that one there. A lot of action today. I'll give some shout outs here. Jamal Williams, James Bradbury. Jamal Williams again. Marcus Mariota. Juju Smith-Schuster. Orlando Brown. Jamel Dean. We'll break down the Cam Sutton and other signings here momentarily, guys. I promise you. Darius Slay. He's a trade, though. I'm not sure where we're at on that front. Orlando Brown, Jimmy Ward. Is he a free agent? He's a free agent. That's right. Cody Barton, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers. You got to be called at some point if you're Rodgers. It's been far too quiet there. All right. We're going to recap all of the moves and some super chats as well here momentarily. The moves from today. Craig Reynolds re-signs. Details not yet known. That'll be a cheap, 1-year vet min deal. Easton Stick, 1 year, about $1.8 million there. Fully guaranteed, by the way. Brandon Graham, 1 year, $6 million to re-sign with the Eagles. That was from yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever it was. Jonnu Smith got traded. 2023 7th-round pick from the Falcons to the Patriots with that deal. The Falcons have been busy today. Chris Lindstrom, Keith Smith, both of whom have signed extensions, or re-signing, I guess, in Keith Smith's standpoint, because he was a free agent. Chris Lindstrom, 5 years, $105 million, the highest paid offensive guard in NFL history with that deal. Cap keeps going up, baby. Patriots, 2 years, $19 million to re-sign with the Patriots. A bit of a steal. 2 years, $19 million. I thought it'd be a lot more for him there. TJ Edwards, 3 years, $19.5 million. Significant money for the Bears. That was the first outside free agent signing of the entire process. It was slow to start, and then things got going. Jason Kelce, a to-be-determined deal. He is back as a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Ben Powers, 4 years, $52 million. That is a $13 million APY, average per year price tag. More on Denver coming because, man, they got busy in the early part of free agency. Keyshawn Nixon, 1 year, up to $6 million. Of note on that standpoint, it's a bit deceptive. I think that's the key area to focus in on. Up to is kind of carrying the numbers there. It's not really going to be up to $6 million. It'll probably be a little bit less than that from the actual standpoint. It'll be cheaper. David Onyemata, 3 years, $35 million. The defensive tackle market, significant big money deals this year. Andrew Beck, 2 years, $6.75 million, $4 million. Fully guaranteed in that deal for Andrew Beck. He's going to play the Kyle Juszczyk role in that Texans offense with Bobby Slowick as the OC. Jarrett Stidham, 2 years, $10 million. Danny Johnson, 2 years, up to $7 million. Probably more like 2 years, $5 million in the end. Raekwon McMillan, 1 year, $1.6 million. Not much guaranteed there. Then we got some big movement. Javon Hargrave, 4 years, $84 million. With the 49ers, a move no one really saw coming there. Big deal for the Niners and Hargrave. He becomes one of the highest paid DTs in the NFL. Mike McGlinchey, 5 years, $87.5 million, $50 million guaranteed. Those happened 3 minutes apart. Big action there. Nick Gates, 3-year deal with the Commanders, former Giant. Details not yet known. Cam Sutton, 3 years, $33 million. I think it was like 24-ish guaranteed, if I remember correctly. I've been drinking, so who knows. Sutton is an inside-outside position flex guy. Bradley Pinion, the new Falcons punter, 3 years, $8.65 million. Shy Tuttle, 3 years, $19.5. Jimmy Garoppolo, 3 years, $67.5. I nailed the guaranteed money, Jack. $34 million guaranteed. We'll wait and see what the actual structure is. It's at least a year, but is it 2? This might not take the Raiders out of the quarterback market. Other deals that just broke, by the way, Andrew Wiley, the Commanders' new right tackle. 3 years, $24 million. So I assume, they signed Nick Gates. They have Sam Cosmi. Maybe Nick Gates, kind of your inside-outside flex guy, or at center and guard. Cosmi can play guard or tackle. He's probably going to play guard now. Wiley's your starter. I think offensive line, no longer a need for the Commanders. Connor McGovern, the Cowboys. There's 2 Connor McGoverns this year. Don't get confused. Connor McGovern, the Cowboys guard. 3 years, $23 million. That's an overpay. As a Cowboys fan, it's a lot of money for Connor McGovern, who's fine, but he's not elite there. 3 years, $23 million to the Buffalo Bills. Big deal there. Mike White, the former Jets quarterback, now goes to the Miami Dolphins on a 2-year deal. Details not yet known, but it's up to $16 million. And the Houston Texans just now are signing Case Keenum on a 2-year deal. Money not yet known, I'd say in the range, but probably between Mike White and Jarrett Stidham would be my guess. Somewhere between $10 and $16 million in total. A big deal for Case Keenum. And another one for the Houston Texans. They're going to sign Chase Winovich, who overlapped with Nick Caserio in New England. So Houston, as I told now gone co-host Will Scott, they always do, signing veterans. So Chase Winovich and Case Keenum are both Texans here in the breaking news of the hour that, of course, dominated by Jimmy Garoppolo and more. Keenum is a Texan, and so too is Chase Winovich. Big movement for Houston. AFC getting active, but of course, the big news of the day. Jimmy Garoppolo is a Raider. We have the numbers there. If I had nailed the number, I would have been so happy. But before we get back to that, Calvin Watkins, who, I've been drinking a bit here, so I'll be honest, I don't think he's very good. Cowboys have talked to Bobby Wagner, but await the market before doing anything strong with him. To paraphrase it for my Cowboys fans out there, due diligence is being done. That's what's going on here with Bobby Wagner. Due diligence is happening. We are at 1,248 likes. Let's get that number up there. We'll have Matthew Peterson on here momentarily to talk NFL here. We are now past 1,000. Hey, Petey, how many likes to get you to do a shot here?
Not even looking at the number. I think if we reach the next even 100.
Oh, I'll go 1,400 because we're 30 away from 1,300. That's too low of a bar. Yeah. 1,400, and we will get Matthew Peterson to do a shot here right when he walks up on screen. So get those likes going. Every like, simply put, shows us to more people. We've had a fun time. We've been live for 9, 10, 11, 4 hours. Look at that math. In the words of Mitchell Renz, we'll be live for 34 hours in the next 24 hours. Real quote from Mitch. Like that video if you're having a good time here. With all the NFL free agency chaos, I'm glad things finally got going. It's a slow start, Jack. There was nothing for the first hour. It was like 2 deals.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here for like 45 minutes, and we're like, one thing has happened so far,
We're just
which
shooting
has
the
been
shit.
crazy.
And then we got business there. So appreciate that. Like the video. We are 63 likes away from a PD shot.
I will also add, Mitch is in full meltdown.
I know
on
he is.
Twitter right
I
now.
warned Mitch I warned him. I'm like, it's going to be Jimmy G and Will Levis. That's what it's going to be. It's just not great. It's just not great. It's just not great. Well, he can't see it. Like the video. We are 45 likes away. 45. Ooh. 38 likes away here. No new moves since we recapped Case Keenum, Chase Winovich at this point here. There are some supers, I promise you, we will get to here in a little bit, including, I can't wait to get to Richard's to start. That's a banger. That is a banger. Want to hit that one right now? Let's hit that one. Also, more Texans news here, too. Mike Boone is a Texan. What did I tell Will? They sign random veterans for no reason. All right, Rashard Lee, Mitch in shambles. I'm just gonna pull up Mitch's timeline here on Twitter. I'm just gonna read off Mitch's last couple tweets in order of oldest to newest to keep the level of deterioration in order there. All right, Javon Hargrave of the Niners for 4 years, $80 million. F me. And then that was 30 minutes go by. Then Garoppolo signs. F.U. Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler at the Raiders. He posts a video of it. I'm not going to listen to it. F. Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler for singing Jimmy Garoppolo. What a disgrace at Raiders. If the Raiders need to fire Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler if the Raiders miss the playoffs. The grammar's gone. Grammar is gone at this point. Absolute grammar in shambles here. Well, thank you, Rashard Lee. Some more supers coming in, but first... Oh, wait. You ready? We're going to welcome on Matthew Peterson, who does owe a shot, by the way. Pete, happy to have you here.
Good to be here. We got a lot going on after, like you said, it was like a slow first 45 minutes.
The cowards.
Yeah, the cowards. I mean, that was just the NFL telling teams there's no way you could have actually struck a deal that quickly. So just put a bit of a delay in before you had the tweet scheduled. But I've
Schedule
seen
text.
a couple things, just like some hard-hitting X's and O's here. Defensive tackle market, getting a lot of money.
To the moon.
That's a good thing to invest in, right? That was crypto before it became cool right there. So defensive tackle going to the moon. I know Mitch hates Jimmy G going to the Raiders. I don't think it's a bad option. I think it's their best option, actually, right?
Of the available ones.
That's what I'm saying.
But is it an upgrade?
An upgrade from Jarrett Stidham?
From
Yes.
Derek Carr.
From Derek Carr?
For honestly not that different of money.
At $22 million versus what? What was Carr going to get this year?
30-ish.
30? Okay. I
And
mean,
change. It might be like 35.
I think you had
but
to.
But they would have restructured
Is it an upgrade from like player to player? No. But is it a much needed changing of the guard? Yes. So if you had to move on from Carr, that was your next best option.
Okay.
Even if it's not a better quarterback, it's the best of the rest.
But what about Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, Lamar, I don't understand why teams aren't pursuing him. I've kind of gone back and forth. Like, originally I bought in on collusion. And then I was like, it'd be pretty hard to get all these old people to get on the same page for something. And now I'm back
I'm in on that.
And so now I'm back to, it's definitely they don't want to hurt their backup quarterback's feelings, right? It's not we don't want to upset Jarrett Stidham or something like that. Yeah, Lamar is definitely better for the Raiders, but I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there. None of the other NFL teams want him.
All right, super chat time from Stazone. $5. It's a beer cheers. Do you need a beer?
I do. I've got Will's leftover stuff here. So.
Do you want slightly? The mountains aren't blue, but it is Coors Light unopened.
I think I need Blue Mountains for the Denver Broncos signing.
Okay.
Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers, and Jarrett Stidham. Sean Payton came in and they spent a lot of money. And I think you got to be excited about that because the biggest need for Denver was shoring up the offensive line, and they did that exactly with two, I would say, A-caliber signings in terms of immediate starters that are going to make your team a better football team.
All right,
Thank you, Sam.
Zone. $5 beer cheers. The Jets go after Lamar if they don't get Rodgers. This is something Will mentioned. They should. That honestly, I would rather go after Lamar than Aaron Rodgers. You also owe a shot, by the way.
I owe a shot, yeah.
That's what I would do. Because, like, right now,
I'm out on Rodgers.
If the Jets don't get Rodgers, it's Lamar Jackson and Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah.
Trade for Tannehill?
Kansas City's got their Wiley replacement, Juwan Taylor. He's going to slot right in at right tackle.
4 years, $80 million for Juwan Taylor. $60 million is guaranteed. We also have the Nick Gates details in a moment. That is a now Taylor played some left at Florida,
Yep.
but I would be hesitant making him my left tackle.
No, I think he's taking over from Wiley.
That
at
would
right
be my
tackle.
guess.
I'm guessing the Chiefs' first pick in the draft will be a left tackle.
I do
To
want to get
replace
to
Franklin.
Low priority, Sam. Get the Aaron Wilson, Laramie Tunsil rumor for me. Tease. In a moment, we'll break that down. Juwan Taylor leaves the Jags. 4 years, $80 million. That might be the highest paid right tackle in NFL history. Let me double check that.
Mike
That is
McGlinchey just got $17.5 million. So
To
this
get-
is $20 million.
to get more than Mike McGlinchey
Doesn't make sense.
is shocking to me.
He's 3-4 seasons. No, he's 1 season younger.
That is
I don't
is
get
the
this.
assuming he stays on the right side. That is the highest paid right tackle in NFL history.
And spoiler,
That's a lot of money.
He wasn't fantastic.
I thought
at
he was
Jacksonville.
solid in pass protection.
But like that's not like surefire highest paid right
Well,
tackle.
we
guy.
are a year removed or months removed from is it Juwan Taylor or Walker Little at right tackle?
Yeah.
That is shocking to me.
My arm's starting to hurt. I got to do this.
Oh, take
cannonball.
it, take it,
yeah.
take it.
Cannonball coming.
I knew he was going to do it.
That's
Now,
a little harsh.
Now, if they play him on the left side, which I got to go back and check. I'm pretty sure he played that some at Florida. That's still top 4.
Yeah, it's too high either way, I think. But that is the
that's
nature
a lot.
of free agency. You're always overpaying.
Yeah.
That's why guys get cut with dead money, right? You never really find a perfect contract that's like, we paid you exactly what we felt you were worth over the course of 3 or 4 seasons. But we got this from Aaron Wilson. Left
This was a
tackle.
little bit ago.
Yeah. Laramie Tunsil has been discussed in potential trade scenario with the Chiefs, according to league sources. If you're the Texans, I'm all aboard trading all of your good assets away. You have signed, really just dinosaurs of free agents. You might as well move on from some of your good pieces and get some assets for the upcoming draft.
They do it every year. That was before the Juwan Taylor news, so maybe something's changed.
Uh-huh.
But Juwan Taylor at right tackle, Laramie Tunsil at left tackle, he wants a new deal. He wants to reset the markets. That would be $23 and change million per year, paying about $45 million per year at tackle. It's a good spot to invest in. That's a lot of money.
It's just about when
It's
I
a
think
lot of
about
money.
the Chiefs' offensive line, they built that starting 5 Super Bowl winning offensive line without paying big money, right? Trey Smith, day 3 draft pick, Andrew Wiley, Creed Humphrey,
Yeah.
those weren't expensive acquisitions.
They
to the
nailed
draft.
those day 3 picks.
Right,
and
and
day
then
2 picks.
Orlando Brown was a trade, and they are not bringing him back when he's set for free
they
agency.
paid Joe Tooney already.
So if you were going to go out and get Laramie Tunsil and give him all that money, one would think you would just give that money to Orlando Brown. That would be my train of thought. I
agree.
think the Chiefs' 31st pick in the NFL draft will be the best starting tackle on the board.
So Rappaport says Chiefs are moving on from Orlando Brown in light of the Juwan Taylor move.
Yeah.
So, again, is he going to play left tackle?
I don't know.
I'm going to go pull up my notes here in a second and see if
Yeah.
he did play at left tackle, but that would then leave a big gaping hole at right tackle.
Right.
Unless you think Lucas Niang's the guy, which I'm not sure that they do.
So
Interesting
it'll
there.
be interesting to see what they do because this is the Kansas City Chiefs we're talking about. They're going to put together a good offensive line to bounce back, to keep things moving on in 2023 and bring home another Lombardi trophy. I'll stand by. The Chiefs will be a little bit quiet in free agency at the offensive line and look to make their starting
Yeah.
left or right tackle be the last pick in the first round of the draft. That's what
All
I
right.
think the Chiefs are going to do.
We are 20 subs away from another beer bong here for me with no food in my stomach.
We got good quesadillas out
Outside,
there.
oh, there are quesadillas out
It's
there? Nice.
quesadilla day.
Outside of a donut this morning. So 20 subs away. Once we get there, it is a beer bong for me here. So I found my notes, by the way.
All right, what do you got for Juwan Taylor?
Right tackle.
Right, yeah.
Played left tackle at Florida in 2017, and it wasn't good.
Okay, so we learned why he stopped playing left tackle.
my exact note is I'd keep him at right tackle. Worked in 2018. Ugh.
I mean, usually if you start
Okay.
at left tackle, you don't go to right tackle because it's Well, he's good at left tackle, but
So
man,
we'll
he'd
try
be a
right
great
side,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's not how it
Oof.
usually
All
works.
right.
It's the opposite way.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. Oh, we're 6 subs away.
Here we go. 6 subs away.
I'm just gonna pour it. We are here.
You're calling your shot?
I'm calling
Let's
my
go.
shot. We're gonna get there. I have no doubt
Broncos
about it.
Stampede, good to see you in the chat. How about Denver? $30+ million this season on the offensive line. This is an offensive line, I think Russell Wilson, which that's
we're
a
one
whole
away.
caveat itself, could work with.
We're 1 away.
Here we go. Tom, by the way, did not sleep last night. This is his Super
Look,
Bowl.
I'll be honest. I did not sleep well
You were
last
so
night.
excited. Your tail was wagging.
I did not sleep well because I had an early alarm.
Oh, we got across. There we go.
And also, Olivia wasn't sleeping well, so it's just like a combination of everything. It was just not good. Like,
Tom was doing last-minute notes on players the Cowboys will look at but not sign.
oh, that's everyone.
Yeah.
They ain't doing jack. And getting the air bubbles down.
I'm waiting on some other notable names that have not signed. Jessie Bates, Draymond Jones.
Thought it was a Falcon.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. One of those two might be a Falcon by the time today's all done and over. All right, here we go. Cannonball time. Look at that form. That's a guy who went to a college in the farm fields of Ohio. Just deleted. Let's
That's
ride.
way better than the beer bong or the jungle bong one.
Melissa, good to see you. What do I think about the
Pen cap go?
Jets needing Lamar? They are being held hostage by Aaron Rodgers, which is a bizarre person to hold you hostage because he's older and he wasn't that good last year. So if you want to be held hostage, do it by someone young and approaching their prime, not someone exiting their prime.
Being glad to
My
agree.
2 cents.
I'm gonna keep doing hosting stuff. You're having fun
Super
with it?
chat menu.
Yeah, go for it.
$5 beers cheers. $10. We'll talk about your team, whether your team's been good or bad in free agency. It's always fun, by the way, to look up like 2018 NFL free agency grades and see what was right and what was wrong. So you can all expose us in 3 or 4 years. $20. We'll take some shots. I've already had one so far. $50. It's the Tommy Special Tortilla Slaps. He's got a weird fetish for it, but we lean into it. And then $100 is a beer bong or a shotgun. We just saw Tom take down one a moment ago. We could do a race. We'll get me on screen doing my own beer
Ooh,
bong as
nice.
well.
That sounds fun.
We got some super chats to catch up on. Chris B on Tom's team.
Cowboys trading starts in about 2 weeks. Can't wait. The Jones yacht is in the Caymans.
So he's getting all the cash.
Right?
Right? He's going to the offshore bank, and he's getting all the cash. That's what this means. And then they're going to lose a player because of a contract wording like Randy Gregory,
They are.
which might be a blessing in disguise.
Every year they pull this shit. They go on spring break trip, start a free agency because the grandkids are off then. That's when they don't have school. Every year they do it. Every year. It annoys me to no end.
That was the equivalent of the Broncos owner going on a
He went on a ski trip. Yeah.
Well, no, he went hunting, okay, which is a big difference, allegedly. And I allegedly may have been very upset about it, but they got their guy, so it's okay now. Joopy, next one up on the show. Do a Cardinals free agent list top needs, trade D-Hop. I think, we'll briefly talk on it. I think for the Arizona Cardinals, your top free agents might be bring back Zach Allen and don't spend a lot of money and be like the Bears next year. Right, be the team that's got loads of cash to spend.
I agree.
When you're in a good spot, when Kyler Murray will be starting week
Yeah,
one.
but he's not good.
Right. Well, that's a whole separate thing.
I'm being a turd.
I'm kinda
sorry.
still in on Kyler Murray.
I'm
But
being a troll. I'm just being a troll. Ignore me.
The
Ignore
sad
me.
thing is the Cardinals shouldn't be exciting this year. They should be like the Bears and like the Falcons and roll a ton of money over next year. Jimmy Productions. Bryce Young is better than C.J. Stroud, but the Panthers seem like a stupid organization. I feel like the Panthers will draft C.J. Stroud because Bryce Young is short. I think the stupid thing would be to draft Anthony Richardson.
Will
I'm completely
Levis.
out on him. Will Levis, I mean, that's criminal. But you're the draft guru. Who do you got number one? Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud?
I have Bryce Young.
I like C.J.
It's-
Stroud. Yeah.
My concern is every single one of these prospects has like a big glaring butt involved with them. Like Will Levis looks the part, but isn't actually good at football right now. Anthony Richardson, immense upside, but isn't accurate at this point here. Like
Or good at football.
I think
He's a track star.
Will
You don't
Levis
take track stars first overall.
Will Levis and Richardson have fixable flaws in their technique.
Yeah.
Richardson, when he drops back and throws it, his hips open too early, so everything's just sailing high on him.
Oh.
Will Levis's foot comes up and it leads to accuracy issues. All that can be fixed. I would rather bet on the younger guy to get it fixed than the older guy who never really broke out there. Stroud is very accurate. When he knows what's coming, it's going to be good results, but he's not good outside of structure.
Yep.
Bryce Young is very small, and that concerns me. By the way, the update on Jawan Taylor, he is going to be the left tackle like we had discussed.
Bold strategy, Colin. Let's see if it pays off for him. It's a lot. And one, you don't really see tackles move in the NFL in the middle of their career. A lot of times you see guys at the start when they come out of college, or at the end where it's like, we know you're good, like Jason Peters type, can you just play somewhere for us because we're in a bind? You don't see Jawan Taylor get the boatload of cash from free agency, and by the way, we're going to make you lefty instead of righty. Because that's what it feels like for tackles to move. This is unique.
It's going to be interesting. Especially for a quarterback who's great. I'm obviously not centering Mahomes here, who does hold the ball for a long time, helps create his own pressure.
Yeah.
Like, we're looking at a $3 million difference at Jawan Taylor and Orlando Brown. I think I just would have paid Orlando Brown because you know he works at left tackle.
And he's also
there's a lot of gamble here.
Sneaky young, 26. Like, Jawan Taylor is entering his 5th year, so he's in that same kind of age range, but if you ask anyone, would you rather have Orlando Brown or Jawan Taylor, they're going to say Orlando Brown. So this one kind of makes me scratch my head a little bit. But I will err to the side of Kansas City probably knows what they're doing.
They've proven it right
good at
pretty
this.
consistently there.
Yeah.
It's just, ugh. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to pay for a left tackle who hasn't played on the left side.
Yeah, that's my only thought as well. We'll see if they end up kind of switching out of it after a little while.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, PD. We're gonna tell you guys in a moment here about today's sponsor. That is Athletic Greens. PD, take it away.
Today's edition of NFL Daily is sponsored by Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I personally give AG1 a try because I hated taking pills or vitamins each morning and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional bases for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix one small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing each morning, and it's done. I also really like that it costs less than $3 a day. Pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. The link's in the comments and the description of today's show. Get started today. We'll get back to some free agency coverage here as we had a lot of big signings come through, but there's still a lot of big fish out in the sea. Like I said, I think Jessie Bates is probably going to reset the safety market. Draymond Jones must be eating up. If David Onyemata is getting $12 million a season,
ridiculous deal.
Like Draymond Jones is going to walk in and go, we start the conversation at 18, which I think is too rich for a guy who's only had 6.5 career sacks, but that's my 2 cents. This one's for you, Tom.
Luis D. Garza. Realistically, who are the Cowboys in for today? Their own guys. Donovan Wilson, Leighton Vander Esch.
Yep.
They're not going to sign anyone else. I will be shocked there. Two productions. The Panthers draft AR-15, drug test the front office. I would bet it's Stroud when it's all said and done. Mac S. Customs. Somebody wake up the Giants, please.
Yeah, Joe Shane doesn't know today's the big day.
A lot of linebackers unsigned. Keep an eye on that spot. $10, Cole Bridges. Talk about your team. I'm glad the Niners got Hargrave to boost the defensive line, but should they sign a corner? Secondary needs some help. I mean, it does. Jimmy Ward's a free agent. Emmanuel Moses is a free agent. The Niners have always been aggressive, PD. I doubt they're done at the cornerback spot. Plus, they might draft somebody early on or somebody's early on.
Cam Sutton's off the board. That's kind of the coveted CB2 free agent out there. Bryce Callahan is a name that comes to mind. I know Jimmy Ward played a good amount of that slot nickel corner position for them last year. Despite being a safety, they kind of made him a hybrid. So if they lose Jimmy Ward in free agency, maybe they bring on Bryce Callahan, who, when he's healthy, he's one of the best in the biz at commanding the slot corner position, but when he's healthy is the big part of that sentence. So I think the cornerback position is definitely in line for San Francisco. I also remember last year they didn't spend a lot in free agency, and things worked out pretty well for them. I just don't know if that's really in the DNA of what the Niners want to do. They've already made one big splash signing. I don't know if they've got a whole lot more up their sleeve.
All right, Tristan Piffner, Matthew is the best host.
Shout out to you, Tristan. Thank you very much. You are the best viewer today. We've got over 3,000 people watching. Tristan's the gold medal right now.
It was a $100 super chat, but okay. DC Dyer, what will be the biggest signing this free agency?
Most amount of money total. Hargrave just got 80.
We got 80 total, 40 guaranteed.
I'm just going to go total, not the guaranteed.
84 for Hargrave. I bet Orlando Brown beats it.
Okay.
On a 4 or 5 year deal. He should beat it.
Yeah, the other big names out there's no big quarterbacks who are going to get a lot of money. Unless Lamar, I guess. I don't know how you count that.
APY or total? Because McGlinchey did get a little bit more total, but less APY.
Yeah, I'll go total. I think total.
Okay.
I think total is a good measuring tool for this. So McGlinchey's number one. You're right.
I could see Orlando Brown asking for 5,100.
Yeah, I think Orlando Brown's probably in the running right now. Jessie Bates, could he ask for 5,100? Get $20 million?
That's a lot for a safety.
It is.
It might be a bit too much.
I'm guessing they're probably looking at a 4-year deal for him.
Yeah.
4-year.
A lot of teams a lot of players like the 4-year deal because they can cash in again later.
Yeah. So I think right now McGlinchey at 87 might have a chance, but Orlando Brown's probably going to top it. So Orlando Brown would be my pick.
All right, Levi Mayfield. What the F is Andrew Berry up to, PD?
What's going on, Levi? Fucking nothing. He's got to do something. I'm with you, dude. I am staring at TweetDeck right now, waiting for the news of the Browns have signed blank, and they haven't. There was a lot of smoke out there about the Browns making a big splash move, a big trade, and listen, it's only been 2.5 hours right now, so we can slow down a bit, but the defensive tackle market is not shaping up well for Cleveland because a lot of names are already off the board. And the market is just going to keep going up. And with that going up, $100 super chat coming in. Let's go. The DWI, guys. Jungle Bong time again. Broncos only needs a center.
I'll do it.
No, I'll do it. It's the Broncos O-line.
How about this? Specify. DWI, guys. Who wants to do it? We'll do right by you.
Spin zone.
Who do you want?
Cushenberry entering a contract season. That means he's going to play his best football. That's how contract seasons work.
Joe Tippmann, you are a Denver Bronco.
So, I mean, just a possibility right there. But yeah, Cushenberry is the weak link right now of this offensive line. But $100 super chat. Shout out to you, the DWI guys. Thank you so much.
Let us know who's doing it.
Let us know. Tom or I taking the beer bong.
I did specify I would do it. So it's up to you.
We're
you
all
put
team players here at Chat Sports.
Yeah.
This is part of the job application. Will you step in and jump on a hand grenade by doing a beer bong? Yeah. Mighty Booch. Arizona Cardinals, cry with me. I know it's not fun.
They're rebuilding.
But they're rebuilding. Like, they don't need to do anything, right? I think a good Cardinals offseason is you roll a lot of cap over.
It's you.
Oh, there we go.
Do you want I have the beer bong here. Are you fine doing the same one, or do you want a fresh, clean one?
No, I like that one.
Do you want Jack Daniels or Fireball?
Wait, I guess I don't really realize what I signed up for.
Jungle Bong is you put the beer and then you put some shots in too.
Okay, I've got the Fireball here, so
it's
going to be a bit rough.
Pro tip: put it in at the end, because otherwise it ends up being you're just drinking Fireball the entire time, and it does not taste good.
Okay.
So put the alcohol in last.
I'm not looking forward to
this
this now
burns.
that I realize the terms of the deal.
Yeah.
This is just like, I didn't realize there was that much guaranteed money.
You didn't read the terms and
I
conditions,
didn't read the terms
Petey.
and agreements.
All right, more super chats as PD gets set up here. Lone Wolf, been in WARC meetings. What have I missed so far? We will break that down, all the moves so far, after we get Petey's beer bong and get caught up on all the super chats as well. So Lone Wolf, stick around. Recap coming up here momentarily. Rashard Lee. Glad we didn't, I think you mean pay Randy Gregory last offseason. And Chris B, Tom, what happened to that $575 they're going to give Randy Gregory? It just magically disappeared. Or it was a joke, going to sign 2 backups. They agreed to that deal.
Cannonball time.
And they allegedly paid Leighton Vander Esch and Anthony Barr and Dorrance Armstrong and the punter. Math does not add up. They like their guys.
I feel like
None of
I'm
their guys are
handling
out
the
there.
Declaration of Independence right now.
Just don't spill it.
That's what the name of the game is right now. Before you even get to the blocks, you just can't spill here.
There you go.
Want to throw the DWI super chat on for this one?
Yeah, I can do that.
Let the people know what we're cheering to.
Jungle Bong time again for Petey.
Cannonball
Broncos-
time.
Oh, yeah. Cannonball coming.
Okay, here we go.
There you go.
Bill.
I'm not sure he's getting. Oh, there it is. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was actually getting anything out of there. Here comes the fireball hit. Oh, there it is. You can tell. The hit of fireball at the end. It burns. It burns so good,
That's
doesn't
fucking
it?
disgusting.
I know it is.
Oh,
You-
my God. The
you
bunk
didn't-
beds were a horrible idea. Why did you let us do them?
You didn't finish it either.
Well, I know. It's just a little foam. The foam
I
doesn't
see
count.
some alcohol in there.
I found some alcohol left over from you too, Kimosabi.
That's
so
fair.
we're going to call it fair.
Make sure you close it off, though.
I did.
There you
I'm a
go.
responsible drinking adult.
Here, give it here. Give it here. There's enough in here.
I thought there was a lot less, I'll be honest.
Woo!
Okay.
Ooh, cinnamony.
Yeah.
All right, quick on Mike here. Cassari needs to be fired today before he trades Tunsil. Hope you like signing random veterans if you're the Texans.
Mike Boone.
Yeehaw. Hey, Tom, with Conor McGovern gone, is left guard a major need for Dallas? If so, what should be their approach? Let's see what happens with Tyron Smith. If Tyron comes back, it's not as big of a need. Otherwise, yeah, it is. From Ryan Yutzler, talk about the Browns, Matthew. Brown Report, top dog. Petey, take it away.
Shout out to you, Ryan. I wish I had more to talk about. That's kind of
It's
the
been
story, is
quiet.
that there's not much to talk about here. I said before, but I'll say it again, the defensive tackle market was their biggest need, and with the overpays for some guys, for example, Shai Tuttle was my, lower level signing. You know, if you miss out on Hargrave, you can go get him for cheap. The Panthers threw a lot of money at him. I mean, a good
did.
chunk of change. So it's like, dang, if Shai Tuttle's getting 3-year, $19 million, yikes. I'm a little worried about what the rest of the market will sure up to be. Draymond Jones, probably their number one target at this point, which, I'll be honest, it's fun signing players. He's not my top guy.
No.
I'm not in the business of giving a player who has 6.5 sacks last season, tying a career high, $18 million. Maybe he's Shaq Barrett, right? Maybe he kind of blossoms at the next spot. But I'm not really seeing that in him.
Man, I loved Shaq Barrett when he was a free agent. I thought he was going to be so good, and he was.
Yeah, so
A rare win for me.
they need to do something. So a part of me will be like, thank you for signing someone. But also, if it's $18 million for Draymond Jones, that's a really expensive homecoming.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Who isn't a great run defender.
He's not. And that's the other thing, is that your number one need was like stopping the run. He's not going to assist a lot in that department. Now, it's very nice giving Myles Garrett a hopeful long-term partner and not these one-year rotations of Olivier Vernon, Ogunjobi, Jadeveon Clowney, but you need to help stop the run, and he's not coming in to do that.
All right, we have an NFL draft channel, which will be drastically changed by what happens today, tomorrow, and future days in NFL free agency. Make sure you guys are subscribed over there, youtube.com/chatNFL. We are trying to 3,000 subscribers on that channel. Go subscribe right now. It's all free, youtube.com/chatNFL. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. More free videos coming your way on that channel. Ad-free, by the way. youtube.com/chatNFL. All right, depressed Cowboys fan. One-word answer. Petey, where does Kareem Hunt go?
Denver. And I don't think it's a great move for the Broncos.
That was more than a word.
But I said Denver.
And then you expanded.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
kidding.
didn't know
You're
I could
fine.
expand.
You're fine.
Yeah, I think Denver, Javonte Williams, he's going to miss a serious amount of time next year. They don't want to pay a lot for a one-year rental. Kareem Hunt could make some sense with Sean Payton as like a poor man's Kamara-ish. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Corey Anderson, just $1. Thank you, Corey. I didn't see any other comments on that front, but thank you, Corey, very much. We appreciate that here. Big ups to you guys who have all super chatted throughout today's show, especially to you, DWI guys, for the 2 different jungle bongs we did here on
Mike's
show.
here.
I saw him.
Let's go.
Did the Cam Sutton did get uploaded?
Well,
Hope so.
I hope so.
I'm sure it did. All right. Our goal here is to get to our NFL draft channel. Get to 3,000 subscribers. YouTube.com/chatNFL. 811 away. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Free NFL draft videos on that channel. YouTube.com/chatNFL. 811 more. Pete, I'd love to get that channel.
Did we lose your mic for a second there? Yeah. I was just going to say, Tom in this NFL draft channel is sort of like when your dad hits a midlife crisis and wants to restore an old car, except you're not in your midlife crisis, and this is just your baby. So help Tom grow his second child. He's got to name it. It'll be a boy. And so if you want to see more draft content, because after free agency, that's where all the headlines and all the spotlights are on, make sure to check it out, youtube.com/chatNFL. And I'm also going to plug one more thing for Tom that he might not do himself. Here at Chat Sports, the Tom Downey difference is if your team doesn't have a first-round pick, he does not discriminate against you in mock drafts.
I am nice.
He will do a mock draft pick for your team whenever their first-round selection is.
You know that very well.
Yes. There are cowards out there, and I won't say their name, but it rhymes with Mod McShay, so Todd McShay.
then you name them.
Yeah. Who does not go past the first round because they're scared. Tom, never afraid. He'll do the Rams' first pick, which is in usually round 3, or the 49ers, who aren't picking for a while. Holy cannonballs. Brian Coward, $100 super chat. Let's go. Drink, Tom, drink. Go Niners, Javon Hargrave, Chase Sr., and now Thomas Downey downing a beer bong.
All right.
Cheers
set
to
up
you,
here.
Bryant.
I'm fine. I mean, I should probably eat at some point, but I'm fine for now.
Yeah, you're getting like day 3 of the draft level.
That
real
was
quickly
bad.
there.
I tell you what, I did not feel that bad on day 3 of the draft, but then going back and listening, I was bad.
So we do have a little bit of some Browns news. It's not official yet, but it's like hardcore rumors because, well, nothing's really official. Okay, nothing's really official until Wednesday, but we might have the first Cleveland Browns like actual signing of free agency. We'll share that with you in just a moment. But right now, Tom is prepping. It looks like you're stretching out a snake right now.
You got to get the air bubbles out to the top.
Yeah, look at you, scientist.
That's how you don't end up getting stuck with
So
a bunch of foam.
Brownie's out there watching right now. We got an interesting tweet from Mary Kay. We'll
Thanks,
throw it on
Bryant.
screen in just a second. But first, Bryant with $100. Oh, a generous.
Can't be scared.
I'm scared for you.
Can't be scared. You cannot be scared.
The state of Tennessee does not condone that.
Well, you're not the state of Tennessee, so let me get it nice and framed up here. What's up, Marshall?
Here we go. Cannonball time. And down the hatch it goes. Siciliano, by the way, couldn't do it. Could not do it. Can't even compete with Scott Hansen.
Oh,
Imagine Mel Kiper doing that.
No, Mel Kiper. Is it Kiper or McShay who does the pumpkin pie? It's McShay, I think. Yeah. No, it's Kiper. Yeah. Kiper. Yeah. It's
Coors Light and
Coors
Jack Daniels.
that.
Tell you what, it burns at the end.
Yes, it does.
It burns at the end.
Okay, we do have a tweet if we want to put it on
There we
screen from Mary Kay. She's a Browns beat
I'm
reporter.
good. I got water here.
That when linebacker Sion Takitaki agrees to terms with the Browns over the next few days, it will likely be a 1-year deal worth around $2.5 million. He's coming off a nice year. He did a good job filling in when Anthony Walker got hurt, and then unfortunately a couple weeks later he tore his ACL. But this might be the first Browns signing when it happens. It's kind of weird wording. I've never really seen like when it happens. I already have the details for it, but we got some Browns news right there. So Mayfield, everyone else watching right now.
That is super weird. Wording.
This is a bizarre, like it's not official, but also when it is official, usually the contract details like the last thing that comes, but we
Yeah.
got that before the signing even. But we got some
Weird.
Browns news right there. Let's go.
All right. Again, our goal is to get to our NFL Draft channel to 3,000 subscribers. We are 755 away. Go subscribe, youtube.com/chatnfl. Free NFL draft videos. Perfect timing. We posted our newest mock draft up there. Mine because I did one 4 p.m. Friday. New mock draft. 25 minutes later, trade.
Jalen Ramsey?
It's just absolutely in shambles on that front.
Oh,
Made me
the
very
Bears
sad.
trade.
The Bears
Yeah,
trade.
sorry,
Just, like,
right.
Totally ruined
Toasted
the mock
it.
draft. Totally ruined it. And I'm
But
just
now
like,
you
what
get to
am
do
I
another
doing
mock draft, which you love doing.
here? I do love doing them, but I
And
have
a
to go reset.
post-free agency mock draft.
We'll do those.
That's like,
Later this week, we will have one.
verbal meme. That's when it's just like, oh boy, it's all coming together.
It is. So I still have not seen the actual nitty-gritty on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not out on them taking a quarterback this year. So
No,
all right.
not either.
Of all the moves, hold on.
Oh, we got news?
There it is.
Oh,
Biggest NFL free agency winner so far. Of all the different moves made by the teams, who is your biggest winner? I have a thought on one of the winners.
fire away.
I think Denver.
I was going to say Denver, but I was like, is that Homer?
I don't love the Stidham deal. That's a lot for a mid quarterback.
Yeah.
But 2 starting offensive linemen, it's valuable.
Right, I think
and
the-
especially out of the Juwan Taylor deal. I think that McGlinchey one looks better.
I agree. Man, the Niners getting Javon Hargrave is nice.
Yeah,
But
agreed.
right now, Denver's picked up 2 starters.
Yeah.
I don't think any other team has picked up 2 good starters, right? The Texans have got all the relics of Case Keenum and Mike Boone and everyone else that's been in the league for a while. But Denver's definitely up there. There hasn't been, the Bears have a lot of money to spend, and they've been, I wouldn't say frugal, but they haven't been, splurging all over the place
Yeah.
for signings. They picked up who to start free agency?
Bears?
Yeah, the Chicago.
TJ Edwards.
Yeah, TJ Edwards, and
Linebacker.
then they were in the mix for Mike McGlinchey, so I'm sure they're a little bummed they missed
I
out on
thought
that.
he was a Bear for sure.
I thought so too, actually.
I think I'm going back to Orlando Brown as a Bear now.
Yeah,
I'm going to
so-
waffling back and forth there.
So I think Denver's got a good case, but it's still early, so there are a lot of teams out there that can make some big moves. Still, Draymond Jones, Jessie Bates, and the one position group that no one has talked about, wide receiver. It's not good, but there is Juju Smith-Schuster, Jacoby Myers, Mecole Hardman. There are some guys. There's some dudes.
Like you said, it's not good.
Not good. It's not good. But there are players. There are football players who would like to be signed, and no one has talked to them.
By definition. I see Broncos, Lions, Broncos, Niners, Dolphins. If we include the Jalen Ramsey trade, sure.
Yes. I
Feels
think,
like cheating, but I will
I think
allow
that was
it.
highway robbery. A third and a player that I think the Rams are like, oh, that was not who we meant to put in the facts. Like, someone screwed that up. That was the wrong name. And it's like, Miami's like, too late. You already agreed. You're getting this guy who has 1 career
There was
reception.
a trade a couple of years ago in the NBA. They mixed up 2 different guys, and the deal fell apart. It was
Wasn't it the Brooke Lopez and
It involved the Grizzlies. Let me see if I
I
can
believe
find
it was the Lopez brothers that they got confused on. I'm about 80% sure one time the Lopez brothers got mixed up and it led to an issue. Someone can fact check
I
me
got
in the
it.
chat.
The one I am thinking of was a 3-team trade, and it was Marshawn Brooks over Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
Over who was getting dealt.
Yeah.
And the Grizzlies wanted to trade Marshawn Brooks, and I think it was the Commanders or Suns thought they were getting Dylan Brooks. And they're like, no, different. Which makes sense because Marshawn Brooks is out of the league and Dylan Brooks is actually still playing for them.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny there. Today's show, our live coverage brought to you by Athletic Greens. We both take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. We gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health. What did you want, Petey?
I wanted to stop taking pills or vitamins each morning.
There you go. And supplements that actually taste great. We take it first thing in the morning. We're done just like that. Costs less than $3 a day. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, they're giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. I'm done.
Yeah, it's time for you to get a bite.
I'm gonna go get real
You're
food
starving.
in me. Yeah, I had a donut today.
You should house and you're hungry.
3 beer bongs and shots.
There
Adds
we
up
go.
quickly there. So.
Shout out to Tom Downey. He is the man, the myth, the legend when it comes to NFL live stuff revolving around free agency and draft. No one's better in the business. All right, we're going to keep the train rolling, though. We got more free agency coverage to get you here because it does not stop after one day. It is a marathon for more than just a week. So we got some super chats to catch up on. Plus, if you're just tuning in, we will recap some of the latest signings that have been made, get you caught up to speed if you're in the middle of the workday and you're like, who's gone where for how much? We'll get you guys caught up to everything that's happened. But first, our super chat menu, if you feel so inclined to support the show, throw some bucks our way. $5, it's a beers cheers. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, it's some shots. $50, it's tortilla slaps. It's weird, it's bizarre, but the first time you see it, you'll see like, I think I need to see that one more time. And then $100, we've already done a couple of them so far, is beer bongs or shotguns. So 100 buckaroos and we'll down a beer bong. Let's catch up on some super chats right now. Zeno coming in with the Cowboys still done nothing. What a shocker. If Tom was here, he would say, I concur. Because the Cowboys, once again, have players in their radar, and then they don't do anything about it. Crispy Bacon. Great pig name. Biggest free agent winner, Jerry Jones. Not going to spend a single penny making his team better and is still going to sell out a bunch of tickets and make money. Yeah, not wrong. I mean, Cowboys fans would disagree, but also they didn't spend a lot of money last year and they were a pretty good team, which exceeded my expectations. So maybe Jerry does know something other than putting a lot of salt on McGriddles. We got some free agency tracker stuff here. Craig Reynolds, the wide receiver, returning to Detroit. We don't have the details just yet. Easton Stick, a 1-year contract. Brandon Graham, a while ago, staying in the city of brotherly love, a 1-year, $6 million deal. Jonnu Smith was traded from New England to Atlanta to have a reunion with his old coach, Arthur Smith. Speaking of the Falcons, they extended Chris Lindstrom to a mega contract, 5-year, $105 million. One of the best guards, if arguably not the best guard in football. There's some other great ones out there. Got linked to a huge extension. Fullback Keith Smith coming back. Jonathan Jones, the corner, retained by New England. And then the first, real signing of free agency. TJ Edwards, the former Eagles linebacker, going to Chicago. 3-year, $19.5 million contract. They moved on from Roquan Smith because they didn't want to pay him big money, and they definitely save a lot by going with TJ Edwards. More contracts here. Jason Kelsey, he announced that he will be returning to the Eagles. Ben Powers signed a 4-year, $52 million contract with Denver. He'll be their starting left guard. Then we got Keason Nixon, 1 year, up to $6 million with the Packers. David Onyemata, the defensive tackle, goes from New Orleans to follow his old defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, now the Falcons DC. 3-year, $35 million. That's a big payday Atlanta gave out, but they had the second most cap space, so they made it happen. Fullback / tight end Andrew Beck. He's going to the Houston Texans on a 2-year contract. Jarrett Stidham, going to be the backup for Russell Wilson. I think the backup. For how long? I don't know. People are talking 2-year, $10 million deal for the former Auburn Tiger. Then there's Danny Johnson going to Washington on a 2-year deal worth up to $7 million. Raekwon McMillan, 1 year, $1.6 million contract. Javon Hargrave cashing in big time. 4-year, $84 million deal. A little under half of it guaranteed. The Niners shore up their defense, one of the best in the league. Mike McGlinchey with the biggest contract, so far in terms of just total money. 5-year, $87.5, 50 of it guaranteed. Denver finds a starting left guard and right tackle in free agency in the first 90 minutes or so. Nick Gates, 3 years, $16.5 million deal with the Commanders. Cam Sutton, the CB2 that everyone's been drooling over from the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's going to the Motor City on a 3-year, $33 million deal, a spot that the Lions needed help in, and they get some. Moving on to the Falcons, their punter Bradley Pinion is signing a 3-year, $8.65 million contract. Shy Tuttle, speaking of the Saints, he also stays in the NFC South, but not with the Big Easy. He's off to Carolina on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. And then maybe the biggest move so far today, quarterbacks always lead, Jimmy Garoppolo. 3-year, $67.5 million contract with Vegas. Mixed emotions about that right now in the Sin City. Andrew Wiley from the goes to the Commanders, reunites with his old offensive coordinator, Bieniemy. Moving on here, Connor McGovern, he's up to the Bills, 3-year deal. Mike White to back up Tua. Speaking of backups, Case Keenum, he's going to Houston where he played his college ball. And Chase Winovich, the former third-round pick by the New England Patriots, is down in Houston on a 3-year, $23 million contract. Moving along with the Texans, they signed running back Mike Boone. And then the Chiefs backed the truck up for Jawan Taylor. 4-year, $80 million, 60 of which is guaranteed. So basically a 3-year, $60 million contract, in my opinion. Corliss Waitman, he was tendered by the Broncos. That's their punter entering his second season. And then Casey Kreider, he is signed by the Giants. Don't have the details just yet. And Jermaine Pratt signed a 3-year, $21 million deal. And that is everything that's happened so far in free agency. If you missed it, please rewind. I don't want to repeat it all again because we had a lot to happen, but we're still going to continue to break it down for you guys as we get more news, just like the Bengals re-signing Jermaine Pratt, which just happened 2 minutes ago, according to Tom Pelissero. We've got more free agency coverage coming your way, but shout out your favorite team right now. We'll talk about the first one that we see. We got a Super Chat flying in, $20 from Kyle. Let's go, Kyle. But get those cities and teams shouting out in the comment section right now. I'll peek down. First team I see, we'll talk about it for a moment. So light up the comment section, rep your squad, and we'll give a shout out to the first one I see. Jack, am I good to give a shout out to one? All right, we're getting the green light from producer Jack Lauderay in just a moment. Getting a lot of teams in there right now. Nearly 3,000 people watching. Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is a New York Jet. He follows the footsteps of Brett Favre. And wow, a huge domino falls. Breaking news, quarterback Aaron Rodgers is being traded to the New York Jets. Okay, we're going to break down this move for you guys. We'll get the details shortly, but a huge move on the first day of NFL free agency. We saw it coming for a while. We thought maybe Rodgers would kind of blue ball in the Jets. Ultimately, he is going to East Rutherford, and the Jets have their quarterback. Don't have the details just yet. Trey Wingo, the first one, which I didn't know he was in the news-breaking biz. That's news to me as well. We'll welcome Tyler Jones on in just a moment, by the way. He is an NFL connoisseur and guru and offers great insight. But reaction to Aaron Rodgers getting traded to the New York Jets. To me, I think Aaron Rodgers' best days are behind him. And even if his future days are good, that's fine for the Jets. But an expensive quarterback potentially, giving up draft assets for a guy who seems to be on the way down. I think this is eerily similar to Brett Favre, which up until Brett Favre got hurt that year, it worked out well for them. But ultimately, I don't think this is going to work out for the New York Jets winning any playoff games. But when you're the Jets and you got the longest postseason drought in the NFL, Tyler, you got to do something.
Jets had to do something.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson clearly wasn't the answer. Neither was Mike White. Now they make this move to find their guy and go with Aaron Rodgers. And for the Packers, too, you think about it. Now they move forward with Jordan Love. They get to see what they have in Jordan Love finally and really restart the rebuild mode there in Green Bay. The New York Jets, we know that they have the defense. Now can they put it all together, and can Aaron Rodgers get them over the top? I like this for the New York Jets. I think that you had a team that's tried so many times to find their quarterback. Why not, at this point, go ahead and go with Aaron Rodgers?
So, a couple thoughts I have right now. Trey Wingo, not really in the breaking news industry. So
I don't even know where Trey works right now.
he works like for himself with a podcast on YouTube, if I remember correctly. But hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. I haven't seen any big-time blue checkmark Schefter or Pelissero tweet about this, and maybe they're waiting to get the information, and Wingo beat him to it. I'm not going to say this is a done deal, right? Because Trey Wingo, great NFL source. This is the first scoop he's ever gotten like this. So, like,
Quite the scoop for the first one.
yeah, so I'm going to just tap the brakes, not pump the brakes. Tap the brakes right now. You're on ice. Let's make sure they're working. So it's just a hardcore rumor until I see someone like Adam Schefter tweet about it or Ian Rappaport. But if the Jets do land Aaron Rodgers, very curious to see what it cost him. Is it one first and something? Could they get him for without giving up a first round pick? Aaron Rodgers, of course, back-to-back MVP seasons from 2020 to 2021. But last year, there was some regression. 3,600 yards, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He just wasn't his usual MVP caliber self, especially with the turnovers. I mean, look at the 3 previous seasons right there. 4, 8, 13 interceptions combined from 2019 to 2021. He puts up 12 last season alone.
Well, and I know that people want to point to losing Devontae Adams, and that obviously was a big deal, but that should not have been that significant of the drop-off in the statistics that we showed you of moving on from one receiver there. I would understand if the numbers weren't nearly as good from the year previously to an extent, but think about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs losing Tyreek Hill, and his numbers, if anything, got better. Aaron Rodgers took that significant drop-off. That would be a little bit alarming, but I think if you're the Jets, you are so desperate at this position that desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah.
And I understand where the Jets are coming from of wanting to make this move. I mean, do we want to sit here and go through all the quarterbacks since Mark Sanchez, that they've gone through?
Right.
It's a long list.
It's a lot of losing lists, too. A lot of losing guys. So I'm actually going to upgrade my tap the brakes to hold up for a second. Because I haven't seen anyone else report this. And it's just, not to knock Trey Wingo, but this is his first scoop ever. Did he kind of report something a bit premature? And is he going to spook the Rodgers camp or the Jets side of things? This is a little interesting right now, so we're going to monitor this situation. I definitely got a bit ahead of my skis because I haven't seen anyone for sure, but let's go under the assumption that a deal is done. It's Jordan Love time, and Jordan Love's season has not been fantastic. Remember the Chiefs game he started during the COVID season?
That
it
was
wasn't
brutal.
great.
His
It was pretty
parents
bad.
were way up in the upper deck in the stands.
Yep. But last year when he filled in, I remember he stepped in a blowout in Philadelphia, and he played well for the Packers then. So this is the time for their first round pick to hopefully play here.
Well, think about this, okay? We'll show you here.
Are the Jets contenders with Rodgers? Yes or no? Let me know in the chat.
Yes, new live poll also in the chat. Are the Jets contenders with Aaron Rodgers? Let us know. Hit that poll question there. Get your votes in.
Raider
yes or
Nation
no.
saying no.
So
Braden
far,
says yes.
53% say yes. 47% say no. Let's check the chat box on this. I see Braden says yes. Vince says yes. Raider Nation, Jason says Jets suck. Lone Wolf says definitely not. Cavalier, no. Kyle says yes. Let's see. TFW Squad says yes. Fatboy Fresh 510 says yes. Larry says no. Here's one thing I would say, PD, on this situation. The Green Bay Packers have seen Jordan Love practice for 3-4 years now, every single day. And if you're the Green Bay Packers, you better know by now whether Jordan Love has got something or he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're making this move, you are saying to yourselves, we've seen enough from Jordan Love. We can finally buy in and believe. To me, this is twofold. If Jordan Love was, who we've talked about, that Chiefs game wasn't that good, then I think the Packers are still thinking about keeping Aaron or even going with a younger option, potentially, of drafting another quarterback, whatever it may be. To me, this shows full confidence in Jordan Love right now.
Some shout-outs coming in. Junior thinks, yes, they are contenders with Aaron Rodgers. That is the New York Jets. All is well says yes. Jags Nation talking about Calais Campbell. He was released. Melissa says yes. The Jets are still going to butt fumble, probably. No, Dov is just an aggregator. So just because Dov tweets something.
Dov is the Bleacher Report of Twitter.
Yeah, he really is. So Dov saw Trey Wingo's tweet, and Dov's just the best in the biz of putting out a tweet as soon as someone else does and basically copy and paste and then reformat their wording. But my thought quickly for the Packers, Jordan Love, he was drafted round 1 of 2020. So 3 years under his belt now, which means he's up for a 5th-year option pickup.
Right.
I'm guessing the Packers will pick it up. Regardless of the Rodgers situation, I think they just want to see the possibility of having him for 2 years on the rookie contract. Rather than decline it, he balls out next year, and he's in line for a huge payday or whatever. So we got some Garrett Wilson cryptic tweeting. Okay. So now we got some Jets players, which we've seen for a while. Jets players have been – what's up?
We have an update from Rap Sheet.
Go ahead.
Nothing has happened as of now between Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
We have conflicting reports.
We got a
ladies
big
and
J
gentlemen.
off.
We got a blue check mark off. Loser loses the blue check mark. That's the way Twitter works. It has to be. Reporting on NFL Network that nothing has happened. So Trey Wingo, I think, has some good sources, and maybe he just leaked it a little bit too early. Not to say it won't happen, but as of right now, nothing has been confirmed.
This is good for us.
It's great for us. I think it's going to happen, right? I think Rodgers is done in Green Bay. The Packers are done with him. My next question is, what does Aaron Rodgers cost you? Is it a first? Could it be 2 firsts?
I think it's 2 firsts.
I don't think it's 2 firsts anymore. Him just being a bit older. I think it might have been 2 firsts last year.
You're taking on him being the most expensive quarterback in the National Football League, too.
Yeah.
At $50 million. So that is a lot for any team to take on of not only potentially giving him multiple picks, but the salary that's included here. And how much longer does Aaron want to play? He's been talking retirement. What are the Jets getting of Aaron? Is it a quarterback that's here for next year or the next 3 years? I don't know.
Yeah, my guess is they're banking that if things go well next year, he'll stick around. But if they don't win a playoff game, I bet he retires.
Yeah?
I think so, right? If they don't make the playoffs, he definitely retires. If they make it and they're bounced round 1 and they don't look well, he's gone. We got a super chat for you, teacher.
All right. Since Seattle isn't waking up for another 3 weeks, let's talk about someone else in the division, maybe the Rams.
Ooh.
So, yeah, the Seahawks, traditionally speaking, don't do much during the first week of free agency. They're usually on that second round of things, and they don't have a whole lot to spend anyway. So we'll check back on them later, as they say. Meanwhile, as far as the Los Angeles Rams go, yesterday you move on from Jalen Ramsey. Bobby Wagner is a free agent. Sounds like Baker Mayfield is likely headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You look at this LA Rams team. You won the Super Bowl just 2 seasons ago. And that talent on that roster, we knew at the time, Petey, that was an older team that had won that Super Bowl. But they sure age quickly. And this rebuild in Los Angeles is fully on right now.
If I'm the Rams, I'm looking around the landscape of the NFC West, and I don't think you're in a position where you should be giving out big contracts. I think it's time to take your medicine. You won a Super Bowl, and it came at a price, and that was not having draft picks to replenish your roster, and then you got to build in free agency, and that's expensive to do. So if I'm LA, it is, hey, we don't have a first-round pick. We do pick early in round 2. Let's nail some of these draft picks. Let's make some lower-level signings. And then from there, you look at the NFC West. I don't know who the 49ers Week 1 starting quarterback will be. I don't know if Jonnu Smith was a contender or a pretender last year, right? Is that just an outlier, or is that going to be a pattern? And then the Cardinals, who knows when Kyler Murray returns? So if you look at that and you go, well, I do know that we're getting Matthew Stafford back, which I don't know for sure, but the Rams think that, and Aaron Donald's coming back, and Cooper Kupp's coming back. We could easily be in the driver's seat with some lower-level moves and not spend a ton to maybe eke out another division title with the 49ers kind of in a question mark status at quarterback. That's like my best sales pitch to Rams fans, to believe that maybe doing nothing could actually do something for you. And then next year, you can be in a position to spend more.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. What surprises me is with the Rams, the decisions that they've made and clearly going in this new direction is the fact that Sean McVay and Aaron Donald, heck, even Matthew Stafford for that matter, are still around for what looks to be the next chapter of Rams football. Remember, all of those guys have used the R word, retirement, in the last, couple of years or so, and they're still there. So maybe there's still a potential window with those three.
Yeah.
But everything else around them looks pretty bleak.
I agree. I think there's a window around those three to
And Cooper
maybe
Kupp, too.
Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, Matthew Stafford. There's a window around those three to maybe find a way to win the division, and then you just go from there.
Right. Figure it out.
You figure it out, and you go, well, we're kind of playing with house money at this point. We got super chat from Kyle Donovan. I hope my Jags bring back Calais Campbell, on a vet minimum deal and brings that leadership back to Duval. I can't read that well right now. Cheers, guys. Love the channel. This shot is not going to help with my reading comprehension. So, hey,
I'll take the cheers
I
for
think
you.
all 32 NFL fans can always agree there's nothing better than, especially a defensive lineman going back to where they started. You know what I mean? Like Julius Peppers going back to the Panthers kind of deal.
So Calais Campbell gets cut from the Ravens. I would guess, Kyle, thanks for the super chat, but getting cut from the Ravens, where it seemed like he enjoyed things in Baltimore and was recruiting Lamar Jackson to stay and all that, I doubt he's playing for a vet minimum deal of some sorts. I think he would have taken a restructure before he would straight up been cut by the Baltimore Ravens potentially. I don't think he's playing for a vet minimum deal. Wouldn't rule out the Jags, though, possible return, but I don't think the vet minimum is in play here.
Cannonball coming for Mr. Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Got another super chat from Zachary coming in. As a Packers fan, this hurts, but it's necessary. Look, here's the deal, Zachary. I understand the pain, but at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers, how long he was in Green Bay, you had one Super Bowl title to show for it. I think that would be the most painful thing of all, is that you had one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and you wasted him. Wasted Aaron Rodgers there in Green Bay. To me, that's the thing that would hurt the most. If I'm
You're definitely not
Zachary
making
and
Zachary much happier
No,
with
I'm
this.
not. I'm not. I'm putting salt
Listen,
in the wound.
I think the only thing, Zachary, that could help right now is waiting to see what Aaron Rodgers, the trade, nets Green Bay. If you get a first and a player, you know what I mean? You're not getting Sauce Gardner type player, but if you're able to get some young upcoming player, that could heal it. But still, Rodgers, obviously, the greatest Packer of all time, right? I don't think that's really up for debate. So it'll be interesting to follow what the next chapter of Green Bay Packers football looks like, but a lot of pressure falling on Jordan Love right now. Midwest Boxing, Rodgers said thumbs down for Schefter to Rappaport. I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron Rodgers, who doesn't really like the way some of the big talking heads in football have talked about him, decided, I don't want Schefter or Rappaport to break this news.
This would be very on brand.
This would be very on brand for Aaron Rodgers of Aaron Rodgers every offseason. I want to be left alone, but at the same time, I don't mind going on a weekly talk show with Pat McAfee, and I want my hidden secret sabbatical to be publicized.
I thought he would have given Pat the scoop before.
Yeah, I would agree. But who knows? Maybe him and Trey Wingo go back. Here's what Midwest Boxing is talking about. Trey Wingo, the first to report it, hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. Not nearly done, but done. History about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Yeah, 15 years for Brett Favre, 15 years for Rodgers, going to the Jets.
If Trey is wrong, then he should follow up this tweet saying, "Sir, I got bad hearing."
Yep, exactly. Okay, so then we got this from Matt Miller. Jets are cautiously optimistic, and Adam Schefter on ESPN right now regarding Aaron Rodgers, but Schefter reiterates nothing has happened yet. I think Schefter's probably a little bit butthurt if this does happen, that he was not the one that got the scoop, right? If that's really what the truth is at the end of all this, that's probably what's happening right now. And then Garrett Wilson, the second-year wide receiver out of Ohio State, tweeted out, "Y'all should see this smile on me right now," more or less signaling we know Aaron Rodgers is coming, and I don't have to catch passes from Zach Wilson anymore.
Yeah, well, and the Jets have made it no secret of how much they've wanted Aaron Rodgers. We saw the video a couple days ago of Sauce Gardner burning the cheese head.
Yeah.
And offering, a peace offering of some sorts to Aaron Rodgers there. So, yeah, they'll be dancing in the streets of East Rutherford if they can pull this off and get this deal done. Super Chats we're following. Also, our chat box right now. If you are watching, we have 2,851 of you watching so far. Spam me in the comments section. Our current record is 568 for the number of chats in a minute. Can we beat that right now? I think we can. We're going to shout out, PD, all the people that say me in this next minute. We're going to count them down. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Noah, Nick, JR, Spider, Mike, Tyrone, Tyler, JR, Noah, Titus, Tyrone, Zeno, Joshua, Bill, Peyton, Christian, DJ, MJT, Cheeks, Nix, Crazy Monkey, JR, Kidney, Kyle, Granny, Russell, Mike, Tony, Granny, Michael, Tyrell, Sniper, Adrian, Javion, Joshua, MGT, Jenkins, Michael, Marcus, Ed, Zim, Russell, Tyrell, Adrian. Did I get them all?
Those are all people you owe money to?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Yes.
Keep getting those me's in the chat right now. The more activity in the chat, the more YouTube promotes today's show to other people out there. So help us grow the channel by spamming the comment section. Me, Bradley, Triple Down. I've got Zachary, Warwick, Santiago, Joe, Lucas, Sam, ML, Paul, Javon, Brandon, Tyler, David. Keep those me's coming in. We got some other interesting news and rumors coming on here. Adam Schefter on ESPN said that Javon Hargrave, it came down to the Cleveland Browns or the San Francisco 49ers. So any Browns fans watching out there, it's a bummer to lose out on a 1v1 to another team, but that appears to be the case. Keep those me's coming. We got some more Super Chats to catch up on. Okay, we're going to see if we broke the record. We're closing in. Keep spamming me.
Keep going.
Keep going. Here we go. It's like the end of Toy Story Midway Mania. If you know, you know. Spam me. Get that forearm strength going, boys and girls. Oh, look at it. Oh!
998. Holy crap.
Producer Jack will have to change his pants. Let's go. Keep the me's coming. He didn't like that joke. I've got him in my ear.
Nice one there.
Nice one. You got me on that one. Yeah. Wesley, I love it. Michael, Santiago, Levi Mayfield's here. Let's go. Yeah. Jackson, the driver's seat for a while now. He's the best in the biz. So we got the conflicting Aaron Rodgers rumors of Trey Wingo saying that it is a done deal and no one else can confirm it. So we're going to keep monitoring this. I don't think if one source breaks the story and no one else confirms it, it can linger for that much longer without some sort of clarity coming to the story. I think we're going to know within the hour whether or not Aaron Rodgers is absolutely heading to New Jersey or not. And when it happens, we will have you guys covered. If you are subscribed to one of our numerous NFL team channels, thank you. That's awesome. But make sure to subscribe to the mothership here at Chat Sports NFL Daily as we keep you guys in the loop on all things across the National Football League, including your favorite team. So hit that sub button and join 329,000 people strong. It's one of the largest sports YouTube channels out there. Join us today if you haven't already. So sound off. Will Aaron Rodgers be traded today? This is basically saying, do you trust Trey Wingo or not? I think he has to be traded now.
Yeah.
But I will say really quickly, no one has signed anywhere, and no one's been traded anywhere. It's all the signings don't happen till Wednesday. They're just agreed to a contract. The point I want to make is nothing is absolutely put into stone just yet. And we do see about once a year someone back out of a contract or something because it actually wasn't a done deal just yet. Might we see that here? Maybe. I think he's going to New York, though.
I think he is too. But as far as when it gets done, I think it could be very well in this next hour. This could get dragged on throughout the day. We're kind of in the wait-and-see approach. And, Trey Wingo is the one that put this news out there. I hated the show Wingo and Golick, so I got my skepticism of how quickly this actually gets done.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. What do you guys think? Sound off in the comments section. Will Aaron Rodgers be traded today? Y for yes, N for no. So far, the majority of votes is no's, it looks like, in the chat. We also have our poll question. 900 votes so far. 66% of you say the Jets are contenders with Rodgers. 34% say no at this point in time. So get those votes in, and love to hear from you guys there. Tyler Jones, Matthew Peterson here with you on NFL Daily, live coverage of free agency. Petey, let's go ahead and get to some shout-outs, shall we?
Yep, Kyle Jones says, no, Aaron Rodgers will not. You're standing by Schefter, Rappaport, more or less. The big J off is underway here. Nightmare says no. Justin says no. J-Dog says no. Melissa says yes. Victor's in the house. Brian, Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Yep, a bit of a lower-level signing. We're actually going to recap all the signings in just a second, so stay tuned for that. J-Dog says no. Andrew says yes. Cooper says no. Robert says no. Frank says yes. I think he will get traded today. It's just a lot of smoke. That's what I'm gonna chalk it up to that. Good football cliche, and there's a couple good hard-hitting cliches to you in the offseason. A lot of smoke around this right now. And when there's smoke, there's fire. Okay. Yes, coming in from Trey. That might be Trey Wingo. Supporting, the claims right here.
Chat?
Yep. Now, we do have a full free agency tracker. Tyler, you want to run us through, if we're ready, Jack, on all the signings, big or small, that have been made so far?
Let's do it. Here we go. Rapid fire. Craig Reynolds to the Lions. Easton Stick, North Dakota State legend with the Chargers. 1 year, $1.8 million, fully guaranteed. Brandon Graham to the Eagles. 1 year, $6 million. Jonnu Smith headed to the Falcons in exchange for a 2023 seventh-round pick to New England. Chris Lidstrom signs a 5-year, $105 million extension to remain with the Falcons. Keith Smith on a 1-year deal with Atlanta. Full details to be announced. Jonathan Jones will remain with the New England Patriots on a 2-year, $19 million deal, 13 of that guaranteed. TJ Edwards going to the Bears on a 3-year, $19.5 million deal with $12 million guaranteed. The Bears have a ton of cap space to spend. Jason Kelce is back with the reigning NFC champion Philadelphia Eagles. Still waiting more details on that. Ben Powers leaves the Baltimore Ravens. He is headed to the Denver Broncos, where he will take a 4-year, $52 million deal and essentially is going to be the replacement there for Dalton Reisner with $28.5 million guaranteed. Keyshawn Nixon with Green Bay. Keyshawn Nixon, thank you, with a 1-year deal up to $6 million. And then David O makes his way to Atlanta on a 3-year, $35 million deal with $24.5 guaranteed. Andrew Beck, the University of Texas legend, going to the Houston Texans on a 2-year, $6.75 million deal, $4 million guaranteed. Former Raider quarterback Jarrett Stidham is headed to Denver. He will back up Russell Wilson there on a 2-year, $10 million deal that'll pay him about $5 million guaranteed. Danny Johnson is off to the nation's capital in D.C. with the Commanders on a 2-year deal up to $7 million. Meanwhile, Raekwon McMillan on a 1-year, $1.16 million. McMillan, thank you, on a 1-year, $1.6 million deal. Javon Hargrave, the biggest signing of the day so far, leaves the Philadelphia Eagles and joins the San Francisco 49ers. They've already had a great defense as is. Now you add in Hargrave on a 4-year, $84 million deal, $40 million guaranteed. PD, what a big deal for San Fran to get Hargrave there.
Yes, I mean, that defense was already great. Now it's elite, if it wasn't already.
And then your Broncos with a big-time move there.
Yep, they shore up the right side of the offensive line. 5-year deal from Mike McGlinchey. The Bears were interested, but Sean Payton swooped in and poached him away. So
And they're really
McGlinchey comes
stacking up
over.
that offensive line.
They are. They signed Ben Powers as well, so they shore up the left guard and the right tackle spot. Nick Gates to Washington, Cam Sutton to Detroit.
Yes, Cam Sutton on a 3-year, $33 million deal, leaving Pittsburgh. Not a great corner market this year, PD. Cam Sutton, one of the bigger names out there. Detroit needed a lot of help on that defense.
They did indeed. Moving on here, we got the next one up, Bradley Pinion.
Bradley Pinion goes to Atlanta on a 3-year, $8.65 million deal. Shai Tuttle goes to Carolina on a 3-year, $19.5 million deal. Jimmy Garoppolo will be the next quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders on a 3-year, $67.5 million deal. $34 million of that is guaranteed. Derek Carr out, Jimmy G in. Talent level-wise, I think Jimmy G is worse than Derek Carr personally, but what's fascinating here on this, PD, is the significant pay difference here of the money that Jimmy G is going to get as opposed to what they're paying for Derek Carr. I think if you're Las Vegas, you're feeling pretty good about what you could be using that money elsewhere and still get similar quarterback play in Jimmy G potentially here.
I think for the Raiders, it was the best option they had out there.
Right.
I think that's what it really comes down to. Was the best option all along sticking with Derek Carr? Maybe. I think they would rather have Carr over Jimmy G on a neutral playing field, but
Right.
I think they had to make a change.
I like Jimmy G at this price better than I do the Derek Carr price.
I don't mind that take, yeah.
Yeah, and I would say one more point before we get to the others here. I don't think this stops you from drafting a quarterback. If you are in a position where there's a quarterback you like in your Vegas, you still get that guy.
Yep.
In this case. Andrew Wiley is headed to Washington on a 3-year, $24 million deal, joining his former offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, there with the Commanders. Connor McGovern, the Cowboys, Connor McGovern, that is, headed to the Buffalo Bills on a 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White leaves the New York Jets. He's off to the Dolphins on a 2-year deal up to $16 million in incentives, all that to be worked out there. The Dolphins, now you wonder about Skylar Thompson's future. Are they really going to carry 3 quarterbacks in Miami? The Texans bring Case Keenum home to Houston, where he played his college ball. He's on a 2-year deal. Details still to be announced. Chase Winovich goes to Houston as well on a 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike Boone, full details to be announced as far as his deal with the Texans go. Texans made a lot of moves today, as you can see already. Jawan Taylor headed to Kansas City on a 4-year, $80 million deal with $60 million of that guaranteed. Petey, real quick on this one. With the Chiefs going with Jawan Taylor here.
Yep.
They move on from Orlando Brown. They move on from Andrew Wiley here. Jawan Taylor gave up 5 sacks last year. This is a little risky, it feels, for Kansas City.
I agree. I think the even riskier part is that Jawan Taylor was a right tackle in Jacksonville. They're planning to move him to left tackle.
Yeah.
Which is risky because I didn't think he was all that spectacular as a right tackle.
Right.
I just think he was due for a payday because that's what happens when your 4th year is up and you end on a high note. I'm very nervous for Kansas City if they want to move him to left tackle, a position he has not played in the NFL. He has basically not missed a snap in 4 years in Duval, and now they want to move him to the left side. But they are the Super Bowl champs. I think they know what they're doing.
Got a few more names to run through here. Let's go to Denver now, where Corliss Waitman signs a 1-year, $940,000 deal. Meanwhile, Casey Kreider, is that Kreider? Kreider is going to the Giants. Full details to be announced. Jermaine Pratt going to the Bengals, 3 years, $27 million. We have rumors, they're just rumors right now, of Aaron Rodgers heading to the Jets, according to Trey Wingo. Still waiting to see if more of those details are going to be confirmed or not. Josh Oliver headed to the Minnesota Vikings, the former Baltimore Raven is going to go there with, remember, they already have T.J. Hawkinson at the tight end spot, so now you get some possibilities to run 12 personnel there. Wyatt Davis going to the New York Giants. So those are the deals so far that have been made at this point in time.
We got a signing.
We got a signing coming in.
Rappaport tweeting out Von Bell is going to the Panthers. So the Cincinnati Bengals strong safety. The Bengals, I think, were trying to hold on to Von Bell because they know they're not going to be able to retain Jessie Bates. They just got too many mouths to feed, basically too many paydays coming up on their radar with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. To lose both starting safeties, they drafted Daxton Hill out of Michigan round 1 last year with this somewhat in the cards for the future. But I'm sure the Bengals are a bit bummed that they're losing both starting safeties. We've got the details soon to come in just a second. But, Tyler, we got an awesome sponsor everyone's waiting to hear about.
We do. Our show today, NFL Daily, is sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year on AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel the best I have ever felt. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. Pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. Tell them that Tyler Jones, Matthew Peterson, and Chat Sports sent you, and you'll be glad you did. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. All right, so let's go ahead and get to the Super Chat menu. This is what we are offering today, Petey. $5, little beer cheers. Got my Coolers Light in hand ready to go. $10, we will talk about your team, even if it's an XFL team. $20, we'll take shots. $50, we will slap with tortillas.
That's the Tommy special.
Yeah.
He'll come back on. He's kinky like that.
Yeah. $100, beer bong or shotgun. I guess it's dealer's choice?
Yeah, we've already done a couple since I've hopped on the show. And I think if you ask really nicely, that could turn into a jungle beer bong. But that's like a secret menu at In-N-Out. If you know, you know. Now, we got some Super Chats to catch up on. Then once we get the Von Bell to the Panthers details, we'll break that down. Oh, we also got Ethan Posick re-signing with Cleveland. Okay, there we go.
Not going back to Seattle.
Right. So Robert Vanek, $5 Super Chat. There's no way Rodgers gets traded today. He's going to milk this as long as possible. He loves drama. I agree, but he has milked it for a while already, so.
He's milked it for 3 years.
Yeah.
We've talked about this every goddamn offseason.
Yeah. You can tell this is what TJ thinks about when he closes his eyes at night. Corey Jones.
Where will Aaron go?
Yeah, $10
Where will Aaron
Super.
go?
You think Orlando Brown will go to the Browns just like his dad did? I don't think Cleveland's in the business of signing a huge offensive tackle.
No.
They like Jedrick Wills. Well, they have Jedrick Wills, and they have already a good offensive line.
No, I think that Orlando Brown is probably going to go to one of these bad teams.
The Bears?
Bears, Colts.
Yeah.
One of those type of teams that are desperate at left tackle and have money to spend.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking at for Orlando Brown potentially. But Ethan going back to Cleveland here. Petey, you know more about this. For people that don't know, interesting story with EP here. Struggled in Seattle, couldn't stay healthy, went to Cleveland to be a backup. The Seahawks didn't want him anymore, and he had a breakout season last year.
He did. He missed a little bit of time towards the end on IR, but I'll tell you what. If you're a center and you play in between Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller, 2 of the best guards in football, you're going to look good, right? I think that was a good start as he had some help right next to him immediately. But Ethan Posick was a top 5 center in football last year. through the first 12 weeks or so until he got hurt in the Bills game in Detroit, which sounds very weird to say. So I know the Browns are excited about this. Nick Harris, who was supposed to be the starting center, ultimately got hurt in the preseason, so Posick steps in and does a great job. Speaking of Posick, I will sign off in just a second. We did get the super chat from Noah, if I could read that one out loud, and then I'll skedaddle out of here and break down the signing over at the Browns Report, and we'll turn things over to Tyler Jones. Noah72, Pete, we got an O-line. Let's ride. The Broncos picked up 2 starters today. They paid $30 million a season to get Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey. I think they are great signings for Denver. Very excited for them and what they're building with those moves. So Mike McGlinchey, one of the best tackles in football and free agency at least, going to the Broncos. But we have Ethan Posick going back to the Browns. I'll be signing off, breaking that down over on the Browns Report by Chat Sports. Check it out if I got any brownies out there. But you are in good hands with Tyler Jones and fraudulent rumors, maybe, from Trey Wingo. It's all yours.
Thank you, Petey. Pleasure working with you here the past 30 minutes. It is just past 3:30 on the East Coast, 12:30 out west. Welcome in to NFL Daily's live coverage of free agency frenzy. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for spending part of your Monday afternoon with us. At this hour, we are following a report from Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, that he is hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. History about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Time is indeed a flat circle. That tweet coming out at 1:52 Central Time, 2:52 Eastern was when that tweet was made. Still waiting to see what happens there, as according to reports, that has not actually been confirmed. Here's Matt Miller quoting Adam Schefter on ESPN just now. Cautiously optimistic, says the Jets, regarding Aaron Rodgers, but Schefter reiterates nothing has happened just yet. Garrett Wilson got a little excited, saying, y'all should see the smile on me right now. So, to recap all of what you just heard just then, Aaron Rodgers being reported to the Jets, but no official deal confirmed at this point. So we're kind of in the wait-and-see mode at this point. The numbers on Aaron Rodgers, the past 4 seasons. Last year was a down year for Aaron Rodgers, the future first-ballot Hall of Famer, with just 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, which was more interceptions than we saw the last 2 seasons combined. And granted, he was without Devontae Adams this past year, but that doesn't make for why he had a significant drop-off like that compared to what he did the previous 2 seasons. But even with that said, Aaron Rodgers, still a very good quarterback. Now the Jets, are they potentially contenders, adding Aaron Rodgers into the fold? This is our live poll right now. Let us know, yes or no, are the Jets contenders with Aaron Rodgers? Y for yes, in for no. Let us know. Votes right now, 65% of you saying yes, 35% say no at this point as far as are the Jets contenders with Aaron Rodgers or not. We are weighing in, and let's see what you guys have to say in the chat box. So far, I see Russell Wilson's in the chat. Welcome, Russ. Russ says yes. Cooper says yes. Melissa says again no. Nick says questionable. I see Torrey says no. Brooks says yes. Zim says yes. Junior says yes. Cooper says yes. I see Darwin Smith, interesting, says no. Brooks says yes. We have Ryan saying no. So chat box pretty split, it seems, at this point as far as that the Jets are contenders with Aaron Rodgers or not. I'll put it this way. The Jets are definitely a playoff team if they added Aaron Rodgers. As far as being Super Bowl contenders go, if that's what we're asking here, no, the Jets aren't winning a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. I can tell you that right now. All right, so currently right now, we are at 1,634 likes on our live stream right now. When we get to 1,800 likes, we are going to take some shots around here. So if you want us to drink without having to pay for it, this is your free opportunity to do so, simply by hitting the like button, and you can force us to drink lots of alcohol. So it's a pretty dang good deal. Free alcohol? Who says no? Let's get to 1,800 likes. We can take some shots. We can have a good time. I don't see Mike Greeny doing this. No way in hell is Stephen A. taking shots on First Take. We're just built different around here, folks. We're talking football. We're having some drinks. We're enjoying ourselves here. Hit that like button. We're over 1,700 now. What do we think? Can we get to 1,800? I'm putting a minute on the clock. Let's get to 1,800 and let's have a shot together and enjoy ourselves here on this Monday afternoon. Can we get there? Can we do it? Where are you guys at? Smash that like button. I got 2,800 people watching right now. That means everybody watching has not hit the like button at this point. Keep on going. When we get to 1,800, we are taking shots. All right, we're at 1,741. I need about 60 of you. About halfway through the clock now. 30 seconds to go. If we get there in the next 30 seconds, we're taking that shot. I believe. Can we do it? Almost there. I need 32 more. 20 seconds to go. This is right down to the wire. This is unbelievable. This is 2 minutes to go. Down to the end. 3 to go. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3. We did it. Touchdown. NFL Daily. We did it. All right. So we're taking shots. Where's the alcohol? We'll get to that here in just a moment. I see the fireball is over here. Somebody grab that if you would. Will Scott's going to hop on with us as well as we're talking free agency here. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Samuel. I wasn't even handed a shot glass, so I guess we're going straight from the bottle. Producer Jack says I'm not allowed to drink from the bottles.
It's a new bottle. We're not doing that. Someone get him a shot glass.
Thank you, Sam. All right, this is for the touchdown we just scored. You guys rallied. 2-minute drill was executed, and we took the lead there, right at the very end. I mean, that was as clutch as it gets. I think we got more Super Bowl wins than Aaron Rodgers now. The Tom Brady of getting likes. I didn't say it, but apparently Jack said so, so people are talking. Cheers, everybody. And you know what? Because it's Monday, let's have another. Let's just get liquored up, why don't we, on this Monday afternoon? You know, you can never, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and I'm of the belief you can't drink too much. Okay, let's have another one, shall we? All right, here we go, folks. Let's bring you back up to speed. We were talking about Aaron Rodgers a few moments ago, and still kind of playing the waiting game at this point. We do have another signing, though. The Houston Texans are bringing in Hassan Ridgeway, another move for Houston. Houston's been very active today with the moves that this team has made. Remember, they hold the number 2 pick, so being aggressive with the signings that they make. Missed out on Jimmy Garoppolo, though. We talked about the rumors of them potentially signing Jimmy G throughout the day today. But honestly, if I'm the Texans, I'm not too worried about not getting Jimmy G. You hold that number 2 pick, you're likely to still get a pretty dang good quarterback in the draft and capitalize on a rookie quarterback. Jack, tell me one more time, please. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying something about Ridgeway. All right, so Hassan Ridgeway joining the Houston Texans on a 1-year, $4 million deal. $3 million of that guaranteed. Ridgeway making his way to San Francisco. Do what now, Will? Yes, reunited with D'Amico Ryans. Very good point, Will Scott. We'll bring in Will Scott here in just a second. Will's been monitoring our Texans channel over the last couple of weeks, so we'll get Will's thoughts on this in just a bit as well to see what he has to say about this move. 4-year deal, $3 million guaranteed for the Houston Texans, signing Hassan Ridgeway, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, making this deal. Some of the other moves the Texans have made: Robert Woods, a 2-year, $15.25 million deal. Scotty Q signs a 1-year, $1.2 million deal. MJ Stewart, 2 years, $6 million. Andrew Beck, the University of Texas legend, with a 2-year, $6.75 million deal with $4 million guaranteed at this point. But Robert Woods, the biggest of those deals, so far right now for the Houston Texans. New head coach DeMeco Ryans, number 2 pick overall, this new era of Texans football. They have a decent amount of money to spend. What do you think of what the Texans have done? Grade it for us in the comment section. A, B, C, D, or F. What do you think of the Texans' moves? The Robert Woods move I liked for Houston. The other ones are kind of, not really move the needle. Add bodies involved here. They haven't made a bad decision yet if you're Houston. I'm going with a B. They haven't had that signature signing of some sorts that puts them over the top. It's been good but not great. I'll go with a B. Shout you guys out in the comments. I see Corey says F. Detroit Fan 2 says C. Light Gaming says C. Sean says C. Childish 50 says C. Ron Swanson, hanging out with Leslie and company, says C+. Trevor says C. Cooper says C+. Zach says, I'm a Texans fan. It's a C so far. Let's see. Sam Jordan asking if the trade happened or not. I believe that's the Aaron Rodgers trade he's referring to. So far, no. Nothing official on the Aaron Rodgers front other than the Trey Wingo reports that it is in the works at this point in time. Is Will ready to go? Okay. Or we'll bring Will in a moment, but stand by for that. In the meantime, grade the Texans' moves so far. Jager says F. Aiden says D. Nothing special on that front. Got a super chat that's come in from Childish50 asking about the Seahawks situation with this $10 super chat. Thank you for the super chat there. The Seahawks, one of the teams I cover here at Chat Sports, on Seahawks Today, and asked, what is the Seahawks cap for free agency, and what are the biggest needs for them so far? Well, I'm glad you asked. So the Seahawks entered the day with just over $20 million in cap space. But then you factor in the effective cap space because you still got to save money for your top 51 roster and for the draft picks you bring in. The Seahawks looked at about $10 million after that, okay? And then with the move they made today to release Shelby Harris and freeing up $5.9 million in cap space, that brings the Seahawks total to close to $19 million that they have in the bank to spend at this point when it comes to free agency. So, we got an update? Oh, there we go. There's the Spotrac number, $30 million, but the effective number, which is different, is around 19. So, essentially, if you're the Seahawks, you could do a number of ways here. You could get 2 big names, or you could get 1 big name and then several smaller ones, or you could just fill it out with some smaller ones as far as that goes. So we'll see what the Seahawks do. Obviously, some interest in Bobby Wagner. They have a need at the middle linebacker position. He had a Hall of Fame career in Seattle. That one makes a lot of sense. Also, Draymond Jones comes to mind potentially. He would command probably around $12 million. So we'll see what Seattle does. They have the money to do so, but so far have been pretty quiet at this point. And when they make a move, we're going to cover it on Seahawks Today. Subscribe now for free. Will Scott is in the house with us here on NFL Daily's live coverage of free agency. Willie Finn.
Hey, that's right. Yeah, you're doing good.
There
yeah.
We go. Will, the days so far, what have been your takeaways?
It's crazy, Ty, because I think we were expecting a lot of moves to happen right at 12, right? I think
Sure.
we thought there was going to be a lot of moves, and about an hour goes by, and there had only been 1 or 2 outside signings, but then we have Hargrave, and then we have some other moves that go down. So it's going to continue to get crazy. Obviously, I think the domino that we're all waiting to fall is Aaron Rodgers, and I think Trey Wingo might have jumped the gun a little bit, but you're also seeing some Jets players with some cryptic tweets that may hint that a deal is nearing completion. So we'll see what happens. But
what's the meme? We're waiting.
Exactly. I feel like once that move goes down, we're going to start to see a lot of moves follow.
Yes. So we are continuing to monitor that situation. If an Aaron Rodgers trade officially happens, you will be the first to know here on NFL Daily Live. Let's get our NFL Draft channel to 3,000 subscribers. We are building this brand new NFL Draft channel. We have a great channel manager. His name's Brett Scott. And we are trying to help out that channel and grow it so we can cover the NFL draft like no one else is. And we had, it was pretty incredible. We had all these interviews at the draft combine. We got the mock drafts. We have the player breakdowns. I mean, it's a unique channel. And if you're an NFL draft nut like Will or me or whoever it may be, this is the channel for you. You got to subscribe now and help us get to 3,000 subscribers. Well, if they're not subscribed, what are they waiting for?
Exactly. I mean, everybody loves mock drafts. Everybody loves draft content, and especially, kind of next week when we kind of get out of free agency somewhat, we're going to be looking ahead to the draft. We're going to have you covered over there on our NFL draft channel, youtube.com/NFL. A lot of combine content that we still have up, combine press conferences, draft news, draft rumors. It's the spot for you if you are a fan of NFL draft content.
Yeah. Take a team like the Seahawks, for example, who's got 10 picks.
Yeah.
Well, you probably want to know more about those potential picks. That's the channel for you. Subscribe today. Doesn't cost you a thing. YouTube.com/chatNFL. And are we shouting out people who subscribe to the channel? Let us know. Type me if you subscribed to the NFL Draft channel. If you had, then Willie Fins here is going to shout you out. So everyone spam me that has subscribed to the Draft channel.
Nick Smith is sub. Little Bean, Noah, Jesse, Freeze, Tyler,
Great
Eric,
name.
Jake, Ryan, Nick, LC Maestro, Melissa, TK 4781 Shorts, Jake, Ryan Anderson, Ducky Duck, Lone Wolf, Junior Estrada, good to see you again, Junior. Alexander Smith, Falcons fan, big draft for the Falcons. Michael Hamilton, David T, William Lima. We got Alexander Casey, Brian Zim, Aggie, Al Baby, James Wood, Ricky is cool, Colin, Daniel, all subscribed to our NFL Draft channel. Dennis Weaver, Light Gaming, Wilfork 75, Trey, we appreciate you subscribing. Again, that is the link right there, youtube.com/chatnfl.
Yes. Subscribe now, youtube.com/chatNFL. Turn on notifications as well for that. A lot of new subscribers, it looks like, to our NFL Draft channel. All right, we shall catch up on some Super Chats here and see what you guys have sent in. That's the easiest way. If you want to get on screen, you want to be a part of the show, just send us a Super Chat. It creates jobs. That way guys like Will and I can stay employed. Freeze Frame, all right, so with a $5 Super Chat. You think Rodgers will give his decision on the Pat McAfee show tomorrow to troll everyone, since it's technically before his season starts? Will, we know he loves going on the Pat McAfee show, but I don't think it's necessarily up to Rodgers to announce this move. I would expect.
But it would be a very Aaron Rodgers thing to do.
It would
for the
be.
Packers and Jets to learn of this decision while watching the Pat McAfee show.
Well, that sounds on brand. I would guess that the insiders would get to that first.
I would not be surprised if that was the case. I don't know. Maybe some of these Jets players are sending out these tweets know something that we don't, because it's hard to imagine they'd be reacting to a Trey Wingo tweet. I don't know. No offense.
Thank you for that, Freeze Frame, for the $5 Super Chat there. And I got another Super Chat that's come in from Gabriel. Writes, is the AFC East the best division in the NFL? Will, you know that AFC East closely. The Bills obviously are very good. The Dolphins, very good football team. Patriots, not far off. Got some work to do. Jets, they were a lot better this year. They like to think they're a quarterback away. What do you think of the AFC East?
I think if Rodgers goes to the Jets, which appears to be happening, then yes, the AFC East will absolutely be the best division in football. You have four
AFC
teams.
Beast.
Exactly. You have four teams that could very well all make the playoffs. So the Dolphins feel like they're a legit threat now with the Jalen Ramsey trade. They're still going to add some talent here in the coming days. The Patriots brought back Jonathan Jones. That was really big for their defense. They'll probably add a wide receiver here some point this week, or at least in the draft. And then Buffalo, they're going to lose some talent. They'll probably lose Tremaine Edmonds. They'll probably lose Jordan Poyer, but that's still going to be a Super Bowl contender in Buffalo. So, yeah, the AFC is probably going to be the best division this year.
How would you power rank that division?
I mean, it's tough not to say Buffalo won still.
Yes.
But ask me in a few days when we see what that roster looks like. I'd say Miami's 2. New York, even with Rodgers, is 3. And then the Patriots are probably 4.
I would say even without Rodgers, New York's probably 3.
Yeah.
With or without.
They don't have a quarterback right now, though.
Yeah.
What are they going to do if Aaron Rodgers retires? Because Jimmy Garoppolo went to Vegas. Derek Carr went to New Orleans. What are they going to do? Zach Wilson?
Oh.
I mean, I don't
think
know.
you're forced to trade up in the draft at that point.
Probably forced trade up or maybe make a run at Lamar.
All right, another super chat comes in. There's another idea as well. Mighty writes in, do the 49ers having 11 friggin' draft picks nudge them toward the top of the NFC West? I thought the Niners were at the top of the NFC West. They won the division, and you add in Javon Hargrave to the mix. As much as I hate to say it, the Niners are very, very good. Among the best, might even be the very best team in the NFC.
Yeah, they're going to run away.
West.
They're going to run away with that division. And I think Seattle might be a playoff team again, but the Rams are going to suck. The Cardinals probably going to suck. I just don't see a scenario where the 49ers do not win that division.
I think the 49ers, you're in the range, I kid you not, of 14 to 15 wins. And Seattle could still have a very good year as a 10 and 11 win team, but not come close to that margin. Yeah.
But the 49ers do have somewhat of a question mark right now at quarterback. Now, Brock Purdy surgery, good news on that front. Hopefully he's going to be ready to roll.
But aren't they proven to be quarterback proof? I mean, aren't you fine with Trey Lance either way?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Trey, we just haven't seen a whole lot, from him.
We've
think
seen
Trey
a lot
more
is
from
good
Purdy.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, probably. It's hard to say that because we just haven't seen a lot.
Sure. Next one from Corey, $2 super chat. Thank you, Corey. Jessie Bates to Atlanta. What do you think, Will?
Quite frankly, I'm surprised this hasn't happened yet. I was expecting this to be a done deal by now. I think the Falcons are still very much the favorite to land Jessie Bates, and I think that'll get done sooner rather than later. Atlanta has had an aggressive day. That's probably next on their list, trying to add Jessie Bates to that Falcons defense. And, it's been an interesting day for Atlanta, teaser. No question about that.
Has. Will, you taking your greens today?
Let's do it. I love the greens. Oh, he said hold up.
Confirming something.
But Corey,
Okay.
to answer your question, yeah, I do believe that Jessie Bates will be a Falcon. We also have some compensation details on Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way. He gets a $11.25 million signing bonus. He gets a $11.25 million salary in 2023 and 2024, and then $22.5 million in 2025. So we'll talk more about Garoppolo and some other moves here in a second. But first, I want to tell you about today's show sponsor, Athletic Greens. Thanks to them for sponsoring today's show. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year in AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix one small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. That's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. That link is in the comments and the description of today's video, and you will start to feel the effects right away. Taking this every single day is going to make your body just feel a whole lot better. athleticgreens.com/chatsports as we get to a super chat from Mark. We appreciate you, Mark. Will people ever just say the truth about Lamar and Prescott? They are not accurate, and their wide receivers constantly make circus catches. Lamar can run big time. I would say this. It doesn't feel like Lamar had a lot of help.
I would say the same even about Dak.
Yeah.
Beyond CeeDee Lamb, and you look at the receiver room, how desperate, you've heard Tom Downey talk about it, they were to find that other receiver option. Mark, I understand where you're coming from, but I disagree. I don't think that's a fair thing to say when neither one of them had very many options to throw the football to. So with
Dak
that,
definitely had more help than Lamar.
He did.
And the interceptions were a massive problem for Dak.
they were, no question about it. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears. Will, you look at the moves the Bears have made today, definitely getting some protection for Justin Fields, which is much needed because the Bears' offensive line has been atrocious the last couple of years.
Yeah, the Bears, really need to fix this offensive line. It looked like earlier that they were going to get Mike McGlinchey, and that just didn't happen. McGlinchey goes to Denver, and so they bring in Nate Davis, 3-year deal. Again, those details still pending. But if you're a Chicago fan, you like to see them addressing this offensive line.
Yeah, I certainly do here. Let's see. Shout out a random free agent, and we'll talk about the first one we see. Will, let's see what the chat comes up with for this random free agent. So how about this? Will, I'll close my eyes and pick one, and then we'll discuss. So,
Excellent.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Mike White.
Hey,
Will,
he's
take
a
it
Dolphin.
away.
He's a Dolphin. He's a Dolphin. 2-year, $16 million deal. Miami finds their backup quarterback. And, I just said on Dolphins Today, and I am the host of Dolphins Day, teacher, if you didn't know
like
that.
that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Good job.
Jonesy
But
Fins.
I like the move. I don't necessarily love the move, but I really like it. Now, were there better options? Yeah, I think Gardner Minshew would have been a better signing. I think Taylor Heineke probably would have been a better signing. But you can win with Mike White. And the Dolphins failed to win this year without Tua Tagovailoa. They were 1-4 this season without Tua Tagovailoa.
Whoa. Bears are doing things. Breaking news at this hour.
Wow.
Tremaine Edmonds going to Chicago. Details to be announced. A huge move for the Chicago Bears, adding arguably the best linebacker this free agent cycle. What a move by the Bears.
That is unbelievable. It'll be interesting to see what the compensate what he gets here, because I don't know. I think he might get north of $17 million per year. He's 24 years old, has spent 5 years in the National Football League, but he's just 24. So he has his best football still ahead of him, had his best season this past year in Buffalo, probably my favorite linebacker free agent. He goes to Chicago, and I thought he was linked to a lot. I thought he was linked to some other teams more than he was Chicago, but the Bears get him. What a day for Chicago thus far.
So if he gets $18 million a year, I imagine that's got to be good news for Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
As his value was between around $9 million, probably goes up a little bit with Edwards, with Edmonds getting that much. And then we had the details on Nate Davis as well that came in of his deal. $30 million over 3 years with 19 guaranteed. Will, what are your thoughts on what the Bears have done here?
Well, they needed some help at linebacker, and they got some help. T.J. Edwards from the Eagles, and then now Tremaine Edmonds with the Buffalo Bills. That's a huge loss for Buffalo. That defense really just took a hit, while the Bears' defense just got a lot better. And, yeah, they missed on Mike McGlinchey, but they've hit on everyone else. I mean, Nate Davis was huge. He was linked to Washington. I think the Commanders were going to go after him. 3 years, $30 million, I think is pretty good value for him as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Really good value.
The Bears move so far, A, B, C, D, or F. Very aggressive from the Chicago team. Will, they had a ton of cap space going into the offseason as is. We know about their draft situation, trading down from 1 to 9. I like what Chicago's done so far. I give them an A at this point. What say you?
Yeah, it's an A. Really, really nice job from Ryan Poles. And big week last week, obviously. They trade the number 1 overall pick, get a lot of draft picks from the Panthers in that deal. 4 years, 72, by the way. So $18 million per year, which is about what I was expecting for Tremaine Edmonds. $50 million guaranteed. So massive deal there. He'll become one of the highest paid linebackers in all of football when this deal is official and the new league year begins.
No one's been more active today than what we've seen from Ryan Poles. And really this past week, going back to the trade that he made for Chicago to trade down from 1 to 9, adding DJ Moore to the fold. you look at that division with Aaron Rodgers possibly on the way out to the New York Jets and the Vikings with their questions on the defense. Same goes for the Lions there. Well, we're talking about a real opening in the NFC North, and the Bears might be right in contention.
Yeah. And by the way, it is the largest 4-year contract for an inside linebacker in NFL history. So they're paying up. But look, like you said, Tej, they have cap space, right? They have cap space, spend more cap space than any other team in the league. Their two biggest needs, arguably, were offensive line and a linebacker. And they've addressed both of those needs today as we give some shout-outs here. Grade the moves from Chicago so far. We got Nick saying B+. We got production saying A. Robert Vanek saying, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Nick Smith saying B+. Jasir saying B. Wendell Witt saying A. Lucas saying A. KN saying A. Jasir saying B. X Faith A. Tony Haven C. Football Productions A. Yager Cousins A. Rogue Master A. Football Productions A. Nick Smith B+. A lot of A's, a lot of B+, but it's been an impressive day for Chicago thus far.
Oh, no question about it. You love the NFL? You want more NFL coverage? We are the channel for you. We go live a couple times a week. We also have daily news and rumor segments. We're counting down to the draft. We have free agency covered here. Also talking trades. It's all in one place right here. NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Subscribe now. Turn on notifications so you never miss a moment. You get people like me, Will, Tom Downey, Matthew Peterson, our entire team doing a great job covering the National Football League for you football diehards. If you're a football diehard, you got to subscribe now. YouTube.com/@ChatSportsTV. Turn on notifications so you never miss a moment. Corey with a $2 super chat says McCole Hardman to Atlanta just sounds right. Will, he played at Georgia.
Yeah.
Could be a homecoming of sorts.
Yeah, and Atlanta needs wide receivers. No question about that. McCole Hardman going to be one of the better wideouts on this market. It is a weak free agent class at that position, but McCole to Atlanta could make a lot of sense.
The 1-inch wonder, Bonk, says with a $5 super chat, can we get a Dolphins fans? Will?
Dolphins fans, we appreciate the 1-inch wonder. You fired up about Mike Whiteman. He says, for your Dolphins trade targets now between Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Laramie Tunsil, and Shaq Mason. He's a Dolphin, he's a Dolphin, he's a Dolphin, he's a Dolphin. In all seriousness, the 1-inch wonder, I don't know if Derrick Henry's still going to get dealt. Austin Eckler might, and you might be able to get him for cheaper than you might think. Laramie Tunsil, the question is, would he be willing to play a right tackle? He's been a left tackle his entire career, but we all know how much he loves Miami. He said that. Shaq Mason as well. I think Shaq Mason might get cut, and if that's the case, the Dolphins might go after him.
All right, Will. Will, go ahead and roll through the signings so far.
Let's break these down. Craig Reynolds still waiting for those details. He's in Detroit. Easton Stick, fully guaranteed 1-year deal. Brandon Graham, Jonnu Smith getting dealt to the Patriots for a 7th-round pick. Chris Lindstrom, this was an extension. 5 years, $105 million. Keith Smith as well. Big day for Atlanta. Jonathan Jones, surprisingly, going back to New England, and surprisingly for that amount. I thought he was going to get more than that. T.J. Edwards, the first linebacker that Chicago signed today. Jason Kelsey going to run it back in Philly for at least one more year. Ben Powers getting paid. I thought he'd make $8 or $9 million per year. He gets about $13 million. Keyshawn Nixon and then David Onyemata going to the Falcons. That deal was a lot more than I thought he was going to get. Andrew Beck, Texans making some moves today. Jarrett Stidham going to go be the backup behind Russell Wilson, Danny Johnson, and then Raekwon McMillan, a 1-year cheap deal to the Patriots. Javon Hargrave might be the biggest deal we've seen so far today. 4 years, $84 million. And Mike McGlinchey, $87 million. Thought he might go to Chicago. He ends up in Denver. Nick Gates, 3 years, $16.5 to Washington. And Cam Sutton, that's a huge move for the Lions. They really, really needed some cornerback help. Bradley Pinion, the punter, 3 years, $8.65 million. Shai Tuttle in Carolina, 3 years, $19.5 million. Jimmy Garoppolo, he's a Raider, 3 years, $67.5 million, $34 million guaranteed. Andrew Wiley gets about $8 million per year in Washington. Connor McGovern is It's really big for the Bills. That offensive line, 3 years, $23 million. Mike White to be Tua's backup, 2 years, up to $16 million. Case Keenum back in H-Town, 2 years, $6.25 million. Chase Winovich, 3 years, $23 million. Man, how about the Texans? Mike Boone as well. Going to Houston, Jawan Taylor, big move from Kansas City, replacing Orlando Brown, 4 years, $80 million. And then Waitman going to the Broncos. Casey Creeder, full details still waiting over there in New York. Jermaine Pratt, 3 years, $25 million. Aaron Rodgers, maybe not. We don't know anything yet. Josh Oliver, 3 years, $21 million. Wyatt Davis, still waiting on those details. Von Bell to Carolina, leaving Cincinnati. Really big loss for that Bengals defense. Ethan Poshitz, I should say, 3 years, $18 million. Hassan Ridgeway, 1 year, $4 million. Nate Davis, 3 years, $30 million. Then right after we are the Nate Davis signing, Tremaine Edmonds signed with the Bears, 4 years, $72 million. Really huge move for that Chicago defense, Tyler.
Yeah, I got one that came in. Let's see here. Actually, I just lost it. My bad. We'll catch up to speed here throughout this day in what's going on with NFL free agency all afternoon long. Myself, Will Scott, here with you on this Monday afternoon. Thanks for spending it with us as we're talking all things NFL free agency. And I want to go through real quick here, Will, some winners and some losers here. Let's start with the biggest winner of free agency so far. It's got to be the Chicago Bears, right?
Yeah.
This team had the worst record in the NFL this past year. Enters the offseason with the most in salary cap space. And then, not only do they trade back and capitalize that, bring in a good player like DJ Moore, but now what they've done with the moves they've made already, huge day for the Chicago Bears. To me, they're a big winner. And then I also go with the San Francisco 49ers. They already were a great football team. You add in Javon Hargrave to the mix. Watch out. To me, those were the two winners. Who were your winners today?
Yeah, I really like what the Bears have done today because you look at some of those team needs, included linebacker, included offensive line. You get Nate Davis. They might go out and try to get a right tackle. Caleb McGarry still available, so we'll see what Chicago does there. But, man, bringing Tremaine Edmonds to Chicago is huge. And the crazy thing is he's still pretty young, even after 5 years in the league. 24 years old, still has his best football ahead of him, in my opinion. Really big pickup for Ryan Poles. And give Poles a lot of credit. He's had a hell of a week.
Losers so far to this point, I look at Kansas City you go to Jawan, you bring him in, and you're moving on from Orlando Brown. You move on from Andrew Wiley here. I mean, JT, this is a guy that gave up 5 sacks and played the right tackle spot. You're going to move him to left tackle. To me, Will, I look at that. The Chiefs' offensive line looks significantly worse right now.
You think so?
I think so.
I like Juwan Taylor. I do. I think the Chiefs are going to be just fine. I really do.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Other losers, who comes to mind?
Maybe the Bills.
Yes, definitely the Bills.
The Bills. Eagles have lost some talent today.
Yes.
I mean, Hargrave, losing him is big. They lost T.J. Edwards, but that was expected.
Right.
The Eagles knew that going in.
Right. Still going to pay Jalen Hurts here soon. Who's the biggest winner in free agency so far? Let us know in the comment section. Falcons fan, guess what? Said the Falcons. Goat Prod says the Bears. CA says Nate Davis to the Bears. Jerron says Jets biggest losers. We'll see about that, how the Aaron Rodgers deal goes down. Let's see. Steelers, Cowboys, Broncos. Man Ray says the Fins are the biggest winners. Eric says we can pick up fifth-year option. Yeti says 49ers. Noah says Steelers. Speaking of the Fins, Will, while we have you here, the Jalen Ramsey move, I know that was yesterday, but what did you think of what the Dolphins did with that?
I'm surprised Chris Greer hasn't been arrested for highway robbery yet because it was an absolute steal. You trade a third-round pick, and you trade Hunter Long, who was the fourth-string tight end, 1 career reception in 2 years, and you get Jalen Ramsey, who's a top 3 corner in the National Football League. Pair him with Xavier Howard, have Vic Fangio coaching that defense. You got Javon Holland, Christian Wilkins, Bradley Chubb. I mean, this Dolphins team, it feels like they're going all in right now, Tyler.
It does. It certainly feels that way.
They need offensive line help still, though.
Yeah, and there's still some options available out there.
It's Caleb McGarry or bust, I think, for the Dolphins right now.
The Dolphins in that move there give up a third-round pick in Hunter Long. They take on one of the biggest defensive contracts in the league, though, with bringing in Jalen Ramsey in that front. We are at 1,969 likes. Nice. We are a grand total of 31 away from 2,000 likes. If we can get to 2,000, I'm going to take a shot. I think that's a pretty simple task here.
We need, what, 30 more?
We need 30 more, 30 seconds, 30 more likes, and I'm taking a shot.
30
if
more
you're
likes.
having a good time today, if your team is making some moves and you're feeling pretty good, hit that thumbs up button. If your team looks like a disaster right now, well, change luck a little bit and hit that like button as well.
Hey, there we go.
We did it. We did it in less than 30
Teaser.
seconds. All right. I've been told I'm not allowed to drink out of the bottle, so I will drink out of the shot glass and enjoy some Fireball in hand here. I'll be honest. Fireball, I probably should have stopped drinking after college, but you know what? Chat Sports called and said you got to be drinking Fireball for this job. So you know what?
The unofficial shot drink of Chat Sports. There we
Yes.
go.
Cheers to you, everybody.
Cheers.
Will, as I take this shot, Aaron Rodgers to
Well, here,
New York.
Trey Wingo said this about an hour ago. Hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. History about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Time is need a flat circle.
Like it's done to me.
But then, wait a minute.
But then?
You heard that Adam Schefter said it's not done. And then you heard Ian Rappaport say it's not done. Matt Miller says Jets are cautiously optimistic per Adam Schefter on ESPN just now regarding Aaron Rodgers. But Schefter reiterates nothing has happened yet. So I don't know what this means because Garrett Wilson seems happy. He said, you should see the smile on me right now. He said, I can finally enjoy my vacation. You have other Jets players chiming in. Now, do you think they know something we don't? Or do you think they were reacting to the Trey Wingo tweet?
I think that we're reacting to the Trey Wingo tweet because we have had plenty of time now for this deal to be official, and nothing has happened to this point.
Don't you find it interesting, though, Tyler, that he met with the Jets like 4 days ago, and he still hasn't made up his mind? I think the Jets were probably hoping they would leave that meeting with Aaron Rodgers in the private jet going back to New York.
Aaron's been doing this for 3 years now. Is anyone surprised? I mean, this is what he's done every offseason for the last 3 years. Oh, is Aaron going to get traded today? Oh, where's he going to go this time? Like, I am ready for something to happen. Just anything. If Aaron Rodgers retires tonight, so be it. I'm just ready for him to do something. We've been teased with this for
Well,
a long
he's even
time.
said 2 months ago that his decision, he doesn't want to hold anybody hostage. And he's holding the New York Jets hostage. He's holding the Green Bay Packers hostage because if the Packers are able to trade him right now, that would clear an absurd amount of cap space. And the Jets, they watched Jimmy Garoppolo go to Las Vegas. They watched Derek Carr go to New Orleans. They're going to be out of options if Aaron Rodgers retires.
We have a new poll. New live poll is up right now. Will Aaron Rodgers be traded today? You can vote yes or no. 53 votes in so far. 56% of you saying yes. Will, what do you think?
No.
Yes or no?
I don't think we're going to hear anything today.
Ooh, okay.
And I said that before the Wingo tweet. I'm saying it now. I do not think we're going to hear something today.
You know, the other thing about this, too, is he could just wind up saying, nah, I don't want to go, or I'm going to retire. I mean, the idea that we're asking if he'll be traded today, it's not a foregone conclusion that he ends up with the Jets at all. That's not a done deal either.
Right.
Still a lot to figure out in this situation. What do you guys think? Will Aaron Rodgers be traded today? So far, looking at the poll, 51% say no, 49% say yes. Robert says no. Ice Time says no. Det Guy says yes. WWE Channel says yes. Dynamite Dave says yes. Raider Tone, I don't know. That's fair. That's fine.
It does feel like it's either the Jets or retirement for Aaron Rodgers. I don't think there's another team that's going to come in. I don't think the Packers want him back. They seem fine moving on with Jordan Love. So it's going to be either retirement or the New York Jets.
But here's the thing, too, though, Will. The Packers don't have a choice. What if Aaron says, yeah, I am coming back? there's nothing they can do about that. They have to
Yeah.
bring him back. So they could be moved on from him mentally, but it's not their decision here.
Poor Jordan Love, if that happens.
Oh, speaking
What's that
of
mean?
quarterbacks.
It's my turn. That's how Jordan Love
turn.
feels right now.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson. What will go on with Lamar Jackson? Where will he play in 2023? That remains the million-dollar question at this point in time. Last week, the Ravens put the non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson, which would pay him $32 million, but it allows other teams to negotiate and potentially take Lamar Jackson away from the Ravens. Well, at this point in time, the reports that we've seen is it sounds like nobody, as of right now, and things could change, is interested in making a move for Lamar, making an offer. There was some discussion that some teams were more interested in a traditional type trade of sorts. With that said, here's an interesting note. Because Lamar is representing himself and does not have an agent, you have all these moves going on, right? And these agents are willing and dealing. Lamar, because he is a player and technically not an agent, he is not allowed to be talking to teams right now. He has no representation, allegedly, talking to anybody at this point in time. We will have to wait till Wednesday before he can formally begin these discussions.
What do you think about that? He doesn't have an agent. You
I
feel like
think
that's
it's a very
hurt?
bad
Do you
move.
feel like that's hurting him right now?
100%.
Yeah?
I think Lamar, if he had an agent right now, would already have a multi-year deal done to stay with the Baltimore Ravens.
Really?
I think that he is getting in his own way, and he's costing himself money, and he's causing instability within the Ravens organization by representing himself and not having a deal done at this
And
point.
football agents only make about 3%.
Right.
So it's not like you're paying an agent 10%. 3%, if you get $250 million, 3% of that, okay, like you're still taking home a lot of money as a player.
Well, and you look at with him not getting the guaranteed money from these teams that he was expected to receive, do the Ravens then, in their negotiations, if there's no offers that come in, could they even offer less potentially of the guaranteed money that they had originally offered? Could Lamar will be costing himself money here by dragging this on as long as he has?
Potentially.
Something to think
But
about.
also, you did a video the other day on this about the collusion effect, that this could be collusion. The NFL team saying, no, we're not going to pay Lamar, fully guaranteed money because we don't want to see another Deshaun Watson deal. We want to control the market. And the owners right now are trying to control the market. Why would a team like the Atlanta Falcons not be interested in Lamar Jackson? If Desmond Ridder was a really, really good player, which I'm not saying he can't be, but he's not proven right now, then I'd understand. But it makes no sense for a team like the Falcons or the Commanders not to be interested in Lamar Jackson.
All right, where will Lamar play in 2023? Type R for Ravens, type O for other of where you think Lamar is going to go. Will, where do you think Lamar plays next year?
Atlanta. I'm still going to say Atlanta.
Still think it's Atlanta.
I'm still going to say Atlanta.
Let's see.
Renee's saying Colts.
So far, the chat overwhelmingly saying other at this point with Rob, Tyler, DB. Steelers says Ravens. Let's see. Mitch says Ravens. Jordan says other. Kyle says other. Thomas says other. Let us know what you think. Who do we have for this read? Me or Will on this one? Okay, cool. All right. So there you have it. It seems like the consensus is that he will be moving on from the Baltimore Ravens. Today's show is presented by Athletic Greens. Will, you and I, we take AG1 every day, and folks can try it out for themselves. You can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Will, why did you start taking AG1?
Well, Tease, remember when I was drinking like 3 sodas a day?
Oh, yeah.
I realized that's not very good for my body. So I'm like, okay, what can I drink that, number one, is good for my body, but number two, tastes good? Came across AG1. It's been a life-changing thing for me. I feel so much better every day. My diet's been significantly better, and I'm sure you've noticed that, Teaser. When's the last time you saw me drinking a soda in the office? It's been months. Instead, I'm doing AG1 every single day. Go check them out at
lettergreens.com/chatsports.
Huh?
You put the ice in.
The ice is clutch. The ice is clutch because it's going to cool it for several hours. So that's why I love the ice. I'm able to enjoy it for a couple hours at lettergreens.com/chatsports. Go and check them out.
We're offering you quite the deal here.
Yes.
You can get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Available now at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Super Chat menu. This is what we're offering today. Every $5 equals a beer cheers. Get the Coolers Light in hand. $10, we will talk about your team, even if your team is the Charlotte Hornets. $20, we'll take a shot. $50 tortilla slap. That's the Tom Downey special. We'll have to get Tom involved in that one. $100. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out. $100, beer bong or a shotgun. I guess it's dealer's choice to figure out that one there on the beer bong or the shotgun. Will, I'd be intrigued. Like, maybe we might have to do a race or something. See who could drink the beer bong faster.
I think you might underestimate me in that race. I feel like I might have a shot.
I'm not underestimating you. I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I think you can compete.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate you believing in me, because some people might underestimate based on my history. The beer boot didn't go so well.
The boot was not.
The boot was not my thing. Everybody has their thing. The beer boot's not my thing.
Okay. But beer bong or shotgun, Will could be down for that. $100. If you get that sent in, then we'll do a race between Willie Fins and I if we get a $100 super chat coming in. $2 super chat coming in from Andrew. Shaq Mason to the Jags. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Shaq gets cut or traded. It sounds like they're going to take the next couple days, try to trade him. If they can't trade him, maybe cut him. But the Jags O-line certainly took a hit losing Shawan Taylor. They can improve the guard position as well. So I don't hate that fit at all. Shaq Mason and Jacksonville, you got to protect the young star Trevor Lawrence.
All right. Thank you, Andrew, for that $2 super chat there. Here's Jeremy Fowler earlier on Shaq Mason. This tweet coming at 12:25 this afternoon Eastern Time. The Bucs are exploring trade possibilities with guard Shaq Mason per sources with a $9.6 million cap hit. Mason could become a cap casualty for the cap-strapped Bucs. A quality guard appears ready to enter the market. And, well, you look at this Bucs team, the post-Tom Brady era, they have so many problems when it comes to the salary cap here. This team their roster is going to look totally different than what it did a season ago.
It's going to look crazy. I mean, obviously it all starts, at the top with quarterback Tom Brady. They're going to have a different signal caller next year. Is that going to be Kyle Trask? Is that going to be Baker Mayfield? We'll see. Both of those guys might be competing for the job, but who's going to be their starting guard? I'm not sure. It looks like Shaq Mason's on the move.
Got a $2 super chat coming in from Cam Dean. Who do you think the Titans will sign? So the Titans are in an interesting situation. New GM involved with that organization. They have made some moves to kind of cut salary there, kind of restarting there with Tennessee. Well, I don't know about you. I don't expect Tennessee to be that aggressive because I feel like that they are closer to that rebuild and starting over as opposed to trying to sign some players to take that next step.
Yeah, but if they're not rebuilding, I don't know why. I just don't know why they're keeping Ryan Tannehill, right?
Well, who would want Ryan Tannehill?
I do not think it makes any sense. They look. I don't know. Maybe the Jets, if they don't land Rodgers, will be a possible destination there. But I tend to think the Titans should probably blow it up, continue to blow it up and rebuild. We've seen Rand Carthon, the new GM, make several moves, moving on from Taylor Lewan, a couple other guys as well. Who do I think they're going to sign? I think they got to get a wide receiver. Maybe Jacoby Myers is a name to watch there in Tennessee.
We have a Titans channel, by the way.
We do.
Titans Today. Abby Alonso does a great job with that. Subscribe now for free. It doesn't cost you a thing for the latest happenings on the Tennessee Titans there. Also, here's what we want to do. A little game involved here. If you want to get on the show, because this chat is popping, folks. We got, 2,500 people watching. Chat is through the roof, so we can't get to everybody's comments. That would just be impossible. So, if you want a shout-out, if you want us to talk about your favorite team, then put them in the chat. Will's going to close his eyes, and on my count of 3, the first team he sees, we're going to talk about. So, Will, you ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go. 1, 2, trace.
Steelers.
Okay, Steelers, huh? Will, what do you think about the Steelers? They lost Cam Sutton to Detroit.
Yeah, Cam Sutton's a big loss. That cornerback market right now, I mean, maybe they'll pursue James Bradbury. I'm not sure, but John Jones is off the market. They lose Cam Sutton. We'll see what they do with Devin Bush. So I like the way the Steelers are headed. They finished the season really strong. I think Kenny Pickett has a lot of potential. I'm pretty high on Pickett. I think that he can put together a good second year, kind of build off of what he did this year. I think Mike Tomlin's one of the best coaches in all the sport. I mean, the fact that he never has a losing season or something like that. I mean, crazy what Mike Tomlin has accomplished there. But they'll have to replace Cam Sutton. We'll see what they do. Maybe go draft a corner. That's certainly a possibility.
Traditionally speaking, the Pittsburgh Steelers are not big spenders in free agency. They tend to build upon the draft. And it's going to be very intriguing, Will, to see what Kenny Pickett does for an encore. He took a big step this past season towards the end of the year. Can he build upon that? To me, the Steelers' success is largely dependent on what type of growth we see in Kenny Pickett in year two.
I think that's all of it. I mean, if Kenny Pickett has a good season, that's a team that can compete for a playoff spot and maybe make the playoffs. They're very close to making the playoffs. The Dolphins lose week 18, Steelers are in, so they're that close. If Kenny Pickett progresses, has a good year too, this will be a playoff team next year.
We have a Steelers channel too, by the way. Pittsburgh Steeler Talk with Goofy Jack Sperry. Subscribe today if you love the Pittsburgh Steelers and I want more Steelers coverage. We got you covered. Subscribe there for free as well. Let's do it one more time. I'll go this time, Will.
All right.
Count me down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Packers. Very interesting team.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
The Packers will. I look at the Packers, and they are closer to the bottom than they are the top. And they are all just kind of waiting on what Aaron's going to do at this point.
I feel like they probably want to move on, go the Jordan Love route. Jordan Love's been patient. They drafted him 3 years ago. He's waited his turn. I think he has some potential. But those are big shoes to fill. At the same time, though, we said the same thing about Aaron Rodgers 15 years ago, and he ended up being pretty good replacing Brett Favre. So I'm not saying Jordan Love is going to be the third straight Hall of Fame quarterback for the Packers here, but I certainly think he has potential. But that division is getting a lot tougher, right? The Detroit Lions are really good. The Vikings are really good. The Bears today have gotten a lot better and are going to continue to get better.
Bears now have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Packers.
It is possible that the Packers finish last in that division, which I never thought I'd say.
The other thing, we've talked a lot about Aaron Rodgers for obvious reasons. I'm very intrigued about Allen Lazard. I feel like that if Aaron comes back to Green Bay, Lazard probably is going to end up coming back to Green Bay as well. But if he doesn't, then I think Allen Lazard is going to be a very interesting option for several teams. You think of the Baltimore Ravens, the Kansas City Chiefs, some of these teams that are looking for a receiver option. Allen Lazard will, coming off a career year where he had over 700 yards receiving this past season, I think he can be a very good number 2 receiver. I don't want him to be my number 1, but I think there's value in a number 2 receiver in Allen Lazard.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. And I think tight end is another team need here. Michael Mayer is the guy that's been linked to them a lot. The Notre Dame tight end, I could definitely see them drafting a tight end in round 1.
All right, our NFL Draft channel. We are at 2,310 subscribers. We are at a nice number of needing 690 more to get to 3,000 subscribers on the channel. Guys, can we get there? Can we get to 3,000 subscribers? I believe in you all, okay? If no one else tells you they love you, I love you, okay? And I'll love you even more if you subscribe to our draft channel as we're talking about the draft. We got mock drafts. We are covering the player evaluations. We got interviews over there. Well, it is a great channel.
You literally cannot get enough mock drafts.
Never.
I could look at mock drafts all day, and we're going to have plenty of mock drafts, live draft content, draft rumors, draft targets for different teams, youtube.com/NFL. And producer Jack is also reminding me we've got specific mock drafts team specific, like Cowboys, Bears as well. YouTube.com/NFL. Maybe we got to get Seahawks one up on the channel.
Yeah.
Seahawks have some first-round picks. So
Chris is
a lot of
subbed.
content over there.
Tommy, you need to sub. James, are you subbed? Let's see. Let me know if you're subbed in the chat. I'm seeing people talking about their teams. I'm not asking about that right now. I'm asking if you're subbed to the channel. Virginia Seahawk says Big Papa Jones. Well, are you subbed? That's not what I'm asking. Hayden, are you subbed? Yeah, Hayden is subbed. Junior's subbed. MTG is subbed. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening, folks. Let's see. Virginia Seahawk is subbed. Jack is subbed. Bailey is subbed. Jake is subbed. Great. Awesome. Keep on subbing. It's not what I'm asking. Goodness. All right.
Brand's saying Willie Fence, but we're asking if you're subbed, Brandon. Let me know if you're subbed.
Are you subbed?
Lions Talk by Micro Mike. Are you subbed?
Okay.
I told you.
Oh!
He's a Falcon. He is a Falcon.
He's flapping those wings. Jessie Bates to the Atlanta Falcons. This move, the Bengals. Let's start with the Falcons' perspective, then go to the Bengals' perspective here. Falcons were a lot better than what I would say their roster indicated they would be this past season. Now you add in a very good player like Jessie Bates into the fold here. I like this move for Atlanta.
I like this move a lot. And Jessie Bates, as producer Nick Roloff saying, was always a Falcon. This was always the expectation that Jessie Bates was going to go to Atlanta. This is a big pickup for them. They really need some help on that defense, specifically at the safety position. They were weak there this year. Now you bring Jessie Bates, one of the best safeties in the entire league, to Atlanta. I'm curious to see what the deal is going to be here.
4 years and $16 million. Fourth highest paid safety
Per year,
in the
$16
NFL.
million per year, right? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to
16
say.
a year. Yep.
That's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal.
Now the Bengals' perspective, losing Jessie Bates, they didn't.
And they lost Bell.
And Bell too, and they're probably going to lose some more guys as well. The Bengals last year go to the AFC Championship, a place that they went to the year prior, and now you take these significant losses here. The Bengals are really betting on some of their young guys like Daxton Hill to take that next step.
Right.
If you're willing to not pay a guy like Jessie Bates.
Right. We'll see. I mean, obviously,
It's a big gamble.
Obviously, there's a long way to go here. But Jessie Bates wanted an extension last offseason. They didn't give it to him. Instead, he got tagged. And Jessie Bates, I think, kind of knew right then and there that it was going to be his last year in Cincinnati. Cincinnati had a chance to lock this guy up long term, which they should have done. They didn't do. As these reports are all coming in now, people are confirming that Jessie Bates is, in fact, Atlanta bound, who had a pretty productive season. This past year, overall PFF grade was 76.8, run defense 84.8, pass rush 53.1, coverage 72.9. He gets a 4-year, $64 million deal with the Dirty Birds.
Yes, the nerds at PFF seem to like Jessie Bates, and we'll see what he can do with Atlanta. 4 years, $64 million, about just over half of that guaranteed. $36 million to head to the Atlanta Falcons. Nice deal for Jessie Bates there. Grade the deal. What do you think of the Falcons giving Jessie Bates 4 years and $64 million? Well, I would say this too. Remember, there's an opening in the NFC South with the Saints not being very good. The Bucs were bad last year, even though they won the division. Carolina has their own issues here. Atlanta, I feel like, is the one team you can say in that division that's on the rise.
I would, yeah. I mean, the Saints, I think, got better. Getting Derek Carr, I think that's a big move for them.
I think as long as you have Dennis Allen as your head coach, you're a fraud.
That's fair. That's fair. I think the Saints have gotten better. The Bucs have a lot of question marks right now. What they're going to do at quarterback. The Panthers, they got Von Bell. That was a pretty big pickup for them. They have the number 1 overall pick. They're probably going to draft C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young. Anthony Richardson's a possibility. So the division is interesting. It's up for grabs. We'll say that. Any team in that division could make the playoffs next year.
Grade the move by the Falcons, getting Jessie Bates. Seen a lot of B's, B-, B+. Shelley says A. Let's see, who else? B plus. Leo says B. B minus. Junior says A. Tucker says A. Cooper says A. Jack says B. Robert says B. Yellow Kid says A. Tony says B. Agent says S. I don't know what that grade means. Nathan says S. Jacob says F. I don't know how this could be an F, but okay. Michael says B. Rave Kingdom says A. Daniel says A. Jack says B. William says C. Another signing, Will.
Yeah, Alex Anzalone re-signing with the Lions, 3 years, $18.75 million. So he's back in Detroit. The Lions are an interesting team, Tyler. I would not be surprised if they won that division next year.
They very well could. They were on the brink of making the playoffs this past season. We know that they have a spectacular offense. Their defense needs some help, though. To me, that's the next question for Detroit to take that next step, is if their defense will improve or not.
He had 175 tackles this past year, by the way. Really big season.
That's a big deal. Aaron Rodgers, will he be a member of the New York Jets? We had a tweet come out from Trey Wingo. I think we're coming up on 2 hours now since that tweet from Trey Wingo saying that it was a done deal that Aaron Rodgers was headed to the New York Jets. But no one else has confirmed this said done deal. None of the other
insiders. Did he just pull a John Heyman?
So. He may have. He may have jumped the gun on this.
Arson judge?
So we're kind of just waiting at this point. Will, put a percentage on it. What is the percentage chance that Aaron Rodgers is going, when it's all said and done, to be a member of the New York Jets?
I'd say 75% chance.
Okay.
I think there's a 25% chance that he retires. I would not be shocked.
So no chance he goes back to the Packers or another team?
No chance he goes back. No. What other team would he go to? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Raiders are out.
I think somebody could step up into the fold if the Jets backed out. I think that right now, I would put it this way, Will. I would go 80% Jets.
Okay.
10% Packers. 5% retirement. 5% another team.
Okay. I don't hate that. I would agree.
Tommy says 80 to 85%. Robert says maybe the 49ers. I think the 49ers are all in on one of their young quarterbacks with making them move for Javon Hargrave today. Rap Sheet had this to say about the reports of a potential trade going down. Said, I wish it did. I wish something had happened. But nothing has happened. So we wait. Let's see what else we got here on this situation. Okay. Well, just some thoughts. Breaking this down. Here's Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson saying, y'all should see the smile on me right now. Garrett Wilson seems to think that Aaron Rodgers is headed to the New York Jets. If that does happen, Will, and you add him to this offense, you get a healthy Breece Hall back next year. You also, of course, add Garrett Wilson there, Elijah Moore, some of these weapons with the New York Jets. That offense could take a significant step up. You had Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely. I mean, that defense, too, is elite. The one thing they were kind of missing that year, this past year on this football team, was consistent quarterback play. They didn't get it from Zach Wilson. Mike White had flashes, but he couldn't stay healthy at times. And then when he comes back, it's too little too late. The Jets are out of it at that point. So they desperately need a quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers would obviously be a pretty huge upgrade.
All right. We will continue to follow this as well as the rest of NFL free agency news here on this Monday afternoon here on NFL Daily. We'll get back to all of that and more in just a moment. Before we do, today's show is sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year on AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel the best I've ever felt. Covering my nutritional bases for the day literally couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. Pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality source ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. Tell them that Tyler Jones, Will Scott, and Chat Sports sent you. You'll be glad you did. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Well, I love this story you've been telling us about your experience with Athletic Greens. You dropped drinking pop and went all in on Athletic Greens, and your life's been changed.
Absolutely. I feel so much better every single day. I just feel healthier. I feel better. I mean, when you go from putting, soda in your body several times a day, every day, and then you stop that and you do something like AG1, you really feel the effects of it. And I certainly have felt that. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Go and check them out. Less than $3 a day, 5 free travel packs, a year supply of vitamin D. Great deal we're giving you. Go and take advantage of it.
All right, back to the tracker we go. Will, without further ado, take us away.
Javon Hargrave, maybe the most significant move that we've seen today. 4 years, $84 million. San Francisco kind of came out of nowhere to make that trade, or to make that signing, excuse me. Mike McGlinchey, 5 years, $87.5 million. Looking like Chicago for a little bit. Denver steps in, probably gives him more money. Nick Gates, 3 years, $16.5 million to Washington. Cameron Sutton, 3 years, $33 million. That's a huge pickup.
Nick Gates,
for
you
the
think
Detroit
he's got
Lions.
2 phones?
One for the plug and one for the load. Bradley Pinion, 3 years, $8.65 million. The punter getting a payday. Shai Tuttle going to Carolina, 3 years, $19.5 million. Pretty big day for defensive tackles, Tyler. Jimmy Garoppolo, 3 years, $67.5 million. Would you say it's a downgrade at quarterback for them?
It is, but I rather have Jimmy G at, what is that, $23 million, as opposed to having paid Derek Carr $40, and I can use that money in other positions.
Yeah.
I like the situation better for Vegas than I do the Derek Carr situation of what he would have been paid.
Okay, interesting. Andrew Wiley, 3 years, $24 million. Connor McGovern, 3 years, $23 million. He's a Buffalo Bill. Mike White's a Dolphin, 2 years, up to $16 million to be the backup in Miami. He's from South Florida, Tyler, so he's coming home. Case Keenum coming home.
Is he going to pick up on the fence then?
I'll teach it to him. Case Keenum, 2 years, $6.25 million. He's going to be the backup to whoever the Texans draft, number 2 overall. Ooh, we just got some big news.
Ooh.
Chase Winovich, 3 years, $23 million. Texans making some moves here. Mike Boone as well. Jawan Taylor going to Kansas City. Corliss Waitman, 1 year, $940,000 deal to the Broncos. Casey Creeder to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, 3 years, $21 million from the Bengals. Aaron Rodgers has not been traded yet. Trey Wingo might have jumped the gun. Josh Oliver, 3 years, $21 million. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell to the Panthers. Really big pickup there for Carolina as the Bengals have lost some big-time playmakers on defense. Ethan Posich, 3 years, $18 million. He did a great job as the starting center in Cleveland this past year. Son Ridgeway, 1 year, $4 million. Reunited with D'Amico in Houston. Nate Davis, 3 years, $30 million from the Chicago Bears. Tremaine Edmonds, also a Bear, 4 years, $72 million. Becomes the highest paid inside linebacker in football. Cam Lewis is still waiting on those details. He's going to Buffalo. Kevin Givens, 1 year deal from San Francisco. Jessie Bates is a Falcon, no surprise. 4 year, $64 million deal. He's going to make $23 million in year one, so that's a front-loaded contract.
Yes, there you have it. Some of the latest news that's come in. Breaking news coming in from ESPN's Adam Schefter. The Pittsburgh Steelers have already replaced Cam Sutton. They go with Patrick Peterson to Pittsburgh. Well, Peterson, you saw him a lot at LSU. He's a bit older now. He's lost his step. I don't know if this is quite the replacement necessarily the Steelers were looking for Cam Sutton.
Yeah, he's still a solid corner. He still has gas left in the tank, but is he Cam Sutton? No. He did have 5 interceptions this past year, 15 pass breakups, put up solid numbers in Minnesota. He said the other day that he wants to go to a contender, wants to have a chance to win a ring. I don't know if I'd call Pittsburgh a contender, but certainly a playoff contender at least that he's going to over there in Pittsburgh.
The 8-time Pro Bowler and excellent podcast host, Patrick
Yes.
Peterson, headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another move from the New York Giants, Will. What do you think here?
Yeah, we have Raheem Nunez, Roches going to the Giants. The Giants have been kind of quiet today, but they make a move here going with Roches.
Yes. And then the Browns end up getting Obo from the Los Angeles Rams here on a 3-year deal up to $22 million. Last with the Texans, Obo was. Previously also with the Los Angeles Rams with that $12.5 million in guaranteed money headed his way. Nice price there on that front. So a couple of the moves that have been made so far. We'll get to the Super Chat menu in just a second. Then I want to circle back to the Patrick Peterson situation with Pittsburgh. But, you know, when I look at Patrick Peterson, this is a guy who's had a Hall of Fame caliber career. And now you add him to this Pittsburgh Steelers team. The Steelers, the Steel Curtain, they embrace themselves on defense. You know, that's a big part of their identity here. Patrick Peterson, we talked about earlier that with this Steeler team, if Kenny Pickett could take that next step, the Steelers could make that next step. What does Patrick Peterson do for this defense? Can he make up enough of the gap with Cam Sutton gone?
It's tough to say because
Fair.
you do mention that he's an aging corner, but at the same time, though, he put up solid numbers, 5 interceptions this past year in Minnesota. I think it's a good fit for him. I think it's a good situation for him. He's still going to be heavily involved as a starting corner in Pittsburgh, helping fill that Cam Sutton void. I really like Cam Sutton. If I were Pittsburgh, I'd rather have Cam Sutton than Patrick Peterson, but still, you do not waste any time replacing Sutton, signing Peterson to a deal just a few hours after the fact.
I felt like, by the way, on Obo, I owe an apology to producer Sam for forgetting to mention Oklahoma Sooners legend. Yes, on that front, another Sooner in the NFL. Super chat menu, $5 for a beer cheers. $10, we will talk about your favorite team. Even we can make Will talk about the New England Patriots, if you must. $20, we'll take shots. $50, tortilla slap. That's the Tom Downey special. He likes to get down that way, I guess. $100, beer bong or shotgun. The offer still stands. $100, and we'll do a beer bong race between myself and Will Scott. We'll see how this goes. It might end poorly. Hopefully, we don't destroy a laptop in the process.
I can't think of anyone who's done that here.
No, can't think of anybody here. It's never happened on this channel, so I don't know what you're talking about. But $100, and we'll do a little race between Will Scott and myself. $10 super chat coming in from Eric. Eric writes, did Robbie Anderson sign to the Eagles? No.
No.
Did I miss something?
No.
I don't think so.
It's Chosen Anderson, by the way.
Yes, that's
Chosen
right.
Anderson.
He's chosen now.
So we'll see which team he chooses.
Ooh,
See what I did there?
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Nice one there.
Got him on that one. So Robbie Anderson, not a member of the Eagles, or Chosen Anderson at this point in time. Eric, if he is a member, we'll let you know. Who will be the next player to sign? Will it be Chosen Anderson to the Eagles? Let us know who the next player to be will sign. Yes. Yes, it only happened at that table.
Yes.
Yes. On that, never happened on this table, never happened on this channel, so as far as I'm concerned, it never happened. That's a good point. Next free agent, decide who it would be. Carter says Poyer sign with the Dolphins. Max says Jamal Williams. Jaden says OBJ to Dallas. Will, where's OBJ going to go? Is he going to be a Dolphin?
I would say he's not going to be a Dolphin. He's not a Dolphin. I would say OBJ Dallas. I could see that happening, but I don't know. Are they going to want to pay him? He wants a lot of money.
Yeah, he does. I think he is going to be a Cowboy when it's all said and done. $5 super chat from Paul Hackett. That's a beer cheers to you, Paul.
Cheers, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Any idea what the Bengals will do at safety and offensive line? Offensive line, I think they're going to try to do some buying to get Joe Burrow some help, and we've talked about potential options on our Bengals channel for that. As far as safety goes, I think they're going to kind of trust the process, if you will. They're going to go with their younger guys like Daxton Hill.
Yeah, you got Daxton Hill. That was an interesting point you brought up earlier, maybe trusting him to kind of fill that void. Offensive line, I'm not sure what they're going to do. I really don't. They need some help there. Joe Burrow, you got to protect Joe Burrow. Maybe look to the draft.
Yes.
Ooh, we have Teron Armstead tweeting out eyes emoji.
That's my favorite of this offseason so far is who goes eyes emoji.
Well, Teron Armstead is a Dolphin.
He is. Wait. So I'm looking at the feed. Producer Jack, are you submitting votes on our behalf? Did I see you put in a vote on some tweet or something? Oh, it is in your feed. Okay. That's Sam. It says on Twitter. I was about to say, I think if we're going to vote on anything, we got to collectively decide our votes. I don't even know what we're voting on either, apparently. Okay. The next free agent to sign, I see Levante
Who said Jordan Poyer to Miami? We'll see. This Teron Armstead tweet has me excited.
Zim says Poyer to the Pats.
Take a sec. He might just be trolling.
We'll see.
Dude,
I was trolling earlier.
If I remember correctly, both you and Tom Downey put out eye emoji tweets as a troll like a few hours ago.
I think Jordan Poyer is going to be a Dolphin.
Oh, boy. The next. Go ahead, Sam.
He was actually tweeting out eye emojis forgetting to block for Mike White because the Dolphins have so horrendously mismanaged their starting quarterback's concussion history that he won't be on the field next year.
Maybe that is what he was referencing. I'm not sure. And enjoy Russell Wilson. That is true.
Let's see. So next up, the current amount of subs that we have here on Chat Sports. It's a pretty dang good number. It's 329,296. But I would love to see our channel get to our next milestone, 330,000 subscribers on the channel. And you know what? If we get to 330,000 subscribers on the channel, then Will will put on his Dolphins outfit. I
can probably do that. Yeah.
Don't you want to see that, folks?
Yeah. Shake that fin.
We'll see if I think we're going to make some significant progress. We are very, very close. Help us out. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, what are you waiting for, folks? You got to subscribe right now for the latest NFL coverage. We do have an update, and we have a super chat to get to here in just a second. Let's start with this from Ed Warner. Mr. Ed from Espen writes in, the Cowboys have contacted Bobby Wagner about their interest in signing him for a second time in as many years. Seahawks interested too. Ooh. Sources tell me Wagner decision not imminent as both seek to determine his current value. Will, the Cowboys, traditionally speaking, not big spenders in free agency. Let's start with them, then we'll get to the Seahawks. Beginning with the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby Wagner, he says he wants to play on a contending team. The Cowboys make a lot of sense.
They absolutely make a lot of sense. But you mentioned they're not big spenders in free agency. So are they going to be willing to pay him what he's looking for? I'm not sure. Seattle might, though. I could definitely see him going back to Seattle.
Dan Quinn coached Bobby Wagner in two
Right.
Super Bowls, so there's that relationship that goes back there. Let's look at the Seattle end of that, okay? The Seahawks entered today with about $10 million in effective cap space. That number has now gone up to $19 million. Spotrac has Wagner's value at about $9 million entering today. So with that said, Will, the Seahawks have more money than they had to enter the day. They have the money for sure. If they want him, they can have him.
Absolutely. And I think there would be some mutual interest in bringing him back to Seattle. I think it makes a lot of sense.
If they don't sign him, it's not a money issue.
Right. But he might want to be, like you said, on a contending team. I don't know if I would call Seattle a Super Bowl contender right now.
The numbers on Bobby Wagner this past year. Remember, Will, new team, new system, and he still had a fantastic season with over 140 tackles. His coverage statistics were pretty solid as well. Bobby Wagner at age 32 had a significant season. The Rams were not that good last year, but Bobby Wagner, for getting older and going to a new team and everything, I feel like it was a prove-it year of sorts, Will.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner still proved a lot last year.
He's been an unbelievable talent now. 9 straight Pro Bowls for Bobby Wagner, continues to just get better. Quite frankly, the numbers that he continues to put up. So whatever team lands, Bobby Wagner is going to be lucky, and it'll be interesting to see what he gets in free agency.
Yeah, we'll see what he puts together.
But it is worth noting, I don't think he can sign or agree to deal until Wednesday, right? Because he hasn't been officially cut yet until the new league year begins.
That is correct. He
Right.
has not been official.
So we're not going to hear anything on Bobby Wagner for the next 2 days.
Where will Bobby Wagner sign? We have a new live poll. Will it be the Cowboys? Will it be the Seahawks? Will it be somewhere else? Will, if you had to guess right now, where is Bobby Wagner going to end up?
I'd say Dallas. I think Jerry's going to hear the annoyed Cowboys fans like, make a move, and we're going to see something happen with Bobby Wagner.
I want him to go to the Seahawks. It'd be good for business. But in reality, I think he's going to end up with the Dallas Cowboys in their situation. They're closer to being a contender than the Seattle Seahawks are at this point in time. To me, it makes more sense probably that he ends up in Dallas. Let's see what the chat's saying. I'm seeing some Dolphins in the chat for Bobby Wagner.
Is he a Dolphin? It's possible.
Marcus says the Bucs. Light Gaming, Dolphins. AFX says he's going to be in San Francisco. Williams says the Raiders would be nice. Tommy says the Cowboys. Junior says the Patriots. Trevor says the Lions. Kevin says the Bucs. Vincent says the Steelers. I see Chiefs, Cowboys, Lions. Fins up. Is Fins up F-I-N-S or P-H-I-N-S?
It's F-I-N-S.
Okay, I saw a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Let's see, Jags, Detroit, Raiders, Niners. So a lot of different options, it seems. $5 super chat coming in. And from CSM writes, that's a beer cheers. What do you think the Colts with the draft, now that the Panthers are at 1, what will they do in free agency?
I have an interesting take here. I have an interesting take. Here's what I think happens. I think C.J. Stroud is taken by Carolina at 1. Bryce Young to Houston at 2. Somebody trades up. I don't know who it's going to be, but somebody trades up to take Anthony Richardson at number 3. And then the Colts take Will Levis at 4. 4 quarterbacks with the first 4 picks.
Ooh.
That's my prediction. In terms of free agency, they need a lot of help, CSM. They need a lot of help.
They do. Thank you, CSM, for that $5 super chat. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
The mountains are still blue, and we drink away. Jimmy G is a Raider, signing a 3-year, $67.5 million deal with $34 million guaranteed to be the next starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. It reunites him with his head coach, Josh McDaniels. Of course, they were together in New England. Well, this move, I think the Raiders would have been better off getting a young quarterback and developing, but Jimmy G now as your guy here, to me, that this isn't much better than what you had with Derek Carr. You probably actually got worse at the quarterback position.
Right. I think it's a downgrade. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised to see them draft a quarterback and have him develop here. Wow. Well, we got some news we'll hit on here in a second from Ian Rappaport. But, yeah, I'm with you, Teach. I think this is a downgrade quarterback. The deal is somewhat team-friendly because there's kind of an out after a year. But I just don't understand what the Raiders have done here in the last couple weeks.
We got a tweet, or actually an Instagram story, courtesy of Devontae Adams. if we haven't talked in the last 3 weeks, don't hit me about this. Thanks. Devontae, not pleased about Jimmy G?
Kind of what it sounds like to me. Trouble in
Interesting.
paradise?
It's always trouble in paradise with this organization.
You're not kidding.
Jamal Dean headed back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Will, Bucks got a lot of problems. Jamal Dean goes 4 years, $52 million. Or did I say Jamal? Sorry, I meant Jamel.
Dean.
Thank you all. Jamel Dean going back to the Bucks here. I thought he could have gotten similar money elsewhere and been on a better team.
That's what I thought too. Miami and Detroit were teams I was watching there, but Miami traded for Jalen Ramsey. Detroit got Cameron Sutton. So Jamel Dean finds himself back in Tampa Bay. I think it's a good deal for both sides. 4 years, $52 million. The Buccaneers have a lot of question marks, obviously, but they bring back Dean, who's a really solid corner for them.
All right. Raiders, are they a playoff team with Jimmy G? Y for yes, N for no. I'll add another one, Will. HN, hell no, they're not a playoff team. No.
This is not a playoff team. Especially when you consider how tough that division is. I mean, you have the Super Bowl champ Chiefs. You have a Super Bowl contender in the Chargers. You have a team that will be a lot better in the Denver Broncos. I'm not sure if they're a playoff team, but a lot better with Sean Payton, Mike McGlinchey, some of the talent they've added today. Las Vegas is going to be last in that division again.
Yeah, that trade ain't happening. Also, look at this situation. Jimmy G going to the Raiders. This is not going to end well. I can tell you that much. Y for yes, N for no. Will the Raiders make the playoffs with Jimmy G? I am on Twitter at Tyler Jones Live. Just look for that verified check mark. You can find me there. I'm the real one. I am at over 7,000 subscribers, but I want to get to 8,000. And so here's what I want to do. I am going to put a minute on the clock. Everybody that follows me in this next minute, you're in luck because I'm going to follow you back. And let's see how close I can get to 8,000 followers on Twitter. And then we'll do the same with Will, too. So let's get started. 1 minute on the clock. How many subscribers am I going to get? I'll follow you guys back, and I'm going to shout out everybody that follows me. Do I need to put my link in, or you got that, Jack? Okay, I'm going to put my link in. Give me 1 second to pull that up, and then we'll officially begin the timer there. And so you guys can see me on Twitter, and we can keep the show going. The show never stops on Twitter. 1 minute on the clock. Here we go. There's my link in the chat right now. Hit that follow button and follow me on Twitter, and let's get to a grand total of 8,000 followers on Twitter as I cover the Seahawks and the Ravens here at Chat Sports. Also talking about the rest of the National Football League, do a little bit of college football stuff as well, and tweeting about it all on Twitter, also on Instagram as well, at Tyler Jones Live. And I said in this next minute, I'm going to follow everyone back, and I am also going to shout everyone out that follows me as well. Link is in the chat. 1 more minute to go, and then I'll get to the shout-outs here in just a second. David, someone's asking if I got MySpace. You know what? I am only 26 years old. I never had a MySpace account. So maybe I should start one. Is today a good day to start a MySpace account?
So.
Maybe. 5 seconds to go, and then I'll get to the shout-outs here. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here we go. The shout-outs I owe and the follow-backs. Nick, Brandon, Bailey, Kyle, Alex, Mo, Johnny, Scott, New, Crumb, Empire, Felix, Way, Billy, Panther Fan, Gage, The Phantom, Austin, Rolando, Ken, La, George, Jason, Norab, Swag, can't keep up, Javon, Randy, Mel, Long, Tighten Up, Joshua, Dave.
He's got like 100 followers.
Dino, Ginger, Blake, Sager, Giant, Kevin, In Polls We Trust, Michael, Adrian, Anthony. Okay. Now, Will's turn.
All right, I'm going to give a shout-out every person that follows me at WillScott44. Still tipping. You know how I roll.
All right, 1 minute on the clock for Willie Fins. Follow on Twitter at WillScott44.
At WillScott44.
What's the 44 stand for?
Well, so I went to Syracuse University. 44 is a famous number at Syracuse, and it's also a famous number in Houston, Texas, because it's still tipping. Shout out Mike Jones. I'm meeting Paul Wall in a few weeks, actually, going to his concert. I did see that.
Will's link is in the chat.
At WillScott44. Oh, my gosh. Y'all are insane.
Oh, they are insane.
Oh, my gosh.
They're just built different.
I think we need to do Jack's Twitter. I just picked up 100 followers within a minute. Oh, my gosh. Shout out Joseph Green. I'll shout out everybody else in a second.
I picked up like 100 followers in a minute.
At WillScott44 on Twitter. We appreciate y'all, man.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate y'all. Fins fan, I see you, man. We appreciate you.
Cheers to
Hey,
all
Adam,
our new followers.
Adam, you go to a Paul Wall concert when you're from Houston. You have backstage passes and they're free. All right, I'm not turning that down.
What's the line you're always saying all the time? You're fired up or whatever?
Fired up, don't shut me down.
Yeah, fired up. Don't shut Will Scott down.
All right, I'm going to give some shout-outs here.
Okay.
We have Benji, Jace, Aiden Knoll, at Personal Makins1, Liam W, Dan B, at God Seeking Angel, at Bronco Nation 23, Decompress LC, at Prison_Pop, Blake, TC915, Cowboys fan, Javon Bradley, Joseph Green, Latuya, Dylan Washburn, Corday Crump, at NFL Kid Reporter, Fabian, CL, Mags, Daniel, Kyle Mendison, Mo Curry, Kyle Doran, Savage Avery, Tyler Cutright, at KJ Petway, Scott Sanger, at Naughty2, Long Live Bankroll, Rolando, David Fisher, Celtics Bruin fan. I'm the host of Celtics today. Matt Dodson, Yannick Crypto, Kevin, LD Zim, Slizzy, Adrian, Luke, Eduardo, Steven, Austin, Blaine, Heath, Sager, Isaiah Garcia, Zachary Cavalier, George Thurston, Skull at Jefferson for MVP, Salsa Legacy, Anthony, Dean, Gunner, Soul. We appreciate all you guys.
Thank you all. Thank you all for that and giving us those followers there. Thank you all. Will, let's go through the bigger names here in free agency.
You lead the way here, my friend.
Starting with Javon Hargrave going to the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners were already good, and they just got that much better. Are the Niners, granted the draft is still a month away, but as of right now, are the Niners the best team in the NFC?
Yes, absolutely. What they do at quarterback is going to be interesting. Hopefully Brock Purdy's ready to roll because I really like Brock Purdy. Very easy guy to root for as well.
Big Mike going to the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson needed some protection. He got it today.
Yeah, Mike McGlinchey's huge. When free agency first started, it was looking like McGlinchey to Chicago. In fact, it was reported they were deep in talks, and it kind of feels like the Chicago, wasn't offering as much money as Denver. Denver gives him 5 years, $87.5 million. That's about what I was expecting him to get.
Cam Sutton going to the Lions, 3 years, $33 million. Much needed help on the defense for Detroit.
Yeah, that was huge. They lost out on Jalen Ramsey, kind of the runner-ups to Ramsey. They did not get John Jones. He stays in.
Who?
Who? John Jones. He stays in New England. So Cam Sutton was really important for them to go out and get, and they did.
More on the list now. Jimmy G going to the Raiders. Jimmy Garoppolo with that Raiders team. This doesn't really move the needle. Devontae Adams
He doesn't seem
had a
happy.
cryptic post about it. Doesn't seem like things are going well in Las Vegas. Andrew Wiley going to the Commanders following his offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy over there. Good pickup for that much-needed help on the Commanders.
Good value, too. 3 years, 24.
The other names on here. Speaking of the offensive line in Kansas City, Jawan Taylor moves from Jacksonville to Kansas City. They're expecting to move him from right to left tackle on a 4-year, $80 million deal. But Jawan Taylor gave up 5 sacks last year at that right tackle spot. You lose Orlando Brown and Andrew Wiley here. I don't think if you're a Kansas City fan, you're feeling pretty good about the moves they made on the offensive line.
Patrick Mahomes will run around. He'll be just fine. He doesn't need an offensive line.
I think that a Super Bowl against the Bucs would beg to differ. Tremaine Edmonds goes to the Chicago Bears on a 4-year, $72 million deal. Will, the Bears been making moves today.
Yeah, really, really big day from Chicago. If I had to say a winner of free agency thus far, it's the Bears.
Jessie Bates gets paid by the Falcons. 4 years, $64 million. The NFC South is wide open at this point in time, Will. What do you think about that possibility of the Falcons being the team to beat, now adding Jessie Bates into the fold?
If I had to say a favorite right now, at the moment, this could change by the end of the week, I think the Saints are the favorite in that division.
Meanwhile, some other moves. Patrick Peterson goes to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal, and Cam Sutton gone, Patrick Peterson comes in. He did have 5 interceptions last year, but even with that said, Will, you have to wonder if Patrick Peterson is going to take a step back or not. Can Patrick Peterson comfortably replace Cam Sutton?
I don't know. I like Cam Sutton, man. I also like Patrick Peterson, though. So he's aging. I'll say this. He exceeded my expectations last year in Minnesota.
And then we have Jamel Dean going to the Buccaneers on a 4-year,
Wow.
$52 million deal. Breaking news coming in. The San Francisco 49ers have reached a 1-year deal with former Panthers quarterback Sam Darnold. Well, you have Trey Lance there. You have Brock Purdy. And now Sam Darnold. Will, somebody's got to go.
That's a really good situation for Sam Darnold. He'll have a chance, depending on the injury situation with Brock Purdy, have a chance to compete for the Week 1 job. It sounds crazy.
Who's out?
He's got a shot.
Somebody's got to be out.
They might trade Trey Lance.
Well, we know that, but you still have Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
That
You're not
is
going to
wild.
keep those all 3 quarterbacks. I mean, yeah, I highly doubt they're going to keep 3 quarterbacks of that level around on the active roster. I think somebody is going to be on the move. I would think that Trey Lance would be that guy potentially, but Sam Darnold here. If I know it's obviously very early. This deal just went down, but Will, if you're Kyle Shanahan, who is your early favorite to be your starting quarterback next year between those 3?
If it's healthy, if he's healthy,
if you can make the call,
Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Brock
Okay.
Purdy.
I agree with Brock Purdy too. I really liked what I saw from Brock Purdy. I was a fan of his in college at Iowa State as well. But Sam Darnold, this was a guy that, for the first time in his career last year at Carolina, Will actually kind of showed some promise of sorts.
Yeah, he looked decent. And I think that's the first time that we could say that for Sam Darnold in a long time. He was a disaster in New York. That first year in Carolina was not good. After the first couple weeks of the season, they just had a downward spiral. I think this is I don't know if I love this signing by the Niners, but this is a great situation for Sam Darnold. If the stars align, this could completely revitalize his career if he gets his shot. I don't know if he will.
Who starts Week 1? Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. Type L for Lance, P for Purdy, D for Darnold. So far, the overwhelming majority of the chat saying Purdy at this point. This is very interesting, this quarterback situation in San Francisco. Our San Francisco 49ers channel, hosted by Chase Sr. Will, Chase is going to have a lot to talk about over the next couple months as the Niners try to figure out this quarterback situation. Yeah. I'll say this, though. With the Niners having these 3 and not knowing who the guy is, I mean, history tells us it almost doesn't matter who the guy is.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan's going to figure it out.
Hey, and Christian McCaffrey, you're united with Sam Darnold.
That's a good point, too. AG1 is the presenting sponsor of our coverage here on Chat Sports. You can check out AG1 at athleticgreens.com/Chat Sports to get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition. Will, we love AG1.
Love AG1. You feel the effects of it, taking it every single day. You feel a lot healthier. You feel better. You're more alert. You have more energy. It's outstanding. athleticgreens.com/chatsports. We take it every single day, Tyler. We wanted better gut health. We wanted a boost of energy. AG1 certainly gives that. And if you go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports, you can get 5 free travel packs and a year's supply of vitamin D.
All right. Shout out your city. Where are you guys watching from? Will and I, along with producer Jack and Sam, are in the Chat Sports studios in beautiful downtown Dallas, Texas on this Monday afternoon. Let us know where you're watching from. We'll shout you guys out. I see Willie is in Philly. Philly. We got X-Gamer in Chicago, Chris in Iowa, Purple in L.A., got Braden in Detroit, got Becky in Cali, Geraldo in Texas. I got Adrian in Viva Las Vegas, JG in San Antonio, Texas. We're remembering the Alamo today. I got Baltimore, Houston, Chicago, Cincinnati, Virginia, Toronto, Philly, Kansas, Indiana, Buffalo, Tuscaloosa, home of the number 1 team in the country, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Wisconsin, Boise, Puerto Rico, Jacksonville, Austin, Dallas, Mississippi, Fairbanks, Alaska, Green Bay, Shreveport, hometown of Tim Brando, Rochester, Green Bay, Florida, West Palm Beach, Alaska, NOLA, Oregon, Des Moines, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Say hello to Mary and Joseph for me. Pennsylvania, Brazil, Bahamas, New Orleans, Phoenix, Minneapolis, Atlanta, just to name a few of our cities today where people are watching from. Will, what do we have next?
This is interesting. Rasul Douglas, does he know something that we don't? Little tweet with Aaron Rodgers. A lot of cryptic tweets today. What do you make of this?
This feels like a goodbye, doesn't it? Or
is this a goodbye or is this a run it back?
Or yeah, I don't know.
I think
Jim.
it goes both ways.
There's a lot of ways to interpret this. I got to tell you though, the cryptic social media post game today is very strong. This has been well done across the board.
Okay. I'm saying this is not sources. I'm saying sauces. They're not reliable enough to be sources.
Okay.
Dalvin Cook might be on the move soon.
Ooh.
Dalvin Cook might be on the move soon.
Sauces get sauce.
Sauces are saying
sauce.
Dalvin Cook might be on the move soon.
When we drink
Something to
Seahawks
monitor.
Score.
Sauces.
Sauces.
I would tell Seeps if it was sources. It's sauces. Twitter's talking. Twitter's talking.
Aaron Rodgers, at the moment, is a member of the Green Bay Packers. How long? That remains to be seen. There was a post from Trey Wingo, formerly of that awful ESPN radio show, Golick and Wingo, that said that it was a done deal. None of those big-time Jays have confirmed that since then. Rap Sheet was saying he wished he would have been able to confirm it. But at this point in time, no deal has been officially done for Aaron Rodgers to go to the New York Jets. So we wait and see what exactly goes down here. Will, I'm getting impatient. Just tell me one way or the other. Aaron, are you going or are you not?
Should I stay or should I go? That's what Aaron Rodgers is singing right now. Yeah, he said he didn't want to keep me hostage, but, you know.
And he's keeping
Wild.
everyone hostage.
I mean, the Jets are going to be screwed if Aaron Rodgers did not go to New York because they were in talks to get Derek Carr, but then they were like, we'd rather have Rodgers. Carr goes to New Orleans. Same thing with Jimmy G going to Vegas. I don't know what they're going to do quarterback.
I don't know what's going to happen.
But it's still highly likely that they get him, just to be clear.
We wait and see. He will not be going to the Las Vegas Raiders. We know that much. They brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. And so we'll see. It's the Jets, it's the Packers, or we'll find out from
What
there.
did Coach JB just say?
What's our buddy
Coach
JB
JB's
saying?
trying to report something here.
Okay. Friend of the show, Jason Brown. Coach JB.
Coach JB's reporting this.
Coach JB, Big J insider JB, says Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets.
Oh, JB. So Coach JB just tweeted out it. Breaking news, Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets per sources, Trey Wingo, and no one else. So if you want to believe Trey Wingo, I mean, go ahead, but there's no one else that's reporting that right now. When something does happen, we're going to have you covered. Subscribe. We're a year-round NFL channel here. I think a lot of channels are just active during free agency or just active during the season. We're active during the whole year. NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency content, a whole lot more. And you know the best thing about it, teacher? It is free, 100% free. Subscribe to the channel. Go hit that subscribe button. Trying to reach another milestone here at Chat Sports.
Yes, we are nearing, correct me if I'm wrong here, 333,000 subscribers? 330,000 subscribers. We need your help to get there, though. Subscribe for free, turn on notifications so you never miss a moment. You'll be glad you did. $10 Super Chat coming in. A talk about your team Super Chat from Hayden, Panthers fan here. How have we done so far, in your opinion, and who should we sign, or who do we need to sign? Could we land Hopkins or a different wide receiver? If so, is C.J. Stroud good enough to be an NFL quarterback tied into the draft? All right, there's a lot to dissect there, Will. Let's take this one piece at a time. What do you think about what the Panthers have done so far? Let's start there.
Oh, Von Bell was great signing. Really good signing, getting him. In terms of what y'all have done in the past week, obviously the trade was huge. You have the number 1 overall pick. Congratulations. And I know a lot of people were saying, oh, the Panthers got fleeced. I respectfully disagree. You move up 8 spots, you take control of the number 1 overall pick, and you only give up 1 future first-round pick in the process. I understand second-round picks. I understand DJ Moore's a great player, but the Panthers really needed a quarterback. Frank Reich, great guy to learn from, obviously, a new head coach. So I think C.J. Stroud is going to be the guy. I really do. I think the Panthers are going to take C.J. Stroud, but apparently Reich also likes Anthony Richardson. Taking a look at the free agency moves, they give Shai Tuttle a 3-year, $19.5 million deal, poaching him from their division rival Saints. And then Von Bell, the Bengals safety, still waiting on the details of that. But that was a really big pickup. So the Panthers defense certainly got a lot better today, Hayden. NFC South champs with Stroud, maybe not next year, but in years to come. I really like C.J. Stroud. In terms of the receiver room, that's something that has to be improved. Oh, excellent.
So there's the first one. Another. Okay. Thank you, Hayden, for sending that. So I guess we could talk about the Panthers a little bit longer then. Let's see. Do you think Stroud is an NFL quarterback? Let's answer that question. I don't know how you feel, Will, but when I look at the quarterbacks in this draft, there's only 2 I really like, that being Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. I think when you talk about a quarterback in the National Football League, C.J. Stroud looks the part. He is what you think of being a franchise quarterback of when it comes to size, athleticism, accuracy, all those things right. My one concern about C.J. Stroud, and this is the reason why I have Bryce Young ahead of C.J. Stroud in my quarterback rankings, is that in some of the biggest moments of C.J. Stroud's career, he didn't put his team over the edge. We saw the losses to Michigan over the last couple of years. He did play good, granted,
that Georgia game was the best game of his career, arguably. I get that he didn't win the game, but still.
That game he did. But in some of his biggest moments, he didn't perform. Comparably speaking to Bryce Young, you look at throughout his career, this past season in particular, they were in those games, the LSU and the Tennessee losses, because of the way that he played in some of those games there. So I feel like Bryce Young is more clutch, a better gamer than C.J. Stroud.
If I had the number 1 pick, I'm taking Bryce Young.
I would too.
Period.
But C.J. would be
then
my
I'm
second
taking
choice.
Stroud. And here's the gap for me. Young, Stroud, all the other quarterbacks in this draft class.
Agreed. 100%.
All the other quarterbacks. Those are the top 2 guys. If those are not the first 2 quarterbacks picked, whatever GM did not pick that quarterback is getting fired.
I'm with you on those quarterback rankings. I think we're on the same page. Thank you, Hayden, for that super chat. Big Head with a $2 super chat. Bobby to the Dolphins. What do you think, Will?
I think it's possible. I would not consider the Dolphins to be a top 2 or 3 team, but it's possible. Big Head saying Bobby's a Dolphin. I don't know if I'd go that far right now, but the Dolphins do need a linebacker. Levante David's still out there, so if they don't get David, they'll probably go aggressively after Bobby Wagner.
Thank you, Big Head, for that $2 super chat. We are now at $800 in super chats for the day. Every $5 super chat equals a beer cheers. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, we are taking shots. Got the fireball in hand, ready to go. And we have tortilla slaps for $50, the Tom Downey special. Every $100 is a beer bong or a shotgun. And Will and I have said we will do a race of some sorts if we get to that $100 super chat. A new signing coming in. The Washington Commanders take Cody Barton away from the Seattle Seahawks on a 1-year deal. Let's react to it right now. First off, Cody Barton is one of the sloppiest linebackers in the entire National Football League. Makes a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors, gets in his own team's way. If you're the Commanders, I'm not feeling pretty excited about signing Cody Barton here. Last season, 136 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions. Just a lot of careless activity I've seen from Cody Barton in his time in Seattle. For the Seahawks, I don't see this as a major loss at all. When Jordan Brooks went down, Cody Barton did not step up to the plate the way that he needed to for that Seattle Seahawks team. Now, there's twofold to this, Will. One, the Commanders going with Cody Barton here. I don't think that's a great move for the Commanders. But 2, for the Seahawks going this route of not re-signing Cody Barton, we know that Jordan Brooks is coming off that ACL injury. He could miss significant time next year. That signals to me that the Seahawks have to make major changes at the middle linebacker spot and that Bobby Wagner's in play.
Oh, you're feeling pretty good about Wagner to Seattle, huh?
I feel a lot better right now than I did 3 hours ago.
Okay, well, there we go. I could definitely see it happening, Tish. I could definitely see it happening.
Keep talking. I got a tweet about this. To talk to the Seahawk people about this. Give me 1 second.
Twitter certainly, by the way, having an interesting reaction to this Sam Darnold news. Very interesting reaction.
Yes, indeed.
Surprised that we haven't heard anything about Jordan Poyer.
Yes.
Very surprised.
So Jordan Poyer, I think, is one that we're waiting on. That is it's either that or Bobby Wagner's the next domino to fall here, right?
Right. It's got to be one of those two.
I mean,
on the defensive side.
And with Wagner's situation, we talked about him not being officially cut or whatever. That one probably won't be till Wednesday, but Poyer's the next big one.
Right.
Where does he end up?
I'd say Vegas and Miami are the two clear favorites there. So we'll see. Who will be the next player to sign? Let me know down in the live chat. Steve H. saying Texans trade for Trey Lance? I don't think so. I think they'll feel pretty good about whoever they take at QB at number 2 overall. Death Ninja saying Levante David and Jordan Poyer to Miami. That'd be wild. Ultimate Robo Cowboy saying Baker Mayfield to Tampa Bay, maybe. DL88 saying Dolphins Eckler. It's possible. Bud Light Green saying Baker Mayfield to the Patriots. Woo! Mac Jones would be in trouble if that happened. Titans fan, we'll get to your super chat here in a second. Vincent saying Gardner Johnson re-signing with the Eagles will be the next move. Youngin saying Trey Lance to Tennessee. XD Gamer saying Arden Key to Seattle. James Yates saying Williams back to the Lions. Junior Estrada saying Brandon Cooks. AFX saying Jacoby Brissett. Tunsil to Miami is in the chat. Blake Call saying Orlando Brown. I can see that. Wavy saying James Bradbury to Arizona. Blake Cole, Orlando Brown. DL88 saying Dolphins, Ben Jones. Very interesting. That would improve the offensive line. Jamel Dean to the Falcons says Tyner, well, he's back in Tampa Bay if you missed that. He's back in Tampa Bay. Shock Universe saying Jacoby Myers to Carolina. Well, they need a wide receiver. They just traded DJ Moore. Caden saying Schultz to the Panthers. Brandon saying Willie Finn signed by Miami. I'm still waiting on a call, but I would snap the football better than Connor Williams. David T saying DeAndre Hopkins trade, maybe to the Giants. R. Rodriguez saying what's good with Derrick Henry. I don't know. I feel like Derrick Henry might stay put, Tish, after the last couple days. Yeah, he was a Dolphin. I wanted to tap him.
Derrick Henry is incredible. I think it's hard to not like Derrick Henry and be a Derrick Henry fan. But even with that said, you have to wonder, as you do with every running back, how much time does he really have left to play an elite level? I just don't see much value in bringing in a veteran running back as far as I'm concerned. $10 super chat coming in from Robert. We'll get to that in a second. Let's get to the likes. 2,500, and we will take a shot. We are at 2,235. What do we think, guys? 2 minutes on the clock? 2 minutes on the clock. I got about 2,500 people watching right now. So if everybody watching hits the like button, then we're taking a shot right now.
All right.
I think that's pretty fair. I don't think that's a hard
We're already
ask.
getting closer.
We're getting very close. 2 minutes on the clock. We get to 2,500. We are taking shots because we like to party. We like to have a good time here because there's no party like a chat sports party because a chat sports party don't stop. All right, what are we going to do? Are we going to get there, folks? 2 minutes on the clock. Time is going. We're at 2,300 now. I need 200 more.
200 more. Come on.
200
if each
more.
one of you hit it, we'll reach you within 60 seconds. Come on.
Can we get there? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. All right, 45 seconds gone by. 150 to go. Halfway home. Halfway there.
We're halfway there.
Whoa!
Whoa! Living on a prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Oh! Living on a prayer. We need 120 more. 120 more.
120 more. 1 minute to go. Down to the wire. Photo finish. 2 minute offense. Can we get to the end zone?
2 minute offense. Who's your quarterback? Who you
I'm
picking
going
here?
with Patrick Mahomes. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes?
Every
All right, I'm
time.
going to go Joe Burrow.
Okay. We saw how that worked out in the AFC Championship.
Yikes.
Less than 100 to go. 30 seconds. Are we going to score? Let's stay out of the friend zone, get into the end zone. Come on, everybody. Let's get there. Let's get there. 80 more. I got 20 seconds. 80 more.
That was a good
20
one.
seconds.
Nice one there.
Where are we at? Where are my people at?
Come on, 75 more.
Oh, no. This is looking like a Joe Burrow interception. Oh, no.
Joshua Thompson saying you guys should never sing again on air.
Peyton says we're drunk.
I think we're good singers.
Oh man,
Easy Z said
You know what?
shots.
I'm sending this to overtime. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
We need about 50 more likes.
50 more. Overtime. We got the ball back. We got one more chance
Down.
to go
Set. Hut.
score. Can we do it?
Come on.
50 more. 15 seconds. 50 more. 50 away. Can we get that last-minute scoring drive? It all comes down to this. Do you believe in miracles?
I believe that. I believe that we can get there. That doesn't have the same
We're
ring
almost
to it.
there. Almost there. Come on. I need 32 more.
32 more
Clock
likes.
is ticking
32
away.
more likes.
24 away.
19.
Clock is ticking.
19.
Down to the
19.
finish.
19. 14.
Takes the snap.
I'm open.
Passes it. Complete. And he's going.
I'm at the 20-yard line.
20.
I'm at the 15.
10. 5.
I'm at the 4-yard line.
Touchdown.
Touchdown.
NFL Daily.
Touchdown.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. Unbelievable.
Pour me up.
Pour me another drink. Pour
Shot.
me another round.
Shots.
There we go.
Pour me up.
So Joe Burrow.
Fireball. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
So Joe Burrow came through for us in overtime.
Joe Burrow came through.
Shout out to
Joe Burrow.
Shots for Joe Burrow.
Hey, we have the same Cartier glasses as Joe Burrow.
We do.
Cheers.
Cheers to Joe and all of our Chat Sports followers. Have a drink on this Monday afternoon. It's happy hour. 5 o'clock somewhere. 5 o'clock on the East Coast, actually. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, yes. Good work, everybody. All right. Let's see. Let's catch up on some super chats. This one from Roberto. He writes in, thanks for the $10 super chat. Talk about your team. So we got to talk about the Vikings. Robert, thoughts on the Vikings so far? Any thoughts on who they should sign next? Will, what do you think? They let go of Thielen.
Yeah, and Cam Dantzler.
Yeah.
And they let Patrick Peterson walk. It's going to be interesting to see what the Vikes do. I mean, they've been trying to clear some space. They're still in the negative right now. Kendricks, I should say, they let go. It's going to be really interesting to see what Minnesota does here. When you look at some guys that are available, maybe they'll go after a defensive lineman. Maybe go after a linebacker, try to replace Kendricks. Levante David is still available. But some of the moves the Vikings have made have been expected, but still big moves. I mean, getting rid of Thielen was not a surprise, but still it was
He's lost
a big
a
move.
step.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that the Vikings are worse today than they were a few days ago, but there's still a lot of time left in this. The big elephant in the room with the Vikings, Will, is the Dalvin Cook factor.
Now, they signed a Josh Oliver to a 3-year, $21 million deal. Tight end.
Josh Oliver
reworked the deal with Jordan Hicks. So a couple of minor moves today, specifically. I do think Dalvin Cook is going to get moved here soon. If he doesn't get traded, he'll get cut. Sauces are saying. Sauces. They're not reliable enough to be sources. That's why I call them sauces. But Robert, the Vikings have a great team, a great season. Obviously, they had a disappointing end to the season, but that division is going to be interesting. You're not going to have Aaron Rodgers in all likelihood in that division, but the Bears got a lot better. The Lions are going to be solid. It'll be interesting to see who wins that division. I still think the Vikes are a playoff team.
You heard it first from Will Scott. Vikes still a playoff team at this point. Thank you, Robert, for that $10 super chat. $5 super chat. Bear cheers. C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Bengals. Will,
I mean, they need a safety.
They need a safety, but if you weren't spending money on your own safeties, I doubt you're spending money on C.J. Gardner.
I feel like he's going to the Browns. That's what I'm thinking.
I can see that. Titans fan, uno dos tres. Any idea on what the Titans should be doing in free agency, and any other rumors or anything on the draft? The Titans are in complete rebuild mode as far as I'm concerned. I know that they brought in, or they dumped rather Taylor Lewan and Robert Woods, and some of those changes made there. But Ryan Tannehill's still around for now, but the Titans have a lot of issues at this point in time. I would not be optimistic about that Titans team.
I have no idea the direction this team is going. Are they going to completely blow it up? Are they going to keep Tannehill, keep Henry? All I know is they need help at wide receiver. Go out and try to get Jacoby Myers. Try to make a play on a big receiver like Alan Lazard or something. Pay whatever they want, quite frankly. They need offensive line help. Caleb McGarry still out there and available. Any team that needs an offensive tackle should be calling Caleb McGarry right now, because Jawan Taylor has signed with the Chiefs. Orlando Brown's still out there, but I expect him to be extremely pricey. Mike McGlinchey's gone to Denver. Caleb McGarry is a really good option right now if you need an offensive tackle. Want to shout out today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Thanks to them for sponsoring today's live show. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every single day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year in AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel happier, healthier, and more energized. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be any easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. That's pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients. Win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check them out. That link is in the comments and the description of today's video. Some of y'all heard my story. I was drinking soda every day. Now I'm doing AG1 every day, and my body certainly is seeing the benefits of that. I feel so much better every single day. Again, go and check them out, athleticgreens.com/chatsports, as we welcome back in Tyler Jones.
I was thinking of something.
Okay,
you
hit
were
me.
doing that read. You said about it being a win-win. I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
All I do is
Win, no matter what. Got money on my mind like I never give it up. And every time I step up in the building, every hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in,
put your hands in the air.
hey, the Niners might be saying that this year because they got Javon Hargrave out of that defense.
They might be. All they might be doing
The
is
Denver
winning.
Broncos have been saying that today with some of the moves they have made. It's been a good day for those two teams.
Oh,
She
man.
mumbles saying dies from cringe.
Yeah, the Niners will probably win a lot of football games with the 49ers adding him there. Jimmy G to the Raiders, they won't be winning a lot of games with that move. Connor McGovern, the Cowboys, Connor McGovern that is, going to the Buffalo Bills. Mike White goes to the Miami Dolphins. Jawan Taylor to Kansas City, replacing Orlando Brown effectively. Aaron Rodgers, will he be a Jet? Maybe. We've heard reports, but still waiting on confirming reports. Meanwhile, Ethan Posick is back in Cleveland. Nate Davis goes to Chicago. Tremaine Edmonds joins him there. And Jessie Bates goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Meanwhile, Patrick Peterson off to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. He replaces Cam Sutton, who's in Detroit now. Meanwhile, Jamel Dean remains with the Buccaneers. Going to tell you why. Sam Darnold shocked the world. This might be the most surprising move of the day, Will, of Sam Darnold. Just happened a little while ago, ending up with the San Francisco 49ers on a 1-year deal. Now they got 3 quarterbacks.
And each one of them could start week 1 because Brock Purdy's status is unknown. That's crazy.
We'll follow back up on that later, see what they do there. But those are the moves so far at this point. Cody Barton, the most recent move to the Washington Commanders on a 1-year deal. Now the Seahawks have to make a move at the linebacker position. That could be in the draft, but they do have to make a change of some sorts. Best free agent signing so far. What is it? Tell us in the comments section. What do you think the best free agent signing is so far to this point? Will, start with you. What's the best free agent signing?
It's got to be Javon Hargrave, I think, Niners, because that Niners defense was already elite, and you add him to that front 7, good luck when you're facing that defensive line for San Francisco. And you bring up a good point. I mean, the quarterback situation is a little bit wishy-washy there, but who cares with how good that defense is? I mean, they're going to be just fine.
Yes.
That they will be maybe a bold prediction, I don't know. Probably not a bold prediction. The Niners are going to be in the Super Bowl next year.
Let's get some shout-outs here on the Super Chats. We start with Super Chats. We go to the chat box itself. Chat box. Okay. Thank you, boys. Let's see. I see Hayden is in the chat. We got Tylen checking in. Type me if you are watching today's show, wherever you may be watching. Thanks for joining us here on our free agency special. Speedboat checking in. I see Hayden's here. Chris, Ryan, David, Rodriguez Jr., Hayden, Train, FTR, Riley. Also here. Type me if you are watching, and we'll shout you out on today's show. The Painful Punching Cat is in Missouri. It's not Missouri, by the way. Kilgill LJ, Peyton, Big Papa. You call me Big Pop. Throw your hands in the air if you a true player. Retro, Casper, Dank Star, Johnny. Just to name a few on the show, as well as LJ. Thank you all for checking in to the show here. Let's get to some Super Chats now. The Painful Punching Cat with a $5 Super Chat. That is a beer cheers.
Cheers.
To you, Painful Punching Cat.
I appreciate some love here because we be getting some haters in the comments.
How could you not enjoy when we sing and have a good time?
I'm an all-state choir member. I've never heard voices as perfect as yours. We appreciate that, the Painful Punching Cat.
Should we give them the DK song?
I think I know it, but you take the lead on it.
All right. In case you haven't heard the DK Metcalf song.
So, and explain, you are the host of Seahawks Today.
That's
much like I'm the host of Celtics Today.
Yes, and Dolphins Today.
Dolphins, yes.
And Ravens Rundown.
Yes.
And NFL Daily.
Yes.
And College Football Now. Did I miss anything? I think we got it all.
Got everything.
So the DK song, we did this for DK Metcalf and for Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. And here's a challenge for the chat. Let's see if you can figure out what this song is based off of. Let's see if you can figure it out. 1, 2, 3. Chomping, Carroll's chomping. Geno passes. No one's stopping.
DK. Touchdowns all day.
He rules. All right, let's
Go
see
Hawks.
if the chat can figure out where that.
And by the way, I remember how we just said, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yes.
You know how I just said that the Titans needed to sign an offensive tackle?
They did it.
They have done that. Andre Dillard, former Philadelphia Eagle, is signing with the Tennessee Titans. That's a big pickup for Rand Carth, the new GM. They desperately need an offensive tackle.
The chat was pretty good. Almost everybody said Burger King. No free ads, though. We'll leave it at that. Andre Dillard going to the Tennessee Titans. I like this move for Tennessee.
I do.
But I'm still confused. Are you rebuilding or are you trying to hold water here?
I feel like in that division, I can understand them wanting to stay afloat because that division is very winnable. Anybody can win that division, maybe outside the Colts, because I don't know what the Colts are going to do at quarterback. But the Texans draft Bryce Young and some of the talent they've added. I mean, that division's wide open. So Tennessee could still win the division next year, but I just don't know if Ryan Tannehill needs to be the guy. But Andre Dillard might be protecting him, bringing him in. It's a really, really good pickup.
Our pursuit for 330,000 subscribers marches on as we are currently at 329,367. We are going to sub-only chat. So here's how this works. If you are subscribed to the channel, you get the honor and privilege of using the chat box. If you are not subscribed, you're out of here. And you can get back in the chat if you subscribe to the channel. So, simple as that. This is what the bosses told us we had to do. We said, you know what? Not a bad idea. So, if you are subbed, which you would be if you're in sub-only chat, type sub, and Will's going to shout out the subs. And if you're not subscribed, you need to be, as we have daily NFL coverage. We're all over free agency with these live shows. We're talking trades, draft, rumors, and more. This is the place to be if you love the NFL. Subscribe now for free today, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Who's all watching?
Yeah,
Will?
we got Isaiah Garcia, Gerald Fisher, James from the Alamo City. Shout out to you. Karina, Jeff Page, Junior Estrada, Retro Sports, Isaiah Garcia, Paul 5486, XD Gamer, James Yates, FTB Riley, Hayden, Arthur Scales, WWE Channel, R. Rodriguez, Razor Jacket, Michael Ayers.
Thanks for the love, Jaden.
WWE Channel, Blue, Jay Nodden, Retro Sports, Choppy, Trey, Cody Chandler, what's up, dude? Wesley 3K, the Virginia Seahawk. Gwandale, NFL Experience, Jeremiah Soto, Ryan Tornado, 8375. Appreciate you subscribing. Joe Cardinal, Area 11, Mr. Sports, C. Jacob, Kamana, Pop Prison, In the Bush, Colin Will, In the Games, Jacob, Matthew, Boyd Severe, Retro Sports again, Purple Legs, In the Games, David T, Raphael, Ian, Will, RC Plane Builder. Have you played that app, Tyler? It's a great app.
I've not.
Great app. Boyd Severe, Painful Punching Cat, we appreciate you. You've super chatted today. Doug Chrissy, Dakota Graves, Hayden Noah, Toss 11K. Appreciate everyone subscribing to the channel. Shout out to Hayden. Hayden's been super chatting today. Watching from Charleston, South Carolina. Go Panthers, Super Bowl champs in 2025. That's, you're an optimistic person, Hayden. We'll see about that.
So Super Bowl champs in 2 years.
2 years, yes. So it could happen.
Okay.
Could happen. If C.J. Stroud is elite, because I do think they're going to take Stroud.
Thank you, Hayden. James with a $2 super chat. Cardinals are really breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. I'll leave it at that.
Jonathan Gannon tried.
Cardinals are a disaster.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Psych with a $5 super chat. That's a beer cheers to you, Psych. Giants have been very quiet so far. I remember seeing the Giants were going to be aggressive. What do you think they need to do these next few days? Well,
trade for DeAndre Hopkins.
Their biggest competition, the Eagles, have gotten much worse today. So I think you kind of just wait and see. I think in the Giants' case, I'm very intrigued to see if they are still a candidate for OBJ or not. If I'm the Giants, it's almost like, here's the deal with OBJ and the Giants. It would be like getting back together with your ex. And your ex is crazy, okay? Now, do you want to get back together with the crazy ex? You probably forgot about the bad times.
Seems like you can relate to this.
A little bit. You forgot about the bad times. But then if you do it, you're going to be reminded of the bad times, and they may have even gotten crazier. So, I don't know if you want to bring back OBJ or not, but cheers anyway.
Cheers.
All right, so Bossman Brett said we have to get to $1,000 in Super Chats. And if we get there, he will do a shot fund. Okay? That is the deal. Bossman Brett will do a shot fund.
Oh, please.
If we get
I want to see this. I want to see this.
We are
Let's get to 1,000.
away. Can we do it?
150.
So, if we have 15 people do a $10 super chat, we can get there collectively. Or somebody could just throw down 150. That's fine too. $150, and producer and boss extraordinaire Brett Scott is going to do a shot fun on the show, and you will be entertained. Let's do it. Can we do it, folks? Please. I want to see this badly. Will wants to see this badly. Who's got it? I guarantee you it will be the best money
Anthony
you've ever
Fuller's
spent.
got us going in the right direction.
Anthony gets us started with a $5 super chat. All right, that means we are now about 148 away from that number. Anthony with a $5 super chat. Cheers to you, Anthony. King
Cheers,
Yenzer in the building. Should Byron Murphy sign with Pittsburgh? What do you think, Will?
Sure.
Sure? Yeah. Why not, Byron Murphy?
Hey, Brett's got the beer ready. We just need the shot fund now.
Producer Brett, our boss, has the Miller Lite ready to go for the shot fund. But we got to get to a little less than $150 to reach that mark.
To answer your question, though, Anthony, about Byron Murphy. Now
Hey!
there we go. You answer the question.
What's up, Anthony, your highness?
Hey, should answer his question. Should the Steelers sign Byron Murphy?
No, we just signed Pat Pete. We just signed Pat Pete, Anthony. We just put the video out right now. Check it out.
Hey, what'd you think about that signing? You like the signing?
Well, I need to see the terms of it because the terms haven't come out yet.
Okay.
It's a 2-year deal. Pro Football Focus said they were expecting a $5 million deal on a 1-year deal. Okay. Yeah.
And stay tuned because our next super chat's also about your Pittsburgh Steelers there, Sperry.
All right, let me take a question here. Who's up here? Jared Sanchez. Any other free agents do you think the Steelers will sign besides Patrick Peterson? Yeah, I think they'll probably go get another inside linebacker, Jared. I think that maybe somebody like, I don't know, who are some of the inside linebackers this year?
Levante David's still out there.
Oh,
Bobby Wagner. Let's go get Bobby Wagner, Jared. Let's
Bobby
go.
Wagner to Pittsburgh? Okay.
I would love it. I mean, join Pat Pete, T.J. Watt, Minka Fitzpatrick. That defense would be scary, man.
Get the old guys together.
Yeah, get all the old guys together and win a ring for all black and gold. All right, that's what
There we
I'm
go.
talking about,
Not
Jared.
yellow, black and gold.
Yeah, that's right. It's
but
not
I thought it's black and yellow, like
if
the song.
you think it's black and yellow, you're a
Black
cop.
and yellow, black and it's a great song.
Yes,
That is a great
it is. Now, every other team in Pittsburgh is black and yellow, but the Steelers are black and gold.
Okay.
So that's the way it is.
So you obviously know the black and yellow song. As the Steeler host, you've been doing this for several months now. Have you learned all the words to Renegade yet?
Oh, not all the words, but Renegade's my fave, man. Like that's my fave pregame song. I don't know all the words to Renegade yet. That's the thing that I do need to get down.
Shamumble calls you the villain of Chat Sports. Is that because of your freakishly large height?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he says that, but I mean, who said that?
Jack Sperry is the ultimate good guy at the company. I don't know what y'all are talking
Yeah,
about.
thank you, Jack. Jack's keeping. I appreciate you, Jack. Yeah, I appreciate you.
So you're not the villain.
I don't think I'm a villain. I think I'm a nice guy.
We don't have any
Who says
villain.
I'm a
There's no.
villain?
The person in the chat said it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. When are we taking?
Okay, Jack. All right, guys.
Hey, we
continue
appreciate
on
you,
here.
Sperry.
Appreciate you
Be
guys.
sure to subscribe to Steelers Talk by Chat
Update
Sports.
for you.
We do have an update. Matt
Shamumble
Burrito.
has taken it back, said you were actually not the villain after all. It's Will Scott.
I mean, somebody's got to be the
Just 'cause
villain
I
here,
just
Will.
should-
I
they don't
appreciate
like
you
my
taking
singing.
that on.
Thank you, everybody. 2 claps for Jack Sperry.
We got
There
some
we go.
news. Matt Burrito re-signing with the New York Giants, the running back, 1 year up to $2.3 million. Who had 220 rushing yards in his first season with the Giants this year, 1 touchdown. Also 20 receptions for 118 yards.
All right. Some more super chats to get to. $10 super chat coming from 618 Racing. What should the Patriots do in free agency and in the draft to not be last in the division if the Jets grab Aaron Rodgers? So I'll say this. You know, you and I both host the Patriots channel from time to time. And I look at that Patriots team. They're not bad, but they're not great. And so I feel like I look at that team, they need some more playmakers. I believe in Mac Jones. I thought that Bill O'Brien was a terrific hire for Mac to take that next step. But you got to get him some O-line help. You got to get him some receivers. I mean, to me, they have good players, but they don't have elite talent. They got to find those elite guys, Will.
Yeah, they need some help on offense. They need to get Mac Jones some help. See if he can be the franchise guy going forward. They're probably going to lose Jacoby Myers. I don't know if DeAndre Hopkins is realistic. Maybe you go out and get Alan Lazard, but you have got to do something at wide receiver. There's some good options in the draft. Maybe they'll draft a guy like JSN. But you got to get Mac Jones help. I'm hearing sauces.
Sauces.
Mike Gesicki is a name to watch in New England.
Ooh, from your sauces.
Sauces.
Let's see here. More to get to. Another super chat. $5 super chat. Cheers to Woogie Soogie. What free agent do you think the Dolphins should sign next? Will?
You're asking the right guy. Which free agent will the Dolphins sign next? Jordan Poyer. I think Jordan Poyer is going to be a Dolphin very soon, maybe tomorrow. Which free agent should they sign next? Caleb McGarry. Because I tweeted this morning that if the Dolphins do not get one of these 3 names, Mike McGlinchey, Jawan Taylor, Caleb McGarry, that's a mistake. The Dolphins have got to address the right tackle position. You do not have a right tackle right now that's reliable. And, of course, Tua is a lefty, so the right side is his blind side. You've got to get a good, reliable right tackle. Caleb McGarry, the Dolphins should go all in on him.
Got another signing coming in. Greg the Leg Zerline back with the New York Jets. This signing, Greg the Leg, I think has been very good. The teams that have moved on from him in the past,
They've made a mistake.
all of them made a mistake moving on from Greg the Leg. I like the Jets bringing him back.
We'll see if the Jets make another move here soon.
All right. So Bossman Brett says that if we get to 1,000 in super chats, he'll do a shot fund. He's got the Miller Lite. ready to go, but we need your help to get there. We are closing in on the shot fund, $120.90 away from getting to that mark. Who is going to help us get to that $1,000 in Super Chat mark? We need you guys to do your part and get there. Look, I mean, we just need 12 people to send in $10, and we'll make it there. And you will be amazed to see this shot fund. If you've never seen a shot fund, Will, this is quite the thing of beauty.
I know that some people have problems with it. In fact, I think boss man Brett might need some redemption from his first time doing it. Yeah, I've heard he's gotten pretty good. So he's redeemed himself. But $120 more, and we'll get that going here.
It's the epitome of beauty, as the great John Rothstein would say.
I mean, think about this. We have almost 2,000 people watching. Like half of everybody sends in a $1 super chat. We're going to get there with ease.
Oh, we got a Seahawks trade.
What's going on?
Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, sorry. I almost got fooled.
You did get fooled.
I didn't say it though. But I didn't say any details. I didn't say any details.
Now,
though.
what did you think it was?
No. I'm not going to say that because I don't want to. No, because I would have if I would have said the details.
Chat, did he just got? Type
I did
Y
not.
for yes, type N for no. Did Tyler just get got?
I didn't say any names.
It sounded like he got.
I didn't say any names. I stopped myself.
Chat, did he just get got?
He got
Y
got.
for yes, N for no.
I stopped myself before it got any further.
He got.
I am ready. I am patiently waiting for the Seahawks to make a move. I am patiently waiting.
He got.
Tyler Jones, you got.
Congrats.
I did not say any names. I stopped myself before I went any further. I was just getting ready, just getting warmed up for a Seahawks trade. We do have another signing, though, from the Las Vegas Raiders.
Eagles lose another defender.
Another one.
Yeah. Marcus Epps, safety, signing with the Las Vegas Raiders. So you have Javon Hargrave going to the Niners, T.J. Edwards going to the Bears, Marcus Epps going to the Raiders.
Former Eagle going to Las Vegas.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you spam fake news, you're going to get blocked.
Marcus Epps going to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Eagles now lose Hargrave, Edwards, and Epps. Now what do the Eagles do to replace him?
I think you have got to make an effort to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You at least have to make an effort.
This is a bad day for the Eagles.
It's been a rough couple weeks after that Super Bowl.
Yeah. The hits keep on coming. So the Eagles make that loss as the Raiders add Marcus Epps. All right, let's do a little game here. Shout out a random free agent, and we'll talk about the first one we'll see. So I'll close my eyes. Will, you close your eyes.
Okay.
I'll count to 3. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'll count to 3.
Okay.
And then when we get to 3, look at the first player you see, and we'll talk about that guy.
Excellent.
So here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield. So reports were today the Bucs were expected to make a pursuit of Baker Mayfield. Baker, it's interesting, Will. I was thinking about this with Baker. You look back at last offseason, nobody was really interested in Baker. Ultimately gets traded for a 5th-round pick, ends up in Carolina. Then from there, when he got cut by Carolina, the Rams were the only team that put in a waiver claim for him. Now you hear the Bucs, and we've heard talk about some other teams. The what was it, 4 or 5 games he played with the Rams looked like they did a lot for his value of working with Sean McVay, of him being worth a lot more than what he was last go-around when he was available.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And I think we were watching that comeback together, right, when he led the Rams down the field to win that debut just 2 days after being claimed off waivers. I liked what I saw from Baker with the Rams. I still think this guy can be a good starting quarterback in the NFL and should be a starting quarterback for this next year. I think Tampa Bay is a good situation for him. a team that's made the playoffs the last couple seasons, a team that's trying to move on after Tom Brady retired. I think Tampa is a good situation for Baker Mayfield. I really do.
Baker Mayfield, his statistics. Let's show you those from 2022. We'll get to those here in just a second. 10 touchdowns and 8 interceptions with a 60% completion percentage with over 2,100 yards passing. But working with Sean McVay may have saved Baker's career, because if you look at the statistics of the days with Matt Rule and then comparably speaking to what he did with Sean McVay, I think we all think of two things: the Thursday night game against the Raiders, and then the Christmas game against the Broncos, where he just lit up those defenses, and he ended up with a completion percentage near 64%, 850 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. And then on top of that, too, that Rams team had really nothing to play for. They were out of contention. The talent around him wasn't that great either. They were so banged up and lost so many guys there. Baker made the most of that situation with the Rams last year.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a good fit for him when he got picked up. And when he got picked up, I'm like, man, I kind of wanted to see how he would do in San Francisco, be a part of a playoff run there. But they, at the time, felt pretty good about Brock Purdy and made the right call not picking up Baker. But Baker went to L.A., got to learn under Sean McVay. And I would not – it's obviously looking like Tampa Bay. But if he doesn't go to Tampa Bay, I would not rule out a return to the Rams. Would not do that at all.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. The way that he and McVay work together so well, I don't know what Stafford's status is going to be going into next year, but even sitting behind Matt Stafford, I don't think would be a bad thing for Baker Mayfield as far as that goes. So Baker, I think it can be a very good quarterback in this league. He deserves another opportunity to do so, but I'm a little
Think about this for a second. Last 20 years, no quarterback had ever won in Cleveland. None. Every quarterback that got drafted was a bust. There's been one quarterback, though, that's won in Cleveland past 20 years.
It's not Deshaun Watson.
It's been Baker Mayfield. I'm just going to say that. He did the impossible. He won a playoff game in Cleveland.
Baker, every stop along the way, he's been doubted. Whether he was a walk-on at Tech, a walk-on at Oklahoma, discounted in the NFL for being under 6 foot. His time in Cleveland, every step of the way, he's proven people wrong. I think that he can do that again here in the National Football League with another opportunity. I do question, though, about the idea of following the legend and Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. Nobody wants to follow the legend, and they got a lot of problems there. We'll see what they do. We asked you to shout out a random free agent. Baker Mayfield was the one that we came up with there. Should we do another one here? Let's do one more time. I'll pick this time, Will. Count me down.
Okay.
Let's see what we come up with.
All right. 5, 4, 3. Seahawks may trade. I'm joking. 2, 1.
Draymond Jones.
He's going to get paid a lot of money.
So Draymond Jones, the Broncos did not want to pay him, that he was kind of out of their price range. They spent money elsewhere. His value is, I believe, upwards of $12 million potentially. And the thing that I like about Draymond Jones in particular, 2 things, is that Draymond Jones has been reliable, that he's been available. He hasn't missed a whole lot of time the last few years, and he's been consistent. He's had 3 straight seasons with 5.5 sacks or more. Draymond Jones, I think, is a playmaker. There's a good value with him. I think Draymond Jones, wherever he lands, is going to make that defense better.
Yeah, I would agree. Tom Downey, actually, earlier on here, he mentioned his value. Thinks it could be close to $20 million per year.
Really?
Which you look at the Hargrave deal, you look at some deals that have gone down. Draymond Jones might get paid. 6.5 sacks, that was that tight a career high, but just played in 13 games, 47 tackles. It's going to be really interesting to see how much he gets and where he ends up.
Yeah, and who's got the money to pay him?
Right.
$20 million potentially. Those options are limited. So we'll see where Draymond Jones ends up. We'll continue to follow that here on NFL Daily. It is our live free agency coverage, Free Agency 2023. Tyler Jones, Will Scott here with you on this Monday afternoon. Thanks for spending it with us. Let's catch you up to speed with Aaron Rodgers. The report that came out earlier this afternoon, courtesy of Trey Wingo, was that the Rodgers to Jets deal was done. and that history was about to repeat itself in New York and Green Bay. Time is indeed a flat circle. That was a treat by Trey Wingo. But then, within minutes, no one was able to confirm the report. Ian Rappaport was saying that he wished it had happened. And Shefty did not have a confirmation of this. No one's been able to confirm this. The Jets haven't announced it. The Packers haven't announced it. All we've heard is Trey Wingo. Now, Garrett Wilson and several other Jets players have talked publicly. Wilson said, y'all should see the smile on me right now. And so, Will, here it is. We're just after 6 o'clock Eastern time. And I think where you and I are at on this is we believe this deal is going to happen, but we don't know when it's going to happen. We're still in the wait-and-see mode of sorts.
I'm still, and I know I said earlier, probably 75% chance it happens. I still feel like that, but I still think there's a 25% chance that the Jets are going to be in a lot of trouble here without a quarterback because they missed out on Derek Carr because Carr got tired of them waiting for Rodgers. They missed out on Garoppolo probably for the same reason. So if they wait around here and Aaron Rodgers decides to retire or go back to Green Bay, I don't know. The Jets are going to be in a tough spot. But you saw this earlier. Who tweeted this out? Rasul Douglas. I don't know. This could mean farewell or could mean run it back. I don't know what to make of this tweet. Well, a lot of cryptic tweets today.
Yes, a lot of cryptic tweets at this point in time. Let's get you up on Lamar Jackson. Now, Lamar Jackson doesn't have an agent. He represents himself. And so while you're seeing these deals that have come out that have been released so far to this point today, keep this in mind. Because Lamar doesn't have an agent, that means he cannot speak to teams until Wednesday compared to everybody else.
Okay.
And with his situation with Lamar Jackson, he finds himself where, according to the reports that have come out in the last several days, that teams aren't necessarily wanting to play this whole match contract type game with the non-exclusive tag. They would prefer a more traditional trade. So here we are, just waiting at this point. Market's been relatively quiet, and the more time passes by, the more likely Lamar ends up staying in Baltimore after.
Yeah. Let's hear from y'all down in the comments. Who's the better QB? Is it Aaron Rodgers or is it Lamar Jackson? Live poll, so be sure to go vote on it. That's tough. Who would I rather have? Lamar Jackson. Who's the better quarterback right now? Probably Aaron Rodgers. But the reason I said I'd rather have Lamar Jackson is because Jackson could be your guy for the next 7, 8, 9 years. Aaron Rodgers might have 1 or 2 years left.
Yeah, I would rather have Aaron Rodgers because I would prefer to have the more traditional quarterback and passer. If I am in a position where I'm trying to win right now, I have a better shot to win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers than I do Lamar Jackson at this point in their careers. That said, if you're a team that needs a quarterback, I think you'd be happy to have either one, quite frankly. Aaron Rodgers or Lamar Jackson? R for Rodgers, J for Jackson. Let us know in the chat. Chris says Rodgers. King says Jackson. Longhorn Politics says Jackson. Wesley says Jackson. Brooks says Jackson. Levi says Jackson. Retro Sports says Rodgers. Eddie says Jackson. Eddie says Jackson. Matthew says Rodgers. So chat kind of split up, it seems. Majority probably for Lamar Jackson, but still plenty of representation for Aaron Rodgers in the chat at this point in time. Today's show is presented by Athletic Greens. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. And here's the deal. If you sign up today, you're going to get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Will, go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports, and people are going to love what they get.
Absolutely. You're going to feel the benefits of taking this on a daily basis. Your body's going to feel better. I gave up soda. I got on AG1 around the same time, and I felt healthier. I felt better every single day. It gives me a boost of energy as well. So go check them out at athleticgreens.com/chatsports.
Another signing coming in. Denver making a move, Will.
Yeah, Chris Manhertz signing with the Broncos, formerly with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Been a busy day for Denver. Obviously, one of the bigger moves of the day was getting Mike McGlinchey that 5-year deal. Now they get Chris Manhertz, a tight end, formerly with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Taking a look at the numbers from this past year for him, he had just 6 receptions for 42 yards.
3
or
years,
$6 million. There you
$6
go.
million for Chris going to the Denver Broncos there. Other news that we are following throughout this afternoon, the Jimmy Garoppolo status. He is headed to the Las Vegas Raiders. And this move, I don't think, comes as a surprise. There had been rumblings about the possibility of him going to Las Vegas for the last few weeks. But you look at this Las Vegas team, you move on from Derek Carr, and you didn't upgrade the position. In fact, in actuality, Will, you probably got worse.
Derek Carr is a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't really have much doubt about that. I mean, don't take away what Jimmy did this past season in San Francisco. He was playing good football after the Trey Lance injury, before he got hurt and Brock Purdy stepped in. But you definitely downgraded here at quarterback, I think.
Yeah, the numbers from Jimmy G before he got hurt, he was having a career season with a 67% completion percentage, 2,400 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 4 picks for Jimmy G. But you factor in, he's a little bit older now. He has had his fair share of injury issues, and he's never really been much of a gamer. He's always been a game manager type. How does he fit in with the Josh McDaniels offense there in Las Vegas? They're familiar with each other.
Yeah, and I think that'll help here, and that's probably why there was an interest level, a mutual interest with Jimmy G here in the Raiders. Josh McDaniels coached him in New England. They know each other well. And Josh McDaniels and Derek Carr just didn't seem to gel, didn't seem to mesh. It feels like the Raiders had the choice of Derek Carr or McDaniels, and they stuck with their coach, Josh McDaniels. And look, I don't think this rules out, though, the Raiders drafting a quarterback. I still think that is what they should do with their first-round pick.
In non-free agency news, the Eagles submitted a rule proposal that would allow players to wear number 0. That'd be pretty cool.
Also, it's worth noting that it appears the Raiders are out on Jordan Poyer after signing Marcus Epps.
Oh, okay. Will the Raiders make the playoffs with Jimmy G? I vote hell no. No chance. What say you guys? Y for yes, in for no. Will, you and I both don't think the Raiders are a playoff team. What's their max? How many games can they win?
If I was going Willie Betts here and had to set over-under, I'd do over-under 6.5 wins.
I think that's fair.
6.5, and I'd probably go under.
I probably would too. 6-win football team. Are they a playoff team? By far, the majority of the chat is saying no, that they are not a playoff team with Jimmy G in the equation there. Folks, we are getting close to getting to the shot fund with Boss Man Brett, as we need about $118 roughly to get to that mark, to get to the shot fund. And I got to tell you, if you haven't seen this shotgun before, prepare to be amazed, folks. This is the epitome of beauty that you're about to witness. But we need your help to get there.
The clock's ticking. They got to get these super chats in if they want to see it.
We're not going to be on the air forever. I can tell you that right now. So it's up to you guys as we have a super chat roll in. That helps. We are $5 closer now, thanks to the super chat coming in from Carrie. We'll hit that in a second. Here is the super chat menu. $5 will give you a little beer cheer. It's got our Coolers Light in hand ready to go. $10 will talk about your favorite team. $20 will take shots. $50 will do the tortilla slaps. Tom Downey's around here somewhere. That's the Tom Downey special. And then for every $100, we'll do a beer bong or a shotgun. And so if we reach this $1,000 mark, which is about 112 away from that now, then Boss Man Brett's going to do the shot fund for us. So that's what we need to get to reach that milestone there. So send in those super chats. That's also, by the way, the only way you can get on screen, period, is by sending us a super chat. So if you want your avatar, name feature, and whatever comment you have to super chat us. Okay, we got way too many comments to be trying to throw up comments from randos throughout the show. You got to super chat if you want to be on screen. That's how it works. Ryan writes in, will the Chiefs sign anyone else today? Will, I don't think so. I think that
I don't think so.
they're probably going to hold serve.
It might be a quiet rest of the evening. I feel like tomorrow morning we might see some more moves go down. We'll be about 24 hours into the legal tampering period by then. You've seen some guys get contracts that will kind of help set the market. Like I feel like Caleb McGarry kind of knows what he's looking for after Jawan Taylor got paid, after Mike McGlinchey got paid. Jordan Poyer might have an idea of what he wants after seeing the Jessie Bates deal. I don't think he's going to get that much, but he might want something similar. So, some guys are going to want to wait to see what other guys get and, kind of see how the market shakes out here.
Andrew with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Says, Eagles' downfall is my favorite thing ever. The Eagles losing 3 defensive starters today, Will.
Yeah, and Andre Dillard, starting offensive tackle. They've lost a lot of talent today, which was not unexpected. It was going to be tough to retain some of those guys. But Howie Roseman, man, is one of the best GMs in football. They just reload over there, so I'm sure they'll be fine.
Carrie with a $5 super chat and then a $2 super chat. So that's a beer cheers to Carrie. Sports and beer. Let me get a job from the Bay Area. Ha ha. Good stuff, dudes. Cheers to you. Hey, we love to enjoy ourselves here. Have a few drinks, talk some sports. I mean, we're just guys being guys, dudes being dudes, bros being bros.
Cheers to that, man.
Cheers to the good life. All right. Now, let's catch up to speed with our free agency rundown. Will, let's hit on the big names here. Javon Hargrave to San Francisco, biggest move of the day.
Huge deal. Biggest move of the day. Just adds to that already elite Niners defense.
Russell Wilson gets some much-needed help on the O-line.
Yeah, Sean Payton's not messing around, really improving that offensive line. That O-line gave up the most sacks in the NFL this year. Not going to be the case this next season.
Sutton goes to the Detroit Lions, 3 years, $33 million. Lions defense needed some help. They got it.
Yeah, and they didn't get Jalen Ramsey, but they get Cam Sutton, a pretty good contingency plan.
Jimmy Garoppolo goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. We knew the Raiders were going to have a different quarterback this year, but if you're a Raider fan, you have to be disappointed with what you ended up with.
It's a move I was expecting, maybe not this early on, but certainly a move that I think we saw coming somewhat.
Andrew Wiley goes to the Commanders. He follows his offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to Washington, and they need some help on that offensive line. This certainly improves it.
Yeah, for sure. A really solid pickup, good value deal there as well.
Meanwhile, some other moves. Connor McGovern, the Cowboys. Connor McGovern signs a 3-year, $23 million deal to go to the Buffalo Bills. Good move there from Buffalo to get some offensive line help.
Yeah, they lost Tremaine Edmonds, but they got a little bit better on that offensive line. They still got to figure out the linebacker situation.
Dolphins add a quarterback in Mike White.
I like it a lot. I like it. He's a gamer. He's a solid backup. I think if Tua has to miss some time, you can win football games with Mike White.
Case Keenum goes to Houston. I would think that he's going to be the backup for whoever the rookie quarterback is that they draft.
Yes, that is the plan. And Case Keenum obviously played with the Texans earlier in his career and played at the University of Houston, so he goes back home.
Meanwhile, Jawan Taylor goes to Kansas City. They are moving on from Orlando Brown. We saw Andrew Wiley go to the Commanders earlier here. Will, I'm skeptical about Jawan Taylor being the starting left tackle after giving up 5 sacks at right tackle last year for the Jags, but you're pretty high on Jawan Taylor.
I do like Jawan Taylor. So the move would be to play him at left tackle. Is that the plan?
Yes.
We'll see. I don't hate it.
Other moves, Aaron Rodgers. We've heard reports of a trade to the Jets, but not confirmed. And we've been in a holding pattern for, about 4 hours now, Will?
Yeah, Trey Wingo might have jumped the gun, Tyler. Very possible.
Josh Oliver, the backup tight end from the Ravens, he's headed to Minnesota, where he will be the backup for Hodgkinson there. Now you're looking at the Vikings with the possibility to run some 12 personnel.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Meanwhile, the Browns maintain Ethan Posick had a very good year as their starting center. Remember, their starter went down in the preseason. Posick was supposed to be their backup, and he did a really good job filling in. He earned himself a nice payday.
Yeah, 3 years, $18 million for the former LSU product. And then Texans continuing to add some veterans. Hassan Ridgeway reunited with D'Amico Ryans in Houston.
Nate Davis, one of the many big signings for the Bears.
Yeah, the Bears had a really good day today. They didn't get McGlinchey, but still improving that offensive line with Nate Davis.
Tremaine Edmonds also headed to Chicago with a huge 4-year, $72 million deal for arguably the best middle linebacker on the market.
And he becomes the highest paid inside linebacker in all football.
Jessie Bates on a 4-year, $64 million deal with Atlanta with $36 million guaranteed. Atlanta had money to spend. They spent it on one of the best safeties in football.
Yeah, we thought the Falcons were the favorite here, and sure enough, they get him.
The Steelers, they lose Cam Sutton, but they get Patrick Peterson on a 2-year deal. Still waiting on some details there.
I'm surprised it's a 2-year deal.
Yeah?
I thought it was going to be a 1-year deal.
Patrick Peterson, a future Hall of Famer, coming off a year with 5 interceptions. How much does he have left?
I don't know about 2 years. I would have given him a 1-year deal, but we'll see.
Other news, Jamel Dean with a 4-year, $52 million deal, $26 million guaranteed. He was going to be highly sought after. We know the Bucs are not very good. Why come back to Tampa?
$52 million. That's why.
Sam Darnold goes to San Francisco. They got 3 quarterbacks now, a very competitive quarterback competition. It feels like a college spring ball or something going on there.
Yeah, and any one of those quarterbacks could maybe start week 1.
Meanwhile, the Commanders, they bring in Cody Barton on a 1-year deal, and that opens the door for the Seahawks with the moves they made of moving on from Shelby Harris earlier today. Possibly bringing back Bobby Wagner seems more and more likely than it has before.
Yeah, I can see it happening.
And then also Andre Dillard to Tennessee, 3 years, $29 million there. Greg Zuerlein, Greg the Leg, going to the Jets. The Jets, I think, are going to be, whether they get Aaron Rodgers or not, on the verge of being a playoff team. Having a guy like Greg the Leg is, I think, more important than people realize.
100%. Kickers are underrated, man. So they're keeping him around.
Last one, Marcus Epps, 2 years, $12 million to the Raiders.
Apparently, they're out on Jordan Poyer after making this deal. Poyer and the Raiders had mutual interest, but they decided to go with the cheaper option, Marcus Epps.
All right. So those are your moves so far in day 1 of NFL free agency to this point. Biggest free agent winner so far, I got 2 teams for you, Will. The Bears and the 49ers. The Bears enter free agency with the most money to spend, and let's just say they have been on a Costco run with this with the signings they've made.
I love what the Bears have done. They're the winner from today. Denver's had a pretty decent day as well, maybe overpaying a little bit for some of those offensive linemen. But no, I'm giving y'all props, Sammy. I'm saying y'all are a winner. Some people are saying overpay. I'm saying decent moves. I'm with you though on San Francisco as well.
Who are the biggest winners in free agency so far? Let us know in the comments section. We'll shout you guys out. Tell us team names, and we'll shout you guys out here on today's show. I see Brooks says the Broncos for producer Sam. As Junior says the Bears. What else we got here? Jason says the Bears. I think that's going to be the consensus is the Bears. Tell us who the biggest winner is. We'll shout you guys out on the show. Jason says the Bears. The 1 inch says Bears and Broncos. Let's see. Crusader Curtis says Broncos. I am legend. Shout out Will Smith says Steelers. Edwards says Bears. Bobby Smith says Bears. Jamie says Broncos. JN Productions says Packers. Don't know about that. Brooks says Broncos. BCC says Saints. Jim says Chiefs. Josh says Lions. I see Broncos, Colts, Steelers, Broncos, Packers, Atlanta, Broncos. So, with that being said, you mentioned the Broncos you thought overpaid for a bit. The chat seems to really like what the Broncos did.
No, I'm saying some people are saying they overpaid. I mean, you can make the argument they did.
Sure.
I thought McGlinchey was going to get 15, 16. He got 18. I thought that Powers was going to get maybe 9 or 10. He got 13. But still, I mean, the Broncos had the worst offensive line in football last year. They had to make a statement today, adding to that offensive line, and they certainly did.
They certainly did for sure. Brooks says, put in exciting mark for the Broncos. Victor says 49ers. If you're having a good time today, and how could you not be here on Chat Sports' live coverage of NFL free agency, then go ahead and hit that like button if you are enjoying yourselves today. Tyler Jones, Will Scott. Will, of course, is our host of our Dolphins channel. I work on Seahawks and Ravens, and we're just having ourselves a good time today as we're enjoying a few drinks, talking football, first day of free agency. And, Will, free agency technically doesn't start till Wednesday, but this has been very active of these deals that have been in place.
So you have players verbally agreeing to deals the next 2 days. They cannot sign them until the new league year begins on Wednesday, but 99% of the deals that you see agreed to the first 2 days are going to get, pen to paper here. So this is the legal tampering period. We're not going to see Bobby Wagner or anything happen with him until Wednesday because he gets officially cut on Wednesday. I would expect him to get I expect him to get signed pretty early on Wednesday, though, and then Lamar Jackson can start talking with teams on Wednesday as well.
Saints update. Alvin Kamara and Marshawn Lattimore have agreed to restructure their deals, adding more cap space for the Saints. They needed it.
Absolutely. Look, give Mickey Loomis credit. I mean, they're cap hell every single year, but they always figure out a way to get out of it. Salary cap's not real.
Let's go to Phil Yates of ESPN. He put out this tweet just a few moments ago at 6:31 Eastern Time. The slow-moving market so far in free agency has been at wide receiver, as no wide receiver has agreed to terms on a reported deal yet today. Top options remain OBJ, Jacoby Myers, Juju Smith-Schuster, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, and Alan Lazard. I think that's meant to say DJ Chark there. With that said, of the slow market at receiver, I'll add this much.
Okay.
This receiving core that's in free agency is
Not good.
Not good. It's one of the worst groups we've seen in quite some time. So I'll say this. You call it slow moving. It is. But it should be expected that way when you aren't serving caviar here.
No. Not even close. I like Myers. If I need a wide receiver, let's say like Carolina or Tennessee, I'm going after him. But you're a little bit limited with your options here. Alan Lazard's going to get a lot of money as well.
Yeah, for a guy that's never had 1,000 yards in his career, too. Watch out. Who will be the first wide receiver signed in free agency? Who's going to make the move? What do you think, Will? Who's going to be the first one picked up?
I think Jacoby Myers might find a new home tomorrow morning.
We got a Dolphin signing.
We do?
We do. Jeremy Fowler, linebacker David Long. What do you think? What's your instant reaction?
David Long. Interesting. Well, they needed a linebacker.
2 years, $11 million.
David Long played with the Titans. I'm all right with it. I'm probably going to have to go do a cut of that here in a second. But
yeah,
David Long. I mean, look, it's not Bobby Wagner, so it's hard to be excited. But look, they need some help there, and they bring in David Long. I'm not surprised they signed a linebacker today, and it's a pretty cheap deal as well.
David Long to the Miami Dolphins, 2 years, $11 million. That news just now breaking from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler just a few moments ago. 2 years, $11 million for David Long, the former Tennessee Titans.
All right.
Will Scott is going to run. You'll have more on this on our Dolphins channel, complete breakdown analysis of this move. You said they need a linebacker. They got their guy, but
yeah, they have
not a big name.
Yeah, not a big name, but still, I would not say this eliminates them from signing Bobby Wagner or a Levante David. This is a depth signing. They have 5 linebackers that are free agents, so they're not done building that linebacker room back up.
All right, Will Scott, good to see you, my friend. He'll be back here tomorrow, and Will Scott signs off, and so I'll hold things down, and we'll see who else wants to come on by at some point here this afternoon as we continue our free agency coverage. David Long signs with the Miami Dolphins. 2 years, $11 million, the latest move to happen in NFL free agency so far at this point in time. Not a huge signing, but the Dolphins did need some linebacker depth, so they go in this direction, adding in Long from Tennessee with this deal there. We'll continue to see the Dolphins make some more moves. Who will be the first wide receiver signed? That was the question we asked you a few moments ago, as there have been not any wide receivers signed to this point in time here in free agency as we wait to see what exactly goes down there. Got some super chats to catch up on. We'll do a sub read first before we'll get to super chats here in just a second. Folks, we are having a great time here on the channel today talking about NFL free agency. We're going to be live today, tomorrow, the next day. We're going to cover free agency, and it is going to be a heck of a time. Myself, you saw Will Scott, Matthew Peterson, Tom Downey, Chase Senior's around, and Harrison Graham and company. I mean, we got a full team here that is covering NFL free agency for the next few days. We'll be live. We also are going to be covering all the trades that happen. We're still awaiting this Aaron Rodgers trade. If it happens or not, you'll be the first to know. We'll cover it here on the channel. Also, we're counting you down to the draft. We got our mock drafts and draft analysis as well. If you love the National Football League, this is the channel for you. Subscribe now for free. Does not cost you a thing. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV for the latest NFL news, rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and more. It's free. Subscribe now. Turn on notifications as well. All right, next super chat. $5 super chat comes in from Craislin143. Where do you see Julian Love going? I would love to see him in Miami. Will, do you want Julian Love in Miami? Sure. Will says sure. He's a Dolphin. Julian Love, yeah, I mean, that could be a possibility. Julian Love very well could be a Miami Dolphins when it's all said and done. I owe you a $5 beer cheers, so cheers to that. Thank you, sir. $2 super chat from Jay. Thank you, Jay, for the $2 super chat. That means we are now just over $102 away from the Boss Man Brett Shot Fun. So we'll see where that goes when we get to that point. Did I say so? 103. I said just over 102. That's not wrong. I said just over. Okay. One Inch Wonder writes in, $2 super chat. Mike Gesicki, thank you. Dalton Schultz. Question marks? Are you talking, where are they going? Dalton Schultz has been rumored to the Bengals, as has Mike as well. The Bengals are looking for tight end help. That'll be interesting to see where these guys potentially end up. Teams that need tight ends. The Bengals, to me, are ones that come to mind. I think the Bengals would be happy to have either player. So we'll see. But that's who I'm watching for in particular. I think the Bengals very well could have one of those two guys. Bossman Brett says if we get to 1,000 in Super Chats, he'll do a Shot Fun. We are less than $102 away. No. Over two. Over. Thank you. Over $102 away, under 103. So 102.94 to be exact. Yes, in that range. So it's quite a deal. You send in just a little over $100, you're going to be taken care of here on our Shot Fun. Prepare to be amazed. Bossman Brett's got the Shot Fun ready to go, but we need your help to get there. Let's get those super chats going so we can get to this Shot Fun. As we have a $2 super chat coming in. That means we're now over 100 away from that. Do you see Denver moving Sutton or Judy? Well, our Broncos host Matthew Peterson is going to hop on here in just a second. But in the meantime, I'll jump on and say this. Jerry Jeudy finished the year so strong in 2022 that I think the Broncos would be silly to move on from Jerry Jeudy. But the Broncos have done some silly things in recent memory. With that said, Sutton, yes, Sutton could very well be on the move. I think he's more likely to be moved between those two guys as far as I'm concerned. But undervalued beast, thank you for the $2 super chat for sending that in. Shout out your favorite team. who is the team that you root on every Sunday that you'd love to see win and that you've been a supporter of, whether it's your whole life or just a couple of years? What team do you call home? I am going to shout out some people and their teams. Let's see how many we can get in this next minute. 3, 2, 1, go. XD Gamer, Jags. Matthew, Broncos. Junior, Patriots. XD Gamer, Jags. Aaron, Packers. Bay Area, Niners. Retro Sports, Miami. Toxic, Bills. Connor, Bears. BBC, Saints. Richard, Rams. Barry Switzer's here, and he's a Packer fan, apparently. How about them Cowboys? Let's see. Ryan says Brown. Dakota says Buffalo. Sterling says Raiders. Matt says Eagles. Depressed Cowboys fan, Clown Boys. Retro Sports, Miami. Aggie is a Texans fan. Let's see. We got Browns, Packers, 49ers, Broncos. Kevin's a Chiefs fan. Lou's a Panthers fan. Kenny is a Texans fan, just to name a few. Thank you all for sending those in here on today's show. It is 6:42 Eastern, 3:42 Pacific. We are live here on NFL Daily's special live free agency coverage. Tyler Jones here, Matthew Peterson set to join us in just a minute. Before we do, today's show is sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I gave AG1 a try because I wanted better gut health and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 every morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. I came into this year wanting to get healthier, and starting my year on AG1 has helped me do just that. I take it every morning, and I feel the best I've ever felt. Covering my nutritional basis for the day literally couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done! I also like that it costs less than $3 a day. Pretty good if you ask me. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality source ingredients, win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Check it out. The link is in the comments and the description of today's video. Athletic Greens, tell them that Tyler Jones and Chat Sports sent you. You will be glad you did. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. All right. Thank you, AG1, for making that happen and being a part of the show today. We continue back to free agency coverage as we've had a few different signings, the most recent of those being David Long, formerly of the Tennessee Titans. Now he is headed to the Miami Dolphins on a 2-year, $11 million contract, providing some depth for that Miami Dolphins team. Previously with Tennessee, also before that was with the Los Angeles Rams. That's the most recent signing. We're waiting to see if any more signings come in. But right now, we welcome back Matthew Peterson. He was with me when I started out today. Now he's made his triumphant return. Petey, welcome back. We had that question come in about the Broncos. Who's more likely to get traded, Cortland or Jerry? What do you think about that
Yeah,
question?
I thought your response was pretty much spot on. I would agree with it. I think Sutton is more likely to get dealt. I think they'd really have to be blown away with an offer for Jerry Jeudy that they can't refuse. So I don't see them getting that type of offer. I don't think Jeudy has really earned anyone's, idea of trading away a first and a whole lot more to get him, and I'm guessing that's what Denver's looking for. Sutton, on the other hand, he's got a big-ish contract. He got a nice extension last November. Hasn't really lived up to it just yet. Quarterback hasn't been great, though. I think if the Broncos were offered a 3rd or a 4th-round pick for Cortland, they would think long and hard about it. With only 5 picks in this upcoming draft, they probably want to get some more draft picks back. So this could be a trade piece for the Broncos with Cortland Sutton.
Now, as far as that goes, one of the things I mentioned, I'm curious what you think of. I thought Jerry Jeudy did a lot for his confidence within the organization with how he finished the year.
Yeah.
Do you think that helped his long-term plans in Denver?
Absolutely. Before the NFL trade deadline, if you go back to October, late October, early November, remember Denver had just won in London over the Jags, and it was like, are they starting to turn a corner? Well, they traded Bradley Chubb like 2 days later, so really not that much. But Jeudy was on the market, and reportedly, or rumored to be rather, the Packers picked up the phone, tried to get Jerry Jeudy. Ultimately, they wanted more, or Denver wanted more than what Green Bay would offer, and that was back then a second and another pick. Sounds like that extra pick never came through from the Packers. Since then, Jeudy was great, so I think his value turned from a second back to his original draft status, a first rounder. And I don't know if any team's going to be calling to offer up a first for Jeudy, who is heading in the right direction, but he actually has never put together a phenomenal Pro Bowl season.
So here is the question we want to ask. Speaking of that super chat, more likely to get traded, is it Jerry Jeudy or is it Courtland Sutton? Type J for Jerry Jeudy, type S for Courtland Sutton, and we'll shout you guys' answers out. We got some super chats we'll get to here in just a second, but let's see what the chat is saying. Retro Sports says Sutton. JN Production says Jerry Jeudy. Kenny says Sutton. Brooks says Sutton. We also have Yellow Kid saying Jerry Jeudy. Brooks saying Sutton. So the majority, it seems like, agree with you and I, saying Courtland Sutton more likely to be traded.
There's been a lot of buzz, a lot of smoke around Sutton, and ultimately I think he gets moved this week. What's a little interesting is that, Tyler, it's 6:47 Eastern, day one of free agency. Not one wide receiver has been signed.
Not one.
So to me, that sort of signals there's no clear number one wide receiver in this free agency class.
And no one wants to establish the market.
Exactly. So if no one wants to establish the market, no one wants to get burned for overpaying Mecole Hardman or Juju Smith-Schuster, well, maybe they're going to sit back and wait and go, well, now that the market's been set and it's way too rich for our liking, we'll just go trade for Courtland Sutton.
Right.
So maybe that's what teams are sort of waiting to do. But keep getting those votes in. Jeudy or Sutton. I see a lot of Suttons coming in. Kyle, that boy, some Broncos avatars in those pictures. David Long to the Dolphins. Yes, I think Sutton is the more likely option to get moved. But Jeudy would get you more in a trade. So if the Broncos really want to do a hard reset, Jeudy would get you a pick that could help move that process along. But I also think Jerry Jeudy is a guy you want to build around right now. Not move on from get a pick and then draft a receiver that you hope is as good as Jerry Jeudy, which as of this moment, Jerry Jeudy has been good. I don't think he's been great so far in his 3-year career, but he's definitely shown a lot of promise down the stretch at the end of last season. We got a super chat coming in from Brother TJ. I think
is that my brother?
This has to be for you.
Okay, Brother TJ, love the name. Do you think or believe that the Cowboys will make at least one good move in free agency other than signing their own guys? Cheers to you, Brother TJ. I would think, Brother TJ, as of right now, from the reports that we've read, that the Cowboys are the favorites to land Bobby Wagner. Seahawks are the second favorites, it would seem. I would think that would be the move, that and OBJ.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys find a way to bring one of those two guys in, Cowboy fans are overjoyed. And they're probably the favorites for both those guys at this moment. That could change, but at the moment I think they're the favorites for one of those two guys. Cheers to you, Brother TJ. What do you think, Patey?
I'll piggyback off of that. I think Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be a Cowboy. It sounds like they got super close. I don't know if there was some sort of strain in the relationship when the Cowboys leaked that OBJ was not physically, recovered as much as maybe everyone thought he was, but I just can kind of picture the Adam Schefter breaking tweet. The Cowboys and Odell Beckham Jr. are agreeing on a contract. So very curious to see what kind of contract OBJ gets.
This one's for you.
I got no idea. Oh, Levi Mayfield, my man. Shout out my dude, Petey. Shout out to you, Levi. Thank you so much for always supporting us here at Chat Sports. You're the man. Go Browns. Thank you so much. Browns so far in free agency on the bit of the quieter side, but they did make a free agent signing, Obo, and I really struggled to pronounce his last name, but by Sunday in the fall, I'll have it down. coming over from the Houston Texans, and there's a lot of positivity around this move. It's always interesting when we spend all these weeks and months going into free agency for your respective team, and you've got the targets, and then they go out and sign someone that you never once even heard of or saw anywhere before free agency got underway. But we'll see how it works out. Shout out to you, Levi. All right, we are trying to reach 1K in Super Chats. The boss man, Brett Scott, said if we can get to $1,000 in Super Chats, he will do a shot fun. That is loading up a beer into a toy shotgun and then cha-ching, cocking it, drinking it. But we need $93.95 to reach that milestone. If you've got a boss and you want to see him drink, help us out, help Tyler and I out. Let's get to 1,000 Super Chats for today's live free agency tracker. Speaking of which, I think we're going to go through a recap of all of the big signings so far, starting with this one. Javon Hargrave to the 49ers, 4-year, $84 million, the most given out to any defensive player thus far. Mike McGlinchey with the most overall money, coming over from San Francisco to Denver, 5-year, $87.5 million, 50 of which is guaranteed. Nick Gates going to Washington, 3-year, $16.5. Cam Sutton, 3-year, $33 million deal for Detroit. We'll rattle through some of these as well. We've got Bradley Pinion, the punter for Atlanta, 3-year, $8.65. Shai Tuttle cashing in nicely, former UDFA, 3-year, $19.5 million deal with Carolina. And then the Raiders Nation favorite, Jimmy Garoppolo, 3-year, $67.5 million deal. I don't think it's that bad, but people are not very happy about it in the Sin City. Andrew Wiley goes from Kansas City to Washington. He'll be their new starting tackle. Speaking of offensive linemen, up in Buffalo, Connor McGovern is going up to
The Cowboys, Connor
Cowboys.
McGovern.
Yes, exactly. It's a crime there's so many of the same names. Mike White, by the way, he's going to go down to Miami, and I think this is a contingency plan, not a we don't like Skylar Thompson plan. It's if/when Tua has to miss a game next year, we already want to have the backup quarterback on our roster, not signing a quarterback from someone else's practice squad and catching them up to speed mid-season. Speaking of QBs, Case Keenum goes back to Houston. Moving on to other Houston players, Mike Boone, former Minnesota Viking running back, then Denver Bronco running back, now Houston Texan running back. When was the last time the Texans had the same leading rusher for more than 2 straight seasons?
Fair point.
That is always a carousel there since Arian Foster left, it feels like. Juwan Taylor, big money going to Kansas City, 4 years, $80 million, coming over from Duval County in Jacksonville. Corliss Waitman was tendered by the Broncos, 1 year, $940,000 deal to keep punting the balls up at Mile High. Casey Kreider for the New York Giants. We got the details coming hopefully soon. Now a run of linebackers. Jermaine Pratt, 3-year, $21 million contract. We think Rodgers is going to the Jets, but Trey Wingo has yet to actually back that up just yet. Then there's Josh Oliver, 3-year, $21 million deal to Minnesota. Wyatt Davis, a 6th, 7th man on the offensive line. He's sticking around in New York. Von Bell leaves Cincinnati to go to Carolina, along with another AFC North move here. Ethan Posick is staying with the Browns. 3-year, $18 million contract. Hassan Ridgeway, 1-year, $4 million deal in Houston. Nate Davis, the former Tennessee Titans offensive guard, he's going to Chicago for a 3-year, $30 million deal. The Bears had the most cap space, and they used a lot of it today with this signing. Tremaine Edmonds, 4-year, $72 million. It's a bit of a head-scratcher because they signed 2 linebackers on the first day of free agency, despite trading Roquan Smith away because they didn't want to trade him. So I'm not quite seeing what the plan is here, but Cam Lewis to Buffalo, Kevin Givens to the 49ers, Jessie Bates, he's going from Cincinnati to Atlanta, a huge contract, 4-year deal. Alex Anzalano, he's going to be staying in Detroit, 3-year, $18.75 million contract. Patrick Peterson. Oh, we got some news? Oh, okay, the Giants. We'll get that up in a moment
Colts
here.
Linebacker.
But Patrick Peterson, like I was saying, he's going to The Steelers on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. And then my new guy, Okoronkwo. 3-year, up to $22 million contract. And then Cameron Dantzler, who was recently released from the Vikings, he will be going to the Commanders. Jamel Dean is sticking in Tampa, which is a little bit bizarre because all signs pointed to a full rebuild down with the Bucs, but maybe not. $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, he is on to his 3rd team in the National Football League, this one being the San Francisco 49ers. Brett Toth going to Philadelphia. Cody Barton's off to Washington. Andre Dillard, former first-round pick, now in Nashville. Then Matt Breida with the Giants. He re-signs 1-year deal up to $2.3 million. And then the kicker, Greg Zuerlein, is staying with the Jets. Moving along here, last couple names up until we get to the most recent signing. Marcus Epps for the Las Vegas Raiders. He comes over from Philadelphia. Man, the Eagles got gutted this free agency.
Yeah, they did.
They've only retained
Lost
Brandon
4
Graham.
starters.
That's tough. Tight end Chris Mannertz, he's going over from Jacksonville to Denver. Brandon Facyson, the cornerback. Yep, well, he's with the Raiders now. David Long is off to Miami from Tennessee, 2-year, $11 million deal. Pretty good contract, if you ask me. And then the most recent one, from the Indianapolis Colts to the New York Giants, it is linebacker Bobby Okereke, 4-year, $40 million contract, 22 guaranteed. Okereke. Well, New York fans, you get to practice that for the next 4 months. So, Bobby Okereke. Okay, I already said it once.
Okereke.
Now, once you start saying it too many times, you fall back to the original way you said it. But I like this signing a lot for the Giants. They had a decent amount of money to spend. They needed to make some additions. They hadn't done anything yet. Now they add a playmaker on the defensive side. So with that all being said, caught up to speed on all the free agent moves so far, predict who the next player to sign will be and where he will go. I'm thinking maybe it's Bobby. I feel like Bobby Wagner and some of these veterans are going to take their time.
So Bobby Wagner, because he technically hasn't been cut or whatever, he's not eligible till Wednesday to re-sign. So that one's going to be a bit. I'm very intrigued with what wide receiver is going to be first.
I think it's got to be Juju Smith-Schuster. He's the best one on the board.
Right.
Maybe it's Jacoby Myers. Maybe it's Mecole Hardman.
How long does this take?
Yeah. I mean, this is also not just a one-day affair.
Right.
Free agency is more than just a week, too. It stretches for weeks.
The longer this goes, the less money there is to spend, though, too.
Yeah.
So we'll figure this out and see how long this goes. Predict who the next free agent player will sign in the comments section. I see Jacoby Myers to the Packers, says Colton. A couple are saying Jordan Poyer. Robbie Anderson's in there. Mecole Hardman, Poyer. Okay, we'll see what happens on that front. Petey, I will sign off. It has been a pleasure being with you all today. You and I, we're going to be back together, I think, tomorrow and all over it here the next couple days. So stay tuned to the channel. We'll have you covered. Petey, take us home.
Thank you. Sober up and get some rest, teacher. You've been up here for a long time now.
It's about 1:45.
Yeah, this Bobby Okereke signing got 150-plus tackles last year for Indianapolis, and the Giants get him at $10 million a season for 4 years. That's a really good signing, I think. I like this for New York, right? They needed to add some playmakers-esque on the defensive side, and Okereke, you can see the last 2 years, he's been one thing, consistent. 2022, 151 tackles, 6 tackles for loss, 5 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles. And usually the shadow of Shaq, that not to be the case in 2022 when he was the kind of the lone linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. In 2021, 132 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, 4 pass breakups. Bobby Okereke, I think this is a very good move for the Giants. If you're a Giants fan watching right now, you should be excited about this. 4-year deal, $40 million. Basically, with the guaranteed being 22, I look at it as a 3-year, $22 million contract, so you could get out of it probably with very little dead cap after the 3rd season. But I think he's an ascending player. This is a good move for the Giants. This is not some big overpay or anything. I think, frankly, it's a bit of a bargain. Now, the Giants have been busy this offseason. They gave Daniel Jones a 4-year, $160 million deal. They franchise tagged Saquon Barkley for $10.09 million. Sterling Shepard's coming back for vet minimum. He's the longest tenured player on that roster, so he's going to help that locker room. Jared Davis, 1 year, $1.1 million deal. Some lower-level signings. The Scottish Hammer, Jamie Gillian, the punter, 2-year, $4 million. Casey Kreider, Wyatt Davis, Rakeem Nunez, Roche. Those are all some lower-level moves right there. But Okariki's going to come in, and he's going to be a starter day one on this Giants defense. I think it's a pretty good move. Matt Breida also going back in the backfield, 1-year deal up to $2.3 million. So altogether, the Giants, outside of the Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley moves, have been relatively quiet, but Bobby Okereke coming over from Indianapolis, that's a great pickup for the New York Giants. Now, speaking of the New York Giants, when the NFL draft rolls around, you're not going to want to miss a thing, whether you're a G-Man fan or any other team. And here at Chat Sports, we have a YouTube channel completely devoted to the NFL draft. So if you're a draft junkie and you're looking for draft rumors, trades, mock drafts, anything related to the NFL draft under the sun, Tom Downey and the Chat Sports crew has you covered. We are trying to get to 3,000 subscribers on our new draft channel. Help us grow that channel. Subscribe right now, youtube.com/chatnfl. Make sure you click that link and then go on over, subscribe completely free, and you're going to get the best draft coverage up until the first day of the NFL draft, which is what, April 28th, 29th, something like that. So 27th. Oh, a little bit earlier this year, it feels like. So that is a month and change away. Don't miss a thing when you are subscribed to our NFL draft channel. We are also less than $100 away from reaching $1,000 in super chats. If you like the free content today, right? If you enjoyed watching us break down all the latest free agency news and rumors, a little bit of a super chat goes a long way to support us here and keep us on the airwaves. So the boss man said we can't get to $1,000 in super chats. We're competitive guys and girls here at Chat Sports. Help us prove him wrong. Help us reach $1,000. And if we get there, he said we'll do a shot fund, and he has no confidence that we will reach it, so we'd love to prove him wrong. I'm hearing a lot of screamings in the wall, within the walls of Chat Sports. People making money. I didn't know if we had money being made or if we had contracts being signed or signing, rather. Yeah. I just saw from Ari Miroff, the Bears were in on Okereke earlier today before pivoting. The Bears were in on pretty much everyone, but they were really in on Mike McGlinchey, didn't land him, so they pivoted and, well, they got Nate Davis, but that's just an offensive guard. They're still searching for a long-term tackle at the right tackle position. All right, we're going to break down some more free agency buzz for you guys in just a second. What do we got coming up next here? We're going to talk Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy G, Devontae Adams. I saw Devontae Adams' tweet, or at least a screenshot from his IG, so better QB, Jimmy G or Derek Carr? Did the Raiders improve going from DC to Jimmy G? Signed with the Raiders, 3 years, $67.5 million. That's about $22-ish million a season, rough math. That's not too bad, in my opinion. You got a starting quarterback for $22.5 million. I mean, Daniel Jones is making $40 million. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, Jimmy G with that kind of value, I'll take it if I'm the Raiders. Only $34 million guaranteed, which probably means about 20 or so, maybe 18 or so will be in the first year. So you can move on from that with a bit of a dead cap hit that's not nice, but it's not unmanageable. But this is what I want to share with you guys right now. From Devontae Adams, a screenshot of his Instagram post or Instagram story. If we haven't talked in the last 3 weeks, then don't hit me about this shit. Thanks. Yikes. So Devontae Adams, he's a vocal player in the NFL, right? And I don't know if this is him saying, I'm not super excited about this move. Please stop getting in my mentions about it. Or it's just, hey, don't come into my life when big news around me happens and then fade out when things aren't, buzzing during free agency and trade season and whatnot. Devontae Adams also had this tweet here. Don't make too much of it. Phone dry, then here comes everybody trying to get the inside scoop. Shit is annoying, that's it. Jimmy, let's get this. So, I think that pretty much answers the questions about what are the hidden messaging or hidden meaning behind Davante Adams' Instagram story. It's, Jimmy, let's get this. Don't just hit me up when news is popping and you want to talk to me once or twice a year. So, with that all said, though, who's the better quarterback? This is the new live poll. So, make sure to respond. Is it Jimmy Garoppolo or is it Derek Carr? I think cases can be made for both sides without either side being dumb or stupid. I think Derek Carr's probably got the better statistical resume in terms of yards, touchdowns, interceptions, all that stuff. But Jimmy G's just a winner, right? Jimmy G is just a proven winner. Why? We'll find out if it was all because of Shanahan or that defense, or if there's some thing in him that makes sure that he finds his way on the winning side at the end of the game. But at the end of the day, Jimmy G, the guy just wins ball games. So with that, we're going to get some more news to you guys. We got this coming right now. Didn't even see it. The Broncos are re-signing Alex Singleton to a 3-year, $18 million contract, just $9 million guaranteed. They signed him last offseason from the Philadelphia Eagles. He was primarily just a special teamer with Philly, but with the Broncos, he shined. I mean, he came into training camp as not the clear-cut starter. He ended up taking over that role, never really looked back, so Broncos probably excited to get Alex Singleton back. Good move for Denver, good move for Singleton. He was their most consistent player on defense last year from week 1 to week 18. $18 million, that's an average of $6 million a season, only 9's guaranteed. Easy out after one season, most likely. 30 years old. I like this signing a lot for the Denver Broncos. So what's the plan here? We want to do a Singleton breakdown right now, or what are we thinking, boys and girls? Okay. That's fine. All right, so Alex Singleton joins a list of Broncos free agent signings today. They started with Ben Powers, then it was Jarrett Stidham, then Mike McGlinchey, a blockbuster move, and then tight end Chris Manhertz, and now Alex Singleton returning to Mile High. So 3-year, $18 million contract, and Denver's trying to stay competitive, right? Bad season last year, but they're trying to hold on to some of their better pieces, while also adding strong players in free agency like Ben Powers, like Mike McGlinchey. So I think the Broncos right now might be an early winner for free agency. In order to be a winner, you got to spend some money. You can't be a winner and do nothing. And the Broncos have spent a lot of money today, right? $18 million right there for Singleton. McGlinchey got $87.5. Ben Powers got what? 40-ish million, if I remember correct? 42 million? 4 years, 52 million, excuse me. 52, 87, 18, some other lower level contracts right there. That's over $150 million-ish, pretty much. Broncos are back, producer Sam Brown says. Diehard Broncos fan. Are they back? They've been back. They were never gone. They never left. So how many wins for the Denver Broncos next season? Will Russell Wilson and company bounce back to make the playoffs with Sean Payton at the driver's seat for the first time? I'm going to put Denver down for like 9-8. I think 9 wins is their goal. 10's probably the ceiling, if I had to guess, with 6 or 7 wins being the floor. Because even last year, they did manage to somehow get 5 wins for how bad they were. And I think Sean Payton's good to add a couple extra wins on from 5. It seems like they're only getting better this offseason as well. So put me down for 9-8, 8-9 for Denver next season. Let me see what everyone else is saying. Matthew Frey says 10-7. Mr. Gudgeon says 4-12-1. If you can predict a tie and nail it, kudos to you. It's tough to do. For Rob Khalifa says 9-8. Poyer just signed to the Jags. I'm going to go with that as fake. Hudson 9-8. A guy 17-0. That's ambitious. Trey Roberson 7-10. Evan says 8-1. Trevor says 6-11. Demarius says 9-8. Christian Torres. So keep getting those ones in. We got some more news coming down the wire, it looks like, from Josina Anderson about Safety Sam Franklin receiving a restricted free agent tender. So lower level move right there for all you Panthers fans out there. I know. Who? Exactly. But the Broncos, I mean, a lot of moves so far today. Now we're going to get into a quick disclaimer or a quick read about our sponsor today. Are we ready to do that? All right, quick one here from Athletic Greens. So today's show is sponsored by Athletic Greens. I take AG1 by Athletic Greens literally every day. Why? Because I hated taking pills or vitamins each day and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. So I take AG1 each morning. It helps me get my day off on the right foot, helps me get into a healthier lifestyle, and make smarter decisions throughout the day. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier thanks to Athletic Greens, which is why I trust AG1. All I do is just mix one small scoop of AG1, and I'm good to go. So check them out today. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. We got a super chat to hit on next here from Unvalued Beast. How does Denver move from Russ if he flops again? Russell Wilson's dead cap hit for 2024 is $85 million. And I thought long about this topic because I don't think Sean Payton would take the Denver job without knowing how quickly he could move on from Russ if things weren't going well. But I also don't believe that ownership would tell him, we will eat $85 million in dead money after just 2 seasons with the Broncos. I think they wanted to hire a coach who wants to give him more than just 1 year before he calls it quits and wants the next quarterback there. So I kind of toss and turn with this question. I just don't see a way the Broncos eat $85 million in dead cap hit for 2024. If anything, maybe he's benched for like a rookie or something. But for sure this season, I think he'll be on the roster for next year. The dead cap hit record belongs to the Falcons and Matt Ryan at $40 million. They're going to double that and then some at $85 with Russ. I just don't think so. So predict it, though. Who will be the next player to sign? Let me know. We got names like Draymond Jones, Jordan Poyer, Odell Beckham Jr., Juju Smith-Schuster still on the market, Orlando Brown. So let me know who you think the next player to sign will be. And hey, if you want to guarantee a spot on screen with your take, super chat and we'll put it on screen for everyone watching to see right now. Colton says Jacoby Myers or Juju Smith-Schuster. I think Jacoby Myers could get signed. I'm curious. Well, could get signed. I think it could be signed soon. The wide receiver market has just not done anything so far, which is a bit peculiar to not even have one receiver off the board. So maybe once the first one goes and a bit of a baseline is set for what the market is, we'll start to see some other receivers get off the board. But for now, yeah, we're all waiting for not a very good wide receiver free agency class with Mecole Hardman, Juju, Jacoby Myers sort of leading the pack right there. Paris Campbell. The fact that I have to mention Paris Campbell as a top 5 free agent wide receiver says a lot right there. Alan Lazard as well. All right, here we go. Can someone move their microphone away? Thank you. Has Adam Thielen signed from Daytona Life? No, Adam Thielen has not signed. I guess he'd be a top 5 wide receiver right now, which doesn't say a whole lot if you ask me. Now, if you want your team to start making some moves, like today's video, we got 1,300 people watching. We have pretty much double the amount of likes to viewers we have at the moment. Let's keep building on that so YouTube will push this video to more people out there. Hit the thumbs up icon if you haven't already, because everyone knows that free agency sucks if your team does nothing. So don't leave it up to chance, right? Don't jinx it. Hit the like button and boom, a signing for your team will happen in the next 5 minutes, guaranteed, or your free money back. Orlando Brown to the Patriots. What are the odds? Maybe. New England's never been one to spend big in free agency up until 2020. And that hasn't worked out for them, right? Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, they're already moved on from Smith. And Hunter Henry really hasn't lived up to the billing. So I don't see them swinging for Orlando Brown. But maybe Belichick decides it's been a long time since Tom Brady, and I need to start spending more money and getting a bit more risky and not just sitting back and hoping that my picks and lower level signings work out. So we got some DeAndre Hopkins talk coming up next on the show. So the Arizona Cardinals wide receiver could be on the move potentially. This has been rumored for quite some time now. If the Cardinals really want to reset and rebuild, moving on from an expensive 31-year-old receiver like Hopkins would help that process. So the Cardinals are still expected to trade Hopkins, but they could wait for free agency to settle. My guess is they want to get a trade done before the draft. Could be a draft day trade. I remember last year you had A.J. Brown traded. You had Marquise Brown traded. So maybe that's what the Cardinals are waiting to see. Once all the dominoes from free agency fall and they know which teams need a wide receiver, more so than they thought prior, right? If a team was eyeing Mecole Hardman or Jacoby Myers and they ended up with neither player, well, now the Cardinals can call and go, now you really need a wide receiver. The asking price used to be a third, but because you're desperate, it's a second. So potentially that's what Arizona could be doing here. The last 2 seasons, Hopkins, 19 games total. He had the suspension. He had the ankle injury. 11 touchdowns in 19 games, though. Still pretty good numbers. We're still talking about D-Hop here, right? We're still talking about a top 10 receiver when he's going 100%, no questions asked. So with his price tag, which he has said for the right spots, he could bring down not a restructuring of a deal, but pretty much almost tearing up his old contract and taking a bit of a pay cut to go to his top destination. That could be in the cards for DeAndre Hopkins. I think places like Chicago or Atlanta could make some sense. Teams with young quarterbacks that they want to help progress them. Now, with the Bears getting DJ Moore, maybe that does rule out Chicago for the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes. The Patriots are definitely a team to keep an eye on. They've never really made a big trade like this, at least not for a wide receiver in recent memory. But if they want to stick by Mac Jones and they're losing Jacoby Myers in free agency potentially, maybe they try and ease that pain with a guy named DeAndre Hopkins going from the desert to New England. So predict it for me. Where will DeAndre Hopkins play in 2023? Give me your best guesses in the comment section right now. I'll be giving shout-outs to everyone here who gives me their best guesses. AFX Apocalypse says the Browns. Surprise, surprise. Maybe a Deshaun Watson reunion. MB Sports says the Pats. Demon Ford says he's going to stay with Arizona. Tampa, Falcons, Patriots. Falcons easily. Okay, Atlanta does have some money to spend. They gave a lot of it to Jessie Bates, but they still got plenty more in the bank. I've got Patriots, Falcons, Steelers coming in, Ravens. Okay, interesting. Hello from Germany. Hello. Let us know where you think DeAndre Hopkins will play next season. The Jags are an interesting one. Could you imagine a wide receiver room of Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, and Christian Kirk with Evan Ingram to go alongside it? That could be Jacksonville really pushing their chips in the middle of the table right there, trying to go on a bigger run than last season. I don't dislike the Jags pick right there. I don't dislike them. All right. Help me reach 1,000 followers on Twitter, by the way. I'm 3 away. I need 3 people to follow me on Twitter out of the goodness of their heart. It would be very kind of you to help me reach 1,000 Twitter followers. I'm always talking about the NFL right there. So hit me up on Twitter at Matthew Petey. I love to say that I got my Twitter before it was like really cool. So I got a pretty cool handle right there at Matthew Petey. Definitely not giving it up. So let's see if we can reach 1,000 Twitter followers for my own selfish reasons. And if so, well, we're 2 away. 2 away. Here we go. Help me reach this goal. 2 away. AFX Apocalypse, we got to get you a Twitter, my friend. Got to get you a Twitter. Hit me up over there. There we go. Crossed 1,000. Thank you so much to all of the new followers. I'll be sure to hit you guys up. Appreciate everyone for helping me get over that hump right there. Now I'm pretty close to a blue check mark. I think that's how it works. You get 1,000 Twitter followers, and you ask Elon very nicely, you get it for free, and you don't even have to pay. That's the Twitter rules. We got a super chat coming in from Dakota Weaver. Have Jags signed anyone? And can we talk about the Jags? We can talk about the Jags. We can talk about Duval. Have they signed anyone? No. They lost Juwan Taylor to the Kansas City Chiefs. If they have signed anyone, it's been low-level signings, not notable names. I was just talking about DeAndre Hopkins destinations, and I'm starting to talk myself into Jacksonville making a lot of sense. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk, and Calvin Ridley, and Travis Etienne, and how bad of a division the AFC South is. I mean, you could go 6-0 in your division, and if you kind of go 500 the rest of the way, you're walking into a 10-11 win season right there just by going 500 outside of the division. I think D-Hop to Jacksonville. We know the Jags are aggressive. Shad Khan wants to win, and he wants to win now. That could be a fun destination to keep an eye on. Sam A. coming from across the pond. What running back do you think will go to Miami? Top 5. Elijah Mitchell pops in my mind. Obviously, the connection with Josh McDaniel is one to keep an eye on. I don't think they're going to do a David Montgomery path right there. Miles Sanders, maybe. There's Devin Singletary, Kareem Hunt. I don't know. I think Elijah Mitchell could make some sense for the Miami Dolphins, who definitely need to add a running back. They should be looking to pick one a bit earlier in the draft to help bring Tua along. Well, not along, but to help Tua out if he's not playing. We got some more news here coming from the NFC South. It is center Bradley Bozeman staying with the Carolina Panthers, re-signing there, coming on board for a second season. Speaking of the Panthers, they're open to shopping Matt Corral. Surprise, surprise, what of a waste of a pick that was last year, along with the Baker trade. But Bradley Bozeman, one of the better centers in football, I would say. Top half, in my opinion. He is staying in Charlotte. Good move for Carolina. We got a Super Chat menu today. Here's what's on tap for you guys watching. $5 Super Chat. It's a beers cheers. I didn't walk into the studio with a beer, so party foul on me. But if you want me to go get one, $5 Super Chat. I'll crack a cold one open, and we'll chop up whatever you want to talk about. $10, we'll break down your team in detail. $20, we get some shots going on the show. 5 o'clock somewhere. It was 5 o'clock here. $50, it is for Tommy Downey. He's got a bit of a fetish with tortilla slaps, but $50 and we can give him a tortilla slap. And $100, which would push us over the $1,000 Super Chat mark. We'll do a beer bong here. All right, here we go. Shout out your favorite team. Let's see how many teams we can get the chat going. I want to see which team is best represented, right? Just at quick glance, which team pops out more than others. So start flooding the chat right now with your team. I want to see that chat moving a million miles an hour. I'm seeing Broncos, I see Browns, Steelers, Texans, Niners, Cowboys, 49ers, Bills, Eagles. I'm trying to think of what the last team we could possibly see is. Are we going to get a Vikings? Haven't seen a Vikings. Jags coming in, Chiefs, Lions, Panthers, Giants, Falcons. Here we go. Texans. Yeah, Texans fans are real. We're not going to get one Chargers. No one's a Chargers fan here. I'm looking. I'm waiting. Jets, Cowboys. I saw Vikings. I see Cardinals. There's no Chargers fans. Completely mythological. Just not real. Mythological. Not real. Completely fake. Verbal meme. It was never real. All made up. Panthers, Saints, AFX Apocalypse, it doesn't count. Commanders, we hadn't got a commies just yet. Colts, Rams, Eagles, Browns, Packers, Commanders, Patriots, Steelers, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Falcons. Seen a lot of Browns, seen a lot of Steelers, seen a lot of Cowboys, 49ers, Bills, Falcons. I like it. Steelers, Chargers, Miami. We do have one Chargers maybe, or are they just trying to get me right now? Keep those favorite teams going in the chat right now. We've got some other free agency news we'll probably wrap up next. What do we want to get to next, Jack and Sam? Jack and Sam, by the way, as hosts have come and gone all day, they have been sitting behind the desk in the trenches, working their tails off since 9, 10 a.m. today. So credit to them, kudos to them. If you want to send a super chat in, be the guy that gives a super chat that tips your producer. That's like a very subtle, cool thing to do at Chat Sports. Goes a long way with the guys behind the scenes. Where is Patrick Seaman? Patrick Seaman right now is on the Giants live show for Bobby Okeriki's signing, and they're partying. So if you're a Giants fan, be sure to check it out. Marshall Green knows how to have a good time, guaranteed. Are we going to run through the free agency tracker so far? All right, some recent signings. If you're just tuning in and you want to know what's happened in the last 90 or so minutes, Cam Lewis is going to Buffalo. Kevin Givens, a one-year deal with the Niners. Jessie Bates, one of the bigger moves of the entire first day of free agency. 4 years, $64 million with the Atlanta Falcons. Linebacker Alex Anzalone, 3-year, $18.75. I like that move for Detroit along with the Cam Sutton pickup. Patrick Peterson is on to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche going to the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns coming over from Houston. 3-year deal worth up to $22 million. Cameron Dantzler, cornerback, formerly with the Minnesota Vikings, is now with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean is sticking in Tampa. 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, I knew he'd go somewhere. Really had no idea where he'd end up. Well, it's the 49ers who don't know who their starting quarterback will be week 1. Maybe it's Sam Darnold. Brett Toth with the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, former first-round pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. He ends up losing the starting job to these guys you might have heard of, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata. So he never gets an opportunity to start really with the Eagles. Now he gets sort of a fresh start with the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $29 million contract. I like that for Tennessee. Matt Breida goes back to the G-Men on a 1-year deal. Greg Zuerlein sticking in New York with the Jets. Marcus Epps, 2-year, $12 million contract with the Raiders. He was the Eagles safety last year, who, by the way, played more snaps than any other player on that Philadelphia Eagles defense. I think it's a pretty good signing. Only $6 million a season for Vegas. Tight end Chris Mannertz, 3-year, $6 million, a blocking tight end going to Denver. Brandon Facion, what is it? I don't even know. Cornerback Facion. David Long going to Miami, 2-year, $11 million. Bobby Okereke, 4-year, $40 million to go to the Giants after having 151 tackles last year with Indianapolis. Alex Singleton re-signs with the Broncos on a 3-year deal up to $18 million. Sam Franklin, a safety, is tendered by the Panthers. Bradley Bozeman's re-signing for a 3-year stint, $18 million. Just the same amount of money that Ethan Posick got today for Cleveland. So some centers being signed right there. And then Duke Riley, most recently, he is going to the Dolphins on a 2-year deal. We'll have those details for you later on. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We go live for all big events throughout the NFL, NBA, college football calendar, really any big sporting event. We go live here at Chat Sports and provide you free, informative, and entertaining content. So if that's what you're looking for in a sports YouTube channel, you have found the right spot. Make sure to hit that sub button. Guys, we got a $20 super chat coming in. Let's go from Dennis Designs. Dennis Designs? I thought I was about to get D's nuts or something. For the workers in the back end, get a pizza. Wow. Jack Lauderay and Sam Brown right now giving you a salute, Dennis Designs, for a $20 super chat for the hardworking folks. And Sam Brown is going to come on screen and take a shot for the $20 super. Let's go. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Come on screen here, Sammy Brown. This one's for the hardworking producers.
Long day.
Great day. Free agency's fun. I like the draft a little bit more, though. If I had to pick between the two, I like draft, but free agency is awesome. Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much for the super chat. This one's on behalf of Jack and Sam for all the hard work they've done so far. We are at 9.5 hours live. Jack Lauderay has been sitting in the same chair for 9.5 hours. He's not allowed to use the bathroom once. It's pretty impressive. He is Scott Hansening the shit out of this day. So shout out to Jack right now. I think if he came on screen to take that shot, though, his legs would fall to the ground immediately. He hasn't gotten up. 2, he'd probably have to go run to the bathroom. Oh, here he comes. He's going to come on screen. There he is, having the time of his life. Jack Lauderay, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Down he goes. Legs gave out on him. First time getting up all day. All right. Best free agent signing so far. A couple come to mind. I think the Falcons got a really good deal with Jessie Bates. Just $16 million a season. I really like Mike McGlinchey for Denver. Why? It's $17.5 million. They address a huge gaping need at right tackle. And to go along with it, you just saw Juwan Taylor get more money in Kansas City, your rival. And I think Mike McGlinchey is a better player, right? I think the Broncos got the better signing right there between Juwan Taylor and McGlinchey. So I think Mike McGlinchey might have the edge, especially for value and how big of a need it was for that team. So McGlinchey and Jessie Bates are pretty high up there for me right now. Trying to think of some other, Bobby Okereke for the Giants. I'm loving this for New York. I mean, right now our Giants live show, they are absolutely devouring this news. I keep hearing them scream every 30 seconds. You would have thought they just won the Super Bowl. It's Bobby Okereke Day. But Tremaine Edmonds for the Bears, I think that's a good signing. He's more than just some off-ball linebacker. He is a playmaker on the defensive side. He goes sideline to sideline. He can help you in coverage. He can stop the run. He can get in the backfield to bring down the quarterback. Tremaine Edmonds, definitely a good pickup by the Chicago Bears. I'm just surprised they spent so much at linebacker when they just moved on from Roquan Smith and signaled, we're not going to pay linebackers a lot. It's a bit of a head scratcher, but hey, they did net a second-round pick out of it, so maybe it's get good linebackers and a second-round pick instead of just paying one player. Now, if you're having a good time, as we have 1,300 people plus watching right now, hit that thumbs up icon. Once we reach 2,800 likes, we'll take a shot on screen. Siciliano and the NFL crew would never. We are just over 100 likes away, 106 to be exact. Hit that thumbs up icon. CJ Gardner-Johnson, I see in the chat. He's still a free agent. There are still some big fish out in the pond right now. This day is far from over. I mean, free agency, we still got players like CJ Gardner-Johnson. Every single wide receiver. Draymond Jones. There are still a lot of good players out there that have yet to be signed. So Orlando Brown, one of the best tackles in football, is still on the market right now. Marcus Davenport, a former first-round pick for New Orleans. No idea where he's going to end up. Doesn't really feel like a reunion with the Saints is in line right now. Yes.
Of our top 25 free agents entering the day, let's just run through the ones that are still available.
Okay, I like it. I like this game.
Orlando Brown.
Yep. Are we on an order of one?
We're going from one down.
Okay.
Orlando Brown was number one on our list.
So number one guy is still on the board.
Number one guy. James Bradbury was number 4
Great
on our
name,
list.
yes.
Jessie Bates, Javon Hargrave, and Jamel Dean rounded out the top 5 for us. They're all off the market. CJ Gardner-Johnson, number 7 on our list. Draymond Jones, number 9. Levante David, 11. Yannick Ngakoue, number 12. Jordan Poyer, number 13. Bobby Wagner, number 15. Dalton Schultz, Jacoby Myers, Caleb McGarry, Marcus Davenport, Zach Allen, Odell Beckham Jr., and Juju Smith-Schuster.
This sounds like about half the names.
That's about half of our top 25 is still out there.
So there are still a lot of really good players who have yet to sign somewhere. And a lot of those guys are a little bit older in their career, and they've had the thrill of the first day of free agency and begging their agent, just get a deal done ASAP Rocky. Some of these guys are going to let the water settle after the first day. See how the market reacts to some of the other signings and go, okay, if so-and-so is getting that much, well, I know I'm better than him. So I'm going to use that in leverage to get more money because I didn't rush to get a contract right out of the gate. We are just over 80 likes away from reaching 2,800 likes. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already. I say it's like going over to your friend's house. What do you do when you walk in the door? You take off your shoes, right? You be a nice guest. What do you do when you check into the chat here? You like today's video. Exactly. All right, we're going to talk to you about our sponsor. We're doing a full read. All right, let's discuss Athletic Greens. So today's show is sponsored by AG1. I take Athletic Greens literally every day. Get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins, and I wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It also really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and then more healthy decisions follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. All I do is just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water and drink it first thing each morning. Done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which, if you ask me, is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs when you go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. We have a big signing. The whole office just ran into the room. Okay. People got to stop running around behind the glass walls over there for it not being a signing. But anywho, Athletic Greens, shout out to you guys. What's the plan here? We want to talk about Aaron Rodgers a little bit? All right, quarterbacks lead, right? So let's discuss Aaron Rodgers because the Jets and Packers are waiting on a decision from Rodgers, which Trey Wingo announced was that he was going to get traded. And that was about 5 hours ago, and it hasn't happened officially yet. Yeah, so Trey Wingo tweeted out, hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. Not almost done, but done. History about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Time is indeed a flat circle. Since then, there has been no blue check mark to verify this. Neither the Packers, the Jets, or Aaron Rodgers has said anything. It's just been Trey Wingo reporting this news, and we'll just take it as it is. Trey Wingo trying to enter that sphere of his career. Ian Rappaport, by the way, was asked about this during NFL Good Morning Football, and he said, I wish I did. I wish it did. I wish something had happened, but nothing has happened. So nothing for sure has actually gone down, but Jets players are sure acting like that Aaron Rodgers has been traded to the Jets because Garrett Wilson said, y'all should see the smile on me right now. We saw Sauce Gardner burning a cheese head a couple of days ago to help lure Aaron Rodgers to New Jersey. So it feels like all signs are pointing in the direction of Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets, but nothing's done just yet. I'm not panicking or saying if it doesn't happen soon that it won't happen. Aaron Rodgers likes to take his time. He's been doing this song and dance for a while now. This is not his first off season of leaving everyone wondering what he will do in his future. But for the time being, we have to sit and wait for an actual official announcement of Aaron Rodgers going to the New York Jets. Now, the interesting thing is, throughout all free agency today, we haven't really talked about this quarterback a lot. Lamar Jackson. If you're the Jets, why are you going after Aaron Rodgers when you can at least make an offer on Lamar Jackson? You have no quarterback in your locker room to upset. You already benched Zach Wilson. You're not bringing back Mike White. Who's there you're going to tick off by making an offer to Lamar Jackson and potentially not getting him because the Ravens match? At the very least, make a very aggressive offer, one you wouldn't mind paying. And if the Ravens match it, boom. You just forced the Ravens to spend more money than they probably wanted to. So, who is a better quarterback right now? If I was an NFL GM, I'd be all over Lamar Jackson over Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers is 40 years old, 39. He had a down season last year. Lamar, on the other hand, is more or less entering his prime. Now, he has missed time the last 2 seasons. That's a bit of a red flag. But I'll ride with Lamar Jackson 7 days of the week over Aaron Rodgers if I am leading a franchise thinking for the future and not just one season at a time. $5 super chat coming in from Mighty Booch. What about Dalton Schultz? Is the good pass catching tight end class hurting him, or is he just not good? Who has the highest liver enzymes in the office? That's a good question to round out there. I do think this being a strong tight end class with Dalton Kincaid and Michael Mayer from Notre Dame is making things a bit tougher for the tight end class for free agents, for Dalton Schultz and Mike Gesicki. I think Schultz is going to get signed to a generous-ish contract. I think he's a good pass-catching tight end. Where that is, I have no idea. I'm trying to think of good Dalton Schultz destinations. Tom Downey, our Cowboys guy, he's a Charger. Oh, Kellen. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, not officially, but I like the I like the connection right there. Dalton Schultz to the Chargers makes a lot of sense. Who has the highest liver enzymes in the office? Man, Mitchell Renz from the Raiders is pretty much like 1,000-0. He has not lost in any sort of drinking competition or skill challenge. So I'm going to go with Mitchell Renz from the Raiders report, especially the type of drinking we do here at Chat Sports. He was just, engineered for drinking on camera. He is the best in the biz. All right, make sure to subscribe, by the way, if you haven't already. Getting directions from producer Sam. Okay. Yeah. Getting some, okay. Okay. And we're making this a cut? Okay. All right. So we're going to recap all of the latest signings, moves that have been made today. We're going to start from early this morning and go through every single bit of signings that have happened since then. Obviously, this is always a fluid situation, so there's a good chance as soon as we finish up, we'll get one more signing. But if you are just joining us now and you're looking for a recap on everything that you have missed today, we're going to break it down for you guys right now. Once I get the green light from producer Lotta Ray, we will jump into this free agency tracker. All right, we all ready, Mr. Jack? Almost there? All right. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Hit that thumbs up button, all that YouTube cliche good stuff. All right, let's jump into a free agency tracker video. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day one of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Rakeem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facion for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Shout out your team and grade their moves. Yeah, a lot of people watching 1,200 right now. Miami gets an A. Does Miami get an A? Maybe David Long pushes them up a little bit. I think that was a really good value sign. He was awesome last year for Tennessee. I like that pickup for the Dolphins. Seahawks, F, yeah. I mean, it feels like about a third of the NFL has not signed anyone today. I don't, yeah, are they incomplete? NA? I'm not quite sure. Tristan with a $5 super chat. Shout out to you, Tristan. We'll throw that on screen in just a second. AFX Apocalypse is giving the Browns a B-. That sounds about right. I think that's in the ballpark of what they've done. Jags get a B. Eagles D+. Man, Philly lost 4 starters today. It's going to be a tough challenge, but lucky for them, coming off an NFC championship, somehow they have a top 10 pick in the draft, so they should be in a good spot to get back on track after losing several starters. Tristan Piffner with a $5 super chat. How confident are you in Lloyd Cushenberry at center? This is the Denver Broncos center. He'll be entering his 4th season. He had a down year last year. He also had some injuries after being very healthy his first 2 seasons. Year 3, he ran into some injuries. But how confident am I? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll be at a 6.7. Maybe that's a bit on the higher side too. He's never really shown that he can be a complete starting center in the NFL. But I have one good news for you. Contract year. And players love to play their best when they know they're about to be a free agent. So put me down for 6.3. I've already downgraded myself a little bit since I started this question. Tristan, thank you so much for the super chat. You're the man. Keep getting those shout-outs in the chat right now and grade their moves A, B, C, D, or F. I'll be giving you guys shout-outs here. Jags got Nick Foles. Hot. Gotti. Imagine Bobby Wagner. Panthers a B. Yeah, Panthers did make some moves today. Bradley Bozeman returned. I don't know, Carolina, I don't know what to expect out of them next season. Hard to answer that question without knowing who the quarterback is, that's for sure. Bengals D, yeah, the Bengals lost 2 starting safeties. They did get Jermaine Pratt back, but we're talking about a bit of a broke boy franchise right there that doesn't even want to give their players a nice practice facility. So they have to pay Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins a lot of money. So that means no money for Jessie Bates or Von Bell. We got another super chat coming in, a $20 super chat from Digested Raptor 6. Packers re-signs B, free agent signing, and A, trades F. We just want Rodgers gone at this point. Chargers rework / re-signs B, free agent signing, and A. Yeah, a lot of incompletes right now. The Chargers holding on to Khalil Mack and Keenan Allen, I think is a good move. I didn't think it made a lot of sense for them to go to the playoffs last year, have an all-time choke job, and then turn around and go blow it all up. I think that's a bit of an overreaction. Move on from Lombardi, but keep your good players like Khalil Mack, like Keenan Allen, like Mike Williams and whatnot. So I like that right there. As for the trades for the Packers, hard to grade the trade until we know it's going back to Green Bay. If they're getting a first-round pick and more, I think you'll probably be a little happy that they'll be in a good spot to surround Jordan Love, with some good weapons. How funny would it be if the Packers get a first from New York and use that first on a wide receiver, which they would never do for Aaron Rodgers? That would be pretty funny. If they're like, all right, now we'll go Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, they are trolling. They are trolling indeed. Make sure to hit that sub button if you haven't already. We're going to keep you guys informed and entertained all free agency long. We're going to go on a loop momentarily, so we'll start back from, at what point? Just the tracker. So just the free agent tracker if you missed that, not all 9 hours or plus of this. But hey, we'll sign off 10 hours. I think we're going to sign off now. Right, boys? Thank you so much for tuning in. But we're not going anywhere. We're just going to put it on loop. So if you missed anything, we'll catch you up to speed. But we'll see everyone tomorrow bright and early for day 2 of NFL free agency. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade, like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are two Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix one small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3-year, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day one of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comment section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are two Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Rakeem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day one of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade, like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facion for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Manhart's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3-year, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again. signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval, 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Rakeem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Toth is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Manhart's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comment section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shy Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval, 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold We knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Manhertz, a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, he got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Raheem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3-year, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day coverage when you subscribe. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. I'm Matthew Peterson, recapping all of the latest from day 1 of NFL free agency. Now, quick disclaimer, free agency in and of itself is a very fluid situation. So if more moves are made by the time we're done filming, just bear with us. But let's start from the beginning. Some lower level moves. Craig Reynolds going back to Detroit. Brandon Graham earlier re-signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. Jonnu Smith, our first trade like an hour before free agency, going to the Atlanta Falcons to reunite with his old position coach, old offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, and the Patriots basically get a bag of footballs back. Now, the Falcons were not done there. They extended Chris Lindstrom to a monster contract, 5 years, $105 million. They brought back fullback Keith Smith. The Patriots, meanwhile, they re-signed cornerback Jonathan Jones, and then TJ Edwards got the party started. 45-ish minutes after free agency started, the Bears struck first, landing former Philadelphia Eagle linebacker TJ Edwards on a 3-year, $19.5 million contract. Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kelce, he will be snapping the football to Jalen Hurts next year. Ben Powers later on signed with the Broncos, 4-year, $52 million contract. Nixon is going to the Packers. The Falcons bring on David Onyemata, defensive tackle from the Saints, where their new defensive coordinator came from, New Orleans, Ryan Nielsen. Andrew Beck is off to Houston along with a lot of other veteran players. Jarrett Stidham will be backing up Russell Wilson next year. Danny Johnson signed with the Commanders. Raekwon McMillan is on a 1-year deal with the New England Patriots. So who has been your favorite free agent signing so far? Whether it's one of the names we looked at already, which haven't been that many sexy names so far, or someone we're going to look at. Let me know in the comments section. Maybe it's one of these next two right here. The 49ers landed Javon Hargrave, the coveted defensive tackle that everyone was drooling over. Ultimately, he lands in San Francisco, which was definitely not on my bingo card, but he goes over to the Bay Area. Mike McGlinchey, He got the bag from the Broncos. He'll be their new right tackle for the next 5 years, hopefully for Denver. $87.5 million, the most money given out so far. Nick Gates is off to Washington on a 3-year deal. Cam Sutton is up to the Motor City to be their CB2, maybe CB1, 3-year, $33 million contract. The Falcons, meanwhile, are busy once again, signing punter Bradley Pinion on a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle, a former UDFA, goes from one NFC South team to another, New Orleans to Carolina. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, another quarterback moving. Well, he's going to the Raiders, where he's going to have a lot of fun at those pool parties with all the you-know-what stars there. 3-year, $67.5 million deal. Andrew Wiley follows his old offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, to our nation's capital, 3-year, $24 million contract. Connor McGovern is going to Buffalo. There are 2 Connor McGoverns. This is the Cowboys one, 3-year, $23 million deal. Mike White is going to be backing up Tua or backing up Skylar Thompson. I'm not quite sure, but the Dolphins love having an extra quarterback with Tua's injury concerns. Case Keenum returns to Houston, and Chase Winovich kind of surprised me. 3-year, $23 million contract for a player that basically did nothing last year for the Browns. So with that being said, we got more free agency tracker news to get to in just a quick moment. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Athletic Greens. Now, I personally take Athletic Greens literally every day because you can get comprehensive and convenient daily nutrition at athleticgreens.com/chatsports. I recently gave AG1 a try because I hated taking pills/vitamins and wanted a supplement that actually tastes great. I take AG1 in the morning, and it makes me feel ready to take on my day. It really helps me with starting my day on the right foot and getting into a healthier lifestyle. I start the day with making one great choice, AG1, and more healthy decisions then follow. Covering my nutritional basis for the day also couldn't be easier, which is why I trust Athletic Greens. I just mix 1 small scoop of AG1 with water, drink it first thing in the morning, and done. I also like that it costs less than $3 a day, which if you ask me is pretty good. It's a really effective daily habit with the highest quality sourced ingredients, so win-win. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That's athleticgreens.com/chatsports. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. More free agency tracker news to get to here as the Texans, like we said, signed Mike Boone. Also, Jawan Taylor, he's going to the Kansas City Chiefs, leaving Duval, 4-year, $80 million deal to be their new left tackle to replace Orlando Brown. Corliss Waitman, the punter for Denver, he is returning after being tendered. Casey Kreider is off to the Giants. Jermaine Pratt, another of several linebackers who was signed today, is going to remain in Cincinnati, 3-year, $21 million deal. Josh Oliver is up to Minnesota on a 3-year contract. Wyatt Davis to the Giants. Von Bell leaves the Bengals for the Panthers. Ethan Posick is staying in Cleveland. 3-year, $18 million contract to snap Deshaun Watson some footballs next year. Hassan Ridgeway on a cheap 1-year, $4 million deal with the Texans. Nate Davis signing with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Tennessee Titans. 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new guard. Tremaine Edmonds, a big signing for Chicago. 4-year, $72 million deal. 50 of it is guaranteed. Cam Lewis signed with the Bills. Kevin Givens is with the Niners. Jessie Bates, 4-year, $64.02 million deal to sign with Atlanta. That is the 4th highest paid safety in NFL history. Alex Anzalano, 3-year, $18.75 million deal. Like that move a lot for Detroit. Now, if you want more NFL news, rumors, free agency, draft, really anything under the sun that falls under Roger Goodell's domain, we've got you covered here. Hit that sub button. The link is right below, youtube.com/chatsportstv. More free agency tracker stuff. Patrick Peterson is going to Pittsburgh on a 2-year deal. Rakeem Nunez-Roche with the Giants. Obo Okoronkwo with the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year contract. Cameron Dantzler is leaving Minnesota after getting waived. He is signing with the Washington Commanders. Jamel Dean has been retained by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 4-year, $52 million deal. Sam Darnold, we knew he'd end up somewhere. It's honestly a bit of a surprise, but makes a little bit of sense. It's the San Francisco 49ers because they don't quite know what to expect out of Trey Lance or Brock Purdy's injury situation come week 1. Brett Tolt is going to the Eagles. Cody Barton with the Commanders. Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick for the Eagles, is signing with the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $29 million contract. Matt Breida, the running back, is staying with the Giants for another season. Greg Zuerlein, another New York team, but this one being the Jets. Marcus Epps for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, now the Las Vegas Raiders on what I think is a pretty cheap 2-year, $12 million contract. Good move by the Raiders. Chris Mannert's a tight end, a blocking tight end, one of 5 Broncos players signed today thus far, 3 years, $6 million. Brandon Facyson for the Las Vegas Raiders. David Long, he's off to Miami, one of several linebackers signed. This one just being 2 years, $11 million. Good acquisition by the folks down in South Beach. Bobby Okereke, 4 years, $40 million for a player that had over 150 tackles last year for Indianapolis. Bit of a steal if you ask me. Alex Singleton, speaking of guys who got a lot of tackles, he led Denver in tackles last season. The Broncos are re-signing him on a 3-year, $18 million contract. Safety Sam Franklin gets the tender from the Carolina Panthers. Center Bradley Bozeman re-signs on a 3-year, $18 million deal. And Duke Riley is going to Miami on a 2-year contract. So shout out your team and grade their moves. If your team is the Arizona Cardinals or the LA Rams or the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't done anything, I'm sorry. But if your team is the Chicago Bears or the Denver Broncos or the 49ers who have made some moves, shout out to you. Give me the grade down below in the comment section. And hey, if you got it this far in the video, thank you so much for riding and sticking with us all the way. Make sure to subscribe. If we get more subscribers, we can get you guys more video content. So help us grow our channel here at Chat Sports by clicking on that subscribe button. Plus, we'll be live for each day of NFL free agency starting tomorrow morning bright and early. So don't miss a thing with our free all-day